Chapter 1. Master Zhang Yang. Take disciples. We must take disciples. Today, no matter the qualifications, we will accept them all. Zhang Yang steeled himself internally as he approached the mountain gate with the sect's register in hand. The act of accepting disciples, known as opening the mountain gate, marked the day for Qingyun's sect. Before descending the mountain, his third uncle had instructed him that the sect was impoverished and should not accept any disciples this time. He was to employ every means possible to eliminate the group of candidates who had come for the assessment. However, Zhang Yang had no intention of adhering to this directive. At the mountain gate of Qingyun's sect, dozens of young individuals, both male and female, stood in an exceptionally large crowd. Upon noticing the arrival of Qingyun's sect, the youth's spirits lifted. They instinctively straightened their postures, their eager gazes fixated on Zhang Yang. They had heard prior to their arrival that the assessments of Qingyun's sect were exceedingly rigorous. Only 3 individuals had successfully passed into the sect in the past century. What kind of challenging tests would Qingyun's sect present this time? Meeting the hopeful eyes of the crowd, Zhang Yang smiled and inquired, "I am the one responsible for this assessment at Qingyun's sect. I would like to ask, do you all wish to join Qingyun's sect?" The crowd fervently nodded. Who would come here if they did not wish to join Qingyun's sect? To join Qingyun's sect, all you need is sincerity. I can sense your earnestness, and thus, all of you have passed the assessment, Zhang Yang proclaimed, producing the sect's register. Now, come forth and let your blood drip onto the register. From this moment forth, you shall be disciples of Qingyun's sect. I am Zhang Yang, your elder brother, and you may seek me if you require assistance. What? The candidates awaiting their assessments were momentarily taken aback. Had Qingyun's sect not only eliminated the barriers to entry, but also seen the mountain gate vanish? Do you not wish to join Qingyun's sect? Zhang Yang asked again. I do. A stout young boy stepped forward. He was out of options. Even if Qingyun's sect was a den of peril, he was willing to leap into it. The boy bit his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the jade tablet. A flash of light enveloped the tablet, revealing his silhouette, confirming his registration. Upon witnessing his successful enrollment in the sect's register, a great weight lifted from the boy's heart, and a joyful smile broke across his face. The others soon followed suit, hastily stepping forward to let their blood fall upon the jade tablet. The images on the tablet multiplied, prompting the current master of Qingyun's sect, Qingyun, who was in seclusion, to take notice. With a sweeping gaze of immense spiritual energy, Qingyun quickly comprehended the happenings unfolding within the sect. Zhang Yang, the ethereal voice surged from Qingyun Peak, cascading towards the mountain gate like a tidal wave, echoing in the ears of the gathered crowd as if the mountains themselves were voicing their discontent. Master, the smiling Zhang Yang suddenly found his smile frozen in place. Who permitted you to accept so many individuals? Get up here at once. The venomous tone of Qingyun was palpable even through his words. Zhang Yang hastily exclaimed, Master, do not fret. A few individuals have yet to complete their registration. Once they are finished, I shall return immediately. Quickly now, who among you is not registered for the sect's roster? Should you miss this opportunity, do not blame me for your misfortune. Although the others sensed something unusual, the recent events undeniably presented a chance to join the Qingyun sect. Those who had not yet registered surged forward, successfully inscribing their names upon the sect's roster. Zhang Yang gathered the roster and addressed the crowd. You are now disciples of the Qingyun sect. Your first task upon entering the sect is to ascend this mountain path. I shall await you in the main hall. With that, he leaped into the air, soaring toward the peak. The others exchanged glances and then hurriedly ascended the mountain path. Upon reaching the main hall, Zhang Yang found 7 individuals, already seated men and women alike, centered around the venerable Qingyun. At that moment, Qingyun glared at a disheveled man to his left, berating him. Third brother, I entrusted you with the ceremony of opening the sect. How could you let such a significant event fall into the hands of that rascal, Zhang Yang? The third brother appeared aggrieved. I was preoccupied with refining a batch of elixirs, and, at a critical juncture, I sent Zhang Yang to handle it for me. I had warned him not to accept any disciples during this ceremony. I must ask, Master, what grave matter has arisen to summon us all here? The gathering of all Qingyun sect members indicated that the situation was indeed serious. Was there an impending threat to their very survival? What calamity has befallen us? Qingyun, noticing Zhang Yang's arrival, trembled as he pointed at him. Inquire of him, ask what he has done. You impudent boy, present the sect's roster for all to see. It is merely a matter of accepting a few disciples, Zhang Yang muttered, revealing and activating the sect's roster. As figures began to materialize from the roster, the assembly gasped in shock, turning furiously toward the third brother, exclaiming, "You are truly incorrigible. What merit is there in your abominable concoctions? Why could you not personally oversee the opening of the sect instead of delegating it to Zhang Yang? Are you unaware of his character? Now we shall be deprived of our peace." The third brother clutched his chest, rendered speechless. Qin Jianzi sighed deeply, lamenting heavenward. In nearly 3 centuries, our Qingyun sect has scarcely accepted 7 or 8 disciples. Yet now we have taken in over 80. The heavens surely conspire against us. Master, esteemed elders, it is not as dire as it seems. Zhang Yang endeavored to reassure his superiors. You foolish boy, you do not comprehend the gravity of accepting disciples. We must provide them with resources for cultivation. Qin Jianzi's expression was fraught with concern. Our Qingyun sect is impoverished. The current resources are barely sufficient for us few. Had we not feared that our lineage would cease without successors, we would not have accepted you as an apprentice a decade ago. Now, with so many new recruits, what resources shall we offer them for their cultivation? Accepting disciples is not merely about enrollment. It entails responsibility. 0.7 individuals found the mere thought of nurturing a single Zhang Yang to be quite a headache now. Suddenly faced with an influx of 70 or 80 people, they all felt a wave of darkness wash over them. Elders, lend me your ears. Zhang Yang raised his voice. It is precisely because our Qingyun sect is impoverished that we have reached a critical juncture demanding reform. If we do not embrace change, our sect will inevitably face ruin. The commencement of this transformation begins with the opening of our doors. Reform? A few exchanged bewildered glances. Ever since they had taken Zhang Yang under their wing, they had frequently encountered new terminology. However, these terms were not difficult to comprehend, and they grasped their essence. Master, I have perused Qingyunji and familiarized myself with the history of our sect. A millennium ago, Qingyun sect was a prestigious grand sect, boasting over 1,000 disciples and vast territories during its zenith. Yet now, with you esteemed elders and myself, we total a mere 8 individuals. If our ancestors were to learn of such a decline, they would surely rise in fury from their graves. How has our illustrious Qingyun fallen to such depths? The primary reason is the lack of people. With more disciples, tasks become manageable. Thus, the initial step towards reform is the recruitment of new disciples. Zhang Yang, impassioned and fervent, exclaimed, I have long desired to undertake this initiative, yet the elders have consistently opposed me. At last, I have been granted the opportunity to implement the first step of our reform. With the inclusion of dozens of new disciples, Qingyun sect shall soar to new heights. Chapter 2. I teach you the art of immortality. The 7 of Qingyun exchanged glances, contemplating whether to flourish or to face utter destruction. Qin Jianzi shot a fierce glare at the third disciple. Had it not been for this slacker, there would have been no blunder this time. What reform? They could maintain the status quo, and once they departed, leaving only Zhang Yang behind, he could decide on any changes he desired, free from their interference. At present, however, all the burdens rested squarely upon their shoulders. Zhang Yang, filled with fervor, stepped before Qin Jianzi and gazed intently at him. Master, I am aware of your unwavering resolve in seeking the Tao. Ascending to the celestial realm has always been your aspiration. Even if you relinquished all affairs of the sect, your cultivation would still only amount to the nascent soul stage after all these years. Why is that? Despite your exceptional talent and steadfast heart, you lack the sufficient resources for cultivation. If you had ample spirit stones and elixirs, perhaps you would have already achieved harmony with the Tao by now. Should reforms provide you with a steady supply of elixirs and spirit stones, alongside other cultivation resources, would you still be reluctant to embrace change? Qin Jianzi's tranquil heart, cultivated over centuries, stirred slightly, yet he remained silent. Having lived for hundreds of years, how could he easily shatter the fabric of his past life? Zhang Yang then turned to the first man in the green robe, addressing him. Uncle Lingyun, as a sword cultivator, the essence of your path lies in sword practice. You cherish your flying sword as if it were a beloved wife. Yet, over the years, your second martial aunt has endured a dismal existence by your side, deprived of any rare herbs or treasures, living on nothing but plain fare. Do you not feel any sorrow for her? The man in the green robe rubbed his fingers thoughtfully, his expression inscrutable. Uncle San, would you not desire an endless supply of spiritual herbs for your alchemical endeavors? Zhang Yang smiled as he turned to the third uncle. Third uncle broke into a grin. His heart was consumed by the art of alchemy, which was precisely why he had entrusted Zhang Yang with the responsibility of opening the mountain gate. Fourth uncle, I have heard of a beauty elixir that can bestow eternal youth. Alas, it is rather costly, priced at over 100,000 spirit stones for a single pill. Zhang Yang sighed as he looked at the woman in the green dress. The woman heaved a sigh, casting a wistful glance at Qinjianzi. Qinjianzi's brows furrowed in agitation. How could the impoverished Qingyun sect afford such exorbitant prices for beauty elixirs? He shot a fierce glare at Zhang Yang, lamenting the day he had taken this boy as his disciple. Zhang Yang approached the man in black, slamming his palm on the table and inquiring, Fifth uncle, do you truly believe you can honor your spirit-grade talisman brush by using paper as rough as what one would use for cleaning? His demeanor suggested a familiarity with fifth uncle that bordered on irreverence. Fifth uncle chuckled, extending his hand toward Zhang Yang. Then why not provide me with better materials? You speak so freely, yet the most inferior talisman paper in Qingyun market costs 100 spirit stones per sheet. How many sheets of paper must I buy to afford just one of the most basic talisman papers? Even if I use coarse paper, it still holds some value for the average person, albeit only fetching a meager profit. Zhang Yang shook his head, understanding that fifth uncle was tasked with the responsibility of earning money. With so many relying on this one individual for income, it was nearly impossible to escape poverty. Thus, we find ourselves in need of reform. Zhang Yang nodded emphatically, his gaze sweeping over the last two individuals before returning to Qinjianzi. Master, the issues plaguing Qingyun sect have reached a critical juncture. Reform is imperative. The others fixed their attention on Qinjianzi. He stroked his chin in silence, neither denying nor affirming the situation. Zhang Yang, filled with anguish, implored, Master, should you ascend to the celestial realm and encounter the revered ancestors, what will you say when they inquire about Qingyun sect? Will you confess that the disciples have become so impoverished that we can no longer sustain our members? Is it conceivable that a sect with a legacy spanning thousands of years has dwindled to but a handful? Can you truly utter such words? Even if you do not ascend and meet the ancestors who did not, how will you explain the current state of affairs? As the contemporary leader, the plight of Qingyun sect rests heavily upon your shoulders. I am willing to take your place, to enact reforms to save our sect, yet you remain opposed? Standing on the moral high ground, Zhang Yang launched into a passionate discourse directed at his master, driven by desperation. Endlessly cultivating, his progress was akin to a tortoise's crawl, increasingly frustrating him. At this rate, hundreds of years of effort might yield no results before he withered away. More critically, the elders had clearly indicated that Zhang Yang was to be the next leader. The thought of a desolate Qingyun sect, with only himself remaining after the elders ascended or passed, sent a shiver down his spine. While he would command the reforms then, could he afford to squander the intervening centuries? Additionally, it would be a pity for the elders, with their vast abilities, to contribute nothing to the reform process. The other disciples, witnessing Zhang Yang's fervent confrontation with Qinjianzi, were taken aback, observing the elders' expression closely. They understood well the capabilities of their master. Should he turn against them, they would be at a loss. Though Qinjianzi maintained a stoic facade, the tension in his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. He silently cursed. This insufferable brat. Had I not been swept away in a moment of impulse, I would never have taken him in. I have adopted a troublesome disciple. After a prolonged silence, Qinjianzi finally managed to utter this reform. Zhang Yang decisively interjected, Master, you need not concern yourself with anything. Simply enter seclusion. When you emerge next, the results will be evident. Very well, I shall retreat for a year. Qinjianzi gritted his teeth, adding, if I see no results after a year, you shall face the consequences. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. A year? In just 6 months, you will witness the results of the reform. I shall retreat for 6 months. Qinjianzi declared as he turned to leave. Hold on. Zhang Yang called out urgently. What now? Qinjianzi glared at him fiercely. Zhang Yang smiled and extended his hand. Master, for the success of the reform, please grant me the token of leadership. I require the utmost authority within Qingyun sect. Though the sect was impoverished, its foundational strength remained intact, and such resources could only be accessed with the leader's token. Qin Jianzi let out a cold snort and casually tossed over a token before vanishing from sight. He had directly bestowed the sect leader's token upon Zhang Yang. The others exchanged bewildered glances, pondering whether the succession had been preordained. Yet, Zhang Yang remained unfazed, calmly stowing the token away. He smiled at the white-clad woman seated at the end of the table and said, "Seventh Master Uncle, I wish to review the financial records of Qingyun's sect." The sect's accounts were entrusted to the seventh Master Uncle, who managed them diligently. With a hearty laugh, she tossed several ledgers to Zhang Yang, as if they were a hot potato. "Here you go. I have no desire to deal with this tedious task. It barely yields a few spirit stones and only invites complaints from everyone." At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the grand hall. The group paused, unaccustomed to the sudden liveliness that broke the usual tranquility of Qingyun's sect. They quickly realized that it must be the newly recruited disciples, likely rushing from the mountain gate to the hall. "You recruited them. You handle it." The 6 of them chorused in unison, tossing the responsibility onto Zhang Yang before swiftly departing. Zhang Yang stepped out of the grand hall, observing the few individuals who had arrived first at the plaza, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. 10 years. I have waited a full decade. My great endeavor in cultivating immortality is finally about to commence. Enduring the elements and practicing qi meditation. Was that truly cultivation? That was nothing but a primitive existence. Allow me to enlighten you on the true path of cultivation. Chapter 3. Terribly poor, rich beyond measure. Zhang Yang surveyed the individuals gathered in the plaza, somewhat surprised that the chubby boy had arrived first. He was indeed an agile little fellow. Zhang Yang produced a piece of paper and a pen, handing them to the chubby boy with an instruction. "I have a task for you. Please record the names of everyone in the order they arrived at the plaza. Once everyone is assembled, I will explain the matters regarding entry into the sect. By the way, what is your name?" The chubby boy grinned widely and replied, "Reporting to senior brother, my name is Wang Baol. I was the first to arrive." "Excellent." Zhang Yang nodded approvingly, passing the paper and pen to Wang Baol. He then began perusing the sect's ledgers. His primary objective was to ascertain the remaining assets of Qingyun's sect. Wang Baol, armed with the paper and pen, commenced his task of inquiring about the names of the attendees in chronological order. However, as Zhang Yang opened the ledger, his expression shifted dramatically. The ancestors truly were inept. He muttered to himself, shaking his head in disbelief. He had always believed Qingyun's sect to be so impoverished that it had little more than a few mountains to its name. Yet, he was astounded to discover that the opening line of the ledger revealed the vast scope of their holdings, centered around Qingyun Peak. A radius of 300 miles belongs to Qingyun's sect. What did a radius of 300 miles signify? Zhang Yang understood that all too well. It encompassed the entirety of a major province. How could such a vast territory be devoid of wealth? So destitute that they dared not accept disciples? What level of incompetence could lead to such a plight? Most alarmingly, there was no record of any industries within this 300-mile radius. Zhang Yang distinctly remembered that Qingyun Market was just a few miles from Qingyun's sect, and it too fell within the sect's jurisdiction. Shockingly, he had visited Qingyun Market, where the taverns and apothecaries were evidently subject to taxation. Where have all these taxes gone? The more Zhang Yang examined the accounts, the angrier he became. Did these cultivators use their brains solely for the purpose of cultivation, neglecting everything else? Upon reaching the end of the ledger, he was appalled to find a mere 103 spirit stones languishing on the pages. How could it be that the illustrious Qingyun sect, with a legacy spanning 5,000 years, was left with just 103 spirit stones? No wonder every time he wished to purchase medicinal pills for his practice, his elder uncle would solemnly advise him, "Zhang Yang, relying on pills for cultivation is a lesser approach. Moreover, the spiritual energy cultivated in such a manner is impure, leading to impurities in the body, which is highly detrimental to us practitioners." Such talk of lesser practices was simply a euphemism for their lack of funds. After all, even the cheapest qi-nurturing pill cost 200 spirit stones. Besides spirit stones, there were no materials for artifact forging, no herbs for alchemy, nothing at all. On the entire Qingyun Peak, the 7 disciples of Qingyun Zi often secluded themselves in meditation. As for Zhang Yang, he could indeed scour the 7 peaks for herbs to sell, but how much could one person possibly gather? Could he even continue his cultivation? Thus, these past 10 years had been a source of great frustration for him. and he had long desired reform. However, Zhang Yang had to admit that his elders had treated him quite well. From the moment he was brought to the mountain a decade ago, they had promptly equipped him with a complete set of attire, even providing him with a spatial ring and other luxurious items. The expense for such a set would easily exceed several 100,000 spirit stones. Judging by this, it was evident that the 7 disciples of Qin Yun had been diligent and responsible mentors. Of course, this also meant that when Qin Yun Zi and the others learned that Zhang Yang had accepted dozens of disciples, it felt to them as if the world was ending. Master, the registration is complete. We have a total of 87. Wang Beol presented the list before Zhang Yang, seeking his guidance on the next steps. Zhang Yang closed the ledger, took the list from Wang Beol, glanced at it, and then tucked it away. Rising from his seat, he turned to face the 87 youths in the square. Instinctively, the young disciples stood straighter, awaiting Zhang Yang's announcement. Now that they were members of the Qin Yun sect, they would naturally have to adhere to its regulations. Gazing over the crowd, Zhang Yang began. First and foremost, I extend my congratulations to all of you for joining the Qin Yun sect. Established over 5,000 years ago, our sect boasts a remarkable history, with 17 individuals having successfully ascended to the celestial realm. Hence, it is indeed a privilege for you to become part of our lineage. However, have you noticed a pressing issue? Where will everyone reside from now on? The youths exchanged glances, looking around at the grand hall and the several towers. Yet all they saw beyond were forests. There were no houses in sight. But having joined the sect, shouldn't the matter of accommodation be resolved by the sect itself? Zhang Yang's expression grew serious as he continued. You may have heard that our Qin Yun sect has only admitted a single disciple in the past few decades. And that is me. Following our usual practice, we would be stringent in selecting disciples this time as well. However, our sect is currently facing unprecedented changes that have not occurred in a century. This monumental upheaval is intricately connected to each one of us present here. It is precisely for this reason that I shall open the gates wide, inviting you all to ascend the mountain together, to collectively confront this unprecedented change that has not been witnessed in a century. Should we navigate these challenges adeptly, there will be a place for us in the future world, and even those who ascend to the celestial realm will find us among them. Conversely, if we falter, it will lead to irreparable ruin. Fellow disciples, do not entertain thoughts of evasion. This is an inevitability from which you cannot escape. I wish to ask you, are you willing to face this together with me? The crowd in the square exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of the situation from Zhang Yang's words. Yet, what exactly had transpired? Wang Beol swallowed nervously and inquired, Senior brother, what should we do? Zhang Yang replied slowly. The specifics of our course of action will be deliberated later. For now, your immediate task is to construct a dwelling. The 7 peaks behind the main hall already have elders from the sect stationed atop them. Apart from the summit, you may choose suitable locations on the mountains to build your homes. Let us hasten to resolve this matter of accommodation. I will grant you 2 days, after which we shall reconvene here, and I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation. Pausing for a moment, Zhang Yang's tone turned stern. Remember, you are now fellow disciples. Mutual affection among comrades is paramount. Should any one of you dare to bully another, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. With that, he soared into the sky. The crowd in the square stood bewildered, sensing something amiss. However, as this was their first time entering a sect, they were oblivious to the customs of other sections. After a brief period of confusion, they resolved to establish a place to reside. After all, having come this far, they could not possibly sleep on the ground, could they? Atop Qin Yun Peak, Qinjianzi, who had claimed he would enter seclusion, sat with 6 others. They were observing the situation before the main hall through a magical mirror. Senior brother, what shall we do now? Dan Shinzi, the 3rd disciple, furrowed his brow as he looked at Qinjianzi. I am certain that a significant portion of these 87 disciples are spies sent from other sections. Now that Zhang Yang has admitted them, how should we respond? Qinjianzi retorted sharply, if it weren't for your laziness, we would not be in this predicament. Dan Shinzi managed a wry smile and replied, I never anticipated Zhang Yang would take such a bold step. We already cannot leave the sect at will, and all the spirit stones of the sect are invested in the grand formation. Sustaining this group of disciples is challenging enough, let alone with the presence of spies among them. Perhaps we should concoct a reason to send them back down the mountain. Nonsense. To bring them up the mountain only to send them back down again would be a disgrace for Qin Yun sect. Qinjianzi glared at Dan Shinzi. Even if we must do that, we ought to wait for a while. With a troubled expression, Qin Jianzi pondered. Now that the disciples had been brought up the mountain, if Qin Yun's sect failed to support them and they were to starve, it would utterly tarnish our reputation built over thousands of years. What are we to do? Suddenly, the second uncle, Lin Jianzi, changed countenance. This is bad. That rascal Zhang Yang is coming to see me. At such a moment, what good could possibly come from this visit? Others turned their gaze toward the second master uncle, their faces alight with mischief. Hurry up. Don't drag us into this, they urged in unison. Grimacing, the second brother soared back to his peak. Chapter 4. The Flying Sword Splits Would Master Uncle. Zhang Yang arrived at the summit of Lingyun Peak, the abode of Lin Jianzi. The 7 sons of Qingyun each occupied a mountain peak, each bestowed with a title. Although the Qingyun sect had few disciples, underestimating it was certainly ill-advised. Lin Jianzi emerged, his demeanor less than amiable. What is it? With a smile, Zhang Yang replied, I have a small request for you, Master Uncle. I wish to survey the territories of Qingyun. However, my cultivation is lacking. I am merely a core formation practitioner. Should I encounter formidable beasts or intruders, it could spell disaster. Thus, I seek your company on this journey. Seeing it was not a significant matter, Lin Jianzi nodded in agreement. Before we depart, I would like to request your assistance. Zhang Yang pointed toward the hall. If we rely solely on ourselves, constructing residences may take us 2 days. Please, Master Uncle, wield your sword to help us fell some trees for our accommodations. Lin Jianzi's lips twitched in disbelief, at a loss for words. Here he was, a dignified nascent soul sword master, tasked with chopping wood using a flying sword. The others, who had been attentively observing Zhang Yang through a magical mirror, stifled their laughter upon witnessing Lin Jianzi's expression. They knew that being summoned by Zhang Yang was never a harbinger of good fortune. Breathing deeply, Lin Jianzi soared toward the hall. Even before he landed, his sword had already manifested, its blade cutting through the air towards the towering trees that had stood for countless years beside the hall. He poured his frustrations into those ancient giants. The crowd in the plaza wore expressions of dismay. Many were clueless about constructing a dwelling. More critically, they lacked the tools to fell trees for their shelters. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of sword energy struck a tree, reducing a trunk thick enough for several to embrace into manageable logs in mere moments. One great tree toppled, and piles of timber appeared. As Zhang Yang approached, he beheld the astonished faces of the crowd and exclaimed, What are you standing around for? Thank Master Uncle Lingyun. The throng snapped back to reality, voices rising in unison. Thank you, Master Uncle Lingyun. Have you not eaten? Louder. In sync. 3, 2, 1. Thank you, Master Uncle Lingyun. Thank you, Master Uncle Lingyun. The cacophony echoed throughout the Qingyun sect. Lin Jianzi, in the midst of his swordplay, felt the vibrant energy of the crowd, and their expressions lifted his spirits considerably. He focused intently on his task, swiftly toppling another 10 trees. Master Uncle, that should suffice. No more. Zhang Yang called to halt him. Lin Jianzi sheathed his sword, standing with an air of detachment. The 80 or so newcomers to the Qingyun sect were now wide-eyed in awe, where once they held little understanding of cultivation. Lin Jianzi's demonstration ignited within them a yearning for the path of immortality and a newfound sense of belonging to the Qingyun sect. Everyone, let us all take action and assist one another in swiftly constructing the homes in which you reside. With a commanding tone, Zhang Yang instructed, then turned to Ling Yunzi, saying, Master Uncle, we must depart. He was the first to soar into the skies beyond Qingyun, with Ling Yunzi naturally following suit. Upon Qingyun Peak, the onlookers reflected on the recent events, deep in thought. After a moment of silence, Ling Yunzi spoke calmly. I must enter seclusion. We shall reconvene in 6 months. As for you all, lend a hand to those youngsters. Since they have joined our Qingyun sect, we cannot abandon them. With that, he departed. The remaining 5 exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Even if they wished to assist, they were unsure where to begin. They lacked the knowledge to construct houses. Eventually, they returned to their respective places, preparing to wait for Zhang Yang's return to discuss further. Judging by Ling Yunzi's earlier demeanor, if Zhang Yang required their assistance, he would surely seek them out. Meanwhile, Ling Yunzi, somewhat puzzled, inquired of Zhang Yang, Where are you headed? He was unable to discern Zhang Yang's intentions. Zhang Yang replied with a smile, Master Uncle, our Qingyun is not impoverished. We simply lack the means to utilize our resources. Utilize? Ling Yunzi was bewildered. What resources could there be to exploit within the Qingyun sect? Zhang Yang chuckled, gesturing to the vast expanse beneath them. The territory within a 300-mile radius belongs to our Qingyun. Everything within this domain should rightfully belong to us. However, over the years, we have scarcely tapped into these resources. Ling Yunzi began to grasp the concept. He regarded Zhang Yang and remarked, "So, you are gathering many individuals to help unearth these resources?" Zhang Yang shook his head. "Not merely that. I had not realized the extent of our territorial holdings until now. Ah, look ahead. There lies a village. Let us descend." As the villagers noticed someone approaching the settlement, they were momentarily stunned before falling to their knees, exclaiming, "Immortal Master." Zhang Yang hurriedly helped them to their feet, saying, "Please, rise. Get up." The villagers gazed at him with a mixture of fear and admiration. They had heard of the existence of immortal masters, but had not anticipated encountering one in person today. Zhang Yang surveyed the villagers and inquired, "Where's the village chief?" An elderly man with graying hair trembled as he stepped forward, bowing his head and unable to meet Zhang Yang's gaze. "I am the village chief, Li Fugui. I am unaware of what commands the immortal master may have. There is no need for formality, good sir." Zhang Yang replied with a smile. "We are from the Qingyun sect, located approximately 70 to 80 miles from your village. We are neighbors." "Qingyun sect?" Chief Li Fugui exclaimed in astonishment. "We have heard of it. Little did we expect the immortal master hails from Qingyun sect. By the way, it seems someone from our village also went to Qingyun to participate in the examination. Old Zhou's son, Li Degu. Is your child in Qingyun for the assessment?" A stout man scratched his head and stepped forward, slightly embarrassed as he nodded. "My child has always been somewhat extraordinary since birth. So he ventured to Qingyun to seek his fortune. He has been gone for many days now, immortal master. I wonder if he has succeeded in the examination? My child is quite talented, and I humbly request your kind assistance." Zhang Yang nodded and smiled. He is now a disciple of Qingyun. Were there any unsuccessful candidates this time? He had indeed seen Li Er's name. Li Degu was taken aback, unable to contain his emotions as he knelt down, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, master. For an ordinary family, having a master is an immense honor." Zhang Yang hurriedly helped Li Degu to his feet, smiling as he said, "In the future, the Qingyun sect may accept more disciples, holding assessments every 10 years. Those under the age of 15 are welcome to participate. The Qingyun sect is very open to them. I have another matter to inform everyone. If anyone in the village is bullied or faces other difficulties, you may seek assistance from the Qingyun sect. Furthermore, if you discover any valuable spirit herbs or medicinal materials on the mountain, you may directly deliver them to the Qingyun sect. We will engage in fair trade with you, even exchanging for elixirs or talismans that you may need." The villagers were overjoyed, eagerly asking, "Master, is this truly the case?" This presents an additional opportunity for ordinary villagers. They would certainly prefer to trade directly with the Qingyun sect rather than the marketplace. Thus, everyone was filled with excitement. Indeed, Zhang Yang nodded, stating that when you arrive at the Qingyun sect, simply mention my name, Zhang Yang. "Thank you, Master Zhang." The villagers expressed their gratitude once more. If you come across anything you cannot identify but believe to be valuable, you may also bring it to the Qingyun sect for appraisal, after which you can decide whether to trade. Zhang Yang reiterated this advice before he and Ling Yunzi took flight, departing the village. The villagers gazed enviously as Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi left, then turned to rush into the woods in search of medicinal materials. Chapter 5. Someone is stealing, or Ling Yunzi scrutinized Zhang Yang, asking, "You have reviewed the accounts. You must know how much wealth the Qingyun sect possesses, correct? Those villagers bringing herbs, what do you intend to use to purchase them?" "Master Uncle, rest assured, I will find a solution," Zhang Yang replied with a smile. His purpose in bringing the skilled Ling Yunzi down the mountain was twofold, for protection and to address the situation at the Qingyun marketplace. The marketplace had collected taxes for many years, yet not a single coin had been allocated to the Qingyun sect. He was unaware who managed the marketplace, but a clarification was necessary. After all, would there be a lack of funds? From then on, whenever Zhang Yang encountered a village, he would descend to offer words of comfort. While assessing the conditions of the villages, he would inform the villagers that should they discover spirit herbs or other items on the mountain, they could come to the Qingyun sect to trade. Ling Yunzi's expression grew increasingly grave. He observed everything keenly. This was already the 7th or 8th village. Could the Qingyun sect truly possess such wealth? He solemnly cautioned Zhang Yang, "Young man, I must remind you that no matter how you reform, do not harm those ordinary people. Their existence is already quite challenging. If you dare to seize their belongings, I fear none will agree with you. He was seriously concerned that Zhang Yang harbored intentions to rob the surrounding villagers, believing that the Qingyun sect could not possibly offer such vast sums of money. Zhang Yang looked at Ling Yunzi earnestly and said, Master Uncle, after all these 10 years, have you ever witnessed me bully ordinary people? Indeed, I have not, Ling Yunzi nodded. He sometimes feels that Zhang Yang treats ordinary beings even better than he does the cultivators. With a grave expression, Zhang Yang stated, over the years, esteemed elders, you have overlooked a significant issue. For the Qingyun sect to thrive, mere powerful cultivation is insufficient. Many affairs of the sect require human effort, which is the primary reason behind my reform to recruit a multitude of disciples. Where do the disciples of the Qingyun sect come from? He continued. Primarily from the villages within the sect's territory, many of whom possess the potential for cultivation. Those with exceptional talent will be nurtured to become the backbone of our sect. Those with lesser talents will tend to the cultivation of medicinal herbs and assist with various tasks, which is certainly better than allowing them to perish in their villages. Therefore, we must not only refrain from exploiting these villagers, but also ensure their protection. The path is not distant from humanity. Without the connection to others, the pursuit of the Great Way becomes exceedingly challenging. Lin Jianzi, listening intently, felt considerably reassured. Suddenly, a thought struck him, not distant from humanity? In recent years, the Qingyun sect has adopted an aloof demeanor due to its impoverishment, focusing solely on secluded cultivation in the mountains. It has been nearly a century, and I have distinctly sensed a slowdown in my cultivation progress. Is it because we have distanced ourselves from others that the Great Way feels so far removed? Curiously, Lin Jianzi inquired, where did you acquire such profound insights? Zhang Yang replied confidently, Uncle Master, I am likely the only one from the Qingyun sect who frequently visits Qingyun market. These principles, of course, were derived from my own contemplation. He mused that if Lin Jianzi had experienced the era of information explosion, where various texts on alchemy and philosophy were readily accessible, perhaps he too would possess such knowledge. Lin Jianzi nodded in agreement, affirming, in any case, we must not take advantage of ordinary people. Rest assured, Zhang Yang assured him, before suddenly pointing in a direction and asking in astonishment, Uncle Master, should this area not also belong to the Qingyun sect? It is just over 200 miles from Qingyun Peak, so it undoubtedly falls within our jurisdiction, Lin Jianzi responded. Zhang Yang exclaimed, then why are there individuals mining within the Qingyun sect's territory? Is this not an act of thievery against our mineral resources? Who possesses such audacity? Lin Jianzi, perplexed, asked, what issue could this possibly pose? Perhaps the nearby villagers have discovered mineral deposits and are excavating them. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes, realizing that these elders had indeed allowed their cultivation to impair their reasoning. Would villagers truly venture into the wilderness to mine? Even for herb gathering, they had to be wary of wild beasts. Encountering a demon beast could spell disaster for their village. Moreover, mining requires specialized tools and financial backing, which villagers simply do not possess. Let us investigate, Zhang Yang urged, landing on the ground and moving toward the mining site. As they approached, they observed numerous ragged commoners laboriously transporting minerals in baskets. Surrounding them were several strong men wielding whips, urging the miners, you lot, hurry up. If you dawdle, I'll make you regret it. If you don't finish your quota today, there will be no dinner for you. Each person must extract another 300 pounds today. Anyone who fails will be left in the wilderness to feed the wolves. Ling Yunzi surveyed the state of the mine, his brow furrowed with concern. Zhang Yang, however, was scanning the surroundings of the mine, and after a prolonged observation, he inquired, Master Uncle, have you discovered any formidable opponents? He was apprehensive that a skilled practitioner might be stationed at the mine, fearing they could be vanquished. Ling Yunzi replied with impatience. The strongest here is that man in the brocade robe. He has only just embarked on the path of cultivation, and even you could easily handle him. Zhang Yang understood the implication and manifested his presence, striding towards the mine as he declared, everyone, halt. What audacity to steal from us. The numerous burly guards momentarily froze, their gazes involuntarily drawn to the brocade-robed man. The brocade-robed man, equally taken aback, retorted, in this desolate wilderness, I have never heard of any owner. What do you mean by theft? Could it be that you covet this copper mine and have come to provoke us? You have miscalculated, my family. The Shao clan of Anqing City fears no one. The Shao clan of Anqing City? Zhang Yang momentarily faltered. He was aware that Anqing City lay over 300 miles from Qingyun sect, being the largest city in the vicinity. Do you know who I am? He queried. The brocade-robed man scoffed. I care not who you are. Anyone who dares to trouble the Zhao family must be prepared to face death. Attack him and dispose of his corpse in the wilderness. The surrounding guards immediately began to encircle Zhang Yang. Seeking death, Zhang Yang raised a hand, summoning a bolt of heavenly thunder that crashed down with a thunderous roar. As a cultivator capable of flight, he had truly embarked on the path of cultivation, far beyond the capabilities of these ordinary men. Upon witnessing Zhang Yang invoke the thunder, the brocade-robed man was taken aback and shouted, "Do not attack. There must be a misunderstanding. I am Zhao Jian of the Zhao family. Our patriarch is a close friend of Taoist Qingfeng from the Qingfeng sect." He understood that anyone who could wield thunderous magic was undoubtedly a practitioner of the celestial arts. Hence he hastily invoked the name of his powerful ally. The Qingfeng sect? Regardless of the sect, it cannot excuse the theft of my family's resources. Zhang Yang's expression turned grave. This is the territory of Qingyun's sect. Everything here belongs to us. Return and inform your patriarch that within a month, he must come to Qingyun's sect to provide an explanation and compensation. Otherwise, we shall take measures. Let it not be said that I did not warn you. Chapter 6. Qingyun Market. Upon hearing the name of Qingyun's sect, Zhao Jian was momentarily stunned. What place was this? He had never heard of it. Over the years, Qingyun's sect had ceased to operate openly and had not even accepted disciples, its reputation fading into obscurity for nearly a century. It would indeed be strange if Zhao Jian had heard of Qingyun's sect. However, he dared not take the matter lightly. Anyone capable of summoning heavenly thunder was certainly not someone he could afford to offend. Rest assured, immortal, I will immediately report this to our patriarch. Zhao Jian adopted a humble demeanor, utterly devoid of arrogance. Zhang Yang nodded. I await the response from your patriarch. He then proceeded towards a massive pile of copper ore, estimated to weigh several tens of thousands of pounds, which had evidently not yet been transported away. With a flourish of his hand, he stored all the copper ore within his spatial ring. Zhao Jian instinctively shouted, "That is our copper ore." Yet before he could finish his sentence, he halted, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. They toiled in the wilderness for so long, expending such vast sums of wealth, only to see their copper mine vanish. Zhang Yang cast a glance at Zhao Jian, speaking coolly. Cease all mining activities until your Zhao family clarifies matters. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Master uncle, let us depart. He soared into the air. No more mining. Ling Yunzi added a warning, eyeing the miners before following suit. Zhao Jian stood dazed, watching the two ascend into the sky. And after a long pause, he urgently shouted, "Stop. Have everyone halt immediately. All of you, cease operations. Lao Dao, take everyone to rest. No mining shall resume until my return." As he spoke, he hurriedly packed his belongings to make his escape, needing to relay this news promptly. The Zhao family had truly stirred up considerable trouble this time. Meanwhile, Ling Yunzi regarded Zhang Yang with an odd expression. Is it appropriate for you to seize their copper mine? Seize? Zhang Yang looked at Ling Yunzi. That is the copper mine of our Qingyun sect. I merely reclaimed what is ours. Master uncle, I must tell you, there may be further occurrences like this within the boundaries of Qingyun sect. I suggest we mobilize several elders to conduct a thorough inspection. This is the property of our Qingyun sect. We cannot allow it to be taken so easily. You are so absorbed in your cultivation that you remain oblivious to the theft of your own house. Ling Yunzi fell silent. Zhang Yang shook his head repeatedly. Master uncle, if we can refine this copper ore into advanced materials, it could enhance the power of your flying sword. These are precious resources. How can you disregard them? Ling Yunzi decisively replied. I shall return and ensure everyone is mobilized. We must conduct a thorough inspection. Zhang Yang was left speechless. For the next half-day, they inspected several villages, yet they had scarcely completed 1/5 of the Qingyun sect's territory. Master uncle, we must return, Zhang Yang said to Ling Yunzi. The 2 days I arranged with them are drawing to a close. I must handle matters. Ling Yunzi, perhaps spurred by the copper mine issue, displayed increased enthusiasm. Isn't there still half a day remaining? Zhang Yang smiled and replied. In this remaining half-day, we must head to the Qingyun market. He turned and flew towards the direction of the market. Ling Yunzi understood. Indeed, we should procure some supplies at Qingyun market. Those over 80 who just ascended the mountain are ordinary folk, and they still require sustenance. Zhang Yang did not divulge his true purpose for visiting the Qingyun market, though acquiring daily necessities was certainly part of it. The establishment of Qingyun market traces back hundreds of years. At that time, the Qingyun sect still accepted disciples in a conventional manner. Those who came to join the sect needed a place to rest during the assessment period for new disciples. These visitors also required food and amenities, leading to the formation of the present-day Qingyun market. Even in recent years, some individuals still venture to the Qingyun sect for assessments, hoping to be accepted into the fold. Additionally, the migration of villagers from surrounding areas to Qingyun market has led to its increasing prosperity, transforming it into a small town with a permanent population of several thousand. The original Qingyun market was a chaotic hub of commerce, lacking any form of management. More than 2 decades ago, a mysterious monk appeared, gathering a group of individuals to commence the management of the Qingyun market, which subsequently instituted the practice of taxation. Naturally, from that moment forth, the Qingyun market began to adopt a more structured approach. Zhang Yang, a frequent visitor to the market, was well aware of its circumstances. However, the one matter that eluded him was the depth of this monk's abilities, which was the primary reason he had brought Ling Yunzi to the Qingyun market. Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi ascended a small hill at the center of the market, halting before a pavilion. He addressed the 2 guards stationed there. Please inform the town chief that Zhang Yang of the Qingyun sect has arrived. He resolved to approach the situation with courtesy before resorting to force. Certainly, he intended to collect what was owed. After years of taxation within the Qingyun market, it was inconceivable that they would not relinquish a portion unless the market's overseer possessed such formidable prowess that the Qingyun sect could not contend with him. Nonetheless, such a possibility seemed exceedingly slim. If such a powerful monk existed, why would he conceal himself within the confines of the Qingyun market? The guards, not daring to delay, sent one of their number to deliver the message. Moments later, the guard returned hastily, addressing Zhang Yang. The esteemed guest is invited in. Zhang Yang nodded. Turning to Ling Yunzi, Master Uncle, let us proceed. The 2 entered the pavilion, where they encountered Jiang Zhiqiu, the administrator of the Qingyun market. Clad in a blue robe, Jiang Zhiqiu bore an air of weariness as he saluted Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi. Greetings to you both. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Zhang Yang wasted no time. The territory within a 300-mile radius of Qingyun Peak belongs to the Qingyun sect. Are you aware of this? Jiang Zhiqiu's eyes quickly darted, and he chuckled while shaking his head. I was indeed unaware of such a matter. Now you are informed. Zhang Yang replied earnestly, fixating his gaze on Jiang Zhiqiu. You have collected taxes in the Qingyun market for numerous years, and the Qingyun sect demands half of it. He considered this request to be quite generous. Jiang Zhiqiu's countenance immediately shifted, his anger palpable as he retorted, Are you attempting to rob me? Although he was a solitary cultivator, his years of taxing within the Qingyun market had afforded him a lifestyle not inferior to that of disciples from major sects, and in fact, he lived better than many sect cultivators. The audacity of someone demanding half of his gains was utterly unacceptable. Robbery? Zhang Yang scoffed. The territory encompassing the Qingyun market is the domain of the Qingyun sect. The very emergence of the Qingyun market is attributed to us. For years, the Qingyun sect has refrained from imposing taxes, yet you, an outsider, presume to do so? Thus, my demand for half is already a generous offer. Had it not been for your efforts in maintaining order within the market, the demand would have been for the entirety. Jiang Zhiqiu sneered, How presumptuous! Do you truly believe I am so easily intimidated? You will never obtain my spirit stones. If necessary, I shall eliminate you and ensure you leave the Qingyun market today. His aura surged with power, prepared to strike. However, he halted abruptly as a glimmering sword, sharp and cold, hovered before his forehead, poised to strike. Chapter 7. A half-encounter. Ling Yunzi exhibited a modicum of patience towards ordinary individuals, yet his demeanor towards cultivators was unyielding, particularly when confronted by one who audaciously proclaimed intentions to end his life. He unsheathed his sword, its tip poised against Jiang Zhiqiu's forehead, ready to claim his life at the slightest provocation. The enraged Jiang Zhiqiu was abruptly rendered calm. Few could maintain their composure when faced with the point of a blade. The presence of Qingyun's sect loomed nearby, and Jiang Zhiqiu was acutely aware of its existence. However, he noted that over the years, the sect's disciples had been seen traversing the world. Were it not for the occasional opening of its gates every decade, one might easily presume it had become a closed sect. Having spent over 2 decades in Qingyun City, Jiang Zhiqiu believed he had a firm grasp of the sect's circumstances. Thus, when Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi made their appearance, His initial thought was that rogue cultivators were masquerading as members of Qingyun's sect. Yet, when the flying sword materialized, threatening his life with undeniable force, he realized that these were indeed members of Qingyun's sect. Confusion clouded his mind. The sect had long forsaken matters below the mountain. So what prompted this sudden shift in their approach? After my investigation, it appears you have been managing Qingyun market for approximately 22 years, Zhang Yang stated. His gaze fixed on Jiang Zhiqiu. The market houses taverns, apothecaries, weapon shops, and even a small trading association, all transactions conducted with spirit stones. I have found that you levy a tax of 1/10 on Qingyun market, and you have received certain benefits exclusively for yourself. Based on an annual income of 10,000 spirit stones, your total revenue over the years exceeds 200,000 spirit stones. With a 50-50 split, you owe me at least 100,000 spirit stones. Jiang Zhiqiu, transfixed by the sword before him, dared not move. The prospect of losing 100,000 spirit stones ignited fury within him, yet he found himself helpless, compelled to surrender the sum. With a mere thought, the spirit stones accumulated in the room, their rich spiritual energy swiftly permeating the surroundings. Zhang Yang collected the 100,000 spirit stones, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Jiang Zhiqiu. You have been rather uncooperative. Besides the spirit stones, I find it hard to believe you have not amassed any medicinal herbs or materials over the years to share with Qingyun's sect. You should recognize that my restraint in not outright eliminating you or seizing your spatial ring is quite generous. Should you continue to be unyielding, I might have no choice but to examine your spatial ring more thoroughly. Jiang Zhiqiu inhaled deeply, imploring, Senior, please retract your sword. I concede defeat. Ling Yunzi pondered briefly before sheathing his sword. In the presence of such formidable power, escape was an impossibility for Jiang Zhiqiu, whether in technique or cultivation. He was far outmatched. With the threat of the sword lifted, Jiang Zhiqiu felt a surge of composure. He disregarded Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi, taking a seat and raising his hands, revealing several brocade boxes alongside dozens of spirit herbs on the table. Subsequently, an array of materials was laid out, encompassing all his gains. This time, Jiang Zhiqiu was astute. In addition to these, I can offer another 50,000 spirit stones, which represent my total harvest over the years. As Zhang Yang aptly noted, the Qingyun sect refrained from directly resorting to violence or seizing spatial rings, indicating that they adhere to reason. Jiang Zhiqiu has enjoyed the benefits of Qingyun market for over 2 decades, and now the time has come for him to relinquish a portion of his gains. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang collected 50,000 spirit stones, subsequently took away 8 brocade boxes, half of the spirit herbs, and then selected an equal share from various materials. He then declared, We shall consider your management of Qingyun market over these 20 years settled. Jiang Zhiqiu silently gathered his share of spirit herbs and materials, pondering for a moment before responding. I have invested considerable effort in managing Qingyun market over the years, and I am quite familiar with its operations. If you trust me, I can continue to oversee it. And I would be willing to accept a reduced management fee of 30%. How about allocating the remaining 70% to the Qingyun sect? Managing Qingyun market is indeed lucrative, and he is reluctant to relinquish such a prize so easily. However, given the Qingyun sect's current stance, it seems they intend to take control themselves. He hoped to negotiate, considering Zhang Yang's seemingly reasonable demeanor, in an attempt to retain this valuable asset. Lin Jianzi furrowed his brow and inquired of Zhang Yang. This Qingyun market was originally a no-man's land. Is it truly fair to impose a tax on those who now inhabit it? He felt that collecting taxes was somewhat unreasonable, as the Qingyun sect had never engaged in such practices before. While he could overlook past collections, he found it inappropriate to initiate taxation going forward. Zhang Yang and Jiang Zhiqiu exchanged incredulous glances at Lin Jianzi's words. Master Uncle, Qingyun market has already formed a system. Neglecting it would lead to chaos, Zhang Yang explained. Without management, severe issues will inevitably arise, and some may even lose their lives due to a lack of rules. Thus, Qingyun market cannot be left unmanaged. In accordance with the way of heaven, which compensates for excess by replenishing the insufficient, and the way of man, which diminishes the surplus to support the needy. The emergence of Qingyun market, being human-related, must adhere to the principles of humanity. He recognized that these elders were somewhat misguided, otherwise, they would not have allowed the Qingyun sect to reach its current state. To persuade Lin Jianzi, he even invoked a verse from the Tao Te Ching. Indeed, Lin Jianzi was absorbed in the profundity of the text. Similarly, upon hearing the verse, Zhang Jiqiu's eyes sparkled with insight as he regarded Zhang Yang with a mixture of admiration and contemplation. After persuading Lin Jianzi, Zhang Yang turned to Zhang Jiqiu and proposed, "I have a suggestion. I wonder how you would feel about it?" "Please, go ahead," Zhang Jiqiu responded, unconsciously using a respectful tone. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "I would like to recommend you as a registered disciple of my master. Ordinarily, this matter would be addressed by him personally. However, he is currently in seclusion and will not emerge for another 6 months. You may pay your respects to him upon his return." What are your thoughts on this? In his view, Qingyun market should rightfully be under the management of the Qingyun sect, and it seemed illogical to allocate such benefits to Zhang Jiqiu. Moreover, entrusting an outsider with the management of Qingyun market was hardly wise. Yet, the elders of the Qingyun sect were ineffectual, and the younger generation had only just begun their journey. To manage the Qingyun market, one must indeed assert oneself. However, Zhang Yang has no desire to oversee it. His focus remains on cultivation, and all these endeavors are merely a means to that end. On the other hand, Zhang Jiqiu has been managing the Qingyun market for over 20 years and is well acquainted with its workings. More importantly, although Zhang Jiqiu was recently subdued by Lin Jianzi, the aura he exhibited was certainly not inferior to Zhang Yang's. Should Zhang Jiqiu choose to join the Qingyun sect, all issues would be effortlessly resolved, and the sect would gain another capable practitioner, particularly since Zhang Jiqiu is a solitary cultivator who has forged his path entirely through personal exploration, devoid of sect resources. He is indeed a remarkable talent. Thus, Zhang Yang contemplated persuading Zhang Jiqiu to ascend the mountain with him. However, without Lin Jianzi's consent, he could only offer the status of a registered disciple. Zhang Jiqiu found the situation somewhat absurd, having just been coerced and robbed. They now expect him to join the Qingyun sect. After a moment's reflection, he decisively replied, "I am grateful for your recommendation, senior brother. I am willing to join the Qingyun sect." Although solitary cultivators enjoy freedom, they lack support. The Qingyun sect, despite appearing to be in decline, is an ancient sect with a profound heritage. Its techniques are undoubtedly superior to his own, which ultimately influenced Zhang Jiqiu's decision to join. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Prepare yourself, junior brother. We shall ascend to Qingyun shortly to register your name. My uncle and I have a few matters to attend to, and we will return for you afterward." With that, he called to Lin Jianzi, and they departed. Chapter 8. Where are my spirit stones? After leaving Zhang Jiqiu, Zhang Yang felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. At long last, he would have spirit stones for cultivation. Certainly, the 150,000 spirit stones belonged to the Qingyun sect. Yet he would receive a portion. With spirit stones, the advancement of his cultivation would accelerate considerably. More importantly, he had acquired numerous spiritual herbs, which would allow his third uncle to concoct pills, further enhancing his cultivation. With spirit stones in hand, a grand procurement was in order. Aside from items necessary for cultivation, herbs, materials, talismans, and cinnabar, Zhang Yang also stocked up on rice, flour, meat, and even buns, steamed bread, and pancakes. The 87 newly recruited disciples were ordinary individuals who required sustenance before embarking on their journeys. Zhang Yang had initially refrained from overseeing them during the first 2 days, as they were to undergo assessment at the Qingyun sect, a journey not too far, necessitating each to carry provisions. 2 days without oversight would not leave them starving. After a thorough shopping spree, filling his spatial ring to the brim, Zhang Yang and Lin Jianzi sought out Zhang Jiqiu to bring him up the mountain. Having waited the entire afternoon, Zhang Jiqiu set forth promptly upon seeing Zhang Yang and Lin Jianzi. The trio flew toward the Qingyun sect. Upon arriving, Zhang Jiqiu was taken aback at the disarray surrounding the main hall, the peculiar wooden structures scattered throughout the mountains, and the carpenters at work. The Qingyun sect, being a renowned sect, should not be in such a state. They had only just become disciples of the Qingyun sect. Zhang Yang elucidated a phrase before descending before the grand hall. Upon spotting his arrival, someone exclaimed, "The senior brother has returned." A throng of individuals hurried from all directions towards the hall. Wang Baol emerged, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment, and inquired, "Senior brother, we still have some rations left, but our water supply is nearly exhausted. We dare not intrude upon the mountains of our elders uninvited. Might you assist us in locating a water source?" Zhang Yang gestured towards the rear of the hall, stating, "A mile hence, there lies a spring from which you may drink." Henceforth, You shall procure water from that source. Moreover, my lack of oversight over your affairs these past 2 days was merely to assess your survival capabilities. It appears your skills in this regard are rather lacking. Well, the 2-day trial has concluded. You may now come forth to collect provisions. He would never divulge that, 2 days prior, it was unlikely they could sustain such a multitude. When a copious array of buns, steamed bread, and meats appeared before them, Wang Baol and his companions were momentarily stunned. Soon, they regained their composure and rushed forward, exclaiming, "Thank you, senior brother. Though we could endure hunger, nothing compares to the delight of meat." Observing their voracious consumption, Zhang Yang remarked with a smile, "From this day forth, every 7 days, you shall receive provisions from the sect, so you need not fear starvation. After your meal, rest swiftly. Tomorrow morning, I shall elucidate the specifics of your cultivation." "Thank you, senior brother." They expressed their gratitude once more. Their initiation into the Qingyun sect was motivated by their aspiration for immortality, and at last, the journey was about to commence. Once everyone was settled, Zhang Yang turned to Jiang Zhiqiu, stating, "Let us first record your entry into the Qingyun sect. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to select a cultivation method from our sect." He understood what Jiang Zhiqiu most desired upon joining the sect, and made no hesitation in offering his assurance. "Thank you, senior brother." Jiang Zhiqiu responded gratefully. Zhang Yang gestured for him to find a place to cultivate, while he himself ascended to the peak of Lingyun Mountain with Lin Jianzi. "Master uncle, please summon the other esteemed uncles," Zhang Yang said with a smile. Lin Jianzi sent forth his flying sword to the other peaks, and upon receiving the message, several individuals soared to Lingyun Peak. Once seated, the 7th master uncle, grinning with pride, inquired, "So, how is it? Managing the affairs of the Qingyun sect is no small feat, is it? You must quickly devise a plan. Sustaining over 100 individuals on merely a handful of spirit stones cannot last long." The 3rd master uncle shook his head helplessly. "Everyone should search for medicinal herbs tomorrow. I shall concoct some elixirs to sell for a bit of revenue." The 5th master uncle chuckled wryly. "Then I shall simply write more talismans. Even those inscribed on plain paper can fetch a decent price. Rest assured, dear nephew, although this time you have brought a multitude upon us, we cannot abandon you. We shall assist you," the 6th master uncle declared resolutely. Only Lin Jianzi regarded the others with an expression of peculiar amusement. He longed to say, "Dear friends, your concerns are unwarranted. The Qingyun sect is poised for prosperity." Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude to each of the master uncles before stating, "With your united efforts, the impending reforms of the Qingyun sect are destined for success. Master San, I must trouble you to concoct some elixirs. Please consider how to utilize these medicinal herbs to produce potions that enhance cultivation, particularly for the esteemed masters who need to elevate their levels swiftly. It is evident to me that Lin Jianzi and the others are hindered by a lack of cultivation resources, preventing them from breaking through their current limits. The future of Qingyun sect will undoubtedly require the presence of formidable experts." Master San, Dan Chenzi, shook his head with a wry smile, lamenting the absence of spiritual herbs. Just as he finished speaking, a multitude of spiritual herbs materialized before him, accompanied by several ornate boxes containing rare medicinal plants. His eyes widened in astonishment as he rushed to the boxes, exclaiming incredulously, "Shishin lotus, cooling grass, yugu flower. These are all herbs for crafting high-grade elixirs. Where did you acquire them? Will they be of use?" Zhang Yang inquired with curiosity. Dan Chenzi nodded vigorously. "They will be immensely beneficial. With these herbs, I can concoct the Shishin pill, which can cleanse the mind and remove mental obstacles. We have been stagnant in our cultivation for so many years, and these obstacles are significant. Now, there is hope for a breakthrough. I can also produce the cooling pill, which is perfect for you, Zhang Yang, as it can refine the golden pill. Then let us entrust these herbs to Master San and expedite the creation of elixirs for everyone to consume," Zhang Yang suggested, gesturing for Dan Chenzi to collect them. Dan Chenzi, beaming with joy, eagerly complied. At that moment, everyone turned their peculiar yet expectant gazes toward Zhang Yang, wondering where these treasures had originated. "Master Lu, please take charge of these materials," Zhang Yang said, handing over the crafting materials along with several tons of copper or to Huolingzi. Given Dan Chenzi's earlier success, everyone anticipated the arrival of crafting materials and were not overly surprised, though curiosity lingered regarding their source. "Master Wu, I have brought the talisman paper you requested. Zhang Yang then produced a stack of talisman paper along with 2 tails of high-quality vermilion, hoping Master Wu could create powerful spiritual talismans with them. These talismans must be given to me, as I intend to exchange them for currency. The Qingyun marketplace currently lacks funds. Relying solely on it cannot sustain the sect. We must explore new avenues for generating income. Master Wu laughed heartily. Your kindness has not been forgotten, my boy. Rest assured, I shall commence drawing talismans shortly. His talisman creation also served as a form of cultivation, and the ability to sell them offered a delightful incentive. However, ordinary talisman paper could not withstand his spiritual power, and common grass paper was merely suitable for mundane writing and painting, offering no assistance in cultivation. The others watched Zhang Yang with eager eyes, having received benefits, but wondering about their own. Zhang Yang sighed in resignation. This time, I have only procured items beneficial to several masters. When I acquire more items for the others, I shall bring them forth. Nonetheless, after my purchases, I still have 120,000 spiritual stones remaining. I propose we retain 50,000 as the sect's surplus, and divide the remaining 70,000 spiritual stones equally among us. 10,000 each. How much? The others were taken aback, particularly Master Qi, whose lovely cherry lips seemed capable of holding an egg. Master Qi exclaimed, "Give me a follow and a 5-star rating." When had Qingyun's sect ever been so affluent? Moreover, each person was to receive 10,000 spirit stones, which was indeed an exorbitant amount. The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations. Hurry, hurry, let us distribute the spirit stones. At that moment, a mournful voice echoed, "Ungrateful disciples. How can you possess spirit stones yet fail to share them with me? And you few, how delightful it is to forget your elder brother now that you have spirit stones." The self-proclaimed reclusive Qinjianzi suddenly materialized before the assembly. Chapter 9. The elder brother's admonition. There is no doubt that Qinjianzi is a responsible sect leader. However, he may have devoted all his talents solely to the pursuit of immortality, neglecting other matters, which has led to the current state of the Qingyun sect. With over 80 new disciples and no clear direction, how could he find peace to meditate? Thus, he had been closely monitoring the changes within the sect and pondering solutions to its predicaments. Despite his protests against Zhang Yang's efforts to reform the sect when issues arose, he had no choice but to step in and resolve them. After all, he is the leader of the Qingyun sect. When Zhang Yang returned to the sect, Qinjianzi was quick to notice. What he did not expect, however, was that Zhang Yang had brought back an abundance of spiritual herbs and refining materials. Most astonishing was the considerable haul of spirit stones. In the next moment, he was infuriated. Each person was to receive 10,000 spirit stones. Yet he was not mentioned at all. The Qingyun sect had been impoverished for years, and there had never been sufficient spirit stones to provide Zhang Yang with his entire set of belongings. It had taken great effort to acquire them, and spirit stones had been nowhere in sight. Therefore, he immediately interjected. He needed spirit stones too. "Master," Zhang Yang exclaimed in surprise, "did you not go into seclusion?" He genuinely believed Qinjianzi was in meditation, which was why he had not allocated any spirit stones to him. Besides, by the time Qinjianzi emerged after half a year, the Qingyun sect might very well be abundant in spirit stones. Qinjianzi glared at Zhang Yang. "You still remember that I am your master? Where are the spirit stones that belong to me?" Zhang Yang chuckled as he distributed the 10,000 spirit stones to each individual, ensuring that Qinjianzi received his share as well. "Master and esteemed uncles, upon receiving your spirit stones, I urge you to promptly enhance your cultivation. Ultimately, our Qingyun sect must rely on you. However, please refrain from isolating yourselves in seclusion, lest you be unreachable when assistance is required. As for the surplus spirit stones, I shall temporarily safeguard them, as there are many expenses to consider. Once the Qingyun sect has undergone its rectification, we shall discuss the financial matters. Oh, by the way, Master, I have taken on a registered disciple in your stead. Since you are emerging from seclusion, perhaps you could meet him tomorrow and impart a technique?" Zhang Yang turned his gaze toward Qinjianzi. The smile on Qinjianzi's face froze. Just as he had acquired a small fortune in spirit stones, this ungrateful disciple had found him a new pupil. Observing the change in Qinjianzi's expression, Zhang Yang reassured him, "Fear not, master. You need only meet him once to impart the technique. As for the rest, I shall handle the arrangements." Qinjianzi felt relieved and nodded. "Very well. Let us convene in the main hall tomorrow at the hour of Chun to meet him. Now, Since we have spirit stones, everyone is free to pursue their cultivation. With that, he took his leave, leading the way out. The other members of the Qingyun Seven, aside from Lin Jianzi, also departed one after another. Zhang Yang was the last to leave, as his residence was on Qingyun Peak. After all, he was the disciple of the sect leader. Upon returning to Qingyun Peak, Zhang Yang closed the door and began to cultivate with the spiritual stones he had procured. With the spiritual stones, his efficiency exceeded that of the qi refining stage by far. As he peered into his dantian, he observed the golden elixir, resembling a yellow bean, and continuously drew out spiritual stones, absorbing the spiritual energy within to strengthen that golden elixir. The energy from a single spiritual stone equated to 5 days of fervent qi refining. This was indeed the essence of cultivating immortality. Zhang Yang smiled with satisfaction. On the following morning, sunlight illuminated the grand hall of the Qingyun sect. The square outside the hall was already filled with 87 disciples of the sect. Today marked the first day of imparting cultivation techniques, and everyone regarded it with utmost seriousness, arriving early at the square. Standing nearby was Jiang Zhiqiu, who felt a tinge of anxiety. Although Zhang Yang had promised him a place in the Qingyun sect, he had yet to truly join. Another concern lingered. Would joining the Qingyun sect genuinely grant him access to authentic techniques? Under the gaze of the crowd, figures floated down from various peaks towards the grand hall. Watching the scene, the ordinary disciples' eyes sparkled with excitement, their hearts racing. In fact, even Jiang Zhiqiu felt a surge of exhilaration. The Qingyun sect, renowned for its long-standing legacy, was teeming with formidable experts whose prowess he could not discern. As Qingyunzi and the others entered the grand hall and took their seats, Zhang Yang instructed the ordinary disciples, "Please sit quietly and wait." He gestured for Jiang Zhiqiu to accompany him into the hall. The attendees within the hall radiated vitality and joy, clearly reflecting the positive changes brought about by last night's cultivation with spiritual stones. Upon seeing Jiang Zhiqiu enter, Qingyunzi smiled and said, "I have heard about you from Zhang Yang and am willing to accept you as a registered disciple. Although you will be considered my disciple, you will not yet be counted among the formal ranks until you achieve tangible results in your cultivation." Were it not for Zhang Yang's recommendation, he would not have accepted Jiang Zhiqiu at all. He was not one to take on disciples lightly. Jiang Zhiqiu bowed deeply, declaring, "Disciple Jiang Zhiqiu pays respects to master and all esteemed uncles." Even as a registered disciple, he finally had a semblance of support. Qingyunzi raised his hand, signaling Jiang Zhiqiu to stand, and continued, "Your cultivation is slightly superior to Zhang Yang's, having reached the mid-stage of the golden elixir. However, Zhang Yang entered the sect earlier than you and is the chosen successor for the next sect leader, so you should address him as your senior brother. Should you require assistance within the sect, seek him out. Later, he will guide you to the scripture pavilion to find a technique suited to you. However, I must remind you that joining the Qingyun sect entails adherence to our rules. Mutual respect and camaraderie among fellow disciples are paramount, and any acts of betrayal will face severe consequences. I shall certainly adhere to the sect's regulations." Jiang Zhiqiu promptly replied. "Indeed." Qingyunzi nodded. "If you encounter any issues in your cultivation, you may come to Qingyun Peak to seek my guidance, or approach other uncles on their respective peaks. However, we shall all be quite busy for the time being, so it would be best to consult later. Many thanks to Master and the esteemed seniors." Jiang Zhiqiu expressed his gratitude once more. After the initiation ceremony, Qingyunzi and the others departed to tend to their own affairs. In truth, had Jiang Zhiqiu not entered the sect with talents, they would not have made an appearance, leaving Zhang Yang to handle everything. Now endowed with spirit stones and various resources, it was only natural for them to seize the opportunity to enhance their cultivation. After bidding farewell to the elders, Jiang Zhiqiu turned to Zhang Yang and said, "Senior brother, I kindly ask for your guidance in the future." Zhang Yang nodded. "Let me first educate those youngsters outside, then I shall take you to select a cultivation technique." "No rush, senior brother. Please attend to your matters first." Jiang Zhiqiu, having already joined the Qingyun sect, was in no hurry. Outside the main hall, upon seeing Zhang Yang emerge, the gathered crowd straightened their posture in anticipation of his address. Zhang Yang surveyed the crowd and spoke earnestly. "Not every sect will recruit disciples without any selection process. You are fortunate to have joined the Qingyun sect at this juncture. Do you understand why?" The crowd shook their heads, as they had little comprehension of the intricacies of cultivation. Zhang Yang continued with a serious tone, Cultivating the Tao requires innate talent. No matter how excellent the cultivation technique or abundant the resources, without talent, it is all in vain. Each sect conducts assessments to evaluate cultivation aptitude. You all joined the sect without undergoing any assessment. Thus, it cannot be ruled out that some may lack the requisite talent for cultivation. However, I assure you, regardless of your innate abilities, you can remain in the Qingyun sect. At this moment, the sect is in need of individuals, and there will certainly be a place for you to contribute your strengths. Chapter 10. Cultivation Realm. Zhang Yang's remarks left the newly inducted members of the Qingyun sect feeling rather anxious. They had come to the sect aware that cultivation requires innate talent, but upon their unanimous acceptance, they had thought assessments were no longer necessary, only to realize the evaluation was indeed taking place here. Nevertheless, hearing Zhang Yang's assurance eased their worries. After all, they were now disciples of the Qingyun sect. That alone was sufficient. Senior brother, please test our talents. Wang Baol stepped forward, volunteering. Zhang Yang regarded Wang Baol and continued, before you embark on your cultivation journey, I must first elucidate the realms of cultivation and the general methods involved. The most crucial step in cultivation is foundation establishment, which signifies your entry onto the path of cultivation. Foundation establishment is merely a broad term, encompassing several stages: qi absorption, body refining, qi opening, and Tao seeding. Qi absorption involves sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and drawing it into your body. This initial step already differentiates talent. Some individuals possess exceptional innate abilities, allowing them to easily perceive the spiritual energy. Others may struggle significantly with this stage, requiring considerable time to achieve qi absorption. And some may be entirely incapable of sensing spiritual energy, rendering them unable to cultivate at all. The crowd felt a pang of apprehension, yet they comprehended the gravity of the situation. If one cannot even sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, how can they hope to cultivate? Upon the successful extraction of spiritual energy, the next step involves the continuous refinement of the body's impurities through the infusion of celestial energy, rendering the physique increasingly pure. This phase, however, holds less significance, as numerous medicinal herbs are available to assist in this purification process. Once the body is sufficiently refined, the subsequent endeavor is to establish the spiritual qi, which entails the adoption of various cultivation techniques. At this juncture, one may seek out the sect to acquire the desired techniques for the cultivation of their own spiritual qi. Upon successful establishment of the spiritual qi through these techniques, one can then nurture the Tao seed within the empty expanse of the spiritual qi, marking the true foundation of cultivation. The process of establishing this foundation encompasses 4 arduous steps, 2 of which present formidable challenges. Therefore, before embarking on the path of immortality, I must caution you. If you lack sufficient resolve and confidence, it would be prudent to abandon such aspirations. Wang Baol smiled and remarked, Senior brother, since we have resolved to participate in the assessment, we undoubtedly possess both confidence and determination. Indeed, we shall not disappoint you. Please have faith in us. A chorus of voices rose and fell in agreement. Zhang Yang raised his hand to signal for silence and continued. The reason I share this with you is that the process of foundation establishment largely relies on your own efforts. The sect can only provide you with some medicinal herbs for body refinement and share foundational experiences. It is only once you successfully establish your foundation and commence your journey into the golden core realm that the sect can offer you substantial assistance. At this point, allow me to provide you with a glimpse into the golden core realm, so you may envisage the path ahead. The golden core realm comprises 3 stages: core formation, refining the core, and nurturing the core. The process of core formation involves solidifying the Tao seed into a golden core. Upon successful formation, one can perceive the laws of nature and soar through the skies. Moreover, achieving core formation allows one's lifespan to extend, making it feasible to live for several centuries. In truth, core formation is not as daunting as it seems. I myself have attained this stage, thus offering hope to all of you. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly drooling at the prospect. Beside them, Jiang Zhiqiu momentarily paused, pondering to himself whether core formation was truly so effortless. After all, he had devoted over 20 years to achieving it. Despite his youthful appearance, he was over 100 years old, and a fifth of that time had been spent on core formation. Following the golden core stage, one progresses to the nascent soul realm, the primordial spirit realm, the harmonization realm, and the subsequent tribulation realm. These stages are still far beyond your current understanding. By the way, allow me to introduce this individual beside me, who is also your senior brother, Jiang Zhiqiu. He has recently joined the sect, but his cultivation level surpasses mine, having already reached the refining the core stage. Zhang Yang took the opportunity to present Jiang Zhiqiu to everyone, urging, "Come, greet your senior brother. He is quite affluent. If he is pleased, he may reward you with a spirit stone. The rich spiritual energy of spirit stones can greatly aid your energy extraction. Greetings, senior brother." Wang Baol promptly bowed, and the others hurriedly followed suit, eagerly gazing at Jiang Zhiqiu. "Greetings, my junior brothers and sisters." Jiang Zhiqiu responded hastily, and then he distributed 5 spirit stones to each individual. He possessed several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Even if he were to distribute 5 stones to each person, it would amount to only a few hundred stones, a trivial sum for him. Meanwhile, the recipients of the spirit stones were elated, expressing fervent gratitude towards Jiang Zhiqiu. Recently joined to Qingyun's sect, Jiang Zhiqiu began to identify somewhat with his brother-disciple status, which was precisely Zhang Yang's intention. Otherwise, he would not have been so generous with a few hundred spirit stones. Upon receiving the stones, they were encouraged to utilize the spirit energy from them to expedite their cultivation process. Zhang Yang reminded everyone that, amidst their training, they should also contribute to the sect. For instance, they were to assist in the recent construction of housing, as the sect was currently in disarray, requiring their efforts to tidy up. Additionally, they were encouraged to seek out medicinal herbs to present to the sect, which would count towards their merits. When the time came for them to claim resources from the sect, these merits could be exchanged. When Zhang Yang first ascended the mountain, the 7 sons of Qingyun had taken care of all his cultivation needs. However, with an increase in members, direct gifting was no longer feasible. The group had no objections. They believed that such expectations were reasonable for the sect. "All right, everyone, disperse. Those who need to cultivate, please do so. Those who need to work, attend to your tasks." Zhang Yang commanded, gesturing for them to spread out. He then turned to Jiang Zhiqiu and said, "Junior brother, I shall take you to the scripture pavilion to select your cultivation techniques." Jiang Zhiqiu quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother." Zhang Yang led Jiang Zhiqiu past the main hall towards a towering structure behind it, explaining as they walked, "This is the scripture pavilion of Qingyun, housing a variety of cultivation techniques. The first floor contains foundational techniques, the second floor holds golden core techniques, and the third floor comprises nascent soul techniques. Given that you are currently at the elixir refinement stage, you may only select techniques from the second floor." As Jiang Zhiqiu gazed at the 5-story tower, he felt a profound sense of awe. Entering the second floor and observing the numerous jade slips on display left him utterly astonished. He understood well the significance of this. As a loose cultivator, while other resources might be manageable, the lack of quality techniques had always been a considerable limitation. Without a lineage, it was challenging to acquire even a decent technique, let alone one of high caliber. In contrast, Qingyun's sect boasted an abundance of golden core techniques, not merely common, but indeed remarkable. This exemplified the profound foundation of a major sect. In truth, this was also why Zhang Yang had so readily accepted Jiang Zhiqiu's entry into Qingyun's sect. Chapter 11. Resource Audit. Jiang Zhiqiu stood before the array of golden core techniques within the scripture pavilion, momentarily at a loss for which to choose. Undoubtedly, he possessed a golden core technique that had enabled him to reach this stage. Now that he had joined Qingyun's sect, he wished to select a superior technique. However, the overwhelming number of options left him uncertain about their quality. After a prolonged contemplation, he sincerely turned to Zhang Yang. "Senior brother, do you have any recommendations?" Zhang Yang assessed Jiang Zhiqiu and inquired, "What type of technique are you seeking?" He had familiarity with nearly all the techniques available here. Prior to today, Qingyun's sect had only one disciple, who was recognized by Qingyunzi as the next generation heir. The entire sect was rather ostentatious. Yet what significance did the martial arts hold? Jiang Zhiqiu, on the other hand, was quite different. Not only did Jiang Zhiqiu enter the sect with artistic flair, but upon his initiation, he was also deprived of the liberty to casually peruse the sect's techniques. Without inquiry, Jiang Zhiqiu divulged his secrets. "When I established my foundation, my Dao seed was of the fire attribute, yet the golden elixir technique I acquired is of the wood attribute. Although I can still cultivate it, it fails to fully showcase my innate talent. Thus, a technique of the fire attribute would be most optimal." Zhang Yang raised his hand, indicating several jade slips. These all pertain to fire attribute techniques, including Yin Yang Gong, Fen Tian Gong, and Nan Ming Li Huiju. You may select any that you wish. The choice is yours. At this juncture, Zhang Yang expressed curiosity. Junior brother, from whence did you acquire your cultivation technique? Jiang Zhiqiu hesitated for a moment before replying. To be candid, my journey has been somewhat convoluted. In my youth, I encountered a wandering cultivator. Perhaps due to my relatively affluent background and innate talent, my master took me as his disciple, guiding me onto the path of cultivation. However, my master obtained his foundational techniques by chance and lacked any golden elixir period methods. My own golden elixir technique was seized from a fellow cultivator. As he spoke, he selected Yin Yang Gong and began to absorb its contents. The techniques available here were undoubtedly of high caliber, and he was not particular in his selection. Zhang Yang cast a glance at Jiang Zhiqiu, remarking, "So, you are indeed a prodigy," he internally added, "and quite the resolute individual. Otherwise, such achievements would not be within reach. A solitary wanderer without a guiding master, successfully refining elixirs on his own, was indeed commendable." Jiang Zhiqiu chuckled wryly and shook his head. "Brother, your praise is misplaced. I am no prodigy. It is you who truly deserves that title. If I am not mistaken, you are merely around 20 years of age, whereas I have already surpassed 130 years. Furthermore, due to the incident involving the theft of techniques, I have made enemies and been forced to wander, ever fearful of being discovered. It was only upon arriving at Qingyun Market that I found stability for the past 20 years. The hardships endured throughout this journey are known only to me." Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback. This fellow had surpassed a century in age, a situation that would have warranted reverence in bygone times. Setting aside past matters, he continued, "Now that you have joined Qingyun, you are one of us, and the sect shall provide its support." Zhang Yang spoke with an air of calm. "Let us strive together to elevate Qingyun. Your efforts will be indispensable." Jiang Zhiqiu promptly responded, "I am eager to heed your commands." Currently, Qingyun's sect lacked personnel, and Qingyun Market required management. Since one could cultivate there, once you have selected your techniques, you should return to Qingyun Market. Should you encounter any issues in your cultivation, I will request guidance from several uncles when they are free. Though he allowed Jiang Zhiqiu to choose a technique, he remained cautious about fully entrusting him until complete trust was established. Qingyun Market, needing management, found Jiang Zhiqiu, who had already overseen it for 2 decades, to be the perfect candidate. However, now that you are a disciple of the sect, managing the Qingyun Market can no longer be conducted in the same manner as before. Zhang Yang stated gravely to Jiang Zhiqiu that the income from the Qingyun Market requires 50% to be submitted to the sect, while another 30% must be allocated for the development of the Qingyun Market. As for the remaining 20%, it shall serve as your remuneration. Once the disciples of the Qingyun sect enhance their cultivation, Qingyun itself will also begin to provide elixirs, talismans, and magical treasures. These, after all, contribute to the income of the sect. Jiang Zhiqiu nodded, saying, "Then I shall proceed according to the arrangements made by senior brother. If you have no other matters to attend to, I will return to the Qingyun Market first." After Zhang Yang nodded in agreement, Jiang Zhiqiu soared towards the Qingyun Market. After watching Jiang Zhiqiu depart, Zhang Yang returned to Lingyun Peak and sought out Lin Jianzi. "Master Uncle, aside from 3rd Master Uncle, 5th Master Uncle, and 6th Master Uncle, please summon the other 2 Master Uncles to join us. While the disciples are establishing their foundations, we should thoroughly inspect the resources within the Qingyun area." Lin Jianzi sent a message, and soon, Bai Linzi and Bai Yunzi arrived, their expressions filled with curiosity as they inquired, "What is it that we need to do?" Zhang Yang, having instilled confidence in them with 10,000 spirit stones, was met with their eagerness to partake in the reform. He gestured to conjure an image of the territories surrounding Qingyun, marking specific areas, and smiled as he explained, "The day before yesterday, Master Uncle Lingyun and I inspected these regions. Our next task is to conduct a thorough examination of the remaining areas. The first order of business is to ascertain whether anyone has been pilfering our mines. If any such occurrences are discovered, we must reclaim the minerals and hold the responsible parties accountable. The second task is to identify the locations of each village and mark them accordingly. These individuals will, in time, become part of our Qingyun family, and we must treat them with kindness. For now, we shall focus on completing these 2 tasks, with any further actions postponed until the other disciples have advanced in their cultivation. There is much to accomplish, but it must be approached step by step." Without hesitation, Bai Linzi and Bai Yunzi selected a direction and took flight. Lin Jianzi glanced at Zhang Yang and remarked, "You should remain busy within the sect. I can handle the resource inspection myself. If it were just me, I could move much faster on my sword, and bringing you along would only hinder my efforts." Zhang Yang had no intention of joining. He had already set the groundwork, and with his master uncle's higher realms, they were well equipped to address the resource inspection. After all, until the third master uncle produces the elixirs, the others would yield minimal results from their seclusion. Once Lin Jianzi departed, Zhang Yang returned to his quarters to cultivate. Although he had successfully formed his golden core, it required further enhancement. Only when the golden core reaches its utmost potential can he enter the realm of refining it. 3 days later, several disciples hurriedly arrived at Zhang Yang's courtyard, disrupting his cultivation. Stepping outside, he regarded the 3 men and 2 women before him and inquired, "What brings you here in such haste?" The 5 responded in unison, "Senior brother, we have successfully gathered qi. Should we proceed with body refinement? If so, may we obtain the herbs for body tempering from the sect?" Chapter 12. A group of geniuses. When Zhang Yang first joined the Qingyun sect, he was treated to unparalleled service. The 7 disciples of Qinjianzi not only explained the various conditions of qi gathering to him, but also utilized an abundance of spiritual stones to create an exceptionally rich environment of spiritual energy within the formation. In such an environment, Zhang Yang successfully gathered qi in just half a day. Now, 5 individuals, through their own exploration over the course of 3 days, have also achieved success in qi gathering. Despite the assistance of several spiritual stones, it pales in comparison to the treatment Zhang Yang received at that time. What astounding talent! To achieve complete success in qi gathering, one must first sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and subsequently absorb it into their body. The latter step is crucial. Many individuals take as long as 3 to 5 months to succeed in this step. Yet these 5 accomplished it in just 3 days. Their innate talent is remarkable. "You all are exceptional." Zhang Yang immediately praised the 5. Once the spiritual energy is absorbed into the body, it will naturally refine them. This process is also essential for mastering the operation of heaven and earth's spiritual energy and familiarizing oneself with its characteristics. Given your talents, there is no need for refining herbs. Although this may prolong your refining process, it is vital for the subsequent opening of the spiritual sea and the cultivation of the Tao seed, even yielding results that are significantly more effective. These insights were imparted to him by his master and uncles during his own training. Now, he shares this wisdom with his fellow disciples. The reason the 5 sought out Zhang Yang was, of course, to progress swiftly. However, upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, they understood. "Senior brother, we shall return and continue our training." Zhang Yang nodded. "First, tell me your names, and then return to diligent practice." The 5 geniuses eagerly reported their names and joyfully departed to resume their training. In the following days, the disciples engaged in qi gathering experienced an explosive surge, flocking to Zhang Yang to share their successes. In less than 7 days, 87 disciples had completed their qi gathering. This scene left Zhang Yang momentarily stunned. Had the Qingyun sect only recruited genius-level disciples this time? To achieve success in qi gathering within 7 days, even with the aid of spiritual stones, surely qualifies them as talents. Why had so many geniuses chosen to join the Qingyun sect? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yang realized the analogy to his former world. If Tsinghua and Peking University only admitted 3 students each year, who would dare to apply without scoring over 700 points? The Qingyun sect had only accepted 3 disciples in a century, underscoring the strictness of their recruitment. In an environment where the outside world was unaware of Qingyun's financial struggles, who among those with little talent would dare to apply for the assessment? A sect filled with geniuses. The thought of such a scenario filled Zhang Yang's heart with immense excitement. However, when he conveyed this news to Qinjianzi and the others, the expressions of the 7 disciples shifted dramatically once more. "Oh no, this is terrible," Qinjianzi murmured. "What shall we do?" The other 6 wore grave expressions as well. They had originally suspected that most were internal traitors, but now it seemed all were traitors. Zhang Yang was perplexed. Wasn't the sect's recruitment intended for geniuses? Why were Master and the other uncles still dissatisfied despite the influx of so many talents? "Master, is there an issue?" Zhang Yang inquired with curiosity. Given the current circumstances, it seemed plausible that within a decade, our Qingyun sect could boast over 80 individuals at the Golden Core stage. And even the emergence of several at the nascent soul stage would not be an insurmountable feat. Qin offered a wry smile and shook his head. Ah, Zhang Yang. You are unaware. With the proliferation of talents, the demand for resources naturally escalates. How can we cultivate them? Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. Master, the Qingyun sect has already commenced reforms. The issue of resources will surely become insignificant in the future. Elder Wu Walingzi spoke solemnly. The issue of resources can be tackled with determination. A decade ago, our Qingyun sect was still impoverished, yet we managed to nurture you, did we not? However, the resource dilemma is merely a minor concern. The more pressing issue is that once these individuals elevate their realms, they must comprehend the sect's techniques. Zhang Yang remained perplexed. What is the matter with cultivating techniques? Surely the sect would not withhold them from these individuals? Elder San, Dan Chenzi, sighed deeply. Youngster, the human heart is a complex entity. Of those 80 individuals, how many are truly loyal to the Qingyun sect? You are unaware. I ask you, over the past century, we have accepted 3 disciples. Aside from yourself, what became of the other 2? Zhang Yang paused, realizing he had never pondered this question. The elders had never broached the topic. A century ago, we accepted 2 disciples. Qin began slowly, and we invested considerable effort in their cultivation. Those 2 were indeed prodigies, advancing rapidly to the nascent soul stage in merely 2 to 3 decades, which brought us great satisfaction. However, 60 years ago, they shirked their responsibilities and left the Qingyun sect, taking with them numerous techniques and 2 precious artifacts. Since then, we have ceased accepting disciples. Had it not been for your arrival a decade ago, we would have had no intention of taking on any new students. As Qin recounted this, he recalled the circumstances of their first meeting with Zhang Yang. He had posed various challenges to the testing disciples, eliminating all but Zhang Yang. It felt as though Zhang Yang had come solely to vex him, and ultimately, Qin found himself with no alternative but to retain Zhang Yang. Thus, rather than saying Zhang Yang joined the Qingyun sect, it would be more accurate to say he forced his way in. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, astonished to learn of such a past within the Qingyun sect. Why did my 2 senior brothers act in such a manner? He asked, bewildered. Qin glanced at the others, but refrained from revealing the true reason. Though our Qingyun sect boasts a rich history and profound heritage, we cannot compare ourselves to the other major sections. Under the allure of substantial interest from those larger sects, those 2 developed ulterior motives. Zhang Yang stated gravely. Then they are traitors to the sect. You allowed them to leave without pursuing them for punishment? Lin Jianzi replied expressionlessly. We were powerless to confront them. Zhang Yang was taken aback. Have my 2 senior brothers surpassed you in cultivation? That's not the case. The primary concern lies with the 2 sects tempting them, which we cannot contend with. Qin remarked lightly. If it weren't for the existence of my Qingyun and its grand formation, they would have long since taken action against us. Zhang Yang chuckled and inquired, what are the names of these 2 sects? Once my cultivation improves, I must meet my 2 senior brothers. You need not concern yourself with their names. It is knowledge beyond your current reach. Qin decisively interrupted Zhang Yang, wishing to prevent any future mischief. Now, do you understand the troubles we face with so many individuals ascending the mountain? With over 80 prodigies, any issues that arise could lead to greater complications. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before smiling. Master, several uncles, rest assured, I will ensure such circumstances do not occur. Starting tomorrow, I shall initiate ideological education for them. Chapter 13. Long live Qingyun. The 7 of Qin exchanged puzzled glances. What does ideological education entail? How does it contribute to comprehending the heavenly principles? Zhang Yang wore a mysterious smile and replied, You need not worry. Once I have implemented it, you will understand. By the way, 2nd uncle, 4th uncle, and 7th uncle, how is the investigation into Qingyun's assets progressing? Lin Jianzi raised his hand and conjured a map, marking the locations of villages. Bai Linzi and Bai Yunzi similarly manifested maps, each highlighting village positions. Together, the 3 maps encompassed the entirety of Qingyun sect. Zhang Yang scanned the maps and calculated that there were a total of 175 villages surrounding Qingyun sect. He shook his head inwardly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Having observed these villages, he noted that each housed only a few hundred people at most, and some merely dozens. Thus, the combined population of 175 villages paled in comparison to the populous world he had once known. Lin Jianzi continued. In addition to the mine we discovered previously, We have now identified another one that has been exploited. Over the past century, we have scarcely managed Qingyun's affairs, allowing some to take advantage of our resources. With newfound awareness of the importance of these mines, his thoughts had shifted. Lindsay then added, I have discovered 3 mines located 1,500 miles away in the Yunshan Empire. During the retrieval of these mines, I encountered conflict with them. However, the one stationed at the mine was merely at the golden core stage, unable to contend with me. I reclaimed all the minerals. I have already warned the individuals from the Yunshan Empire not to set foot within Qingyun sect's territory again. Yunzi chuckled. I found only one mine, but it turns out to be a silver mine. The eyes of 6th Uncle Hua Lingzi sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, a silver mine is excellent. The essence within the silver can be refined into secret silver, an essential material for crafting high-grade magical artifacts. We cannot afford to overlook this silver mine. Yunzi nodded. Of course, I reclaimed the silver mine. However, it was being mined by the Qinyu sect, who absurdly accused me of robbery and threatened to cause trouble. Zhang Yang's brows furrowed in concern. How could the esteemed Qingyun sect, a venerable institution with a rich history, be subjected to such indignities? He turned to Qinji Yunzi and earnestly remarked, Master, should we not stand firm and assert ourselves? Qinji Yunzi silently nodded, refraining from further commentary. The other members of the 7 disciples of Qingyun offered no responses, leaving Zhang Yang with an unsettling sense of uncertainty. Master, along with the 6 uncles, if there are no other pressing matters, I shall begin preparing the content for ideological education, he stated. Proceed, Qinji Yunzi gestured with a wave of his hand. Once Zhang Yang departed, Qinji Yunzi cast a barrier, enveloping the 7 disciples of Qingyun in secrecy. The discussions that ensued were beyond Zhang Yang's ears. Meanwhile, back in his chamber, Zhang Yang reflected on the history of the Qingyun sect and commenced drafting the educational material. This endeavor was akin to articulating a company's vision, dreams, and mission, emphasizing a sense of belonging and purpose, fundamentally aimed at uniting hearts and minds. The following day marked the expiration of the 7-day period agreed upon with his peers. Zhang Yang awaited at the hall's entrance for the other disciples to collect their provisions. As they gathered, he cheerfully proclaimed, as disciples of the Qingyun sect, it is imperative that we comprehend our sect's history. If we are unaware of our own origins, how can we dare to call ourselves members of Qingyun? He presented a written account of Qingyun's history, urging everyone to commit its contents to memory. The disciples, initially perplexed, acknowledged the necessity of understanding their sect's heritage. Each disciple received a sheet detailing their history alongside their rations. However, upon reading the contents, they were momentarily taken aback, finding the verses surprisingly fluid. Qingyun has stood tall for 5 millennia, nurturing exceptional talents. It is our duty to strive for greatness and collaboratively forge a brilliant future. Observing the disciples who had received the history, Zhang Yang smiled and declared, from this day forth, let us take pride in remembering our sect's history and consider forgetting it a disgrace. I shall conduct assessments during the next distribution of provisions. Yes, senior brother. With the mention of assessments, all the disciples became earnest. The material was not difficult to memorize, flowing smoothly and easily retained. Before long, the mountains of Qingyun's sect echoed with the sound of enthusiastic recitation. The 7 disciples of Qingyun exchanged glances, uncertain of Zhang Yang's intentions behind this exercise in ideological education. What purpose did it serve? Nonetheless, as disciples of the sect, it was indeed appropriate to internalize their history. Despite their confusion, they raised no objections and allowed the initiative to unfold. Another week swiftly passed, and as numerous disciples returned to collect their provisions, Zhang Yang awaited them at the entrance of the hall. Senior brother, I have come for my rations. Wang Beil greeted Zhang Yang with a broad smile. Tell me, how long has the Qingyun sect existed? Zhang Yang inquired, gazing intently at Wang Beil. With a grin, Wang Beil replied, 5,000 years. This question is far too easy. Zhang Yang chuckled and raised his fist in a gesture of encouragement, proclaiming, 5,000 years is no short span. We must carry forward the legacy, revitalize Qingyun. Long live Qingyun. Wang Beil was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. However, he quickly regained his composure and tentatively raised his fist, echoing, revitalize Qingyun. Long live Qingyun. A promising disciple indeed. Zhang Yang, beaming with delight, handed a sack of grain to Wang Beil. Observing the next disciple approaching, Zhang Yang casually posed a simple question before reiterating, revitalized Qin Yun, long live Qin Yun. With Wang Baiol setting the precedent, the subsequent disciples understood and joined in, exclaiming, revitalized Qin Yun. Long live Qin Yun. From that point on, there was no need for Zhang Yang to prompt anyone. After answering their questions, each disciple would conclude with, revitalized Qin Yun. Long live Qin Yun. This was the essence of ideological education. After over 80 repetitions of revitalized Qin Yun, long live Qin Yun, the phrase had become ingrained in their minds. Even in their daily lives, they found themselves uttering it spontaneously, as if the words possessed an enchanting power. Long live Qin Yun. Qin Jianzi furrowed his brow, perplexed. While he comprehended the call to revitalize Qin Yun, he questioned the significance of this proclamation. Even he could not guarantee that Qin Yun's sect would endure for a millennium. If that were the case, what purpose did such an impractical slogan serve? This young man, during the decade he had mentored Zhang Yang, had once found his imaginative ideas and novel expressions somewhat comprehensible. However, since Zhang Yang embarked on reforms within Qin Yun's sect, he had become increasingly bewildered. Upon surveying the newly inducted members of Qin Yun's sect with his spiritual consciousness, he sensed an oddity akin to Zhang Yang's demeanor among them. Surely, Qin Yun's sect could not deteriorate further, he would observe for now. Qin Yun's sect was undergoing a silent transformation. Before long, a month had passed. Zhang Yang arrived at Lingyun Peak and sought out Lin Jianzi. Master Uncle, the month we agreed upon with the Shao family has elapsed. Yet they have failed to send anyone to Qin Yun's sect or provide any explanation. It seems we must make a trip to Anqing City. Chapter 14. The provocation by the Shao family. Zhang Yang first greeted Lin Jianzi before approaching Dan Chenzi. Third Master Uncle, please hand over the elixirs you have successfully refined. Dan Chenzi looked somewhat taken aback. I have only concocted a batch of low-grade elixirs, which are of no use to you. I haven't refined any better ones in a long time, intending to resume once I become more adept. Zhang Yang smiled. It is not for us. I plan to sell some in Anqing City and purchase new medicinal materials in return. Upon hearing that Zhang Yang intended to buy medicinal materials, Dan Chenzi wasted no time and handed over all the refined elixirs. After all, whatever reforms Zhang Yang was implementing, he was acting in the capacity of the acting sect leader, and these elixirs would ultimately be entrusted to him. Zhang Yang collected the vials of elixirs and then turned to seek out fifth Master Uncle, Walingzi. Master Uncle, have you finished painting those talismans? Once completed, please give them to me. I shall sell them and procure some new talisman paper for you. Walingzi presented a stack of talismans imbued with spiritual energy, handing them to Zhang Yang while admonishing, be sure to purchase better talisman paper. This paper cannot adequately contain my power. Also, make sure to acquire high-quality cinnabar for me. If possible, please procure some high-grade beast blood for me. If you manage to bring back some dragon or phoenix blood, that would be a windfall. He did not mince words with Zhang Yang, presenting a series of demands. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes, completely ignoring him. Good talisman paper was already excessive. To expect high-grade beast spiritual blood was simply preposterous. As for dragon or phoenix blood, it was akin to nonsense. After securing the medicinal pills and talismans, Zhang Yang chose not to seek out his sixth Master Uncle again. Consumables like medicinal pills and talismans could be crafted as long as the raw materials were available. However, refining weapons was an entirely different matter. Especially now that the Qin Yun sect had over 80 new members, each one would inevitably require a bestowed treasure from the sect, and there was still a significant shortfall. After organizing the medicinal pills and talismans, Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi set off towards Anqing City. Anqing City is a major metropolis, situated at the border of the Yunshan Empire, boasting a permanent population of over 1 million and a thriving commerce. A few years prior, Ling Yunzi had visited Anqing City with Zhang Yang, marking Zhang Yang's only trip there. Given the status of Ling Yunzi and the others, combined with the Qin Yun sect's financial resources, they would typically refrain from visiting Anqing City unless compelled by pressing matters. Half a day later, upon entering Anqing City and gathering information, Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi made their way directly to the Shao family's residence. We have come to inform your family's head that the Qin Yun sect is visiting, Zhang Yang announced to the doorman. Upon hearing the name Qin Yun, the doorman's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted, people from Qin Yun have arrived. The sudden turn of events left both Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi momentarily stunned. What was the Shao family implying? In an instant, several figures emerged from the Shao household. Leading them was an elderly man in a brocade robe, who bellowed, I am Shao Jianchun, the head of the Shao family. Who dares to come to my house and cause a ruckus? Zhang Yang turned his gaze towards Xiao Jian, smiling as he inquired, did he not inform you? Xiao Jian pointed at Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi, declaring, head. These are the individuals who claim to be from the Qingyun sect and stole our copper mine. Xiao Jianxun was furious, exclaiming, who are you to impersonate members of the Qingyun sect? Ling Yunzi furrowed his brow, questioning, are we impersonating? Xiao Jianxun sneered. It is well known that the Qingyun sect has sealed its mountain. There are no disciples roaming the foothills. You suddenly claim to be members of the Qingyun sect. Do you have any evidence? Ling Yunzi was momentarily taken aback. He had never considered that he would need to prove his identity as a member of the Qingyun sect. However, recalling the sect leader's token on Zhang Yang, he urged, show them your token. Zhang Yang, however, disregarded Ling Yunzi's suggestion, fixed his gaze on Xiao Jianxun, and slowly asked, is the Xiao family no longer interested in a proper discussion? I conveyed a message to the Xiao family, yet you did not heed a single word. He refused to fall into the trap of self-justification. Regardless of what token he produced, it would be deemed ineffective if they refused to acknowledge it. Moreover, the Xiao family's demeanor made their stance quite clear. Xiao Jianxun coldly stated, you have stolen our copper mine and now dare to come seeking compensation for our losses. Do you truly think our Xiao family is easy prey? I understand. Zhang Yang nodded. So what does the Xiao family intend to do? Return our copper ore, for it amounts to several 100,000 pounds. Should you fail to comply, you shall bear the consequences. Additionally, you must compensate for the losses incurred during our production halt. And both of you shall publicly acknowledge your wrongdoing. Xiao Jianxun bellowed, pointing at Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi. Zhang Yang was somewhat taken aback. This fellow was indeed adept at casting blame. He inquired, what if we refuse to compensate? If you refuse, you will likely find it difficult to leave. Xiao Jianxun raised his hand, and a magical dusting tool materialized. As he infused his spiritual energy into it, the threads of the dusting tool began to stir, resonating with the laws of nature. He pointed at Zhang Yang, exclaiming, will you compensate or not? It's merely a matter of conflict. You could have said so sooner. Zhang Yang clapped his hands and produced a stack of talismans from his spatial ring. He drew one, activated it with his spiritual energy, and a fireball, the size of a basin, soared towards Xiao Jianxun. Xiao Jianxun laughed heartily and casually waved his dusting tool, a mere grain of rice. Yet you flaunt its brilliance? Boom. The moment the fireball made contact with the dusting tool, it exploded, unleashing a massive inferno. As the flames extinguished, Xiao Jianxun's dusting tool had been scorched to a nub, leaving him disheveled and dazed. Zhang Yang drew another talisman, prompting a startled cry from Xiao Jianxun as he instinctively retreated. What are you afraid of? Zhang Yang shot a glance at Xiao Jianxun, waving the talisman while addressing the onlookers, explosive flame talisman, crafted by the Qingyun sect. You have witnessed its power. Each talisman possesses the might of a peak golden core strike, an indispensable tool for treasure hunting and avenging foes. Should you require any, feel free to place an order with me. Bulk purchases receive generous discounts. The surrounding crowd was rendered speechless. Was this not a fight? Yet, they had indeed witnessed the talisman's potency, and if reasonably priced, several could be purchased for self-defense. Xiao Jianxun's face turned ashen. After being bested, Zhang Yang was now advertising. He turned to the figure clad in a green robe beside him, saying, Brother Liang Fong, it falls to you now. Liang Fong stepped forward, glancing at the talisman in Zhang Yang's hand, before solemnly stating, Young man, relying on talismans to bully others is unbecoming. If your elders have failed to educate you properly, allow me to rectify that. Zhang Yang replied, and who might you be? Liang Fong replied with a proud smile, I am Liang Fong, elder of the Qingfeng sect. And your cultivation level? Currently at the peak of golden core. Liang Fong stroked his beard, brimming with self-satisfaction. Your talismans are of no use to me. Zhang Yang pressed on. How many years have you cultivated? I have cultivated for over 100 years. Our cultivation times do not align. Find someone whose experience matches yours. Before Zhang Yang could finish speaking, he retreated and said to Ling Yunzi, Master, it's your turn. Chapter 15. Relentless pursuit and assault. Ling Yunzi found himself at a loss for words due to Zhang Yang's antics. Yet he was also somewhat incensed by Liang Fong's arrogance. What did he mean by a lack of elder guidance? They had devoted the past decade to nurturing Zhang Yang, pouring in immense effort and resources. What was this Qingfeng sect, whose very name he had never heard before, to speak so presumptuously? He made his move, and when he did, it was with utmost seriousness. At this moment, Liang Fong was left somewhat speechless by Zhang Yang's retort about mismatched cultivation times. Just as he was about to make a move, a sudden jolt coursed through his mind, accompanied by an unparalleled chill that surged towards him. With a thought, the defensive talisman on his body activated instantly, and a mirror materialized in midair, emanating a hazy glow that enveloped him entirely. Humph, attempting to ambush me? Not a chance. Liang Fong smirked with satisfaction. Bang! Before he could finish his words, the defensive barrier shattered, and the mirror splintered into countless shards. However, thanks to the protective talisman, Liang Fong finally discerned the nature of his assailant. A flying sword, no longer than the size of a palm. A flying sword. Liang Fong's heart sank in terror, and he hastily called out, "Stop, fellow cultivator. Spare my life, esteemed senior." Among cultivators, the lethality of sword practitioners far surpasses that of their peers. More importantly, the ability to wield such a formidable flying sword indicated that its wielder had long surpassed the golden course stage. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Liang Fong had no choice but to plead for mercy. Lin Jianzi, however, did not overreach. He sheathed the flying sword. As it vanished in an instant, Liang Fong breathed a sigh of relief, only to be confronted by Zhang Yang, who appeared before him. Spare your life? That comes at a price, compensation for your life. Calculating the worth of a peak golden core, he demanded, "Convert that into a monetary value for me." What did you say? Liang Fong could not help but inquire. Having just lost a protective talisman, he found it outrageous that he was being asked for a life compensation. Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly, "This was originally a matter concerning the Shao family, with no connection to your Qingfeng sect. Yet, you chose to interject. Are you implying that there is a connection between your sect and the theft of my Qingyuan copper mine? The Qingfeng sect is a recognized sect. How could it engage in such thievery?" The onlookers cast astonished glances at Liang Fong. No. This has nothing to do with our Qingfeng sect." Liang Fong hurriedly waved his hands, vehemently denying the accusation. He understood that if the reputation of the Qingfeng sect were tarnished, no one would join or conduct business with them in the future. "I am friends with Shao Jianxun. I came to assist him," Liang Fong continued, attempting to justify himself. He seized the opportunity to extol the virtues of the Qingyun sect, claiming that some individuals had impersonated its members to create trouble. "I thought the Qingyun sect, being an ancient sect, deserves respect, which is why I offered to help." His implication was clear, having already considered the Qingyun sect's dignity. How could they still pursue him for trouble? Zhang Yang smiled faintly. "But just moments ago, you were saying otherwise, even attempting to educate my elder." "I heard every word." Turning to Lin Jianzi, he remarked, "Master, it seems you ought to pay a visit to the Qingfeng sect. They appear to be quite extraordinary." Lin Jianzi nodded slightly. A straightforward person at heart, genuinely contemplating the matter. Liang Fong's expression stiffened, and after a brief moment, he hurriedly replied, "This is merely a trivial issue. How could I trouble the esteemed senior with such matters? Ah, I just remembered. You are the esteemed Ling Yun from Qingyun. You once guided my master. My master often reminds me of the debt of gratitude for your guidance and insists that should I ever encounter you, I must offer a token of appreciation. This is just a small gesture from me. I hope you will graciously accept it." As he spoke, several jade boxes and bottles of elixirs were presented. Lin Jianzi was taken aback, genuinely believing there was some truth to this, and could not help but inquire, "Who is your master?" This left Liang Fong utterly bewildered. Why was this senior pursuing him so relentlessly? Zhang Yang stepped forward, taking the jade box and elixir from Liang Fong's hands, and remarked with a smile, "Master uncle, it is quite natural for someone of your stature to forget things." He understood perfectly well that Qingfeng sect was several hundred miles away from Qingyun. If Liang Fong's master truly wished to express gratitude to Qingyun, would he hesitate to make that journey? Lin Jianzi glanced at Zhang Yang and chose not to press further. Zhang Yang then turned to Shao Jianxun, speaking in a measured tone, "Your Shao family has pilfered from my Qingyun mine. I am bringing you to Qingyun not only to clarify matters, but also to discuss potential collaboration in mining operations. Given your family's lack of discernment, there is no need for further negotiation. We shall engage others to extract from the mine. However, your Shao family must compensate for the profits accrued over the years. And yes, the talisman I employed against you earlier must be accounted for as well." Shao Jianxun's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily replied, "Our Shao family is willing to compensate, but let us not complicate matters. Would it not be better for us to continue mining the site? In truth, Qingyun's sect had not ventured into the outside world for quite some time. To outsiders, it seemed as if Qingyun had sealed its doors, particularly in recent decades. When even disciples were not being accepted, the situation was evident. Thus, the concept of Qingyun had faded from many minds. Moreover, who could ascertain the exact territory of Qingyun's sect from years past? Coupled with the backing of Qingfeng's sect, this was the rationale behind the Zhao family's audacity to encroach upon Qingyun's territory for mining. When news of Qingyun's emergence spread, the Zhao family and Qingfeng's sect were incredulous. Their instinct was to suspect that someone was impersonating Qingyun's sect. Another possibility was that the younger disciples of Qingyun had taken independent action. This style of operation was wholly inconsistent with Qingyun's established conduct, leading to the collaboration between Qingfeng's sect and the Zhao family. They did not anticipate that they would encounter a formidable expert emerging from Qingyun. Upon confirming the situation, they had no choice but to concede, especially when Zhang Yang indicated the possibility of cooperative mining. How could the Zhao family let such an opportunity slip away? They had invested significantly in the copper mine to establish it. It was inconceivable to relinquish this advantage to others. Lin Jianzi furrowed his brow and inquired via voice transmission. Why don't we mine ourselves? Since the copper mine belongs to Qingyun and is of great importance to it, we should retain control. Zhang Yang responded helplessly, we lack personnel. Currently, the older members of Qingyun are not involved in daily affairs, and the newly initiated disciples have yet to mature. I alone am capable of managing. But how much can I truly oversee? Another consideration was that if they did not allow the Zhao family to continue mining, they would irreparably offend both the Zhao family and Qingfeng's sect. Zhang Yang continued, Qingyun has not traversed the outside world for many years. Reclaiming our possessions is certainly justified. However, leaving no room for others to maneuver would be detrimental to our future endeavors. I could vanquish both Qingfeng's sect and the Zhao family with a single strike. Lin Jianzi scoffed. Zhang Yang smiled and remarked, they merely stole some items. It hardly warrants a death sentence. After all, these matters are not your forte. I shall handle them. After briefly explaining the situation to his master uncle, Zhang Yang addressed Xiao Jianchun, stating, let us first discuss compensation to ascertain your family's sincerity before deciding on any collaboration. Xiao Jianchun hastily gestured for them to enter, saying, please, come inside. Let us sit down and deliberate at our leisure. In the main hall of the Zhao family, a more harmonious atmosphere prevailed. Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi occupied the esteemed seats, while Xiao Jianchun and Liang Feng sat in the guest positions, wearing courteous smiles. We began mining the copper a decade ago, Xiao Jianchun stated directly. Our annual yield is approximately 100,000 pounds. The miners are rather slow. And that is all we have managed to extract. If you have doubts, feel free to inspect the mine. Zhang Yang did not dwell on the veracity of Xiao Jianchun's words and inquired. So, over the past 10 years, you have extracted 1 million pounds of copper ore? The last batch I brought back was around 50,000 pounds, from which we refined 1,000 pounds of pure copper, 20 pounds of red copper, and approximately 1 pound of copper mother. It seems your family has profited quite handsomely over the years. All these materials are essential for crafting magical artifacts. As Ling Yunzi recalled how many materials had been stolen from Qingyun, and that they were so impoverished they could not even afford spirit stones, his gaze turned notably colder. Noticing Ling Yunzi's discontent, Xiao Jianchun hurriedly explained, the initial copper ore had a lower quality than what we currently extract. However, since the Qingyun sect is willing to entrust the mining to our Zhao family, we can compensate based on the current quality for the past yield. What do you think? Fearing that the Qingyun sect might refuse, he quickly added, regardless, we have invested significant effort into mining the copper ore over the years. He understood that he could not afford to be ambiguous. If they were not a match in strength, they must concede. If the Qingyun sect were displeased and chose not to allow them to mine, while also pursuing past profits, the Zhao family would truly be finished. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, stating, we can accept this, but you must promptly repay the past yield. Xiao Jianchun sighed in relief, a smile emerging on his face, for resolving the lingering issues would suffice. He then inquired, what about the division of the copper ore? How does a 40-60 split sound? Zhang Yang was somewhat taken aback. You would willingly concede 40%? No. Xiao Jianchun quickly waved his hands. Our Zhao family is responsible for both mining and refining. If we only take 40%, it would be too much of a loss. 40% will suffice. Zhang Yang replied coolly. You need not concern yourselves with the refining. Simply extract the ore, and we shall collect it ourselves. Xiao Jianxun hesitated, and Zhang Yang snorted. Your family is already benefiting significantly. You ought to be content. With a wry smile, Xiao Jianxun nodded. Very well, we shall accept the 40%. They would still need to allocate a portion to the Qingfeng sect, leaving even less for the Xiao family. However, given the current circumstances, they had no choice but to acquiesce. The Qingyun sect will send personnel to inspect the mines, hoping that there will be no further complications in your mining operations. Otherwise, the next resolution may not be as straightforward. Zhang Yang's gaze fixed upon Xiao Jianxun. Furthermore, please prepare the compensation for us to take back to the sect. Xiao Jianxun responded promptly, assuring, rest assured, our Xiao family harbors no ulterior motives. As for the compensation, we currently lack sufficient funds. May I request some time to gather the necessary resources? A portion of the cultivation materials has already found its way into the pockets of the Qingfeng sect, and thus, they must contribute to the compensation as well. However, discussing this in front of the Qingyun sect is rather delicate. The plan is to first appease the Qingyun sect before negotiating thoroughly afterward. You have 3 days to prepare, Zhang Yang declared, rising to his feet and turning to Lin Jianzi. Master, let us proceed to the inn. We still have other matters to discuss. His advertisements for talismans had been circulated, and naturally, they needed to be sold. Additionally, he required other resources to bring back to the Qingyun sect. Xiao Jianxun quickly stood up, smiling. You two esteemed guests are more than welcome to stay at my Xiao family, and we are also interested in purchasing some talismans. Zhang Yang regarded Xiao Jianxun with a bemused expression. The Qingyun sect lacks funds for compensation, yet you have the means to buy talismans? Xiao Jianxun's expression shifted, awkwardly smiling in response. Zhang Yang did not press further and departed with Lin Jianzi. After Liang Fong and Xiao Jianxun saw the two off, and once their figures vanished from sight, Xiao Jianxun slammed his thigh in frustration. Liang Daoyu, does your esteemed sect have no other experts to deal with the Qingyun sect? Liang Fong replied with a wry smile. Our Qingfeng sect has been established for merely a century, while the Qingyun sect has a legacy of 5 millennia. Do you comprehend the significance of a 5,000-year-old sect? Xiao Jianxun frowned deeply. Yet, did you not say that the Qingyun sect is not formidable? If they were truly so strong, would they have dared to provoke us in the first place? Liang Fong pondered. It is said that the Qingyun sect has encountered certain upheavals that have led them to their current state. However, even in their diminished form, they remain a force beyond our Qingfeng sect's capabilities. We had hoped the Qingyun sect would remain indifferent, now that they have come to us. We must accept our fate. Xiao Jianxun looked crestfallen. To part with so many hard-won materials is truly disheartening. Yet, there is no alternative now. We must concede. Nevertheless, Liang Daoyu, your Qingfeng sect must contribute somewhat to the compensation. Liang Fong chuckled. We shall provide 30%, but do not be hasty. Our Qingfeng sect has already utilized much of those materials, and there is little left. The losses your Xiao family incurs can be compensated from other sources, such as elixirs or artifacts. Regardless, we must continue our collaboration, yes? Xiao Jianxun considered this and nodded in agreement. Then I shall gather the materials and also clarify the matter with the sect leader. Liang Fong clasped his hands in acknowledgement and took his leave. After watching Liang Fong depart, Xiao Jianxun began issuing orders to gather resources. Meanwhile, he summoned his trusted aide and instructed, You shall make a journey to the imperial capital and inform His Highness of this matter. It is imperative to convey that our Xiao family will no longer have such an abundance of materials to offer. Understood, replied the steward, taking his leave. After arranging the tasks, Xiao Jianxun furrowed his brow in contemplation, unable to suppress a deep sigh. On the other side, Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi had not ventured far from the Xiao residence when they were abruptly intercepted by an elderly gentleman clad in a brocade robe. Gentlemen, my master requests your presence. I kindly ask you to accompany me, the brocade-clad elder stated politely. Zhang Yang pretended not to hear, continuing his stride. Upon witnessing Zhang Yang's indifference, Ling Yunzi too opted not to halt. Though he possessed superior cultivation, he could not deny that Zhang Yang was far more astute. Thus, he naturally adhered to Zhang Yang's lead in their endeavors. The expression of the brocade-clad man shifted to one of displeasure as he hastily pursued them. Lowering his voice to implore, Gentlemen, I am the steward of the city lord's mansion. I beseech you to grant us the honor of your presence. We are here to purchase talismans. We wish to procure all your talismans. Finally, Zhang Yang paused and inquired, What is the price? 200 spirit stones per talisman. The steward of the city lord's mansion replied with a smile. Zhang Yang's ire flared, feeling as though they were being treated like beggars. He smiled faintly, scanned the surroundings, and raised his voice. We shall publicly solicit bids at Hanqing Tower. Anyone wishing to purchase talismans should come there to find us. Oh, and do inform your master that we are not merely selling a few talismans. We are directly collaborating with the Qingyun sect. Hence, we expect a show of sincerity. With that, he departed, leaving no opportunity for the steward to respond. Several figures swiftly vanished into the shadows. The steward of the city lord's mansion, his expression changing dramatically, hurried away as well. Chapter 17. Bidding at Hanqing Tower. My lord. This is how the situation unfolded, the steward recounted, embellishing the encounter with Zhang Yang. They showed us no respect, and even declared their intention to publicly solicit bids at Hanqing Tower, seemingly intending to sell openly. City Lord Anqing chuckled coldly. Does the Qingyun sect truly believe they can behave as they did in the past, relying solely on their cultivation to disregard my authority as city lord? If that is the case, let us show them a thing or two. The steward gasped in alarm and hastily cautioned, My lord, provoking them may not be wise, especially since they have a formidable expert among them. We may not be able to contend with him. City Lord Anqing merely smiled mildly. Who said anything about taking action? Those sect members have let their cultivation muddle their minds. Is it necessary to resort to force against them? Dispatch a message to all merchant associations and family factions in Anqing City. They are forbidden from participating in this bidding at Hanqing Tower. Those who dare to defy this order shall be expelled from Anqing City and barred from standing in the empire. I shall see to it that the talismans from the Qingyun sect find no buyers. In the realm of cultivation, talent reigns supreme, but in business, intellect is paramount. High cultivation is of no consequence. In due course, I shall compel them to personally seek out my city lord's mansion, offering them a pittance for their wares. The steward's eyes gleamed with admiration. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. He promptly dispatched individuals to relay the message. The news of Zhang Yang's intention to sell talismans reached the ears of the shrewd individuals in Anqing City. Particularly the prospect of the Qingyun sect's collaboration in selling the talismans stirred great excitement, as everyone recognized the substantial profits that lay within. Thus, each household dispatched their decision-makers to Hanqing Building, all resolute in their intention to secure a partnership regarding the talismans. As these individuals set forth, the smaller merchant associations and lesser factions within Anqing City began to perceive the unfolding situation and hastened to Hanqing Building. In a tranquil courtyard in the southern part of the city, a middle-aged man clad in blue hurriedly entered, urgency evident in his tone as he spoke. Miss, our opportunity has arrived. What opportunity? A woman, captivating yet enigmatic, emerged. I have just learned that the Qingyun sect intends to sell talismans in Anqing City. This is our prime opportunity. To establish ourselves here, we must possess something unique, and the talismans from the Qingyun sect are precisely what we need. Furthermore, the Qingyun sect is no ordinary entity. Collaborating with them would greatly benefit our current situation, the middle-aged man exclaimed with enthusiasm. The enchanting woman slightly nodded, her expression tinged with curiosity as she inquired, if this news is indeed true, it would be splendid. However, we have not heard of the Qingyun sect's activities for quite some time. Could this not be false information? The middle-aged man replied with a confident smile. It cannot possibly be false. Everyone in Anqing City is heading to Hanqing Building, reportedly for a bidding event. Bidding? How intriguing. She smiled, her demeanor brightening. Then we shall also attend. With a flick of her hand across her face, her features transformed into those of an inconspicuous stranger, accompanied by her maid. The middle-aged man followed closely behind as they made their way to Hanqing Building. Upon Zhang Yang presenting his spirit stones and revealing his identity, the innkeeper, filled with trepidation, promptly escorted him to the top floor of the 5-story Hanqing Building, which, though not the tallest structure, was among the most notable. Seated atop, they enjoyed a sweeping view of the city. Esteemed guests, we offer the finest spirit tea. May I interest you in a pot? The innkeeper inquired cautiously. The price set at 100 spirit stones. Although somewhat steep, it should not pose a concern for the two. Moreover, the spirit tea was known for its calming effects, greatly beneficial for cultivation. Upon hearing the price, Ling Yunzi was inclined to refuse outright. This represented a substantial portion of their Qingyun sect's resources. How could it be squandered on mere tea? Bring it, Zhang Yang commanded with a wave of his hand. And if you have any excellent spirit wine, bring that as well. The innkeeper paused in astonishment. Then his face lit up with joy. We have 100 spirit wine, crafted from over 100 spirit herbs, said to accelerate the gathering of spiritual energy. It is 500 spirit stones per pot. Shall I bring a pot for the esteemed guests? Though not a cultivator himself, the innkeeper appeared remarkably knowledgeable about spiritual items. Bring 2 pots. Zhang Yang gestured. Ling Yunzi felt a pang of frustration, contemplating whether to chastise this extravagant companion. Unable to restrain himself, he transmitted a thought. Though we currently possess some spirit stones, we must be frugal. Have you forgotten that we have over 80 individuals whose cultivation resources remain unprepared? Master Uncle, we are not indulging ourselves. We are here to conduct business. Zhang Yang replied earnestly. Ling Yunzi, unfamiliar with such social intricacies, questioned why conducting business necessitated such lavish expenditures. However, having observed Zhang Yang's methodical approach over the past few days, he chose to remain silent for the time being. After a brief moment, the innkeeper, with a weathered face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum, entered bearing 2 jugs of wine and a pot of tea. Esteemed guests, please indulge in your spiritual tea and wine at your leisure. Zhang Yang gestured for the innkeeper to withdraw, pouring himself and Ling Yunzi each a cup of the celestial tea, indicating, please, Master Uncle. Ling Yunzi blinked, puzzled. Isn't this a business discussion? Ignoring Ling Yunzi's comment, Zhang Yang raised the cup of spiritual tea and drank it down in one gulp, feeling a wave of refreshing energy emanate from his chest throughout his body. The golden elixir within his spiritual sea seemed to ripple slightly, undergoing a subtle transformation. Zhang Yang's heart soared with joy. Indeed, this was the essence of cultivating immortality. Enjoying food and drink could lead to enlightenment. Why must one endure hardship and meditate for dawn? Ling Yunzi gazed at the mist rising from his cup, then at Zhang Yang, and drank it all in one go. I appreciate you, Master Uncle, for accompanying me on this journey. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Zhang Yang uncorked the 100 spirits wine and began pouring. Let me toast to you, Master Uncle. As your Master Uncle, it is my duty to protect you. Ling Yunzi replied, no longer hesitating, raising his glass and downing the drink. Delicious. Without needing Zhang Yang's assistance, he grabbed the wine jug and poured himself another cup. Zhang Yang felt a surge of delight within, raising his cup to Ling Yunzi before drinking it all as well. As the spirit wine coursed through him, he immediately sensed a torrent of spiritual energy rushing through his meridians, prompting him to channel his techniques to guide the chaotic energy into his spiritual sea, nourishing the golden elixir. The energy from just 1 cup of wine would take him at least a month to cultivate on his own. This expenditure was indeed worthwhile. Just as he filled his 2nd cup, the door swung open, and a gaunt elder entered. Upon stepping inside, he caught a whiff of the rich aroma of spiritual wine and tea, prompting him to hasten his steps. I am Huang Qiao, the steward of the Hongfu Chamber of Commerce, the largest in Anqing. I come sincerely to discuss talisman trade with you esteemed masters. Zhang Yang nodded. Please, have a seat. Let us wait for half an hour until everyone arrives. Then we shall deliberate further. Huang Qiao nodded vigorously, taking a seat. As the steward of the chamber, he had certainly tasted spiritual tea and wine before. However, given his meager salary, such indulgences were rare for him. Now, being able to partake freely was a delightful opportunity. Just as Huang Qiao settled in, before any wine could be poured, a 2nd individual arrived, followed shortly by a 3rd. There was no need to wait half an hour. Within just a quarter, several decision-makers from various factions had gathered. They exchanged glances filled with veiled hostility, though outwardly they smiled at one another. Since most have arrived, let us toast with the 100 spirits wine from Hongqing Tower, then commence our discussion on the exclusive talisman trade. Zhang Yang began pouring the wine. Just as he filled the last cup, hurried footsteps echoed, and a young man rushed in, whispering urgently into Huang Qiao's ear. Huang Qiao's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Ladies and gentlemen, my concubine has given birth. I must take my leave. He spoke as he hurried toward the exit, clearly in a great rush. Huang Qiao's sudden departure left the others in a state of bewilderment. An old man laughed heartily and jested, Look at that old Huang, without a wife, yet he indulges in frivolities. The others nodded in amusement, deciding to disregard him and focus on their own discussions. Zhang Yang, with a sly smile, regarded the group and remarked casually, Let us wait a moment. Perhaps someone's concubine is about to give birth. Though the previous whispers were barely audible, How could they escape Ling Yunzi's keen perception? The city lord has forbidden any faction within Anqing City from cooperating with the Qingyun sect. Those who defy this order shall be expelled. This was the message the young man had conveyed to Huang Qiao. The others, bewildered, wondered if they were unaware of their own concubine's conditions. Yet, with the Qingyun sect's elder asserting such, they opted to bide their time. After a brief interval, a middle-aged man rushed in and whispered something to the old man. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he rose, stating, "Gentlemen, my wife has passed away. I must return home." With two peculiar incidents in quick succession, the others began to sense an underlying strangeness. Soon, individuals began to arrive and depart in quick succession. Each person left with an awkward demeanor. While the initial ones sought excuses, the latter simply clasped their hands in farewell and exited without explanation. In an instant, the once bustling top floor of Hongqing Tower fell silent, leaving only Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi. How dare they insult the Qingyun sect? Ling Yunzi seethed with rage. I must confront this city lord and ascertain the extent of his audacity. Observing the gathering for business, he had anticipated Zhang Yang would yield a profit for the Qingyun sect, only to be thwarted by the city lord's interference. Considering he had just spent over 1,000 spirit stones without achieving any outcome, Ling Yunzi's fury intensified. While the Qingyun sect had maintained a low profile in recent years, they were not to be trifled with. Years of cultivation should not be met with indignities. Uncle, hold on. Zhang Yang interjected hastily. If you confront the city lord now, we shall not hold the moral high ground. If we appear tyrannical and unreasonable, no one will wish to collaborate with the Qingyun sect in the future. Ling Yunzi, brimming with anger, retorted, so we simply endure this? Zhang Yang shook his head, certainly not. However, if we are to seek trouble with the city lord, it must be done with greater tact. Uncle, temper your ire, it is unnecessary. Ling Yunzi sat down forcefully and downed his drink in one gulp. We haven't even sold our talismans yet. He sighed, pondering their predicament. Zhang Yang too contemplated how to resolve the situation. He had not anticipated that the city lord would prohibit all factions from cooperating, which hindered the Qingyun sect's plan to introduce talismans into Anqing City. Selling the talismans in his possession was not inherently difficult. They could simply set up a stall or openly hawk their wares at Hongqing Tower. Such a disgrace was unfortunate, but it could not become their standard practice. While Zhang Yang was still deep in thought, the door swung open once more and several individuals entered. He was taken aback to see more people arriving. A trio of individuals appeared, led by a woman clad in a black dress, her complexion fairer than snow, and her figure enchanting, though her countenance bore an air of ordinariness. Accompanying her were a maid and a servant, indicating she hailed from a prominent family. Such a visage seemed unworthy of such a form. Greetings, Wang Mingyue. Have you wandered into the wrong place? Zhang Yang inquired, puzzled. The woman in black chuckled. If this is indeed the bidding venue for your Qingyun sect, then I am in the right place. Oh, please, have a seat. May I ask your name? Zhang Yang stood to extend an invitation. Wang Mingyue. Yearning for my homeland? Zhang Yang blurted out. Wang Mingyue froze momentarily, while the maid bore a look of dismay and the middle-aged man in green raised an eyebrow. Zhang Yang quickly realized his faux pas and smiled apologetically. I beg your pardon. Upon hearing your name, a poem came to mind. I did not mean to be so forward. He genuinely did not expect anyone to bear such a name, sensing it might be a pseudonym. Wang Mingyue chose not to respond to Zhang Yang, instead surveying the table's arrangement and remarked, your bidding setup appears quite unique. The guests have yet to arrive, yet the wine has already been poured. Zhang Yang laughed and replied, they were indeed here, but perhaps we have offended the city lord, who forbade collaboration, prompting their departure. I must kindly ask you to leave as well. You shall depart sooner or later. Wang Mingyue took a seat across from Zhang Yang and asked, you tell me this so readily. Do you not fear the talismans will remain unsold? Zhang Yang replied with a proud smile, good things never fear being unsold. Besides, this is not something that can be concealed. You will learn of it in due time, so why hide it? The middle-aged man in green nodded and quietly advised Wang Mingyue, Miss, we truly should not offend the city lord, especially since we need to find refuge in Anqing City. Offending him would lead us into trouble. Wang Mingyue pondered in silence. Zhang Yang astutely grasped the implication in the middle-aged man's words and asked, you are not from Anqing City, are you? The middle-aged man's gaze involuntarily flickered towards Ling Yunzi. Wang Mingyue turned to Zhang Yang and affirmed, we are indeed not from Anqing City, nor even from the Yinshan Empire. Thus, we cannot afford to offend the city lord. Even though we desire your talismans and see this as an opportunity for profit, we must forego it." After speaking, she rose to leave. Zhang Yang also stood, smiling as he said, "If you merely require a place to stay, that is easily arranged." "Oh." Wang Mingyue halted, looking back at Zhang Yang, awaiting his explanation. Zhang Yang gestured towards Qingyun sect. 300 miles away lies Qingyun market, which is within our domain. I can grant you accommodation there and agree to collaborate on the sale of your talismans. A market? Wang Mingyue pursed her lips, clearly unimpressed by the notion of a market. Even in a state of destitution, she would not consider such a place. Zhang Yang, with an air of confidence, remarked, "Miss Wang Mingyue, while you may currently look down upon Qingyun market, I assure you, in the near future, seeking refuge there will be as challenging as scaling a mountain. If I were in your position, seizing a piece of land in Qingyun market at this very moment would be the wisest investment. You have journeyed from a distant land to this place for a reason, and your safety is far from assured. Yet, Qingyun market offers a guarantee of security." Wang Mingyue smiled faintly and remarked, "Isn't your Qingyun sect the greatest threat? Moreover, what authority do you possess to vouch for the Qingyun sect? What qualifies you to speak of expanding a mere market?" Lin Jianzi cast a significant glance at the middle-aged man in blue and replied to Wang Mingyue, "He indeed can provide assurance, for he is the acting leader of the Qingyun sect." "What?" Wang Mingyue gazed at Zhang Yang in disbelief. The middle-aged man in blue also looked astonished at Zhang Yang, questioning how such a young and seemingly frail acting leader could exist within the Qingyun sect. Chapter 19. "You have money. I have a gun." Wang Mingyue resumed her seat, her gaze scrutinizing Zhang Yang with uncertainty. Even after a considerable time, she found it hard to believe that the individual before her was the acting leader of the Qingyun sect. Having some knowledge of the sect's past, she was astonished by the revelation. After a while, her expression returned to normal, and she slowly spoke, "I believe you possess the qualifications. But there are specific reasons for the Qingyun sect's current predicament. Your leaders have yet to resolve their own issues, yet you dare to promise me a foothold? I trust you can ascertain that my problems are far from simple." Zhang Yang nodded, fully aware that Wang Mingyue was not even her real name, accompanied by formidable servants, and had journeyed from a foreign land seeking a place to settle. All signs indicated brewing trouble behind her facade. Before Zhang Yang could respond, Wang Mingyue continued, "Moreover, I truly fail to see any potential in a mere Qingyun market." Zhang Yang smiled slightly and countered, "Do you know what the Qingyun sect was like at the height of its glory?" "I have heard some whispers," Wang Mingyue acknowledged with a nod. Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly, "Although the Qingyun sect has faced some upheavals leading to its decline, and the previous leadership's insular strategies resulted in its downfall, the foundation of the Qingyun sect remains intact." Lin Jianzi shot Zhang Yang a sidelong glance, implying that he was referring to their previous leadership. Zhang Yang, seemingly oblivious to Lin Jianzi's expression, continued, "If the Qingyun sect's foundation were truly lost, how could the Qingyun still exist today? It would have long been divided among many. What the Qingyun lacks is faith in reform. With confidence in reform, the splendor of Qingyun may yet be restored. When Qingyun soars once more, do you believe the Qingyun market will still be merely a small market?" Lin Jianzi sighed deeply. 1,000 years ago, there was a Qingyun city, 100 times larger than the present Anqing city. If not for the upheavals experienced a millennium ago. The middle-aged man in blue nodded slightly, indicating he had also heard of such a grand city. Yet, Wang Mingyue remained unfazed, calmly stating, "Although what you say is factual, your Qingyun sect currently struggles even against a mere city lord. If you cannot overcome the challenges before you, how can you speak of soaring? It is merely floundering in a quagmire." Zhang Yang smiled and said, "I acknowledge that there are many short-sighted individuals who do not hold a favorable view of Qingyun. Yet, it is precisely due to the existence of such narrow-minded people that the greatest opportunities arise. Just imagine, when everyone recognizes Qingyun, would I still regard their approval as valuable?" Wang Mingyue shot a piercing glare at Zhang Yang, feeling as if he was subtly deriding her. Her tone grew noticeably colder as she replied, "Your slogans may resonate loudly, but if even the matter of selling talismans necessitates your presence as the acting leader, it is evident that Qingyun lacks capable individuals, with no one to rely upon. Daydreaming about revitalizing Qingyun is nothing but folly." "Miss Wang Mingyue, what do you consider a 2-day talent and energy absorption?" Zhang Yang suddenly inquired. Wang Mingyue was taken aback by his unexpected question, pausing momentarily before responding earnestly, "That would indeed be considered a talent. In my time, it took me 3 days to successfully absorb energy, and that was with the assistance of my forebears. If one can achieve this in 2 days, they would be superior to me. She began to grasp Zhang Yang's intention and looked at him. Even if you can absorb energy in 2 days, it remains futile for you alone to confront the situation Qin Yun is facing. Zhang Yang chuckled meaningfully. Such talents exist. Qin Yun has 87 of them, although many among them are traitors. C2 Mingyue is blissfully unaware, making her a valuable asset in our endeavors. For Qin Yun to flourish, what we lack is funding. We cannot afford to miss any opportunity. Impossible, Wang Mingyue retorted in shock, instinctively countering his claim. Yet, she sensed that Zhang Yang would not resort to such an obvious ploy for mere showmanship. Suddenly, a cold smile crept onto her face. Have all the talents in the world been snared by your Qin Yun sect? Such rare talents have all flocked to Qin Yun? Is it not a glaring oversight that the sect has failed to recognize this? The middle-aged man in blue robes looked astonished at Lin Jianzi. Could it be that the leadership of Qin Yun this time is so inept as to overlook such an evident issue? Lin Jianzi remained expressionless and silent. Zhang Yang continued to observe Wang Mingyue with an amused smile, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. She, irritated, asked, "What are you staring at? You are quite astute." Zhang Yang nodded. "But have you heard of the concept of infernal affairs? Are you familiar with the term wind?" Wang Mingyue was bewildered. What is the issue with wind? What is infernal affairs? Not only Wang Mingyue, but others were also perplexed, for these terms were unfamiliar to them. Seeing the confident smile on Zhang Yang's face, Wang Mingyue felt a surge of impulse, a desire to visit the Qin Yun market. Although she could not fathom the details, she could envision that the future of Qin Yun would undoubtedly be filled with dramatic changes, especially with this man before her, who seemed to possess profound insight and confidence regarding it all. She was eager to witness how he would propel Qin Yun to new heights. If he truly succeeded, it would indeed be spectacular. However, her rationality triumphed over her impulse, and she did not readily agree. I can visit the Qin Yun market to observe before making a decision, Wang Mingyue finally stated. Once I have made my choice, I shall proceed accordingly. Zhang Yang chuckled. I have already demonstrated the value of collaborating with Qin Yun. Miss Wang Mingyue, why not showcase your own abilities? I am wealthy, Wang Mingyue replied with a proud smile. Wealthier than you could ever imagine. That is splendid, Zhang Yang responded. Zhang Yang couldn't help but rub his fingers together in secret, welcoming Miss Wang Mingyue to the Qin Yun market. She appears to be a wealthy lady. Is she a princess in exile, or perhaps a descendant of a once great family? Could she even be the heir of a fallen sect? Regardless of her identity, wealth makes everything easier to discuss. He chuckled softly. Wang Mingyue smiled faintly, cautioning him not to rejoice too early, for things may not unfold as he wishes. With that, she rose and departed. Once she had left, Ling Yunzi adopted a serious tone, remarking, "This girl is not simple. The servant by her side is quite formidable." Zhang Yang, curious, inquired, "Master, are you unable to see through him? If he were to strike, could you prevail?" Ling Yunzi smiled with pride. "There are few who can triumph over me." Meanwhile, upon returning to her courtyard, Wang Mingyue turned to the middle-aged man in green and asked, "Uncle Qin, how credible do you find his words?" The man pondered seriously before responding, "I cannot say. However, it is certain that Qin Yun has changed from what it once was. Moreover, there is no doubt about that young man's identity. Anyone capable of enlisting Ling Yunzi's protection must be a significant figure within the Qin Yun sect." Wang Mingyue asked with curiosity, "Uncle Qin, do you know Ling Yunzi?" The man shook his head with a smile. "I do not know him personally, but among this generation of Qin Yun sect, only the 7 sons of Qin Yun remain. The aura he exudes is sharp. He is most likely a practitioner of the sword path. Among the 7 sons of Qin Yun, only Ling Yunzi cultivates the sword path, so it must be him. Who is stronger between you and him?" Wang Mingyue inquired. The man sighed with resignation. "Miss, although the Qin Yun sect has fallen, they have once known great wealth. They possess top-tier cultivation techniques, supreme artifacts, and profound understanding of the Tao. In a life-and-death struggle, I would surely be no match for him. If he wields a spiritual weapon or the like, then there would be no contest. Is he truly that strong?" Wang Mingyue murmured. "Uncle Qin, do you think I should collaborate with the Qin Yun sect?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "My task is to ensure your safety. Such significant matters of collaboration must be decided by you alone." Wang Mingyue contemplated for a long while, and gradually a decision began to form in her heart. Chapter 20. The Dragon Guard Pursuit in the City Lord's Mansion. The Lord wore a mocking smile as he glanced at Hanqing Tower. He turned to his steward and asked, Has anyone defied my orders and collaborated with the Qingyun sect? The steward replied with a grin, our spies have been monitoring Hanqing Tower. Initially, Huang Qiao and others arrived, but suddenly they all left. In Anqing City, it is still you who calls the shots, my lord. As soon as he finished speaking, another spy rushed in with a report. My lord, someone has entered Hanqing Tower and has yet to come down. The steward's expression darkened. Just as he claimed that no one had defied orders, someone had slapped him in the face. The city lord raised an eyebrow and chuckled. I would like to know who in Anqing City possesses the audacity to disregard my commands. It is a woman in a black dress accompanied by maids and servants. We do not yet know her identity. We know all the important figures in Anqing City, and they do not appear to belong to its factions. The steward furrowed his brow. Such significant matters of collaboration typically do not fall to ordinary individuals to decide. Thus, these three were rather peculiar. Investigate their origins. The city lord commanded coldly. Yes. The steward hurriedly left. The lord of the city furrowed his brow, appearing rather displeased. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi leisurely finished a pot of tea at Hanqing Tower and took the remaining pot of wine with them. This leftover wine was naturally intended for the other members of their sect. Ling Yunzi glanced at Zhang Yang, then at the untouched cups of wine on the table. He picked them up one by one and drank them all in one go. Zhang Yang's eyelids twitched. Master uncle, there's no need for that. It would be a shame to waste it. Ling Yunzi replied with a serious expression. Zhang Yang was left speechless, feeling a twinge of bitterness in his heart. How could the once prosperous Qingyun sect have come to such a state that Ling Yunzi was reluctant to discard a few cups of leftover wine? Master uncle, let's first buy some supplies, then find an inn to meditate for 2 days, and finally go to the Zhao family to collect the payment. Zhang Yang spent over 1,000 spirit stones as they departed from Hanqing Tower. He then made his way to various merchant guilds, embarking on a spree of extravagant purchases. The few tens of thousands of spirit stones the Qingyun sect possessed were of little use. It would be wiser to convert them entirely into resources, particularly talismans and medicinal herbs, with any surplus available for sale. However, Zhang Yang refrained from purchasing materials for crafting, knowing that the Zhao family would soon compensate with a batch, which should suffice for the time being. After his shopping spree, he retained 5,000 spirit stones, having spent all his resources in exchange for a substantial amount of talisman paper and medicinal herbs, along with a vial of spiritual blood from a demon beast at the nascent soul stage and a piece of beast hide, specifically for the purpose of painting spiritual talismans. Once the procurement was complete, the two proceeded to the inn, where they established a barrier in their guest room and settled down to cultivate. They had not thoroughly refined the spiritual wine and tea consumed earlier, so they took this opportunity to absorb and refine them. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Upon leaving the inn, Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi made their way to the Zhao family. The Zhao family, having long been prepared, welcomed Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi with courtesy. This is the copper ore we have ready, refined copper, purple copper, and a small amount of copper mother. The remaining portion, we truly cannot provide, Zhao Jianxun said earnestly. If you wish to offset it with other items or settle with spirit stones, how would you like to proceed? Zhang Yang inspected all the materials before putting them away and turned to Zhao Jianxun, saying, let's settle it with spirit stones. There is a shortfall of 1/3 of the materials, which is quite substantial. Does the Zhao family possess that many spirit stones? Seeing Zhang Yang's agreement, Zhao Jianxun finally felt at ease. Speaking of spirit stones, he grew confident and smiled, stating, my Zhao family is one of the 3 major families in Anqing City, and we can even be regarded as the most powerful family in terms of influence. We do have some spirit stones. For the missing 1/3 of the materials, we are willing to compensate the Qingyun sect with 300,000 spirit stones. How does that sound to you? That sounds perfect. Zhang Yang agreed. Spirit stones were also in high demand for the Qingyun sect, and this batch would sustain them for a while. Zhao Jianxun promptly handed over the spirit stones to Zhang Yang, and then lowered his voice, saying, I have already heard about the matters concerning the city lord's mansion. Our Zhao family still has to live in Anqing City, so it would not be wise to openly defy the orders of the city lord's mansion. If you are agreeable, we would like to purchase the remaining talismans at 500 spirit stones each. His acquisition of the talismans was a gesture of goodwill towards the Qingyun sect. After the departure of the Qingyun sect, he intended to sell a portion of these talismans at a more favorable price to the city lord's mansion, thereby pleasing both parties. After all, the Zhao family had a collaborative venture with the Qingyun sect regarding a mine. and it was reasonable to assume that the city lord's mansion would comprehend this approach. As for the city lord's mansion causing difficulties for the Zhao family, they indeed had backing within the empire. Zhang Yang shook his head slightly, stating, I am not seeking to sell these talismans. Rather, my aim is to secure a long-term exclusive selling arrangement. Since the Zhao family is hesitant to offend the city lord's mansion, so be it. Such quality items will certainly attract discerning buyers. We need not worry about sales. Given the current lack of an open market and my financial stability, what is the point of selling these talismans? Primarily, 500 spirit stones per piece is far too low, not worthwhile. Seeing Zhang Yang's reluctance to sell the talismans, Xiao Jianxun refrained from pressing further, as this aligned with the regulations of the city lord. After completing their bulk purchases, Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi departed from the Xiao residence, preparing to return to the Qingyun sect. Just as they exited, Wang Mingyue and her companions awaited them outside. Let us proceed to the Qingyun market and assess the situation there, Wang Mingyue suggested. Zhang Yang nodded, glancing at Wang Mingyue's maid. She likely cannot fly. With a flying treasure, Wang Mingyue raised her hand to reveal a boat-shaped artifact, which expanded at her command, allowing the three to board. Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback. Observing Wang Mingyue as private flying vessel, such wealth was extraordinary. The two did not hesitate to board the artifact, soaring towards the Qingyun sect. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, the steward rushed in with a grave expression, stating, We have yet to ascertain the origins of those three individuals. We only know they hail from the Yunting Empire. The Yunting Empire shares a border with the Yunshan Empire, their relations oscillating between cordiality and animosity, with minor skirmishes occurring but no significant conflicts. Foreigners? The city lord's eyes narrowed. Seize them. If we are unafraid of the Qingyun sect, why should we fear foreigners? Just as the steward was about to issue orders, he noticed a flying vessel streaking across the sky. This is not good. They have escaped, heading towards the Qingyun sect. It appears they reached some agreement at Hongqing Tower. Otherwise, those foreigners would not be heading to Qingyun sect. My lord, shall we pursue them? Pursuing now could provoke the Qingyun sect. Openly offending them would not bode well for us. The city lord hesitated briefly before instructing. Order the Flying Dragon Guard to probe the situation. If the Qingyun sect exhibits a strong stance, return immediately. The Flying Dragon Guard is a formidable military unit composed of cultivators from the Yunshan Empire. Understood. Soon, a flying vessel ascended within Anqing City, chasing after Zhang Yang and the others. Wang Mingyue noticed the situation, realizing that the Flying Dragon Guard of the Yunshan Empire had mobilized. It seemed that Anqing City was not entirely inept. They must have traced our whereabouts. Indeed, the middle-aged man in green glanced back at the pursuing vessel, then turned his gaze towards Zhang Yang and Ling Yunzi. The Qingyun sect had boldly claimed they could protect them, now that the Flying Dragon Guard had arrived. They were prepared to observe the Qingyun sect's reaction. Ling Yunzi, having already harbored ill feelings towards Anqing City due to the city lord's interference with the talisman sale, finally found an outlet for his frustrations upon seeing the Flying Dragon Guard's arrival. Just as he was about to take action, he was halted by Zhang Yang. Master Uncle, allow me to handle this. Zhang Yang smiled faintly, intending to demonstrate our Qingyun's stance and potential to Miss Wang Mingyue, to ascertain whether it truly aligns with our plans and aspirations. If you act, Miss Wang will undoubtedly be unconvinced. It would be far more persuasive if I were to intervene. Wang Mingyue cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Yang. After all, they were facing the Flying Dragon Guard of the Yunshan Empire, where even the squad leaders were golden core cultivators, and the ordinary members were all successful foundation establishment cultivators. The combat prowess of this Flying Dragon Guard far surpassed that of the golden core stage. She was curious to see how Zhang Yang, a mere golden core cultivator, would contend with the Flying Dragon Guard. Chapter 21. This golden core is different. The flying vessel came to a halt, and Zhang Yang appeared in midair, confronting the members of the Flying Dragon Guard. What is your intention? The flying vessel of the Flying Dragon Guard also came to a stop. As ordinary members knocked their arrows, each one inscribed with talismans, emanating a distinct fluctuation of spiritual energy, clearly not ordinary arrows. The captain of the Flying Dragon Guard bellowed, I suspect there are spies from enemy nations among you. Submit to our inspection immediately, or do not blame us for being impolite. Zhang Yang coldly smiled. Yunshan Empire truly does not regard our Qingyun with any seriousness. It is one thing to send people to pilfer our mining sites repeatedly, but the Lord of Anqing is remarkably audacious, scheming against us and daring to pursue. Who do you think you are? The captain of the Flying Dragon Guard retorted coldly, "Enough chatter. Everyone, return with me for an investigation. Only after we clarify matters can you leave. Am I giving you face?" Zhang Yang casually waved his hand, and a golden rope shot forth from his sleeve. It was initially only 3 feet long, but as it caught the wind, it swiftly expanded to dozens of feet in length, thick as a barrel, spiraling around the Flying Dragon Guard's vessel like a dragon. Talisman binding rope. The squad leader shouted, "Fire." All members of the Flying Dragon squad immediately released their talisman arrows, each imbued with spiritual energy, striking the binding rope. The arrows merely tickled the rope, which remained as immovable as a true dragon, continuing to coil around the vessel. The captain of the Flying Dragon Guard was taken aback. "This is a spirit-level binding rope. Quickly, activate the vessel's protective shield and channel all power to retreat to Anqing City." Magical treasures are categorized into implements, treasures, spirit tools, and the rumored immortal tools, each further divided into 9 ranks. The first rank is the most precious, while the 9th is the least. As the highest grade of spirit tool in the cultivation world, such items are rare, and to encounter one now was unexpected. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the captain of the Flying Dragon Guard immediately ordered a retreat. With the full support of all members, the flying vessel emitted a shield to withstand the binding rope, which, much like a dragon, firmly ensnared the vessel. In truth, not only was the captain of the Flying Dragon Guard shocked, but Wang Mingyue was equally astonished. She was not surprised that the Qingyun sect possessed spirit tools, given its ancient lineage and 5,000 years of history. However, the spiritual power required to operate the spirit tool is far beyond what a mere golden core cultivator can provide. It is typically only the great cultivators who can truly wield the spirit tools to unleash their full potential. She understood clearly that Zhang Yang was indeed a golden core cultivator, and even a nascent golden core one, who had yet to perfect his golden core. What right did he have to manipulate a spirit tool of such caliber as the binding of Immortal's rope? Then, a more astonishing scene unfolded. Zhang Yang produced a pill and consumed it, restoring his magical energy, and once again hurled a cerulean banner. Under the impetus of his spiritual power, the banner rapidly expanded, simultaneously attracting various laws of heaven and earth. He then cast the banner towards the flying vessel ensnared by the binding of Immortal's rope. The protective shield, which had been resisting the binding of Immortal's rope, shattered under the banner's influence. A band-breaking banner. A band-breaking banner of spirit tool caliber. The captain of the Flying Dragon Guard turned pale. He knew they were doomed. Without the protection of the flying vessel's shield, even he, a golden core cultivator, had no means of resistance, let alone the ordinary members of his team. "Get down," Zhang Yang commanded, forcefully pressing the flying vessel down to the ground. He then approached the vessel, examining the runes inscribed upon it, showing no signs of concern for the Flying Dragon Guard. Yet, all members of the Flying Dragon Guard dared not move. The binding of Immortal's rope still coiled around the vessel. Should they dare to act, they would surely perish beneath its grasp. Their only course of action now was to await the decree from the Qingyun sect. The captain of the Flying Dragon Guard trembled, at a loss for words as he looked at Zhang Yang. His previous arrogance evaporated. However, he was perplexed, unsure of what Zhang Yang found intriguing about the runes on the vessel. Each flying vessel's runes were akin to a cipher. Without knowledge of these codes, one could not operate the vessel, and only the owner would possess this knowledge. Therefore, he could not comprehend Zhang Yang's actions. He pondered how to mitigate the situation. What he did not anticipate was that after a brief observation, Zhang Yang smiled faintly and channeled his spiritual power into the vessel's runes. "Out with all of you." With a commanding shout from Zhang Yang, the members of the Flying Dragon Guard felt the vessel tremble, forcibly ejecting them from it. Subsequently, the massive vessel shrank down to the size of a palm, landing in Zhang Yang's hand. The members of the Flying Dragon Guard stared in disbelief. This was. Soon, the captain regained his wits, exclaiming in despair, "That is our vessel. You cannot take it." He instinctively rushed forward, attempting to reclaim the vessel, which was the heart of each squad within the Flying Dragon Guard, more important than their very lives. Losing the vessel would mean their expulsion from the Flying Dragon Guard. Zhang Yang raised his hand and commanded, "Stay put." A spell immobilized the captain, rendering him unable to move. "Return to the Yunshan Empire and relay this message. I have taken the vessel. Should you desire it back, come to the Qingyun sect." With that, he stowed away the band-breaking banner and the binding of Immortal's rope and turned to depart. The Flying Dragon Guard could only watch helplessly as Zhang Yang and his companions vanished from sight. Once they were out of view, the captain of the Flying Dragon Guard, his face pale, uttered, "Let us return to Anqing City and report this matter at once. The matter has escalated beyond their capacity to resolve." Soon, the Flying Dragon Guard returned to Anqing City. Upon learning that the airship had been seized, the city lord of Anqing sank heavily into his chair, cold sweat trickling down his forehead involuntarily. How dare they? How dare they? The airship is a crucial strategic asset for the Flying Dragon Guard, and its theft signifies a grave predicament. Even if he is not directly responsible, he bears significant accountability, let alone the fact that this incident is indeed a result of his governance. It appears that his tenure as city lord has come to an end. Yet, he cannot fathom why the Qingyun sect would dare to seize the airship. The Qingyun sect has been in decline for so many years. How could they provoke the Yinshan Empire? Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he were to go to Qingyun to apologize and offer reparations, might he be able to reclaim the airship? As he contemplated this course of action, the captain of the Flying Dragon Guard interjected. It is said that there are still unresolved matters between our Yinshan Empire and Qingyun. Additionally, we may not be able to retrieve the airship. The city lord's heart sank once more. How could such a valuable airship be returned so easily? As the lord of Anqing, he could not possibly offer compensation for even one airship. He forced a bitter smile, realizing that he would have to report this matter upward. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had he known it would come to this, why had he ever provoked the people of Qingyun? If these events had not transpired, would everything not have been perfectly fine? Alas, there are no what-ifs. Chapter 22. The enormous potential of Qingyun. How did you accomplish this? Have you concealed your true power? Wang Mingyue incessantly inquired of Zhang Yang, her eyes brimming with disbelief. For a golden core cultivator to wield a single spiritual artifact is already astonishing, yet Zhang Yang managed to control two. Where does a golden core cultivator acquire such immense spiritual energy? Even more shocking was the fact that Zhang Yang had forcibly taken control of another airship. She felt a twinge of wariness, fearing that Zhang Yang might approach her airship's core and seize control of it as well. She simply could not comprehend how this was achieved. Not only was she perplexed, but the middle-aged figure in the green robe also found it bewildering. He observed clearly that Zhang Yang's cultivation level was merely at the golden core stage, yet his spiritual energy was more formidable than that of a nascent soul cultivator. This was utterly abnormal. He glanced at Ling Yunzi, only to find him equally astonished, transmitting a voice of incredulity. "Ling Yunzi, are you not aware of his circumstances?" Ling Yunzi shook his head with a wry smile, replying, "Before today, he had never engaged in combat. Zhang Yang is one of the next generation's leaders they have nurtured, always accompanied by one of the 7 sons of Qingyun for protection. In times of crisis, the 7 sons had already resolved the issues. Had Zhang Yang not insisted on taking action today, Ling Yunzi might have never realized the depth of Zhang Yang's spiritual energy. As for the spiritual artifacts, they were merely protective measures provided to Zhang Yang. Spiritual artifacts possess their own consciousness and can automatically provide defense without requiring activation by their master. However, without sufficient spiritual energy to drive them, spiritual artifacts cannot unleash their full potential. Observing the earlier performance of the binding immortal rope and the breaking restraint flag, despite their modest display of power, they were indeed activated. Thus, Ling Yunzi was perplexed about the situation. After persistently questioning Zhang Yang for a considerable time without receiving an answer, Wang Mingyue finally conceded and inquired, "How long did you spend gathering qi?" "About a day," Zhang Yang replied honestly. Unsatisfied, Wang Mingyue retorted, "What do you mean by about? If it's a day, it's a day. If not, then it's not. I know you possess exceptional talent, but being coy serves no purpose." Zhang Yang smiled and explained, "When my master and uncles first taught me to gather qi, I was unable to sense the spiritual energy, which took a whole day. Later, when they concentrated the spiritual energy, I finally perceived it and succeeded immediately, hence it counts as a day." Wang Mingyue was taken aback. To gather qi, one must first sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then draw it into the body. This entire process is termed qi gathering. When she gathered qi, it took her 3 days just to absorb the first strand of spiritual energy. Yet Zhang Yang, having spent a day merely because he initially could not sense the energy, implied that the actual time spent successfully gathering qi was far less than a day. A genius? This was extraordinary. She understood that anyone chosen by the Qingyun sect to be a successor would undoubtedly possess remarkable talent, yet she did not anticipate it to be so astonishing. However, her confusion deepened. If your talent is indeed so extraordinary, why are you still at the golden core stage? Wang Mingwei gazed at Zhang Yang and asked, "Where did your training lag? How long did it take to refine your body?" Zhang Yang glanced at her and countered, "Among the 87 qi gatherers of the Qingyun sect. Can you see the potential of Qingyun now?" Wang Mingyue, slightly impatient, responded, "I acknowledge the immense potential of your sect. Rest assured, since we agreed to come to Qingyun Market, we are nearly prepared for collaboration. As a partner, it is reasonable for me to understand your talent, is it not?" "Reasonable." Zhang Yang nodded. "Since you wish to know, I shall tell you. I spent a day gathering qi, a month refining my body, 2 months achieving the sea opening stage, 3 months for the Tao seed to manifest, successfully establishing my foundation, and in the following 6 months, I will reach the golden core stage." Wang Mingwei gasped. "You have only been cultivating for a year?" 10 years of cultivation. 9 years ago, I reached the golden core stage, and I still am. This. Wang Mingwei was at a loss for words. Achieving the golden core in a year was indeed remarkable. Yet after 10 years to still be at the golden core stage could only be deemed as an ordinary talent, couldn't it? Zhang Yang chuckled lightly. "Perhaps I have acquired too much knowledge and have not rushed to break through. I have remained at the golden core stage all these years. I have 1 master and 6 uncles, learning various skills from them." Wang Mingyue thought this plausible, shaking her head in regret. "If you had dedicated all your thoughts to cultivation, you would have likely reached an unfathomable realm by now." Zhang Yang smiled faintly and remained silent. He had contemplated breaking through, but found it impossible. His golden core was like a bottomless pit. Even 9 years of qi refining could not fill it. Otherwise, why would he be so eager to reform the Qingyun sect? Was it not his hope to utilize abundant resources to transcend the golden core stage? The flying vessel reached Qingyun Market, and as Wang Mingyue gazed upon the significantly smaller marketplace compared to Anqing City, she sighed. This place is truly dilapidated. The path to revitalization seems fraught with challenges. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. Currently, Qingyun Market served as a gathering place for the surrounding villagers. A remnant of the influx of individuals who had come to Qingyun for assessments a century ago. This iteration of Qingyun Market indeed held little allure. However, once the name of Qingyun sect re-enters the public consciousness, the market is bound to attract attention, particularly when the talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts produced by Qingyun sect become available for purchase. Many will undoubtedly flock to Qingyun Market. Zhang Yang paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, in the future, Qingyun sect will actively recruit disciples to ascend the mountain. This will draw aspirants from all directions, including representatives from various factions, thus creating commercial opportunities. Additionally, we at Qingyun sect will devise strategies to stimulate the economy of Qingyun Market. For instance, we might consider opening secret realms. Lin Jianzi was taken aback, questioning the existence of any such secret realms within Qingyun sect. Wang Mingyue, unaware of the sect's true circumstances, was astonished. Qingyun sect is actually willing to open secret realms to outsiders? Zhang Yang smiled faintly. If the opportunity arises, why not? Wang Mingyue stared at Zhang Yang in disbelief. Not only was his talent exceptional, but he also possessed such audacity. Suddenly, she declared, "It seems my decision to come to Qingyun Market was indeed correct. I shall commit to this collaboration. I intend to invest in you, Qingyun, and I hope you do not disappoint me." Zhang Yang felt a surge of joy within. He had showcased his talent and charmed her, all to attract investment for Qingyun sect. Finally, the investment had arrived. However, he refrained from immediate acceptance and instead said meaningfully, "Collaboration requires sincerity, and yet, I know nothing of Miss Mingyue's background. Even your name could be fictitious. Without basic trust, how can we collaborate?" "Fair enough," Wang Mingyue responded, wiping her face, revealing her true appearance with a radiant smile. "I am Situ Mingyue from the Yunting Chamber of Commerce. It is an honor to meet Taoist Zhang Yang, the acting leader of Qingyun sect, and to pay my respects to Elder Ling Yun." As Zhang Yang beheld her countenance and figure, he mused inwardly that she must have been a top-tier celebrity in her past life. Chapter 23. The True Identity of Lin Jianzi. A woman of elegance and grace is often described as such. If only her figure is commendable, but her visage lacks appeal, the sentiment is significantly diminished. And vice versa holds true as well. Previously, Zhang Yang had felt that Situ Mingyue was a pity, possessing a remarkable physique, yet marred by an unremarkable face. Only now did he realize that Situ Mingyue had employed a disguise. Zhang Yang could not deny that Situ Mingwei indeed resembled those stunningly beautiful celebrities of yore. However, he was no stranger to the world. Though he found her captivating, he quickly regained his composure. In his past life, he had tasted success and had encountered many women, including models and stars. He had pursued women before, but now, his aspirations lay in the pursuit of immortality through cultivation. Women would only serve to hinder his progress. Quite satisfactory. Zhang Yang nodded slightly, inquiring about the nature of the Yunting Chamber of Commerce and what had brought them to the Yunsan Empire. Situ Mingwei had been observing Zhang Yang's expression, and when she noticed his astonishment at her beauty, she couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. She had encountered many who were similarly captivated, and it was rare to find anyone unimpressed by her appearance. However, as she saw Zhang Yang quickly regain his composure, she felt a twinge of confusion. How could he recover so swiftly, so nonchalantly? She had witnessed numerous disciples from prestigious sects blushing and stammering before her. Yet this young man displayed remarkable self-control. What could account for such a reaction? With a hint of displeasure, she remarked, "You are, after all, the acting leader of the Qingyun sect, yet you exhibit such a lack of discernment. The Yunting Chamber of Commerce is the largest in the Yunting Empire, practically a royal institution. Our business operations extend throughout the empire, with ventures in other territories as well." Zhang Yang chuckled. "I have hardly ventured beyond the Qingyun sect, so it is only natural that my experiences are limited. However, with the Yunting Chamber's impressive stature, why do you not remain at home?" Situ Mingwei felt a constriction in her chest. Taking a deep breath, she resolved not to engage in a battle of wits with Zhang Yang. "I have stirred up trouble and am compelled to leave the Yunting Empire. However, the intentions of those pursuing me are directed at me alone. As long as I am absent, they would hesitate to offend my family. Now that you understand my predicament, do you still dare to collaborate with me?" Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before asking, "Can you still mobilize the resources of the Yunting Chamber? Is there a possibility for Qingyun to collaborate with your chamber?" He recognized that the trouble forcing Situ Mingwei to flee was undoubtedly significant. Yet, if the Yunting Chamber, as a top-tier state enterprise of a great empire, could forge a connection or even collaborate, Qingyun's issues would pale in comparison. Situ Mingwei furrowed her brow, responding, "Did you not comprehend my words? I fled precisely because I feared returning. If I were to reach out to the Yunting Chamber, it would expose my whereabouts. With so many voices within the chamber, news could leak, resulting in severe complications for me, and potentially harming the interests of the Yunting Chamber as well. Can you or can you not?" Zhang Yang fixed his gaze upon Situ Mingwei. With a huff, she replied, "Of course I can." Zhang Yang smiled. "I have a proposition. You could join the Qingyun sect. My master and 6 senior uncles possess unique skills, and particularly, my 4th and 7th uncles are stunningly beautiful. It would be quite fitting for you to become their disciple. By enticing the daughter of a major chamber into the Qingyun sect, we could establish a lucrative trade route. Moreover, that middle-aged man in the green attire is a formidable expert. The Qingyun sect would instantly gain another powerful ally. It seems advantageous from every angle." Situ Mingwei smirked coldly. "You harbor a clever scheme, seeking to leverage my Yunting chamber for the benefit of the Qingyun sect. But what are my troubles?" Zhang Yang replied earnestly. "Once you join the Qingyun sect, you will become one of our disciples. While Qingyun may be in decline, if anyone dares to bully a disciple of ours, the entire Qingyun sect will stand against it. Wouldn't you agree, senior uncle Lingyun?" "Indeed," came the affirmative response from Lin Jianzi. Silence enveloped Situ Mingwei, yet the restless movement of her eyes betrayed the turmoil within her. At that moment, she was engaged in quiet calculations, pondering the reliability of the Qingyun sect as her potential support. Was it prudent to join Qingyun so hastily? After much contemplation, she turned her gaze towards Lin Jianzi and inquired softly, "Senior, may I ask, can Qingyun truly protect me?" Lin Jianzi replied with an unperturbed demeanor. "Though Qingyun is comprised of but a few individuals, we remain steadfast in our ideals and are prepared to confront any adversary that dares to challenge us." "What if it were a power such as the Langyus Sacred Land?" Situ Mingwei asked, her voice steady. "Would Qingyun dare to face them?" Lin Jianzi shifted his attention to Zhang Yang and remarked, "The 2 individuals I mentioned earlier include one who has already entered the Langyus Sacred Land." "Oh." Zhang Yang recognized one of the abducted senior brothers and nodded in understanding. Lin Jianzi continued, addressing Situ Mingwei, 50 years ago, there was a battle involving our esteemed master, Qin Jianzi, and Tan Xiushui of the Langyus Sacred Land." "Ten Elder?" Situ Mingwei exclaimed in surprise. The middle-aged man in blue could not restrain his curiosity and interjected, Lin Yun Daoist. What was the outcome of that battle? With pride, Lin Jianzi declared, the conflict concluded within 10 exchanges. And Tan Xiushui was forever barred from stepping within 1,000 miles of our Qingyun sect. This vast territory has been recognized as Qingyun's domain for over a millennium. A fact well known among the major sects, he added, leaving Situ Mingyue and her companions astounded. Tan Xiushui was renowned throughout the world as a formidable figure within the Langya sacred land, yet he had suffered a significant defeat in silence against Qingyun. Zhang Yang, however, remained oblivious to Tan Xiushui's reputation and felt no surprise. The Qingyun sect's leader is truly formidable. The middle-aged man in blue shook his head in disbelief, saying, I do not underestimate you, but you are merely at the nascent soul stage. The implication was clear. How much higher could Qin Jianzi's prowess truly be? Lin Jianzi chuckled softly and responded, on the surface, he is our elder brother, but in truth, all our skills have been imparted by him. Our master was indifferent at that time, and it was our elder brother who taught us. However, due to certain circumstances, he cannot leave Qingyun's sect, otherwise, we would not be in our current predicament. I have made my decision. I shall become the disciple of the sect master. Situ Mingyue exclaimed, leaping to her feet. With such an extraordinary master, I am eager to see if the Langya sacred land dares to trouble me further. Lin Jianzi shook his head. Our elder brother has not taken on disciples for the past decade. If it were not for Zhang Yang's exceptional talent, he would not have made an exception. If you truly wish to join Qingyun, both 4th junior sister and 7th junior sister would be willing to teach you. Rest assured, we Qingyun members are very united. Situ Mingyue's expression fell. Why was it that she was being denied? Zhang Yang, grinning, remarked, your Yunting Merchant Association is quite prosperous, while our Qingyun sect is rather impoverished. If you were to make a generous donation, I assure you, the master would gladly accept you as a disciple. He unabashedly offered up his master. Situ Mingyue responded with a cold laugh. Did you not just extol the immense potential of Qingyun? Did you not speak of Qingyun's might? You lured me to the Qingyun market under false pretenses, thinking I was unaware. Once I meet the master, I shall certainly lodge a complaint against you. After a brief pause, she swiftly transformed her demeanor and declared with great bravado, Master brother, I am willing to donate 1 million spirit stones. Do you think that is sufficient for master to accept me as a disciple? Bring it forth. Zhang Yang replied without hesitation, assuring her, do not worry. I will take care of the apprenticeship matter. Such a wealthy lady should not be overlooked. In Chapter 24, Mingyue seeks apprenticeship. Situ Mingyue made the decision to join the Qingyun sect, and both parties reacquainted themselves. At this juncture, everyone became aware of the identity of the middle-aged man in blue, who was a guest elder of the Situ family, named Qin Yushu. The Situ family had saved his life, and thus he remained to serve them. This time, it was Qin Yushu who was responsible for protecting Situ Mingyue during her escape. As for Situ Mingyue's maid, her name was Chun Xiao. However, a dispute arose when Situ Mingyue offered the spirit stones. 1 million spirit stones? Is this all you can offer me? This is hardly even 10,000 spirit stones. Zhang Yang glared at Situ Mingyue. Although the spirit stones she provided were of a richer essence, the disparity was too great. Situ Mingyue rolled her eyes. These are medium-grade spirit stones. Do you really think I agreed to give you 1 million of those? Dream on. That would amount to 100 million ordinary spirit stones. A sum I could not possibly muster even if I sold the Yunting Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Yang had never encountered medium-grade spirit stones. Qingyun sect was simply too impoverished. Realizing his lapse in understanding, he chuckled. I must clarify. What if, dear junior sister, you were indeed referring to medium-grade stones? Situ Mingyue was left speechless, discovering that her master brother was excessively avaricious. The group made a brief sojourn at the Qingyun market before heading to the Qingyun sect. Since Qin Yushu had no ties to Qingyun, he remained in the market. Although Chun Xiao was also an outsider, due to Situ Mingyue's generous donation, she was permitted to ascend the mountain to care for her. Upon Zhang Yang's arrival, Dan Chenzi and others emerged. The last time Zhang Yang ventured out, he returned with a considerable amount of spirit stones and materials, benefiting everyone greatly. Now that he had returned, it was presumed he brought back yet more treasures. However, upon noticing the presence of outsiders, everyone maintained an air of composure, refraining from solicitations. This is my master, Qin Jianzi, the current head of the Qingyun sect. You have met my second uncle, Lin Jianzi. Now allow me to introduce the 7 sons of Qin Yun to you, junior sister. Upon seeing Qinjianzi, C2 Mingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Disregarding her modesty, she stepped forward and performed a grand bow. Disciple C2 Mingyue pays her respects to master. In C2 Mingyue's eyes, Tan Xiushui was a legendary figure, and Qinjianzi, who had effortlessly defeated him, appeared as a deity. Faced with the opportunity to become a disciple of such a master, she could hardly afford to be shy. Qinjianzi was taken aback, puzzled by the sudden approach of this young girl seeking to become his disciple. Zhang Yang cleared his throat and smiled at Qinjianzi. Master, my junior sister is also a prodigy. She shall undoubtedly live up to your esteemed teachings. Qinjianzi understood. This young man had previously returned with one disciple and was now bringing back another. Was he specifically collecting disciples for him? Though he accepted only one disciple, it was as if he had taken in numerous. Seeing Zhang Yang persistently signaling, Qin Yunzi inwardly scoffed, yet with a smile gracing his features, he said, Rise. For henceforth you shall be my disciple. This gesture of acknowledgement was granted, primarily due to the tangible results of Zhang Yang's reforms, which instilled a sense of hope in him. Upon witnessing that she had indeed become a disciple under Qin Yunzi, Situ Mingyue was filled with excitement and earnestly performed the customary bow of apprenticeship. Henceforth, she too would be a disciple of Qin Yunzi. With a warm smile, Qin Yunzi added, Shortly, your senior brother will guide you in discovering a commendable cultivation technique. Devote yourself to practice. He has already received my true teachings, so consult him for any uncertainties. Should he be unable to assist you, you may return to me. The onlookers, including Ling Yunzi and others, felt a sense of deja vu wash over them, quickly recalling their own initiation into the sect, which had unfolded in a similar manner. Situ Mingyue paused momentarily, but soon comprehended that with her current level of cultivation, she was indeed not qualified to seek guidance from Qin Yunzi. Nevertheless, she resolved to diligently cultivate and swiftly elevate her realm, striving to surpass Zhang Yang, at which point he would no longer have the standing to instruct her, and she could instead enlist him to lead her to their master. After concluding her apprenticeship, Situ Mingyue departed with her maidservant to arrange for their accommodations, for they would both be residing at Qin Yun's sect to cultivate, necessitating suitable lodgings. Once she had taken her leave, Qin Yunzi turned a fierce gaze upon Zhang Yang and exclaimed, Who permitted you to accept a disciple on my behalf? One disciple is already a headache. I have no desire to take on more. 1,000,000 spirit stones. Zhang Yang replied with a grin. Master, is one disciple worth 1,000,000 spirit stones? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even Qin Yunzi was slightly taken aback, inquiring, What transpired? Ling Yunzi shot Zhang Yang a sidelong glance and explained to Qin Yunzi, Senior brother. He persuaded you to accept Situ Mingyue, and she has granted him 1,000,000 spirit stones, along with some materials. What? Wallingzi exclaimed with delight. Are there high-quality talisman papers? Is there any spirit blood? Bai Linzi's spirits lifted as she extended a hand toward Zhang Yang. With this wealth, grant me beauty elixirs. Joy illuminated the faces of all present, for it had been quite some time since Qin Yun's sect had experienced such prosperity. Even Qin Yunzi could not suppress a smile. Yet he quickly adopted a stern demeanor and admonished, You would sell your master for a mere 1,000,000? How lacking in ambition. As the sect leader, I must claim the lion's share of that 1,000,000. You must allocate at least 300,000 spirit stones to me. Zhang Yang retorted grumpily, Master, this is essential funding for the development of Qin Yun's sect. Demanding 300,000 is excessive. I have significant use for these spirit stones and cannot part with so many. No, you must provide me with 300,000. Qin Yunzi insisted, his tone serious. You little rascal, remember, it was my funds that procured your spatial ring. Reflect on how I have treated you over the years. Now that you possess wealth, you refuse to share even a portion of the spirit stones? Do you not consider my kindness? Ling Yunzi nodded in agreement. These spirit stones must be allocated. Dan Shenzi seemed to recall something as he repeatedly nodded. Zhang Yang, you know how your senior brother has treated you. Therefore, you must part with these spirit stones. Indeed, I too concur that you should provide them. Zhang Yang regarded the 7 disciples of Qin Yun with surprise. How could they all be in unanimous agreement? He contemplated for a moment and said, Master, if you have any significant need for spirit stones, please state it directly. There is no need for such moral coercion. Although the Qin Yun sect is indeed in urgent need of spirit stones, they can be earned through various means. 300,000 may not suffice. I shall offer you 400,000, and you may manage the excess as you see fit. It is no small feat to unify the opinions of the 7 sons of Qin Yun, hence he generously added an extra 100,000. Qin Jianzi chuckled. With this batch of spirit stones, I can enjoy a leisurely period. After this, do not seek me, for I must be away for a time. Wait. Lin Jianzi hastily interjected. Senior brother, the attitude of the Cloud Mountain Empire has been rather peculiar this time. On our return journey, we even had an altercation. He then recounted the incident involving Zhang Yang and the Flying Dragon Guard. However, the others were far more intrigued by Zhang Yang than by the Cloud Mountain Empire. You, who have reached the core formation stage, can utilize spirit artifacts? Or even two. Walingzi gazed at Zhang Yang with a peculiar expression. Have you been hiding something valuable? Qin Jianzi also regarded Zhang Yang with curiosity and suddenly inquired, what vision did you perceive when you introspected your golden core? Nothing at all. Zhang Yang replied, somewhat astonished. Is there a problem? Isn't your golden core like this? The countenance of the others shifted momentarily before returning to normal. Zhang Yang, focused on Qin Jianzi, remained oblivious to their expressions. Qin Jianzi's demeanor stiffened, and he soon shook his head helplessly. Your golden core is exceedingly ordinary. Our golden cores embody the paths we cultivate. For instance, your uncle Ling Yun's golden core contains the essence of a sword, hence he follows the sword path. Now I comprehend why you sought to reform the Qingyun sect. With a golden core like yours, it indeed requires more cultivation resources. Nevertheless, there are merits as well. Your spiritual energy is far more robust than that of other golden cores, since you have consumed more resources and devoted more time to cultivation. It is only natural for your spiritual energy to be more substantial. Zhang Yang nodded repeatedly, agreeing with this reasoning. However, when his intention to reform the Qingyun sect was uncovered, he denied it, saying, Master, my reforms for Qingyun are not for my own benefit. Do as you please. Qin Jianzi waved his hand dismissively. Hurry and return to your cultivation. It is quite a wonder that I, Qin Jianzi, have accepted such a disciple. He appeared rather dissatisfied. Zhang Yang left, feeling somewhat dejected. Was his golden core truly so lacking? Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he departed, Qin Jianzi cast layers of restrictions and laughed uproariously towards the heavens. Heaven bless Qin Yun. Another has forged a chaotic golden core. May the ancestors bless us. This generation of Qin Yun shall be liberated. Chapter 25. Third grade golden core. Lin Jianzi and the others stared in astonishment at Qin Jianzi. In their memories, Qin Jianzi rarely lost his composure. Yet now he was so undone by this chaotic golden core. What exactly is this chaotic golden core? Senior brother, that should suffice, the junior sister reminded, tapping the table. Haha. Qin Jianzi laughed heartily for a moment longer before finally settling down, beckoning. Come, sit, do not be formal. Bai Lingzi spoke with annoyance, who has been courteous. Pray tell, what is the nature of Zhang Yang's chaotic golden elixir? What extraordinary qualities does this elixir possess that renders you so peculiar? Qin Jianzi shot a glare at Bai Lingzi before responding. You should be aware that when a Dao seed coalesces into a golden elixir, the rudiments of the cultivation path are already present. For instance, when you, the second one, formed your golden elixir, it already bore the shape of a sword, leading you to pursue the sword path subsequently. The same can be said for the rest of you. The 6 nodded in understanding, their astonishment at Zhang Yang's golden elixir stemming from this very phenomenon. However, they remained uncertain whether this circumstance was advantageous or detrimental, thus refraining from expressing their thoughts. The third grade golden elixir determines the heights of future cultivation, Qin Jianzi stated gravely. The lowest tier, the third grade golden elixir, is murky and shapeless, often derisively termed blank slate golden elixir within the cultivation community. Such a golden elixir begins with a disadvantage, making it exceedingly challenging to achieve any substantial results in the future. The second grade golden elixir, like yours, has already manifested the rudiments of the Tao upon its formation, hence it is referred to as the Tao golden elixir. Although the Tao golden elixir is a significant improvement over the blank slate, its path is already set, limiting it to the second tier. For example, your sword path elixir allows for rapid progress along the sword path, but if you were to pursue other paths, your advancement would become sluggish. The first grade golden elixir, known as the primordial chaotic golden elixir, is versatile and can adapt to multiple Tao paths. I am a primordial chaotic golden elixir. I can pursue the sword path if I wish, or the alchemical path if I desire. Lin Jianzi and the others gazed at the boastful Qin Jianzi, their expressions tinged with nostalgia. This was the illustrious senior brother they had once known. The current Qinjianzi had merely become a sect leader, a far cry from the remarkable figure they had encountered in their youth. Senior brother, you are truly remarkable. The junior sister gazed at him in awe. Bai Lingzi shot a fierce glare at the junior sister before turning her attention back to Qinjianzi, asking, "You still haven't elucidated the chaotic golden elixir?" Qinjianzi cleared his throat twice, suppressing his prideful demeanor, and continued, "While the third-grade golden elixir possesses a ranking, it is not the true determinant of ultimate potential. Historically, there have been instances of blank-slate golden elixirs achieving fruition and ascending to immortality. Conversely, there are also primordial chaotic golden elixirs that, due to their greed for numerous Tao powers, ultimately rendered themselves incapable of cultivation. In contrast, the Tao golden elixir follows a singular path, and each Tao golden elixir exerts every effort to achieve remarkable accomplishments. However, the chaotic golden elixir is different. At this point, Qinjianzi's expression grew conflicted. The chaotic golden elixir is merely a legend, and I do not possess extensive knowledge of its peculiarities. Yet, one particular trait is evident. The chaotic golden elixir is impervious to any Tao power, unaffected by spiritual energy, demonic energy, or any other influences. It can refine all Tao powers for its own use, whether it be spiritual energy, demonic energy, or the power of the nine nether. The chaotic golden elixir absorbs it all without discrimination. Lin Jianzi and the others were utterly astonished, gazing at Qinjianzi in disbelief. Qinjianzi spoke with profound significance. You are all aware that we have been tainted by the aura of demons and malevolence, which must be refined and expelled. If left within us, it will contaminate our golden elixirs and corrode our yuan infants and primordial spirits, ultimately leading us astray from the path of immortality. Now, do you comprehend the immense importance of this chaos golden elixir to us? Senior brother, how can you be certain that Zhang Yang's golden elixir is a chaos golden elixir? Lin Jianzi inquired curiously. What if his elixir is an ordinary one? Qinjianzi retorted impatiently. How can I be certain? Because there has been historical documentation of chaos golden elixirs in the annals of Qingyun. Otherwise, how could I ascertain this? Furthermore, an ordinary golden elixir is chaotic within, containing something. But did you not listen carefully? Zhang Yang's elixir possesses nothing. It is void, embodying true emptiness. Precisely because it contains nothing, it can embrace everything. But how does he cultivate? Walingzi expressed her concern. Qinjianzi shook his head. I do not know. I am not a chaos golden elixir. How can I know how to cultivate? His path is for him alone to tread. However, the growth of a chaos golden elixir undoubtedly requires innumerable cultivation resources and rare treasures of heaven and earth. Once he matures, I shall be liberated. At that time, I shall travel the world. The junior sister volunteered. Senior brother, I will accompany you then. Qinjianzi laughed heartily. Of course, that is no problem. Bai Lingzi snorted softly and suddenly remarked, Senior brother, hearing you say that, your primordial golden elixir does not seem so remarkable. From your earlier demeanor, I thought the primordial golden elixir was invincible in the world. She then departed. Qinjianzi stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate a response for a long while. The others exchanged glances and gradually left. As the junior sister finally exited, she encouraged, Sister has such a character. Do not take offense, senior brother. Now that we have 400,000 spirit stones, things should be much easier for you. It is best to attend to matters promptly. Qinjianzi watched his junior sister leave, tears streaming down his face. The youngest is indeed the most considerate. His figure vanished in an instant. At this moment, the owner of the Chaos Golden Elixir was in a fierce confrontation with his junior sister. This is my territory. You should leave at once. I refuse. I intend to stay here. If you dare bully me, I will tell Master. Zhang Yang returned home after a meeting only to discover that his abode had been usurped. Situ Mingyue and her maid had claimed his small courtyard as their own. A quarrel ensued. Zhang Yang, somewhat irate, exclaimed, I spent years crafting this courtyard, and you think you can just take it? Let me be clear, that will not happen. Besides, I am the senior brother. How dare you show me disrespect? Do not forget, it was I who brought you to Qingyun. Situ Mingyue chuckled. I am the junior sister. You must yield to me. Moreover, I sacrificed 100,000 spirit stones to join Qingyun. You believe I am unaware of your intentions regarding my wealth? Let us not waste words. Your courtyard is quite nice. How about I buy it? State your price. Will 10,000 spirit stones suffice? Zhang Yang scoffed. Is this merely a matter of spirit stones? Behold the fence surrounding this quaint courtyard, adorned with intricate symbols that ward off mosquitoes, rodents, and ants. Within the confines of the room, I have inscribed tranquil symbols that aid in meditation and cultivation. The windows, too, bear my markings, allowing a gentle breeze to flow through, while the ground is inscribed with symbols that ensure warmth in winter and coolness in summer. I have devoted a decade to the restoration of this courtyard, and with the rapid increase in property values, do you truly think I would part with it for a mere 100,000 spirit stones? My attachment to this place runs deep after all these years. Thus, Sir Tu Mingwei gazed at Zhang Yang. You must increase the price, Zhang Yang asserted confidently. Chapter 26. It turns out I am a blank slate. Sir Tu Mingwei handed Zhang Yang 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones, huffing, surely, this should satisfy you? Zhang Yang gleefully accepted the 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones, which were distinctly different from the previous ones that belonged to the sect. This time, they represented the proceeds from the sale of his home, rightfully his. His golden core had caused quite the headache for Qinjianzi, and without additional resources, the path to cultivation would be fraught with difficulty. With these spirit stones in hand, progress was now within reach. Sister, this house shall belong to you from now on, Zhang Yang said with a beaming smile. Come, let me explain the usage instructions for this property. Rest assured, having received your payment, I shall ensure after-sales service. Indeed, the courtyard was replete with symbols. However, as you are aware, these symbols, exposed to the elements, require diligent maintenance. Should they fall into disrepair and cause chaos, the consequences would be dire. It is conservatively estimated that should these symbols become unruly, they could rend a golden core cultivator to shreds. Therefore, as you reside here, you must exercise utmost caution and remain vigilant in maintaining the symbols. Complacency is not an option. Sir Tu Mingwei's expression froze. Was she not living on the precipice of danger, with the timing of calamity unknown? How can you remain unafraid in such a perilous place? She asked through gritted teeth. Zhang Yang blinked innocently. Because I understand the symbols. Did I not just tell you that I inscribed them? Naturally, I know when they might become chaotic. You sold the house, hence you are responsible for its upkeep. Sir Tu Mingwei retorted, having grasped the implications of his earlier words regarding after-sales service. As the daughter of a prominent merchant association, she quickly understood the nuances of these commercial terms. Zhang Yang replied with a cheerful demeanor, since I mentioned after-sales service, I shall indeed take responsibility. I estimate that maintenance will be required approximately every 3 months, and I shall return for repairs then. However, you must provide the materials for inscribing the symbols, such as vermilion and the blood of magical beasts. Additionally, inscribing symbols is quite taxing on both spiritual and mental energies, so a form of compensation is necessary. Sir Tu Mingwei glared fiercely. State your price in spirit stones. It appeared that he had grasped her financial resources and was unwilling to relent, inciting her ire. Not much, just 100 spirit stones will suffice. Zhang Yang replied with a grin. Oh, Sir Tu Mingwei was taken aback, having expected him to demand a far steeper price. 100 spirit stones for 3 months? What is this? Zhang Yang spoke with conviction, asserting, I am a person of integrity. The process of inscribing talismans is indeed laborious, and when the time comes, you will understand that charging you 100 spirit stones is entirely reasonable. Now, junior sister, make sure to rest well. Tomorrow morning, we shall gather at the Great Hall, and I will take you to select your cultivation techniques. Si Tu Mingwei watched Zhang Yang soar away, perplexed by the enigma of his character. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang swiftly arrived at Brush Peak. Upon seeing him, Hua Lingzi recalled the matter of the chaotic Golden Dan and inquired curiously, what brings you here? Master Uncle, I must stay here for a few days, as my small courtyard has been usurped by my junior sister, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. By the way, I also need to cultivate here, so I would appreciate it if you could prepare a cultivation chamber for me. I require the use of spirit stones. Certainly. Hua Lingzi conjured a brush in his hand and swiftly inscribed numerous restrictions throughout the room, then said to Zhang Yang, feel free to utilize the spirit stones. The spiritual energy shall not escape. Thank you, Master Uncle. Zhang Yang cast forth 50 medium-grade spirit stones, from which a vast amount of spiritual energy emanated, saturating the room with a density several-fold greater than that of the surrounding world, and it continued to grow. He seated himself within this sea of spiritual energy, diligently absorbing it, cleansing and refining his golden Dan repeatedly. However, within his inner vision, he observed that the center of the golden Dan remained hollow, akin to a black hole, impervious to the influx of spiritual energy. Undeterred, Zhang Yang continued to draw in the energy, refining the golden Dan. Gradually, he began to notice an anomaly. Although the interior of the golden Dan remained empty, its shell had thickened. Moreover, the size of the golden Dan had not changed. Did this imply that by continuously filling it from the outside, he could ultimately fill its interior? After a night's effort, the 50 medium-grade spirit stones were entirely consumed. Within his inner sight, the shell of the golden Dan had hardly thickened at all. Zhang Yang inhaled sharply, pondering how many spirit stones would be required to fill it completely. Emerging from the cultivation chamber, he saw Hua Lingzi standing guard outside and remarked, "Master Uncle, cultivation is truly no easy feat." Hua Lingzi's brow twitched. He wished to retort that it was rather audacious for someone who could form a Dan in merely a year to claim that cultivation was difficult. Instead, he spoke with gravity. Encountering obstacles on the path of cultivation is not unusual. Solutions will always present themselves. Zhang Yang scratched his head. "Master Uncle, what exactly is the situation with my golden Dan?" Hua Lingzi paused for a moment, then replied thoughtfully, "Zhang Yang, golden Dan are categorized into 3 grades. The finest, the first grade golden Dan, is the primordial golden Dan, which your master possesses. The second is the second grade Dao golden Dan. When I formed my golden Dan, it contained a brush, and I then chose to cultivate talismans. The least favorable is the third grade blank golden Dan, which is devoid of content." He deliberately withheld information about the chaotic golden Dan and even misrepresented the blank golden Dan, as the implications surrounding the chaotic golden Dan were too significant. Zhang Yang needed to continue concealing it. "So, I am merely the least favorable blank golden Dan." Zhang Yang muttered to himself, finding it quite fitting. No wonder it is so difficult to make a breakthrough. Hua Lingzi patted Zhang Yang's shoulder, offering sincere consolation. "Do not worry. Regardless of the grade of your golden Dan, you are my disciple, and I will always look after you." The path of cultivation is not one to be met with despondency. It merely entails a greater consumption of resources, does it not? What significance does that hold? In the future, whenever there arises a need for assistance from my esteemed senior, do not hesitate to voice it. "Thank you, senior," Zhang Yang expressed with heartfelt gratitude. After a brief pause, he smiled and continued, "Senior, I have a matter to seek your assistance with." Hua Lingzi regarded Zhang Yang with a peculiar gaze, perplexed as to what he might require help with. Moreover, this lad is aware of his blank golden core status, yet displays no reaction whatsoever. Little did he know that Zhang Yang had already traversed the path of grandeur and was solely focused on the pursuit of immortality. Even with a blank golden core, he ultimately achieved his aspirations, did he not? Furthermore, he had already discovered a solution. What need was there for discouragement? Thus, the pursuit of wealth stands paramount. To amass wealth, one must invigorate yearn, which involves those 87 prodigies. I wish to invite my senior to impart wisdom to those newcomers, specifically on the fundamentals of foundation establishment. Zhang Yang gazed earnestly at Hua Lingzi, adding, "In truth, it is not only you, but other seniors, and even our master, who may benefit from delivering public teachings. Once they truly establish their foundations and ascertain their paths, they may then decide whether to become your disciples. Since they have entered the sect, cultivation is assured, regardless of the aspirations of these 87 prodigies. He must also endeavor to influence their thoughts during the cultivation process." "No problem," Hua Lingzi acquiesced. Chapter 27. A different path of cultivation. Another 7-day period has elapsed. On a clear morning, the 87 prodigies who had entered Qingyun's sect gathered spontaneously before the Grand Hall's plaza. This was their singular opportunity to receive provisions at Qingyun, which they certainly could not afford to miss. After all, they had yet to complete their physical training and still required sustenance each day. This time, Situ Mingyue and her maid were also present. They were unsure why they had congregated in the Grand Hall Plaza, yet they felt compelled to attend. In fact, there was a significant issue at hand. Situ Mingyue's maid had not been accepted into Qingyun's sect, and, in principle, should not remain within the sect, let alone attend teachings. However, Zhang Yang paid it no mind, and the 7 prodigies of Qingyun feigned ignorance. After all, Situ Mingyue had invested 1,000,000 spirit stones to join the sect, and some privileges must be afforded. Additionally, no one expected a pampered young lady to handle mundane affairs. Zhang Yang surveyed the crowd, smiling as he spoke. "Another 7 days have passed. I trust you all have gleaned some insights from your physical training. Therefore, Today I shall invite one of our esteemed elders, Walingzi, to enlighten us on the art of foundation establishment. Elder Walingzi is a formidable cultivator at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Let us welcome him with applause. Situ Mingyue was taken aback. Applauding in welcome? What was this? The other 87 prodigies were equally bewildered. However, upon seeing Zhang Yang leading the applause, they understood and joined in. They believed this to be a custom of Qing Yun, naively following suit. Even Situ Mingyue found the customs of Qing Yun rather intriguing. Amidst the resounding applause, Walingzi made his entrance. He too was puzzled as to why these children were clapping, for Qing Yun had no such tradition, and often, decorum was lacking. Zhang Yang raised his hand, signaling for the applause to cease, as many children gazed eagerly at Walingzi. They had yet to open their spiritual seas, yet here they were, inviting a nascent soul stage practitioner to impart wisdom. It was said that in other sects, disciples of the nascent soul stage were rarely seen by those who were not their true successors. Clearly, the Qing Yun sect held them in high regard. Walingzi surveyed the crowd and spoke. The foundation of cultivation lies in establishing the root of the great path. A towering mountain begins with a mere accumulation of earth. A vast ocean arises from small streams. In the journey along this great path, the distance one can traverse is often determined from the very beginning. Thus you must place great importance on the foundational stage. I have heard that you have successfully gathered qi. I shall not dwell on that. Instead, I will commence with the topic of body refinement. As he spoke, a piece of jade danced in his hands, quickly taking on the form of a seal. Do you think I began carving the jade the moment I acquired it? Certainly not. I must first polish it, shaping it into the basic form of the seal. Do you see? Walingzi pointed to the stone shavings scattered on the ground. These shavings represent the impurities expelled from your bodies during the process of body refinement. The more impurities you eliminate, the purer your body becomes, making it easier to open your spiritual seas, resulting in a broader expanse when you do. Walingzi then elaborated on the principles of body refinement, the opening of the spiritual sea, and the cultivation of the Tao seed, thoroughly explaining the various tenets of the foundational stage. Had Zhang Yang not intervened, he might have continued expounding on the intricacies of the golden elixir stage. Master, you have been speaking for quite some time. It is time for a break, Zhang Yang remarked. The junior disciples are still mere mortals and require sustenance. In truth, many talented individuals were already feeling famished. However, Walingzi's discourse was so captivating that they were reluctant to interrupt, wishing instead to absorb even more knowledge. Missing a meal was inconsequential, yet opportunities to hear the teachings of a nascent soul practitioner were rare indeed. Walingzi chuckled, then I shall leave the next part to you. As he prepared to depart, Zhang Yang hastily added, Master, since the seal has already taken shape, why not carve it into a seal? For you, it would be a mere flick of the wrist. However, I hope you can inscribe the 7 characters. We must have the ambition of Qing Yun. I have great purpose. Walingzi glanced at Zhang Yang, unsure of his intentions. Nonetheless, carving a seal was indeed a simple task for him. Before the assembled crowd, he swiftly etched the 7 characters onto the seal and, with a cheerful demeanor, handed it to Zhang Yang. These characters employ the art of talismans and possess the effect of calming the mind. Consider it a minor magical artifact. Thank you, Master. Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude, waving his hand as Walingzi soared away. Farewell, Master. Zhang Yang respectfully saw Walingzi off. Though he often spoke casually with him, in this public setting, he demonstrated utmost deference, aiming to underscore Walingzi's esteemed status before the many junior disciples. Indeed, Zhang Yang's actions had left many gifted individuals in a state of hushed anticipation, only to exhale in relief once the spirit of painting disappeared. In their eyes, a master at the nascent soul stage deserved such reverence. As soon as the spirit vanished, Situ Mingyue sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Senior brother, how about you bestow that seal upon me? Or, if you prefer, name your price. I shall purchase it. My master has deemed it a minor magical tool, so I am willing to offer 10,000 spirit stones. She recognized Zhang Yang's character and decided to approach him with the prospect of payment. Zhang Yang felt a twinge of delight within. Sister, your collaboration is splendid. He maintained a serious demeanor as he replied, This magical tool cannot be given to you, dear sister. Why not? Situ Mingyue inquired, somewhat disgruntled. It was not that she lacked magical tools, but rather that this particular seal, being carved by the spirit of painting, held sentimental value and was worth a fair amount of money, thus her eagerness to acquire it. Zhang Yang gradually elaborated, as my master has just stated. In the pursuit of cultivation, one must have lofty aspirations. This is especially pertinent when it comes to the roots of Tao. Therefore, I shall establish a challenge for everyone here. Please write an essay reflecting on today's teachings from my master and your personal insights, entitled Why I Wish to Cultivate Immortality. The deeper your understanding, the clearer your objectives. Thus, your path in cultivation shall be smoother. Consequently, each essay must consist of no less than 3,000 words. Everyone stared in disbelief at Zhang Yang. Writing an essay was a prerequisite for cultivation? Situ Mingyue was particularly taken aback, having never heard of any sect implementing such a practice. However, upon reflecting on Zhang Yang's words, she found a semblance of logic. Zhang Yang raised the seal in his hand and declared, all completed essays must be submitted to me within 7 days. During our next gathering at the Grand Hall, I shall select the finest essays for evaluation. The author of the best piece will be awarded this very seal. Once again, eyes widened in astonishment. They had clearly heard that this seal was a magical tool that could assist in cultivation, and all it required was an essay. Senior brother, I cannot write. Wang Beol hastily stood up, exclaiming, I know a few characters, but what shall I do if I can't write? Soon, several others voiced their inability to read or write. Zhang Yang admonished, if you cannot write, then you must learn. Who will assist you in understanding the Tao texts in the future? Those who cannot read will need to take up the study of reading and writing. How can our Qingyun sect allow illiteracy to flourish? Wang Beol wore a mournful expression. I understand reading and writing, but doesn't this mean I have no chance in the competition? Those unable to read or write felt disheartened. Zhang Yang shook his head in exasperation. If you cannot read or write, contemplate your thoughts, then come to me. I shall transcribe your sentiments. It will be considered your essay. Remember, it must be your genuine feelings, and do not forget, it must not be less than 3,000 words. The more, the better. This is a matter of ideological education. Let us begin with an understanding of immortal cultivation. Chapter 28. I have a dream, and that is to cultivate immortality. Situ Mingyue scribbled a few words on the paper, then fell into a daze. If she wished to possess that seal, she had no choice but to partake in the competition. After all, what was 3,000 words to her? Even if it were fabricated, she could easily compose 3,000 words and confidently assured that she would pass the selection. However, when she began to write, the words eluded her. She realized that weaving such a narrative was not as effortless as she had imagined, particularly as the topic seemed to probe her very soul, making it difficult to fabricate. She found herself pondering the true reason behind her pursuit of immortality. Gradually, the maid beside her observed the distressed young lady. Her hair in disarray and her attire in disarray, revealing more than it should. Miss, perhaps it would be best to forego this endeavor? The maid, Chun Xiao, tentatively suggested. It's merely a seal. There's nothing particularly precious about it. When the opportunity arises, you can have the esteemed painter Lingzi carve another for you. You too must participate in the selection, Situ Mingyue pointed out to Chun Xiao. Should you win, that seal shall be mine. I must write as well, Chun Xiao exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden escalation. Why must I bring upon myself such trouble? Right, Situ Mingyue commanded without room for dissent. Reluctantly, Chun Xiao retrieved paper and brush and began to write. After a moment of contemplation, she penned, My name is Chun Xiao. I grew up within my family, serving as a maid. To better care for my mistress, I sought the guidance of family elders and began my cultivation. Situ Mingyue was taken aback, while she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Chun Xiao's words flowed effortlessly. Let me see, she exclaimed, taking Chun Xiao's composition. After reading in silence for a while, she suddenly embraced Chun Xiao, tears of gratitude in her eyes. You have cared for me since childhood, and I was unaware of all this. From this day forth, though we may be called mistress and servant, we are truly sisters. Whatever I possess will be shared with you, and together we shall ascend to the realm of immortals. Thank you, Chun Xiao. Miss, it is nothing. This is my duty. Chun Xiao replied hastily. Situ Mingyue, with a decisive wave of her hand, declared, This matter is settled. She sat down, inhaled deeply, and began to write. My name is Situ Mingyue, the eldest daughter of the Situ family. The family's commerce spans the Yunting Empire. Such vast enterprises cannot be entrusted to a fool. Thus, my father has taught me from a young age that one must possess strength. Only then can one command the affairs of the merchant guild. Her writing flowed much more smoothly this time. Yet, many others remained before their blank pages, lost in thought. What should they write? How could they articulate the true reasons for their quest for immortality? Perhaps they could fabricate a tale? Yet, concocting a 3,000-word lie seemed no simple feat despite the challenge. They were compelled to create. Even if the seal remained elusive, the task must be fulfilled. Senior brother. Senior brother. Wang Beol rushed breathlessly into the hall, seeking Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang emerged and inquired, "Have you made up your mind?" "I have." Wang Beol replied with unwavering resolve. "I cannot write, so I implore you to record my words." Zhang Yang produced paper and brush, gesturing for Wang Beol to begin. "My name is Wang Beol, the young master of the Wang family in Baohu City, Yinshan Empire. I hail from a well-off family, and my parents are very fond of me. Because of this, I can stride through Baohu City without regard for others' opinions. Everyone must fear me to some extent. From a young age, I have preferred martial arts over the written word. I held the belief that, as a man, excelling in academia was a sign of weakness. True prowess lay in the arts of combat and conflict. Yet there came a day when I unwittingly stirred trouble, provoking the ire of a formidable adversary. This not only brought calamity upon myself, but also cast a shadow of doom over my family." As Wang Beol's voice grew increasingly somber, tears began to cascade down his cheeks. Zhang Yang, choosing to feign ignorance of Wang Beol's distress, continued to take notes in silence. "By chance, I learned of an upcoming assessment at the Qingyun sect, reputed to be a grand institution. I surmised that such a prestigious sect would not be a place where my enemies dared to tread, thus I resolved to partake in the examination. My pursuit of immortality was driven by the desire to escape misfortune. Should I attain mastery, I would seek vengeance." After a protracted silence, Wang Beol finally concluded his tale, leaving him in a state of tearful despair. Eventually, he inquired, "Senior brother, I concealed my entry into the sect. What fate awaits me within?" Zhang Yang countered, "Has the sect proclaimed that those seeking vengeance cannot join? Are there rules against concealing one's secrets? Who among us possesses a secret greater than yours?" However, as Zhang Yang collected the sheets of paper, he added, "The sect is committed to nurturing your abilities but will not intervene in your quest for revenge. Thus, the responsibility for retribution falls solely upon you. Rest assured, though, should anyone dare to take your life, the sect will assuredly punish the perpetrator. From now on, dedicate yourself to your training and make it a habit to read more. It's quite embarrassing that, at your age, you cannot even write. Begin by practicing your name." He inscribed the characters for Wang Beol on a piece of paper and handed it to him. "Thank you, senior brother." Wang Beol received the paper with utmost reverence. "Together, let us rejuvenate the Qingyun sect," Zhang Yang proclaimed with a smile. "Indeed," Wang Beol responded emphatically, turning to leave, only to pause and exclaim, "Long live Qingyun." Without a change in demeanor, Zhang Yang nodded in agreement, "Long live Qingyun." As Wang Beol departed, another individual entered. "Senior brother, I cannot read. Would you be so kind as to assist me in recording this?" "Thank you," an earnest youth humbly requested. Zhang Yang produced another sheet of paper, gesturing for him to begin. "My name is Li Er, hailing from the Ao village." "Oh, you are Li Er?" Zhang Yang inquired, looking at him intently. Li Er was taken aback, gazing at Zhang Yang in disbelief. "Senior brother, you have heard of me?" With a warm smile, Zhang Yang replied, while inspecting Qingyun. "I visited your village and met your father. Upon learning of your admission to the sect, he was immensely pleased. He mentioned he would come to visit you at Qingyun. Do not disappoint your father's hopes." Li Er's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he lowered his gaze. "You may begin now," Zhang Yang encouraged. To which Li Er nodded earnestly, inhaling deeply before resuming his narrative. Zhang Yang diligently recorded his words. As he documented, more individuals who had completed their tasks came forward to report. With the deadline drawing near, those who had procrastinated were compelled to submit their accounts. Zhang Yang reviewed all the submissions, having gained a comprehensive understanding of the 87 individuals involved. Some individuals are evidently fabricating their narratives, and such people certainly warrant caution. In contrast, individuals like Wang Beol and Li Er, who candidly express their genuine sentiments, are at least far more credible than those who indulge in fabrications. The sooner one reveals their thoughts, the more intricate their tales become, which renders them less trustworthy and deserving of heightened scrutiny. Conversely, those who hesitate and share their musings later can be engaged with. "Master brother, this is for you." Situ Mingyue hurriedly approached, handing over several sheets of paper. "These are from Chun Xiao and me. We are also participating in the selection." Zhang Yang looked at Situ Mingyue with astonishment, pondering to himself how he was conducting ideological education and inadvertently educating the two of them as well. Chapter 29. The Baptism. Zhang Yang perused the articles by Situ Mingyue and Chun Xiao, not surprisingly finding them to be mere expressions of trifling grievances. Both hailed from affluent commercial families, and even Chun Xiao had never truly suffered. Cultivation for them was merely a seasoning in their lives. This is not to say their insights lacked depth, but rather that they were not profoundly profound. After some consideration, he decided to include Situ Mingyue's article in the selection, as she eloquently discussed ideals. Among the 87 participants, many touched upon ideals, and Situ Mingyue could serve as a quintessential example, particularly due to her adept and emotive writing style. The 7-day period had arrived once more, and the congregation gathered in the Grand Hall Square. However, the atmosphere was markedly different this time. Some individuals averted their gazes, others wore blank expressions, some gazed deeply, while a few appeared self-satisfied. Situ Mingyue belonged to the latter group, convinced she would secure the seal. Zhang Yang surveyed the assembly with a smile, announcing, "This time, I assigned you a task, and over the past 7 days, everyone has completed it." He deliberately paused, allowing the mood to grow solemn. However, some individuals completed the task without sincerity. The journey of the Great Way begins with a sincere heart. You alone know how much sincerity you invested in fulfilling your tasks. I must caution those younger disciples who lack sincerity. If you have not yet steadfastly committed to the path of cultivation, it is best that you do not embark on this journey. Otherwise, you will inevitably become mere remnants along the path of the Great Way. Upon hearing this, many maintained their composure, while others instinctively lowered their heads. This group comprised genuine prodigies, yet they were merely adolescents. Zhang Yang, having lived 2 lives, possessed a wealth of understanding, making it effortless to manage this youthful assembly. He remained puzzled as to why these prodigies were sent to Qingyun, striving to penetrate its ranks. Was it truly for the acquisition of its techniques and treasures to bring back? While such actions might harm Qingyun, the repercussions of these prodigies maturing would only manifest decades later. In those years, surely these individuals would reveal their vulnerabilities, one would think. Did they not harbor any concerns? Yet, reflecting on the actions of Qingyunzi and others, he found some understanding. Aside from their elevated cultivation, how much worldly wisdom did they truly possess? Especially Qingyunzi who, despite his overwhelming strength, found himself rendered powerless, leading to the dire straits of Qingyun's sect, which was on the verge of starvation. Zhang Yang, feigning ignorance of the peculiarities exhibited by the children, spoke slowly. I have selected a few individuals from the tasks completed by everyone for evaluation. Shortly, I will choose someone to read their works aloud. Once the reading is complete, everyone will raise their hands to vote and elect the individual who has performed the best. During the evaluation process, if anyone believes their work is superior, they may voice their objections. Now, Chun Xiao, please come up and assist me by reading their articles thoroughly. Chun Xiao was somewhat taken aback that she had been chosen, yet she obediently stood before Zhang Yang, holding the papers he had handed to her, and began to read the content aloud. My name is Situ Mingyue. Chun Xiao couldn't help but glance at her young lady, whose eyes widened with excitement, urging Chun Xiao to read faster. She then turned her gaze to observe the reactions of the others. The responses varied. Some appeared contemplative, others nodded frequently, while some looked around aimlessly, showing no interest at all. Situ Mingyue felt perplexed. She believed her writing was quite good. So why were the reactions so off? Situ Mingyue's piece was soon finished, followed by an essay written by a girl named Chao Ying, who, despite being from a prominent family, was a concubine's daughter and thus not favored within the clan. She had suffered bullying from the legitimate heirs to the extent of being unable to afford meals, forced to eat scraps that made her nauseous, longing for proper food. Many began to search for Chao Ying, soon locating her. A girl donned in an ice silk gown, adorned with a jade pendant at her waist, stood proudly amidst the crowd. Yearn nudged the person beside him, smacking his lips and whispering, I wish I could be bullied like her. Then I'd have meat at every meal. The person next to him grinned. Zhang Yang, smiling, continued to observe the crowd's reactions. His selection of these pieces was intentional. Before long, Chun Xiao began reading Wang Bao's essay. I have caused great trouble, bringing calamity upon my family. I never imagined they would be from the Ding Wangfu. Chao Ying, standing in the crowd, immediately glared at Wang Bao, involuntarily exclaiming, You are Wang Bao from Baihu City? Su Xingwei from Ding Wangfu was injured by you? Do you know he has been searching for you? I can't believe you have come to Qingyun's sect. Wang Beol cast a cold glance at Chao Ying, remaining silent. Silence. Zhang Yang said mildly. If anyone speaks out of turn before I give permission, I shall be displeased. Chao Ying muttered under her breath, but ultimately refrained from speaking further. Chun Xiao continued to read Wang Beol's piece, and gradually, tears welled in her eyes. Wang Beol's writing was steeped in personal anguish, recounting the tragedy of familial loss, and with Zhang Yang's eloquent embellishment, the effect was undeniable. Soon, many in the hall were moved, casting sympathetic glances at Wang Beol, who remained silent, his eyes reddened. Chao Ying shot a glance at Wang Beol, clearly unimpressed. In a small white tiger city, daring to offend the son of the Ding Wang Palace was nothing short of courting death. Soon, 5 individuals were selected, and the reading of their compositions was completed. Zhang Yang stepped forward and inquired, "These are the articles chosen by me. Does anyone have any objections? Does anyone believe their work to be superior?" With no dissent from the crowd, Zhang Yang continued, "Excellent. Those who find Situ Mingyue's writing commendable, please raise your hands. Now, those who appreciate Wang Beol's work, raise your hands." With overwhelming support, Wang Beol emerged victorious. The essence of this gathering lay in the writing and recitation of articles. While the subsequent evaluation held little significance, Zhang Yang gestured for Wang Beol to step forward, presenting him with a seal, and remarked, "When I invited everyone to join the sect, you were the first to respond. When summoned to the main hall, you were also among the first to arrive. You have completed your task commendably, demonstrating unwavering conviction. I hope you will continue to strive, living up to your lofty aspirations. Thank you, senior brother." Wang Beol expressed his gratitude as he accepted the seal. Many gazed at him not with joy, but with sympathy, while a few, like Chao Ying, looked at him with indignation. Zhang Yang distributed provisions to the crowd, instructing, "After everyone has received their supplies, continue your cultivation. We shall reconvene in the main hall's plaza in 7 days." Chapter 30. The arrival of a strong adversary. Zhang Yang departed from the main hall and proceeded to the brushstroke peak. The peculiar figure of Hua Lingzi regarded him with curiosity and asked, "Why do you hinder their cultivation with such distractions?" With a serious demeanor, Zhang Yang replied, "Master Uncle, I have my reasons. I request you to use your spiritual sense to monitor the disciples and mark their locations for me." As he was only at the golden core stage, his spiritual sense was not strong enough to encompass everyone. However, Hua Lingzi, being at the nascent soul stage, was capable of such a feat. Furrowing his brow, Hua Lingzi felt uneasy but complied with Zhang Yang's request, marking everyone's positions on a map. Observing the clusters of individuals gathered together, Zhang Yang smiled faintly. He began to organize a list, which he divided into 3 sections. "What troubles them?" Hua Lingzi inquired. "This first list is likely without issue." Zhang Yang indicated the first sheet, which included Wang Beol and Li Er among others. He then picked up the second sheet, which featured Chao Ying and others. This list likely contains individuals with ulterior motives. At the very least, their intentions for joining the Qingyun sect are not entirely pure. As for the third list, its members remain uncertain. They are potential candidates who could become part of the Qingyun sect. Hua Lingzi, astonished, asked, "How can you be so sure they have issues? Is it based solely on that task you devised? Is that reliable? We must not wrongfully accuse them and harm the unity among our sect." With a confident smile, Zhang Yang reassured him, "Do not worry, Master Uncle. I am merely preparing for unforeseen circumstances." Although he was not a specialist in identifying spies, he had gleaned enough from observation. Moreover, with Hua Lingzi's spiritual sense scrutinizing those individuals' conditions, it was akin to possessing a divine perspective, only lacking the ability to delve into their consciousness directly. Based on these circumstances, apprehending the traitor is a trivial matter. Hua Lingzi shook his head, expressing his bewilderment. "I truly wonder where you learned such things. Is there even a need for study?" Zhang Yang replied, shrugging his shoulders, "I am self-taught." Hua Lingzi, rendered speechless, had to concede that this fellow was indeed a genius. With the chaos golden core, it is only natural for him to exhibit some eccentricities. Having resolved these concerns, it would be prudent to focus on elevating your cultivation level instead. Hua Lingzi gestured towards the training chamber. Neglecting proper cultivation with the chaos golden core, how can one live up to its potential? Just as Zhang Yang was about to begin his training, Hua Lingzi suddenly sprang to his feet, gazing towards the outskirts of Qingyun's sect, and spoke in a grave tone, "There is a problem. Stay put. I will investigate." "What sort of problem?" Zhang Yang inquired anxiously. Walingzi smirked coldly. The people from the Yunsan Empire have arrived, and their intentions do not appear benevolent. You need not concern yourself. We will handle it. Let me take care of it. Zhang Yang insisted. It would be best for him to resolve the matter himself. Uncle Master, do not forget, I am the acting sect leader now. Zhang Yang pressed, believing that his involvement in such a significant affair would be more fitting. Walingzi replied sternly, do not jest. They have formidable experts among them. How formidable? Can you defeat them? Are they stronger than my master? Zhang Yang retorted. Walingzi dismissed the concern. We can manage, not to mention my senior brother. We simply do not wish to provoke the Yunsan Empire, hence the complication. Then I am reassured. I shall handle this troublesome situation. Zhang Yang proclaimed as he soared down the mountain, with Walingzi closely following. Besides, I can command spiritual tools. It won't be so easy for them to deal with me. Walingzi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although this lad was merely at the golden core stage, his ability to wield spiritual tools would likely deter even those at the nascent soul stage. Soon after, Lin Jianzi and Dan Shenzi, along with 4 others, flew to the gates of Qingyun's sect, gazing into the distance. In the far-off sky, a massive dragon-headed flying vessel, approximately 40 to 50 meters long, approached. The vessel was filled with people, its banners fluttering in the wind. At the forefront stood a man clad in a brilliant yellow brocade robe, standing proudly at the bow, his gaze fixed upon Qingyun's sect. As the colossal vessel flew, it unleashed powerful waves of spiritual energy, which was why Walingzi had detected it early on. Gradually, the vessel drew nearer, and it became evident that the people of Qingyun's sect were stirred. This is the flying dragon army of the Yunsan Empire. Situ Mingyue exclaimed in astonishment, seeing the overwhelming presence of the flying dragon army. Surely they do not intend to wage war against Qingyun's sect? Chun Xiao expressed her concern. Miss, what should we do now? Should we reveal our identities? If you declare your status, the Yunsan Empire should think twice before threatening you. Situ Mingyue pouted. The Flying Dragon Army has a notorious reputation. They have slain numerous cultivators and even massacred many sects opposing the Yunsan Empire. However, this is Qingyun's sect. 5,000 years of heritage is not to be underestimated. If the Flying Dragon Army dares to make a move, we shall simply await the spectacle. Come, let us proceed to the mountain gate. That is where the show will be the most entertaining. She smiled oddly, saying, no matter how formidable the Flying Dragon Army is, can they rival the prowess of Tan Xiushui from the Langya Sacred Land? Few are aware of Qin Jianzi's victory over Tan Xiushui. At this moment, the junior disciples on the mountain also caught sight of the Flying Dragon Army. Look, it's our Flying Dragon Army. The Flying Dragon Army is here. Chowing exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards the distant flying vessel. Let us go down and take a look. Everyone rushed towards the mountain gate. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, standing at the entrance of the Qingyun sect, wore a grave expression. The flying vessel was nearing the Qingyun sect's entrance, showing no signs of deceleration, seemingly intending to land directly at Qingyun. This was a tremendous affront to any sect. Lin Jianzi and the others looked particularly grim. They did not wish to provoke the Yunsan Empire, but it appeared that their intentions were far from amicable. This matter must be reported to the senior brother immediately, Dan Qixi urged. Zhang Yang produced the sect leader's token. They are already at our doorstep. It is too late to inform the master. Since someone dares to insult the Qingyun sect, let us engage them first. Lingyun Shishu, command them to halt. If they do not stop, you may act as you see fit. He was now issuing orders in the capacity of the acting sect leader. Lin Jianzi glanced at Zhang Yang, soared into the air, and shouted, halt. From the flying vessel emerged a middle-aged man clad in the uniform of the Flying Dragon Army, who coldly addressed Lin Jianzi. I am Su Bai, the commander of the Flying Dragon Army. Your Qingyun people have harmed mine. Today, I have come to reclaim honor. Let us see then. Lin Jianzi brandished his flying sword, which zipped forth in an instant. Once he truly engaged, the speed of his sword was magnitudes faster than before. Simultaneously, Su Bai also made his move, wielding a shuttle-shaped magical artifact that danced around him. The sounds of clashing echoed as the flying sword and the shuttle artifact collided continuously, each equally matched. Su Bai sneered coldly. Qingyun is merely mediocre. Is it only through your higher realm that you bully my Flying Dragon Guard? Those who dare to offend must pay the price. Flying Dragon Army, attack. Chapter 31. Qingyun in peril. Lin Jianzi and Su Bai soon found themselves locked in combat, unable to discern a victor in the short term. Above the flying vessel, A young man in a bright yellow brocade robe glanced at the fierce duel between Lin Jianzi and Su Bai, then turned to a nearby red-robed eunuch. What realm are they in? Reporting to your highness, they should be at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. The red-robed eunuch replied. The young man smiled faintly. Late stage of the nascent soul? The Qingyun sect truly declines with each generation. If that is the case, what right does the Qingyun sect have to exist? A 5,000-year-old sect amounts to little more than this. Activate the flying vessel. Advance upon Qingyun. The flying vessel surged forward. Drawing closer to the Qingyun sect, Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, soaring into the air to confront the vessel. Do you seek to wage war? If the initial approach to Qingyun was an act of ignorance, the subsequent advance bore more sinister intentions, especially with Lin Jianzi stepping in to obstruct them. And the deployment of Su Bai, it became clear that the Yunsan Empire was intent on striking against the Qingyun sect. Is this not what your Qingyun sect desired? The prince gazed at Zhang Yang and calmly remarked, your Qingyun sect has already exceeded its bounds by seizing the mineral resources of my Yunsan Empire. To dare to lay hands on the Flying Dragon Guard and usurp their airships is tantamount to declaring war against my empire. You initiated this provocation, so do not blame us for being unyielding. A surge of indignation welled up within Zhang Yang. How audacious it was to turn the tables like this. They had excavated minerals from the Qingyun sect, and now reclaiming the mines was labeled as robbery? Sending the Flying Dragon Guard to pursue them was framed as provocation from Qingyun? Does your opinion truly represent the Yunsan Empire? Zhang Yang retorted. The red-robed eunuch stepped forward. Introducing, His Highness is the third prince of the Yunsan Empire, fully authorized to handle the negotiations with the Qingyun sect. The prince, with a cold smile, regarded Zhang Yang. Now you recognize whether I possess the authority to represent the empire, do you not? Zhang Yang nodded. You have my satisfaction. Fourth master, set up the formation. A formation disc materialized in Bai Lingzi's hands. The surroundings of the Qingyun sect seemed to ripple as mist began to envelop them, cloaking the sect in a delicate veil. Fifth master, fill the gaps, she commanded. A spiritual brush appeared in Lingzi's hands, conjuring runes that materialized and concealed themselves among the mountains and waters of the Qingyun sect. Meanwhile, on the opposing airship, the third prince waved his hand, instructing the red-robed eunuch, observe the changes in the Qingyun sect's protective formation closely. Identify any flaws and strike decisively. Understood, Your Highness, the eunuch nodded. Flying Dragon Army, heed my command. Break through the enemy. The third prince bellowed. The 3,000 soldiers of the Flying Dragon Army received the order. 1,000 drew their bows and notched arrows, each inscribed with swirling runes, all imbued with talismanic power. At a single command, 1,000 talisman arrows surged forth, harnessing the essence of heaven and earth, crashing into the protective formation of the Qingyun sect. With a thunderous roar, the protective formation shook violently. Fire again. Another 1,000 arrows were loosed, colliding once more with the formation. Continue with the 3rd battalion. The third prince scoffed. What is so remarkable about cultivating immortality? I have eradicated countless sections. Your techniques can be replicated. My empire's resources can sustain the Flying Dragon Army. Do you Qingyun sect truly believe you can contend with us? We have merely awaited the right opportunity to act against you. He directed the Flying Dragon Army as the 3 battalions took turns unleashing arrows, relentlessly bombarding the Qingyun sect's formation. Each talisman arrow required immense skill to shoot, rendering it far more challenging than firing a conventional arrow. Thus, only 1,000 could shoot at a time, rotating among the 3 battalions. Yet, the power of these talisman arrows exceeded that of a strike from a nascent soul cultivator. The third prince remained confident that with just a few more volleys, they would inevitably breach the Qingyun sect's protective formation. Within the Qingyun sect, the formation disc in Bai Lingzi's grasp shimmered brilliantly, manipulating the laws of nature. Gritting her teeth, she declared, these damned rascals dare to offend Qingyun, they must pay the price. Old 5, can you draw the talismans any faster? The formation's connections are about to break. Lingzi retorted irritably, am I not drawing fast enough? Does this formation of yours even work? How could it be ineffective when it is blocking them? Bai Lingzi shot back. Bai Lingzi spoke with irritation, third senior brother, provide me with a yuan dan to replenish my spiritual energy. Now, Dan Shenzi tossed out the elixir. Zhang Yang furrowed his brows and inquired, can this formation withstand the assault? 7th Master Uncle, is this the extent of the protective array of the Qingyun sect? A sect with a 5,000-year history has fallen to such feeble strength? Bai Yunzi shook his head, This is not the protective array of the sect. It is a formation devised by our senior sister. Come on, senior sister. Bai Lingzi, feeling indignant, retorted, you silence yourself. It is easy for you to speak when you're not the one in peril. Zhang Yang, with a helpless shake of his head, reflected on his short time in the Qingyun sect, realizing his knowledge of it was scant. Although he was now referred to as the acting leader, none of the elders showed him any respect, leaving him unable to command them, thus remaining oblivious to the true secrets of the sect. However, observing the argument among them at such a critical juncture suggested that the situation was not dire. At that moment, Situ Mingyue and the disciples finally reached the mountain gate. Upon witnessing the might of the 3,000 dragon army outside, Chun Xiao expressed her concern. Miss, what shall we do now? Perhaps we should let Senior Qin take us away. It's too perilous here. Situ Mingyue frowned, feeling perplexed. Could it be that the Qingyun sect truly possessed such limited strength? The protective array was effortlessly flattened by the 3,000 dragon army? This was a sect with a heritage spanning 5 millennia, yet it lacked the corresponding aura. Fear not. Our master has yet to make a move. Situ Mingyue shook her head, reassuring. As long as he is present, these dragon soldiers pose no threat. However, witnessing such chaos without the sect leader's appearance raised her concerns. What if he was absent from the sect? If master were not here, it indeed posed a grave predicament. Situ Mingyue's confidence resided primarily in Qinjianzi. With his absence, doubts began to creep in regarding his whereabouts. Meanwhile, the newly inducted youths were engaged in fervent discussions. Many young disciples gazed anxiously outside. How could it be that their newly joined sect seemed on the verge of annihilation? Look, this is our dragon army. Xiaoying proclaimed with pride, seemingly oblivious to the potential exposure of her identity. Our dragon army is invincible. Once we take action, no enemy can withstand us. In contrast to Chao Ying's arrogance, Wang Beil glared at the dragon army with a heavy heart. A sense of melancholy washed over him. His newfound support appeared to be crumbling, and his vengeance seemed unattainable. Senior Qin, should we not intervene and lend our support? Outside the Qingyun sect, Jiang Zhiqiu and Qin Yushu observed the dragon army's fierce assault, their expressions grave. They had long been struck by the imposing force of the dragon army, yet they dared not reveal themselves, opting instead to hide and observe. As a rogue cultivator, Jiang Zhiqiu would have fled at the sight of such overwhelming power were it not for the presence of a nascent soul cultivator beside him. Although he had acquired a cultivation method from the Qingyun sect, his relationship with the sect felt more transactional, leaving him with little sense of belonging. Qin Yushu, furrowing his brow, also looked on doubtfully at the Qingyun sect. Why had Qinjianzi still not made his move? Could it be that Ling Yunzi was boasting, and there was never a battle between Qin Yunzi and Tanqiu Shui? Furthermore, how is it possible that Ling Yunzi was evenly matched with Su Bai? This makes Qingyun's sect seem exceedingly weak. What hidden agendas lie beneath this? However, Qin Yushu had no intention of intervening for the time being. As long as Situ Mingyue remained unharmed, he would not act. At this moment, the flying dragon army's rain of arrows had relentlessly struck for 17 rounds, when suddenly, the red-robed eunuch made his move. A flash of crimson shadow appeared, and a pitch-black long whip, akin to a bolt of black lightning, struck against Bai Linzi's formation. Simultaneously, another volley of arrows was unleashed. With a thunderous roar, Bai Linzi's formation shattered. Grasping the formation's core, Bai Linzi suddenly felt a violent tremor in her hands, and the formation disc flew into the air. Affected by this, Bai Linzi coughed up a mouthful of blood. Senior sister, Bai Yunzi exclaimed, hastening to Bai Linzi's side to support her. She looked up at the flying vessel and declared fiercely, "Dare to injure my senior sister, and you shall face dire consequences." The third prince sneered coldly, "Dire consequences? I am eager to see what dangers Qingyun faces. We shall invade Qingyun. From this day forth, Qingyun shall be obliterated." The red-robed eunuch also chuckled icily, "Little girl, we see no danger here." Before he could finish his words, a mass of white clouds floating in the sky suddenly plummeted. One moment, it drifted gracefully across the horizon. The next, it crashed onto the flying vessel. Despite its soft appearance, the white cloud struck the vessel with the force of tempered steel. With a resounding boom, the vessel was sent crashing down, creating a deep crater upon impact. Following this external force, the vessel's protective inscriptions activated, enveloping it in a massive shield. At that moment, the third prince and the red-robed eunuch realized something was amiss. "Quick, activate the vessel's defenses," the third prince shouted in panic. Shigonggong. Hurry back to command the dragon boat's protection. The red-robed eunuch hurriedly flew towards the vessel, attempting to return. The cloud that had suppressed the vessel transformed instantaneously into the shape of a giant hand. With a gentle flick of its fingers, the red-robed eunuch, who was about to ascend back to the dragon boat, exploded into a mist of blood, vanishing without a trace. Following this, the colossal hand seized the dragon boat and slammed it down forcefully. The 3,000 soldiers of the flying dragon army were rendered utterly powerless to resist, forced to witness helplessly as the vessel plummeted to the ground. The third prince's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with terror, and he collapsed onto the deck, trembling, unable to utter a single word. Chapter 32. Capturing the Flying Dragon Army Senior Brother. By Yunzi's eyes sparkled, her joy evident in her beaming smile. In reality, Zhang Yang and the other 7 of Qingyun knew that it was Qin Yunzi who had intervened, for only he possessed such formidable power within Qingyun's sect. Zhang Yang was left dumbfounded. He never anticipated that his master could be so terrifying. The others among the 7 of Qingyun were mostly at the yuanying stage, leading Zhang Yang to instinctively assume that Qin Yunzi was as well. It was only after Ling Yunzi mentioned that Qin Yunzi had bested Tan Xiushui of the Langya Holy Land that Zhang Yang understood that Qin Yunzi's strength was far more formidable than it appeared. Yet, this still far exceeded Zhang Yang's imagination. His heart surged with excitement. This was the essence of cultivating immortality. He watched as the colossal hand conjured by Qin Yunzi grasped the dragon boat of the Yunshan Empire, preparing to strike it down. A thought flashed through his mind, and he urgently called out, "Do not destroy it. Spare their lives. Let them pay a ransom." How desperately does Qingyun's sect need funds? Although Situ Mingwe has brought 1,000,000 spirit stones, this amount is far from sufficient. The Yunshan Empire possesses 3,000 flying dragon troops, a third prince, and a massive flying vessel. How much must that be worth? As the giant hand of white clouds was about to smash the dragon boat to the ground, it seemed that Qin Yunzi had heard Zhang Yang's plea, halting its descent and gently placing the vessel down. At this moment, the 3,000 flying dragon troops were already paralyzed with fear, utterly unable to move. The third prince sat pale upon the deck of the dragon boat. His earlier arrogance entirely vanished. As for the red-robed eunuch, he was nowhere to be found. Zhang Yang first approached Bai Linzi, expressing concern. "Fourth master, are you unscathed?" Bai Linzi raised her hand to summon the formation plate, wiped her mouth, and retorted fiercely, "Are you hoping for my misfortune? It's merely a malfunction in the formation that backfired on me. What could possibly be the issue? However, this incident has also led me to discover a flaw in my formation, yielding significant insight." Seeing that Bai Linzi was still engaged in discussing improvements to the formation, Zhang Yang felt reassured about her condition. He then turned his attention to the dragon boat, casting a glance at the third prince, and commanded the flying dragon troops. "Everyone disembark, hands on your heads, crouch to the side. The one who moves shall perish. Fifth master, please take charge of confiscating this dragon boat." His proficiency in talisman crafting was still not on par with that of Walingzi. Such a massive flying vessel required Walingzi's expertise to manage. The flying dragon troops, dejected and sullen, obediently followed Zhang Yang's orders, disembarking and crouching with their hands on their heads. They were uncertain as to the reason for this action, but had no choice but to comply. Walingzi climbed aboard the dragon boat with great enthusiasm, immersing himself in the study of the talismans aboard, which was his greatest passion. "Your Highness, the third prince, are you not coming down? Do you require my assistance in throwing you down?" Zhang Yang inquired coolly, gazing at the third prince. "I am of royal blood. You dare." Zhang Yang interrupted him with a cold smile. "Had I not spared your life, you would have perished moments ago. Now, get down at once, or I shall take action." He harbored no fondness for this third prince. With his head lowered, the third prince descended from the flying vessel, his eyes betraying a simmering rage. Once Zhang Yang had ushered everyone off the dragon boat, he began to seize various talismans and arrows from the craft, even uncovering a substantial cache of spirit stones and ample supplies for the flying dragon troops. In the sky, the fierce battle between Lin Jianzi and Su Bai had come to a halt. As the flying dragon troops were poised to invade Qingyun's sect, Su Bai had anticipated Lin Jianzi would intervene to rescue them, desperately suppressing him to prevent any retreat. To his astonishment, Lin Jianzi exhibited no intention of responding at all. It was only in the subsequent moment that Su Bai grasped the gravity of the situation. He stared in disbelief at Lin Jianzi and asked, Does your Qingyun sect possess such formidable experts? Had he known earlier that the Qingyun sect harbored such formidable experts, he would not have been so audacious. Lin Jianzi let out a cold laugh. Our duel is not yet concluded. Let us continue. It would be a pity to squander this rare opportunity for sparring. Is there truly a need for further combat? Su Bai replied with a bitter smile. They had indeed stumbled into a significant predicament this time. If we are not to fight, we shall surrender. Lin Jianzi snorted, I will seal my nascent soul. Otherwise, we shall continue our battle. Su Bai sighed deeply and descended to the ground, sealing his own nascent soul. He had no thoughts of fleeing, having witnessed the fate of the esteemed Gonggong. Escape was simply not an option for them. Zhang Yang rummaged through the flying vessel before stepping down and addressing Su Bai. You may return. You are allowing us to leave? Su Bai exclaimed in disbelief. Could this matter truly be resolved so easily? Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. Return and inform your master to consider the value of 3,000 flying dragon troops, 1 prince, and a dragon vessel. Once you ascertain the worth, send us the payment, whether in currency or alternative materials. Furthermore, the previous matters remain unresolved. We expect an explanation regarding those as well. Su Bai was taken aback. Was this not akin to a ransom? The cultivators he had encountered previously exuded an air of superiority. Yet the current cultivator's approach to extortion was unlike anything he had witnessed before. His expression soon darkened as he envisioned the emperor's fury upon receiving this news. However, were there any alternative options available? I beseech you to treat us with kindness. I shall relay the information without delay, Su Bai said bitterly. Please. Zhang Yang gestured. Su Bai nodded towards the third prince, unsealed his nascent soul, and took flight. Just as Su Bai departed, Qin Yushu descended from the Qingyun market, landing before the mountain gate, surveying the 3,000 flying dragon troops and the massive dragon vessel. He inquired with a hint of disbelief. Was that the Qingyun sect's leader who intervened? The flying dragon vessel, fortified to its utmost, possessed combat capabilities that undoubtedly surpassed the nascent soul stage. Yet, even in such circumstances, it was toyed with as if it were a mere plaything. The critical issue was that Lin Jianzi had not revealed himself at any point, wielding such power from a considerable distance. Was this truly the extent of Lin Jianzi's prowess? Zhang Yang did not respond directly to Qin Yushu but smiled and said, Master Lin Yun, since you are concerned for your junior sister's safety, it would be prudent for her to remain until this matter is resolved. During this interval, I kindly ask you to entertain her. Lin Jianzi gestured towards Qin Yushu with a smile. Please, my friend. Qin Yushu nodded and followed Lin Jianzi up Lingyun Peak. Once the dust settled, Situ Mingyue hurried over, glancing at the situation before asking Zhang Yang, Senior brother, was it Master who took action just now? It seems so, Zhang Yang replied, though he was uncertain, having not witnessed the event himself and unsure if there were more hidden figures within the Qingyun sect. Haha, I knew joining the Qingyun sect was a wise decision. Situ Mingyue laughed. She was aware of the flying dragon troop strength, which served as the sharpest blade of the Yunshan Empire, alleviating many troubles for it. In truth, a similar force existed within the Yunting Empire as well. This was the sole means by which ordinary empires could contend against cultivators, and it was an essential power. Now that the Cloud Mountain Empire has faltered, the Cloud Ascend Empire, even if aware of her presence within the Qingyun sect, poses no threat to it. She can remain at the Qingyun sect with complete peace of mind. The newly inducted disciples of the Qingyun sect also witnessed the recent events, and upon seeing the sect's resounding victory, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Those disciples who had previously harbored doubts found their resolve shifting, leading them to a decision. They were, after all, mere children, their convictions not yet solidified, making them susceptible to external influences. Now, having witnessed the formidable strength of the Qingyun sect, coupled with the ideological guidance provided by Zhang Yang, they naturally began to align themselves with the sect. Only Chao Ying and a few others appeared pale, their faces etched with disbelief. The once invincible dragon army of the Cloud Mountain Empire had been defeated. All 3,000 of them were now huddled in despair. What madness was this? Soon, an even more incredulous scene unfolded before Chao Ying and her companions. After collecting the spoils of war, Zhang Yang approached the dragon army and declared, before you are redeemed by the Cloud Mountain Empire, you must assist the Qingyun sect. There are numerous projects awaiting your expertise. If you do not work, you shall not eat. The Qingyun sect does not harbor idlers. Chapter 33. The 3,000 construction crew. Zhang Yang gazed at the 3,000 dragon army soldiers, realizing it was a waste to have them idly standing by. requiring constant supervision. With the influx of new disciples in the Qingyun sect, there was much work to be done. Were these 3,000 Dragon Army soldiers not the perfect construction crew? Masters, Zhang Yang instructed, you must remain vigilant these days, monitoring all activities within Qingyun. Should anyone exhibit even the slightest irregularity, eliminate them immediately. He pointed at the Dragon Army with an air of menace, emphasizing, act without hesitation. Ling Yunzi cast a cold glance at the Dragon Army and replied, I will keep an eye on them. No need for all of you to do so. Zhang Yang shook his head. I intend to disperse them and have them undertake various tasks for us. What? Bai Ling Zi and the others looked on in astonishment. Although these individuals were enemies, capturing them was one thing. Forcing them to work seemed excessive. Zhang Yang asserted with conviction, I am hiring them as laborers, not expecting them to work for free. Rest assured, once the projects are completed, I will settle their wages. Furthermore, the living conditions of our disciples are appallingly inadequate. This is the perfect opportunity to improve them. He added, if any of you require assistance, feel free to enlist their help. Under Zhang Yang's guidance, the preceding group of disciples began to assist one another in constructing houses. However, from Zhang Yang's perspective, it resembled mere shanties. Previously, he had lacked the energy to attend to such matters, and given the issues surrounding these disciples, he chose to wait until everything settled before addressing it. Yet now, with the construction crew readily available, to not take advantage would surely be a waste. He approached the Dragon Army's leader, the third prince, and said mildly, there are matters I wish to discuss with you. What do you wish to discuss? The third prince smiled at Zhang Yang. The third prince, having endured intimidation, appeared quite disheveled. However, now that he has regained his composure, his intellect once again occupies the high ground of his spirit, naturally exuding an air of noble lineage. He is acutely aware that he must not provoke Zhang Yang at this juncture. Judging from various indicators, Zhang Yang holds considerable stature within the Qingyun sect. Regardless of the animosity in his heart, it must be set aside until he returns to the imperial city. He possesses the fortitude for such restraint. Zhang Yang pointed at the Flying Dragon Army. As the construction foreman, you shall lead them to assist me. I require the repair of 87 courtyards and the renovation of a large residence. The third prince, who prided himself on his ability to endure, was momentarily taken aback. After all, he is a prince. Zhang Yang lowered his voice, speaking disdainfully. With your level of intellect, you dare to engage in political machinations? This is the opportune moment to win over the Flying Dragon Army. Do you not understand? In this regard, you ought to be grateful to me. The third prince's expression shifted. He had grown up in the palace, absorbing the intricacies of political strategy without formal instruction. At that moment, Zhang Yang's revelation struck him, and he instantly grasped the implication. He too lowered his voice. You have reduced my status to nothing, and you expect me to thank you? You want me to dig for you, and I ought to express gratitude? Furthermore, why would you assist me? Zhang Yang settled cross-legged before the third prince, casting a contemptuous glance his way. When conversing, it is prudent to consider with whom you are speaking. You are solitary and desolate. Do you not realize this widens the chasm between us? Under such circumstances, do you truly believe distancing yourself is advantageous? The third prince's face flushed crimson, a surge of anger welling within him. He felt a strong urge to strike. Speak plainly. What do you truly wish to convey? He demanded, his countenance stern. My name is Zhang Yang, and yours? I am Prince Li Xiaojia. Miss Li? Zhang Yang chuckled, then quickly waved his hand. My apologies, I am not a professional. I simply could not resist. The third prince was utterly stunned. He had not anticipated his name would be so ridiculed. What nonsense was this fellow spouting? Each word was comprehensible, yet he could not grasp the meaning. Observing the third prince's stiff demeanor and silence, Zhang Yang hastily added, I apologize, I was rude just now. Let us start anew. Have you practiced? No, the emperor cannot cultivate, the third prince replied, his expression unyielding. Why not? Zhang Yang countered. The third prince shook his head. I do not know the specific reasons. I only know that if the emperor cultivates and reaches the golden core stage, he will perish. The national master has spoken of this as a restriction of the heavenly path, though I cannot ascertain its truth. Therefore, do you aspire to contend for the throne? The third prince cast a glance at Zhang Yang, hesitating before responding. Born into royalty, who does not wish to vie for power? He felt no shame in stating this. It was an evident truth, and even if he denied it, would his brothers believe him? What is your level of confidence? Zhang Yang continued to inquire. The third prince's brow furrowed. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? Do you not realize that although you have captured me, you will inevitably release me in due time? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. Are you so certain that the emperor will redeem you? For the sake of the royal family's honor, my father will undoubtedly attempt to negotiate. But once he surpasses his limits, he can no longer acquiesce. However, with the presence of the Flying Dragon Army, the situation has drastically shifted. The third prince remarked subtly that the empire has invested an immense amount of resources into this formidable force and would never forsake it. Had you truly slain them back then, although it would have pained our father, he might have forgotten in an instant. It must be said that your retention of the Flying Dragon Army has indeed placed our father in a precarious position. Zhang Yang smiled, saying, Heaven possesses a benevolent nature. How could it permit arbitrary slaughter? The third prince was unconvinced, still unable to discern Zhang Yang's true intentions, and chose to remain silent, awaiting further elucidation. I shall assist you in securing a position, while you enlist their aid in excavating. Do you find this arrangement agreeable? The third prince's heart raced as he recognized the terrifying potential of the Qingyun sect. If they were to support him, would he not then be the most favored? Before he could voice his thoughts, Qin Jianzi's voice whispered in Zhang Yang's ear. You rascal, we do not interfere in imperial matters. Master, rest assured. The Qingyun sect shall remain absent, Zhang Yang clarified, then continued earnestly. However, should the Qingyun sect desire transformation, it will undoubtedly differ from the past. Even if we refrain from meddling in imperial affairs, engaging with them is unavoidable. Though we have claimed victory against the Yunshan Empire, failure to address subsequent complications would remain detrimental to us. Handle it as you see fit. Qin Jianzi's voice faded away. Zhang Yang turned to the third prince, stating, Upon your return, announce your pursuit of immortality. The third prince was taken aback. What? He quickly grasped the implication. Feigning? Zhang Yang cast a sidelong glance at the third prince. Of course, I speak in earnest. The third prince's expression dulled as he regarded Zhang Yang in silence. Assisting him in securing a position, was this truly the method? Zhang Yang shook his head in disappointment. With your level of acumen, what do you know of political maneuvering? Allow me to enlighten you on the concept of retreating to advance, employing deception against Gua, and secretly maneuvering. He mused that such a person would scarcely survive in the historical palace. Chapter 34, Political Machinations. The third prince looked bewildered. While he understood the notion of retreating to advance, what was this secret maneuvering? I ask you, upon your return to the palace, what scene will await you? Zhang Yang scrutinized the third prince. The third prince remained silent. Zhang Yang articulated for him. You have brought great shame upon the Yunshan Empire, resulting in the demise of a Yuan-ing period eunuch, and compelled the Yunshan Empire to expend substantial resources to reclaim the Flying Dragon Army. If the emperor does not execute you, he would be deemed a merciful father. Under such circumstances, do you still aspire to secure a position? The third prince's spirit waned as he lowered his head, fully aware of the inevitable outcome. In such a scenario, if your brothers were to further exploit your misfortunes, would your demise not be assured? Even if you err not, they will contrive your downfall. Zhang Yang gently coaxed, given this, why not outright declare your stance and cease your pursuit? How might one elegantly articulate this stance? Of course, pursuing immortality is the most thorough approach. Simply inform your father that you have erred gravely, willingly withdrawing from the contest for the throne to lead the Flying Dragon Army and atone for your transgressions. The Flying Dragon Army represents the Empire's greatest strength. Entrusting it to outsiders is inherently perilous. Thus, it is prudent to maintain it within the hands of one's own. In this context, will your father grant you an opportunity? Will your brothers cease to harbor animosity towards you? Even if your father does not bestow upon you the Dragon Legion, once you express your intent to relinquish the throne, will you not be able to openly cultivate relationships with various ministers? Given that circumstances have escalated to this point, is there still a need for my guidance? The third prince's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. He perceived this as the most viable solution to his predicament, believing that upon returning to the palace, he would encounter no peril. Yet, he found himself in a quandary. If I ascend to the throne after cultivating immortality, would I not be doomed upon reaching the golden core stage? Zhang Yang smiled lightly. The pursuit of forming a core is inherently arduous. With your current level of foolishness, even if you were to succeed, it would likely take you decades to achieve. Moreover, do you not possess the capacity to restrain your own cultivation, to refrain from breaking through? To take a hypothetical step further, should you reign as emperor for several decades and then feel the urge to advance to the golden core, could you not simply abdicate? At that point, Having indulged in the pleasures of sovereignty, you could pursue immortality. Your words have inspired even me to consider ruling. Were it not for my current status at the Golden Core stage. I understand now. The third prince exhaled deeply, gazing at Zhang Yang with gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. After a brief pause, he inquired, Yet I remain perplexed as to why you are assisting me. Zhang Yang replied calmly. Although it is the Yunshan Empire that has instigated this turmoil, our Qingyun sect has nonetheless taken a substantial toll from you. If we do not alleviate this tension in advance, both sides will inevitably clash in battle, which would be detrimental for us both. My assistance stems from a desire to mitigate such a scenario. Furthermore, the Qingyun sect has not experienced development in quite some time. I hope that upon your return, you will promote trade with us. Our Qingyun sect possesses talismans, elixirs, and other treasures that far surpass what other sects offer. The Yunshan Empire could collaborate with us to achieve mutual prosperity. The third prince shook his head. The resources of our Yunshan Empire are already under the control of the Tianxian sect. With a member of the Tianxian sect serving as the national advisor, they would likely not permit such a situation to unfold. Master, did you not assert that sects should refrain from interfering in imperial matters? Just look at the Tianxian sect. They must be exceedingly wealthy. Zhang Yang inwardly vented his frustration towards Qinjianzi. He stated calmly, I did not specify the present. You merely need to discreetly foster the development of this matter. While we will negotiate with the Tianxian sect later. Very well. The third prince readily agreed. But whom should I seek as a mentor? Joining Qingyun is certainly out of the question, given the emperor's current animosity towards them, which would only yield contrary results. It must be someone of stature, not affiliated with the Tianxian sect. For instance, Su Bai should not be a member of the Tianxian sect. He would make an excellent mentor, Zhang Yang remarked casually. The third prince asked in surprise, How do you know that Commander Su is not associated with the Tianxian sect? Zhang Yang replied tersely, The national advisor is from the Tianxian sect, which wields immense power. How could your emperor be so foolish as to allow the formidable Dragon Legion to be commanded by the Tianxian sect? Is this not self-evident? Is our intelligence truly so disparate? The third prince was at a loss for words. Well, the matters have been discussed. You shall lead the Flying Dragon Army to commence excavation. Zhang Yang pointed towards the Qingyun sect, where 3,000 individuals were divided into 30 teams, each consisting of 100 members. They must complete the task within a few days. Furthermore, you will personally oversee 100 individuals to execute the construction according to my directives. After a thorough conversation, the third prince's resentment had diminished. He felt a sense of joy within, though he outwardly conveyed the gravity of the situation to the Flying Dragon Army. He expressed that all of this was due to him, the third prince, and he was willing to share both hardship and fortune with them. The numerous members of the Flying Dragon Army were moved. Though they were cultivators, they were merely foundational practitioners, primarily nurtured as soldiers by the empire. Their respect for imperial authority was profound. Now that the third prince was willing to endure hardship alongside them, how could they not feel gratitude? Subsequently, the 30 construction teams ascended the mountain. Those skilled in construction were to build houses, while those unskilled were to lay roads, all using bluestone slabs to prevent muddy shoes in the rain. Additionally, the drainage on both sides must be well managed, and the foundation must be solidified. Zhang Yang transformed into the chief engineer of the construction team, guiding the 3,000 workers busily at Qingyun sect. After assigning their respective tasks, he instructed the third prince to lead 100 men to Qingyun Peak. Level this area and solidify the foundation. As cultivators, some of you even possess Dao seeds. Cannot you utilize your spiritual power for this task? This, too, can be considered a form of cultivation, understand? Yes, indeed. Once the first floor is completed, proceed to the second floor, which should be woven entirely from spiritual bamboo. You need not worry about the sturdiness of the bamboo. I will inscribe the runes later. Moreover, excavate a large pool in front of the house for leisure swimming. Upon seeing Zhang Yang's two-story villa, Situ Mingyue instantly felt disillusioned with the courtyard she had purchased from him. However, having spent 200,000 spirit stones on it, she felt pain to abandon it. Angrily, Situ Mingyue glared at Zhang Yang. Senior brother, I spent 200,000 spirit stones on a grass hut, while you reside in such an extravagant house. Shouldn't you provide an explanation? Zhang Yang chuckled. You call me senior brother. Does that not suffice as an explanation? I don't care. I shall report to master. You have deceived me. Situ Mingyue turned and ran away. Chapter 35. Negotiations in the Cloud Mountain Empire while the Flying Dragon Army was fervently engaged at Qingyun's sect. Subai finally returned to the imperial city, even though he was at the nascent soul stage. Battling at Qingyun's sect and flying such a distance consecutively was still quite exhausting. When Subai announced his audience with the emperor was taken aback. "Where are my Flying Dragon Army? Where's the third prince?" Emperor Li Shiqing glared at Subai, questioning why only he had returned. A sense of foreboding began to creep into his heart. Subai, with a mournful expression, replied, "Your Majesty, the third prince and the Flying Dragon Army have fallen into the hands of Qingyun's sect." "What?" Li Shiqing exclaimed in shock. He had several sons, yet none of them could compare to the third prince. However, the Flying Dragon Army was cultivated over decades at an immense cost to the entire empire. Even with the vastness of the Yunshan Empire, selecting a few thousand individuals capable of training is an exceedingly arduous task. The most talented among them have long been recruited by sects, while those of lesser aptitude, if given the opportunity to find a path within a sect, would hardly choose to serve as soldiers in the imperial army. More critically, the obliteration of the Flying Dragon Army has shattered the emperor's ambitions. He had hoped for this force to mature, envisioning a time when they would all reach the golden core stage and wreak havoc across the land. And now, they have been lost. The mere thought of it made Li Shiqing seethe with rage, his palm striking the dragon table with a thunderous crash. What audacity the Qingyun sect possesses! I dispatched envoys to negotiate with them, and they dare to lay hands on my people? Summon the national master, devise a plan to annihilate the Qingyun sect, or I shall never quell this indignation. Subai hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, the Flying Dragon Army still exists, and the third prince is also in their clutches. The Qingyun sect demands a ransom for their release." The enraged emperor faltered momentarily, exhaling deeply and adjusting his demeanor, glaring fiercely at Subai. "Speak clearly about what transpired." Subai recounted the events, then bitterly added, "We never anticipated that the Qingyun sect had concealed such formidable power. Everyone was powerless to resist and fell into their hands." The emperor snorted derisively. That scoundrel of a third prince, still so brazen and overbearing. I distinctly commanded him to negotiate properly with the Qingyun sect. Yet he conducts himself in such a reckless manner? Subai remained silent, internally pondering if the prince would have dared to act without the emperor's tacit approval. Furthermore, dispatching the few remaining Yuanying-level officials of the royal family only to claim he wished to avoid conflict with the Qingyun sect seemed like an exercise in futility. After venting his anger, the emperor turned to Subai and inquired, "What is your estimation of the Qingyun sect's power level?" Subai offered an awkward smile, "Your Majesty, I am merely at the Yuanying stage. How could I discern the true extent of the Qingyun sect's strength? However, judging by the plight of the Flying Dragon Army, their power clearly surpasses that of the Yuanying stage. It remains uncertain whether they possess the nascent soul or harmonization stage powers, or how many individuals wield such strength. After all, the Qingyun sect's history is exceedingly ancient, making it nearly impossible to ascertain their true capabilities. Therefore, I believe that taking action against the Qingyun sect is an exceedingly ill-advised notion." The emperor frowned sternly. "I cannot fathom how the third prince arrived at such a decision. When he returns, I shall administer appropriate punishment. As for the matter of reclaiming the Flying Dragon Army, what do you propose?" Subai shook his head in resignation. "Your Majesty, regarding this matter, I dare not presume to offer counsel. As the commander of the Flying Dragon Army, it is ultimately your decision. If he is overly fixated on the army, it may lead to calamity." The emperor furrowed his brow, contemplating whether he should summon the national master for counsel. After a prolonged silence, he instructed a nearby eunuch, "Go summon the national master. The Yunshan Empire will undoubtedly suffer considerable losses in compensating the Qingyun sect, and this may conveniently reduce the tribute owed to the Tianqian sect." The national master soon arrived, and, upon hearing the account of events, urgently inquired, "Commander Su, who from the Qingyun sect took action?" Subai candidly replied, "I did not see anyone, only a colossal hand conjured from a mass of white clouds." The national master's expression turned grave as he stated, "This is not the deed of an individual, but rather the manifestation of the protective grand array of the Qingyun sect, the Tianqing Jiyun array. Therefore, it stands to reason that the strength of the Qingyun sect is not as formidable as one might presume. They may possess entities at the Yuanshan realm, yet it is certain they lack those who have transcended to the He-Dao realm. The Qingyun sect has languished for many years, had they possessed such a formidable power. they would not have found themselves in their current predicament. Only those great sacred lands and super sects house beings of the He Dao realm. For instance, Elder Tan Xiushui of the renowned Langya sacred land is indeed such a mighty figure. Emperor Li Shiqing shook his head in resignation. National Master. Even if the Qingyun sect possesses only Yuan Shen realm powers, they still pose a significant threat. The Flying Dragon army has fallen into their grasp, and my most beloved third prince is among them. The Qingyun sect has set forth conditions for his ransom, and as both a sovereign and a father, I am compelled to acquiesce to such demands. Thus, it is likely that our offerings to the Tianxian sect will need to be considerably reduced. The National Master's gaze sharpened, and he added, Your Majesty, perhaps I should report this matter to our sect, allowing us to mediate. We may be able to retrieve the third prince and the Flying Dragon army at minimal cost. The Emperor's face brightened. If that is indeed possible, it would be splendid. The National Master chuckled. However, the offerings to the Tianxian sect must not diminish. The Emperor readily agreed, indifferent, as he knew he would still have to relinquish a substantial amount of resources. Subsequently, the National Master took flight, departing swiftly. The Emperor, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, commanded, Summon King Xinjun of the South. When the king arrived, the Emperor instructed Su Bai to relay the events to him, then solemnly declared, You shall lead the negotiations with the Qingyun sect, ensuring the retrieval of the Flying Dragon army. King Xinjun glanced at Su Bai before turning to the Emperor, inquiring, Your Majesty, negotiations must have their boundaries. What are ours? The Emperor responded, If the Qingyun sect demands resources, you may negotiate freely. Take with you the spirit stones and resources we have prepared. If insufficient, you may defer payment. The Emperor clenched his teeth and continued, Our utmost boundary is the 1,000-mile territory of Qingzhou surrounding the Qingyun sect. Even if we must cede land, we must reclaim the Flying Dragon army. If the Qingyun sect is incapable of overcoming us, they can always turn their attention to other adversaries, cannot they? Understood. King Xinjun replied solemnly. Feeling the weight of the responsibility, he feared that ceding Qingzhou would bring him immense scorn. Yet, he found himself unable to refuse. The Emperor sighed. Await the National Master's news. The Tianxian sect will send representatives to accompany you to Qingyun for further discussions. The Tianxian sect may assist in negotiations. Yet the ultimate decision rests in your hands. I understand. King Xinjun nodded. 2 days later, 2 individuals from the Yuan Shen realm, alongside the National Master, joined the negotiation party aboard the Tianxian sect's flying vessel, setting their course for the Qingyun sect. Chapter 36. The True Power of Linjianzi at the Qingyun sect. Zhang Yang invited Walingzi to inscribe talismans for his newly constructed villa. Master Uncle, I beg your assistance. The painter Lingzi said with a hint of irritation. The last time you requested a small courtyard, I toiled for quite a while before it was completed. Now you expect me to fill an entire large house. Zhang Yang replied with utmost seriousness. Isn't it because you possess such remarkable skills, Master Uncle? Moreover, from your talismans, I have gleaned insights into the art of talismans. In the future, when anyone inquires about who taught me, I shall say it was you, Master Uncle. Furthermore, once my house is ready, you are welcome to stay for as long as you desire. Lingzi smiled gently and nodded. Indeed, you should earnestly study the art of talismans. It would be a pity otherwise. He contemplated Zhang Yang's chaotic golden elixir and mused how formidable he would become if he mastered the art of talismans. The thought that everyone would say Zhang Yang's talismans were taught by him brought him joy. What brings you here when you have a fine abode at Bihua Peak? Lingzi withdrew a spiritual brush and began to inscribe talismans for Zhang Yang. The wind talisman was essential. The sensation of a gentle breeze was truly delightful. Zhang Yang stood by, offering guidance, ensuring the calming talisman was included, as it aids in cultivation. Master Uncle, please inscribe a purification talisman for the pond, this way. I won't need to change the water anymore. Oh, and if possible, a gathering spirit talisman would be best, as I plan to raise fish. These are your specialties. And for you, they are but trifles. I could never accomplish such feats. In truth, Zhang Yang could also draw these talismans himself. However, the talismans he created would undoubtedly lack the intricate finesse and durability of those crafted by Lingzi. Durability was of paramount importance. The third prince, Li Xiaojia, entered and felt a refreshing ambience within the villa, complemented by a gentle breeze, which evoked a sense of comfort. I must find a way to create something similar in the imperial capital, he remarked enviously. Zhang Yang glanced at the third prince and said, as a contractor with wealth, Building a house is no challenge for you. However, a talisman master like my master uncle is not so easily persuaded. Only someone with our close relationship could call upon him. He took the opportunity to flatter Lingzi. The third prince shook his head in contemplation. Thus, I can only dream. During this period, he had been working as a contractor at the Qingyun sect alongside the Flying Dragon Army, and the soldiers had grown quite fond of him. Though it was tiring, he found joy in being free from the cautious intrigues and power struggles of the imperial capital. However, this happiness soon vanished. Su Mingyang from the Tianshu sect, along with his junior brother Tong Lu, and the southern king of the Yunshan Empire, Xinjun, along with national master Zhang Yu, visited the Qingyun sect. A relaxed voice echoed from the foot of the mountain. Zhang Yang, you are responsible for negotiating with them. Do not concern yourself with the Tianshu sect. Focus solely on your discussions. Understood, master, Zhang Yang replied. As Lingzi completed a talisman, he paused. The people from the Tianshu sect have arrived? Let us attend to the guests from the Yunshan Empire first. Zhang Yang nodded and shot a glance at the third prince. Go, smear some mud on yourself to appear a bit more disheveled. Take a hoe and tend to the garden. This is all I can teach you. Master, please teach me more. I am eager to improve, the third prince said earnestly. During this period, he has been diligently studying the art of political strategy under Zhang Yang, reaping tremendous rewards, to the extent that he has begun to privately refer to Zhang Yang as his master. Look at you, so impatient, Zhang Yang remarked, shaking his head at the third prince. The pursuit of power and influence cannot be rushed. Reflecting on this, the third prince took up a hoe and began to cultivate the garden. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Qingyun sect, Zhang Yang encountered Su Bai and others waiting outside the sect. He courteously announced, I am Zhang Yang of the Qingyun sect, here to welcome several esteemed guests. Please follow me up the mountain. He gestured for them to accompany him and soared upwards. The members from the Tianxian sect and the Yunsan Empire exchanged glances before following suit. As they ascended, Su Bai noticed a group of individuals clad in the attire of the Flying Dragon Army, laboriously digging and chopping wood. A surge of indignation welled up within him. How could these individuals, whom he usually cherished, be subjected to such menial work at the Qingyun sect? Had it not been for the previous incident, he would have erupted in anger. However, he now felt a mix of fury and restraint. Naturally, Prince Xinjun of the southern town also observed the plight of the Flying Dragon Army, sighing inwardly. The Qingyun sect is exceedingly formidable. This negotiation may prove challenging. Conversely, the members of the Tianxian sect seemed unfazed. To them, the Flying Dragon Army was merely a laughingstock. Despite the reputation the Yunsan Empire had forged with the Flying Dragon Army, in the eyes of Su Mingyang and his companions, the Flying Dragon Army could be effortlessly extinguished. Their focus lay instead on the remaining strength of the Qingyun sect. This is my residence, albeit still under renovation and somewhat rudimentary. I ask for your understanding, Zhang Yang stated politely. At that moment, Prince Xinjun noticed a figure toiling in the garden. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the third prince. Irritation flared within him. This truly showed a disregard for royal authority. However, he quickly pondered whether this might be a display of power from the Qingyun sect. In an instant, he devised a strategy and approached the third prince. Disregarding the mud covering him, he lifted the third prince with a solemn expression. Your Highness, you have suffered. Uncle Wang. The third prince gazed at Prince Xinjun, as if seeing a savior, tears welling up as he exclaimed, You have finally come. Prince Xinjun inhaled deeply and brushed the dirt from the third prince's clothes. I have come to take you home. He turned to Zhang Yang, his voice grave. Is it not excessive for the Qingyun sect to treat a prince of our dynasty in such a manner? Excessive? Zhang Yang scoffed. Did I invite you here? The Qingyun sect does not harbor idlers. Those who remain within my sect must contribute to its endeavors. Here, one must abide by our rules. Since you are here, let us engage in discourse. Otherwise, they shall continue their labor here. The third prince urgently grasped Prince Xinjun's arm. Uncle Wang, I wish to return. I no longer wish to stay here. Suppressing his anger, Prince Xinjun coldly inquired, Where are your people? Are we not here to negotiate? Pointing to himself, Zhang Yang declared, I am. If there are matters to discuss, address them with me. Silently, he assessed the third prince's progress, deeming it satisfactory but not exemplary. Su Mingyang furrowed his brow and inquired, Where are the elders of your sect? A disciple in the Golden Core stage dares to engage in conversation with him? Furthermore, he intends to assess the strength of Qiyun by observing its members. Zhang Yang smiled at Su Mingyang and said, Senior, I have a master and several uncles. May I inquire which one you wish to visit? It is not yet the new year, and even if it were, it seems rather premature for such greetings. By the way, I have yet to ask why you have come to our Qian sect. It appears we have not extended an invitation to you. Su Mingyang's anger flared instantly. What esteemed status did he hold in the Tianxian sect? To arrive at Qiyun and be dismissed by a mere golden core disciple? He gazed coldly at Zhang Yang and declared, I have come to mediate matters between the Qiyun sect and the Yunshan Empire. Such matters are surely beyond the purview of a junior like you. Zhang Yang chuckled and retorted, So it seems you wish to take charge of affairs here at the Qian sect? Su Mingyang barked angrily, How dare you be disrespectful to me, junior? Summon your master and uncles. I wish to inquire how they manage their disciples. At that moment, Lin Jianzi appeared, casually stating, I am his uncle. How we educate our disciples is our concern, not yours. You were not invited to our Qian sect, so if you are dissatisfied, you may leave. Nascent soul. Su Mingyang directed a cold stare at Lin Jianzi. I am at the spirit realm. You are unworthy to converse with me. Bring out Qiyunzi. Lin Jianzi chuckled coldly. If your hearing has failed you, I possess some medical knowledge and could assist you with that. Such matters do not require the intervention of the senior brother. However, I must warn you, since you are at the spirit realm, I shall take this seriously. With a flick of his wrist, a formidable long sword appeared in his hand, and he donned an imposing robe of magical might. The evergreen sword. The spirit control robe. Su Mingyang suddenly stood, wary as he gazed at Lin Jianzi. Lin Jianzi sneered. If your hearing is impaired, your sight remains intact. Indeed, it is the exquisite evergreen sword and the spirit control robe. You are at the spirit realm, and I am at the nascent soul realm. The difference of one realm does not constitute unfairness. The 30 miles to the north of Qiyun sect is uninhabited, perfectly suitable for us to engage in earnest combat. Please. Chapter 37. Retreat without battle. Su Mingyang's expression froze, a tempest of emotions crossing his face. He had originally intended to witness the might of the Qiyun sect, believing that as a spirit realm practitioner, he might glean some insights. However, he had not anticipated being confronted with the evergreen sword and the spirit control robe. As a spirit realm cultivator, he lacked the means to breach the defenses of a supreme spiritual artifact, and a single strike from such a weapon would spell either death or dismemberment for him. In light of such circumstances, how could he dare to engage in battle? How could he maintain his dignity? The Qiyun sect, with its 5,000-year history, surely harbored countless treasures. The king of the south, sensing the tension, hastily interjected, I implore both seniors to refrain from conflict. In truth, the esteemed elder from Tianxian sect comes with good intentions. Our Yunshan Empire has arrived with sincerity, bearing a substantial amount of spirit stones and resources. As a mere golden core disciple, I fear I cannot safeguard these resources, which is why I earnestly request the protection of the esteemed elder from Tianxian. Such a significant matter warrants the presence of a responsible individual from your sect, rather than a mere disciple. Thus, it is likely that Senior Su's ire stemmed from this incident, prompting his outburst. Those who ascend to the throne possess far more eloquence than Su Mingyang. The implication was clear. You, Qiyun sect, were negligent from the outset and still sought to brawl with your guests? Zhang Yang chuckled lightly, choosing to retreat gracefully, stating, This matter truly rests upon my shoulders. It is my failure to articulate clearly. I am Zhang Yang, and my master is the esteemed Qinjianzi, the sect leader. My master is currently in seclusion, and my several uncles are engrossed in their cultivation. Thus it falls upon me, in the capacity of acting sect leader, to manage the affairs of Qingyun sect. Su Mingyang and the others could not help but cast their gazes upon Zhang Yang, astonished that Qingyun sect had appointed an acting leader at the Golden Core stage. It seemed that Qingyun sect was indeed on the brink of collapse. When a dragon soars, none dare to lightly provoke its majesty. Yet, when the dragon falls, all wish to seize a morsel. Su Mingyang's eyes flickered, his mind racing with thoughts. Lin Jianzi coldly remarked, You possess quite the audacity. Is it not sufficient that the acting leader welcomes you? Do you still seek to provoke? Are you taking advantage of Qingyun's decline? Su Mingyang inhaled deeply, conceding, It was indeed I who was at fault just now. Though his cultivation was superior, Zhang Yang spoke with the authority of the sect leader, placing him above Su Mingyang in status. Moreover, with ulterior motives stirring within him, he opted to retreat a few steps. However, it is wise to resolve enmities rather than deepen them. The Yunsan Empire had indeed offended Qingyun sect in the past, and had since learned their lesson, refraining from future provocations. As the elder's nephew has become the national master of the Yunsan Empire, at his request, I wish to seek a measure of leniency on behalf of the Qingyun sect. As an ancient sect, it would be prudent for Qingyun to exhibit some magnanimity. Why not diffuse this situation and transform a major issue into a minor one? Su Mingyang continued. Zhang Yang countered, Senior Su. How many resources are required to cultivate a foundation establishment disciple? Let us simply convert it to spirit stones. How many spirit stones would that entail? Perhaps around 1,000 spirit stones? And what of a flying vessel capable of accommodating 3,000 combatants? What would its worth in spirit stones be? Surely, it would amount to several 100,000 spirit stones. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. Even based on your assertions, the 3,000 flying dragon army along with the vessel would amount to several million spirit stones. Thus, are we to conclude that your face is worth several million spirit stones? I do not mean to offend, but your vanity seems rather excessive. Su Mingyang, faced with such blatant ridicule, felt his countenance darken instantly. As a formidable figure at the nascent soul stage, who would not treat him with utmost respect? Yet, upon arriving at Qingyun sect, he found himself threatened by one at the nascent soul stage and mocked by a golden core cultivator. However, he dared not retaliate. Lin Jianzi, armed with 2 exquisite spirit instruments, was enough to instill fear, coupled with the formidable array rumored to protect Qingyun sect. How could he dare to act recklessly? In his heart, he had already marked Qingyun sect with several glaring red crosses. Zhang Yang's expression grew serious as he coldly stated, There is another matter of which you may be unaware, Senior. The 3,000 flying dragon army did not come to Qingyun as mere guests. They brazenly attacked Qingyun. Had it not been for Qingyun's profound heritage, the outcome would have been dire. If someone were to treat the Tianxian sect in such a manner, would you also consider it wise to trivialize the matter and let it pass? If the elder would be willing to stand forth and allow me to thrust a few swords at you, he might as well laugh it off. And I would certainly settle matters with the Cloud Mountain Empire as well. What say you, esteemed elder? How audacious of the youth to speak to me in such a manner. Su Mingyang could not help but bellow in anger. Zhang Yang regarded Su Mingyang with amusement. What is this? When it concerns your own self, you lack magnanimity. I have yet to make a move. Merely exchanging a few words has incited such wrath. Your tolerance appears to be rather limited. He was certain that although Qingyunzi had not made an appearance, he was undoubtedly keeping a close watch on the proceedings. Thus, he felt no trepidation regarding any potential actions from Su Mingyang. To be so obsequious in one's own territory and still aspire to attain the status of an immortal, it would be better to simply perish. Lin Jianzi coldly remarked, It seems that some old codgers merely talk without understanding the pain of standing. A mere Yuan Shen realm dares to act recklessly in Qingyun? Tan Xiushui, even at the He Dao realm, was crushed. What significance does a Yuan Shen hold? It infuriates me. Su Mingyang exclaimed vehemently, turning fiercely to the king of Southern Town. I shall no longer concern myself with the affairs of your Cloud Mountain Empire. Having spoken, he departed with Tong Lu. Remaining any longer would only tempt him to act out. Once they had flown over 100 miles from Qingyun sect, Su Mingyang slowly remarked, The foundation of Qingyun sect is indeed formidable. A mere Yuanying, wielding 2 supreme spiritual artifacts, while I, at the Yuan Shen realm, possess none. By what right does he possess such power? Brother Su, the treasures accumulated by Qingyun sect over its 5,000 years of history are truly vast. Had it not been for the great upheaval a millennium ago, Qingyun sect would likely still stand as a top-tier sect. We can only grovel before them now. Su Mingyang scoffed. This is certainly not a millennium ago. Their era has passed irretrievably. If we could obliterate Qingyun sect, it is likely that Tianxian sect would soar to new heights. This matter warrants careful deliberation upon our return. Lin Jianzi is merely a Yuanying. I doubt Qingyunzi's cultivation is much higher. The rest are hardly worth mentioning. Our only concern now lies with the protective formation of Qingyun sect, which poses the greatest challenge. This matter cannot be rushed. Tong Lu chuckled and shook his head. We have already dispatched individuals into Qingyun. Once they mature, they will undoubtedly become the backbone of Qingyun and should ascertain the strength of the protective formation. Once we understand the formation, our several sects can unite. What is there to fear from conquering Qingyun sect? Su Mingyang nodded, gazing at Qingyun sect, then shook his head. This time, it seems Qingyun sect has benefited. This band of fools from the Cloud Mountain Empire has unwittingly delivered a bounty of resources to them. Tong Lu grinned. a splendid delivery. Only by providing them with resources can our people grow swiftly. Su Mingyang considered this and felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, at Qingyun's sect, following the departure of Su Mingyang and Tong Lu, Qingyun's sect and the Cloud Mountain Empire officially convened at the negotiating table. Chapter 38. Ransom King of Southern Town. You have just heard from Elder Su regarding the worth of the 3,000 flying dragon army and the flying vessels. Zhang Yang spoke directly, regarding this insipid prince as merely a bonus, a complimentary addition for you. Thus, I would like to inquire, how much ransom has your Cloud Mountain Empire prepared? The king of Southern Town, Shenjun, offered a bitter smile. The empire has invested over a decade in nurturing the dragon army, exhausting the very essence of our nation. It is precisely for this reason that His Majesty holds the dragon army in such high regard. Our Yunsan Empire sincerely wishes to redeem the dragon army. However, if the ransom truly demands several million spirit stones, we are utterly incapable of procuring such an amount. It may sound laughable, but the spirit stones produced by our empire amount to merely hundreds of thousands each year. Under these circumstances, how could we possibly gather several million spirit stones? Observing the unwavering stance of the Qingyun sect towards the Tianxian sect, he discerned the former's resolute nature. Thus, he began to play the sympathy card. Of course, we could compel the populace to mine for spirit stones, and perhaps within 2 or 3 years, we might amass the required sum. Yet, such an action would likely lead to widespread famine, leaving our billion-strong population reduced to mere millions. Lin Jianzi, upon hearing this, couldn't help but communicate with Zhang Yang telepathically. Perhaps we should just let it go? Zhang Yang responded curtly. Uncle, are you really on the opposite side? Why not take a seat there? Can't you perceive the moral coercion at play? Just let it be. You should focus on your cultivation and leave these matters aside. Lin Jianzi shot a glare at Zhang Yang, but chose to remain silent. Zhang Yang shook his head and sighed. It truly is tragic. Hearing the king of Southern Town speak, I cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy. In light of this, let us simply forego the ransom. The king of Southern Town inwardly rejoiced, silently reflecting. Ah, the youth, so naive. He bowed deeply to Zhang Yang, expressing, I am grateful for your magnanimity, Master Zhang. On behalf of the billions of citizens of our empire, I extend my heartfelt thanks. Upon my return, I shall ensure that the dragon army is properly reprimanded for their audacity in offending the Qingyun sect. It is imperative that I inform His Majesty to manage the third prince diligently, ensuring such incidents do not recur. Indeed, indeed. Zhang Yang replied thoughtfully. Thank you, Master Zhang. The king of Southern Town reiterated. Shall I bring them back now? Zhang Yang seemed to regain his senses, saying, Are you intending to take the third prince back? By all means, do so. Keeping him here serves no purpose and only wastes resources. He consumes and excretes, creating an unbearable stench. The third prince nearby fell silent. Wishing to interject, Master, enough already. Yet, he remained mute, caught in his own plight. The king of Southern Town hastily inquired, What of the dragon army? Zhang Yang reflected. If we were to retain the dragon army, the Yunsan Empire would inevitably expend vast resources to continue their training, posing a tremendous burden upon our billion citizens. They live in dire straits. How could we allow them to endure such suffering? Let us shoulder this burden for the Qingyun sect. The dragon army shall be nurtured by us. Indeed, we currently require personnel. All 3,000 foundational cultivators shall join the Qingyun sect. Rest assured, we shall treat them well, imparting our techniques and providing them with elixirs to facilitate their cultivation, enabling their swift development. The empire need not continue to bear this pain. The king of Southern Town was left speechless. He arrived at the Qingyun sect with the firm intention of returning the Filong army. Everything else was mere trifles. As he contemplated, he shook his head. The Filong army comprises the offspring of the empire's citizens, whose parents eagerly await their return home. Even before my arrival, their parents specifically sought me out, entrusting me with the duty of ensuring their safe return. Some parents are gravely ill, yearning for their children to come home to provide care in their twilight years. Therefore, regardless of the empire's impoverished state, we must not disappoint those elderly individuals. I propose that we use a portion of the materials to offset the ransom. What say you, Master Zhang? He recognized that moral persuasion could not sway Zhang Yang and swiftly shifted to discussing prices. What quantity of materials are we speaking of? Zhang Yang inquired. 150,000 pounds of copper or 300,000 pounds of iron or 30,000 pounds of gold or and 100,000 pounds of silver or. He enumerated a portion of the prepared materials. Zhang Yang cast a sidelong glance at the king of Zhennan. This amount of material is likely to leave those elderly folks disappointed. Moreover, an additional 1 million spirit stones. The king of Zhennan raised the stakes. Zhang Yang retorted, "My junior sister is the daughter of the Yunting Chamber of Commerce." Upon her entry into the Qingyun sect, she observed the sect's financial struggles and generously donated 1 million spirit stones. Presently, Qingyun sect is not in want of such a sum. Perhaps it would be better for the Filong army to join us at Qingyun, as we can afford their upkeep. The king of Zhennan's eyes widened. No wonder Qingyun sect remained unmoved upon hearing of these materials. He hastily replied, "The materials can be doubled, and we can add another 500,000 spirit stones. This is indeed all we can presently offer. Beyond this, we truly find ourselves at an impasse. I implore you, Master Zhang, to show mercy and leniency." Zhang Yang, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "Your Highness, do you presume I am unaware of the prices of these materials? I have calculated that the total value of the materials exceeds 1 million spirit stones, which means you still fall short by over 1 million spirit stones to reclaim 3,000 foundational level cultivators. Frankly, our Qingyun sect is indeed in need of personnel. Since you have demonstrated sincerity, I shall be magnanimous. You may take back 2,000, leaving 1,000 for Qingyun. I demand all 3,000 from the Filong army." The king of Zhennan gritted his teeth, declaring that the territory of Qingshou would henceforth belong to Qingyun. The value of Qingshou surely exceeds 2 million spirit stones. Does it not? This was the maximum concession he could offer. Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback, his heart filled with elation. The territory of Qingshou, spanning 1,000 miles, surpasses even Qingyun's current domain. The resources it harbors are immense. Most importantly, the people. This is an exceedingly favorable deal for Qingyun. He felt compelled to accept. Just as he prepared to speak, Qingyun Zi's voice echoed in his ear. "Do not accept Qingshou. We seek no land." "Master," Zhang Yang was taken aback. "In this matter, heed my counsel," Qingyun Zi insisted. With no other recourse, Zhang Yang shook his head at the king of Zhennan and stated, "Our Qingyun is a sect. We harbor no aspirations to establish a dynasty. Thus, what use would you have for Qingshou? Furthermore, I cannot bear to see you carve up territories. Perhaps you may repay the remaining funds within 10 years. However, in granting you this concession, a condition must be met." "What condition?" The king of Zhennan remained vigilant. After engaging in a dialogue with Zhang Yang, he sensed that Zhang Yang was not so easily swayed. Zhang Yang smiled and remarked, "We at Qingyun are preparing to establish a chamber of commerce to sell various items such as talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts. Therefore, we hope that the Yunsan Empire will extend its support to us. These items should also be of great benefit to you. I wonder what your thoughts are on this. Of course, we will pay taxes in accordance with your regulations, but we do hope for some concessions on the tax front. In short, let us open up trade." Chapter 39. The first dividend of Qingyun Group. After some contemplation, the Prince of Zhennan found this proposal quite acceptable and agreed to it. There was no reason to refuse, as the items sold by the Qingyun sect were beneficial to them, and they would pay taxes as per the rules. What could be better? For instance, the Tianxian sect does not pay taxes at all. Once both parties reached an agreement and signed a contract, the Prince of Zhennan presented the prepared spirit stones and materials. In fact, the Yunsan Empire had come with the intention of taking the Filong army back to prevent any prolonged uncertainties. Hence, the items for trade had already been brought along. As for the deficit, according to the original plan of the Yunsan Empire, it was to be compensated by Qingzhou. Now, preserving Qingzhou is the best outcome for the Yunsan Empire. I hope we can establish a friendly relationship and avoid further conflicts." The Prince of Zhennan expressed with deep emotion. Having suffered greatly from one conflict, the Yunsan Empire can hardly afford another. Zhang Yang responded with equal sentiment. The Qingyun sect has always cherished peace and never instigated disputes. Our reluctance to take your Qingzhou exemplifies this. The recent incident arose from someone mining within the territory of the Qingyun sect. Our intention was to seek an explanation from you and resolve the matter amicably. To our dismay, our actions were misinterpreted as weakness by Lord Anqing, who sent the Filong army to confront us, leading to a cascade of issues. Nevertheless, through this encounter, we may find new avenues for development. With a sharp glint in his eye, the Prince of Zhennan chuckled. "Rest assured, Master Zhang, Lord Anqing will not live long. The Yunsan Empire has suffered greatly this time, With the third prince taking the blame for the emperor, given his royal status, he is unlikely to face severe repercussions. However, a mere Lord Anqing, who has brought such great calamity upon the empire, will not escape without paying the ultimate price. Zhang Yang smiled lightly. As for the internal matters of your empire, I shall refrain from intervening. However, I do have another matter I wish to discuss. I wonder if His Highness would be interested in collaborating? What matter? The Prince of Zhen Nen inquired. Zhang Yang replied with a smile. You are aware that there are certain mines within the Qingyun sect that require extraction. Originally, the Feilong army was the best suited for this task. And now that they have been returned to you, I wonder if His Highness would be interested in a partnership with the Qingyun sect to jointly exploit these mines? The Qingyun sect is currently in need of manpower, and he had set his sights on the Prince of Zhen Nan. The prince, having caught only the mention of a partnership for mining, eagerly asked, how would this cooperation work? Our mines are situated there and can be mined at any time. Zhang Yang explained. Thus, a 50-50 split would be unfeasible. However, if you are agreeable, we could arrange a 70-30 split, with the Qingyun sect taking the larger share. In return, the descendants of the Southern Town King shall have the opportunity to join the Qingyun sect, regardless of their innate abilities. We shall treat them as disciples of our sect and ensure they are well cared for. Zhang Yang smiled at the Southern Town King, who decisively replied, agreed. The Yunshan Empire maintains amicable relations with the Tianxian sect, yet it does not prohibit joining other sections. Thus, the Southern Town King had no reservations. I happen to have a grandson, whose talent is commendable, and he has just turned 10. Once I return, I shall send him to the Qingyun sect. At that time, my construction team will also come to the Qingyun sect and await your arrangements. The Southern Town King looked towards Zhang Yang. No problem at all. Zhang Yang assented. He then ordered the Feilong army to escort the third prince and the Feilong army away from Qingyun, bidding farewell to the people of the Yunshan Empire. After a brief journey aboard the flying vessel, the Southern Town King, having not spotted Su Mingyang from the Tianxian sect, decided not to wait any longer and headed directly to Wanqing City. We have a few matters to attend to before returning to the imperial capital to report to His Majesty. He was quite satisfied with this trip to Qingyun, having not only avoided the stigma of territorial concession, but also secured a lucrative business opportunity for the Southern Town King's family. He was confident that even His Majesty would be pleased with the outcome of this transaction, ensuring substantial benefits for the Southern Town King's family. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun sect, shortly after the departure of the Southern Town King and his entourage, Qin Jianzi and others appeared in Zhang Yang's grand villa. Even Sima Mingyue was present. Master brother, you must have struck it rich this time, Sima Mingyue remarked, gazing at Zhang Yang. What nonsense is this? It is our Qingyun that has struck it rich. Zhang Yang retorted with a chuckle, beaming with pride. With 150,000 spirit stones, combined with previous surpluses, the Qingyun sect now boasted over 200,000 spirit stones. More importantly, they had amassed countless cultivation materials, which were vital for the Qingyun sect. Through the sect's endeavors, they could earn substantial profits. Qin Jianzi and the others looked at Zhang Yang in bewilderment. How impoverished had the Qingyun sect been? In such a short span, they had acquired so many spirit stones and resources. Was it truly that they had been inadequate? Master, do you now see the benefits of reform? Zhang Yang smiled at Qin Jianzi. In the future, the wealth of the Qingyun sect will only increase. Qin Jianzi, with a serious demeanor, replied, I was merely concerned that you might bring misfortune upon the Qingyun sect, especially since it will eventually be entrusted to you. If I leave behind a mess, you would have reason to blame me, wouldn't you? You need not worry any longer, Zhang Yang reassured him. Qin Jianzi shook his head and sighed. Just manage it as you see fit. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us. Seeing Zhang Yang's capabilities, he felt a sense of relief, particularly knowing that Zhang Yang was a Chaos Golden Core cultivator. Once Zhang Yang matured, he would be completely liberated. Gazing at the abundant spirit stones and materials, Zhang Yang contemplated, then said, half of the materials shall be allocated to the storeroom, serving as the foundation for the Qingyun sect's future. The remaining half shall be entrusted to Uncle Master San and Uncle Master Lu. Your responsibility is to diligently transform these materials into elixirs and magical artifacts, for they are the lifeblood of our Qingyun sect and must not be neglected. Dan Shenzi and the 6 uncles nodded with cheerful smiles, showing no signs of complaint about the work ahead. Previously, when they wished to refine pills or forge weapons, they lacked the necessary materials. Now, they had ample resources at their disposal. What was there to be unhappy about? The handling of spiritual stones followed a similar approach. 1,000,000 spiritual stones were allocated to the storage for developmental funds. Of the remaining stones, the master took 50,000, while the other portion was evenly distributed among the 6 uncles, myself, and my junior sister, totaling 8 individuals, each receiving approximately 100,000 spiritual stones. Zhang Yang spoke slowly. He did not know why Qinji Yunzi required spiritual stones, but he was certain that Qinji Yunzi had his reasons. Thus, he generously provided an additional 40,000 spiritual stones. Then I shall not be polite, Qinji Yunzi declared as he took the 50,000 spiritual stones. However, Linji Yunzi and the others appeared somewhat hesitant. Zhang Yang earnestly stated, "Respected uncles, you must accept these spiritual stones. Your task is to swiftly enter seclusion and break through to the nascent soul realm." With 2 nascent soul practitioners from Tianxian sect daring to flaunt their prowess at Qingyun sect, we cannot allow ourselves to be in such a position any longer. Your strength is paramount to the development and safety of Qingyun, so please accept these spiritual stones to maximize your cultivation. With such an appeal made, Linji Yunzi and the others no longer hesitated and took the spiritual stones. "I shall refrain from taking any," Situ Mingyue said with a smile. She was not in need of money. After all, it was she who initially provided the spiritual stones for Qingyun sect. Zhang Yang shot a glance at Situ Mingyue. "This is a distribution from Qingyun sect. Everyone is entitled to a share, and it would not be right for you to miss out." Situ Mingyue felt somewhat speechless. Although it was a good thing, why did it sound so disheartening? Chapter 40. Seeking a Secret Realm Master. Does Qingyun sect possess a secret realm? Zhang Yang inquired. "May I have the authority to open the secret realm?" In his view, with a history spanning 5,000 years, how could Qingyun sect not have a secret realm? The key issue was whether he could unlock it. Qinji Yunzi looked at Zhang Yang with curiosity and asked, "What do you need a secret realm for? For cultivation? Surely you do not require it at this moment." Zhang Yang shook his head. "It is not for cultivation. I wish to spread the news of the secret realm's opening to attract attention from all corners of the world." Qinji Yunzi furrowed his brow, remaining silent. "It does not need to be an overly powerful secret realm. It would suffice for foundation establishment stage exploration. And it would be even better if it could accommodate golden core stage practitioners," Zhang Yang added hastily. Qinji Yunzi visibly relaxed. "If it is merely for the use of foundation establishment and golden core stages, then there is no issue." He smiled oddly. "Just wait. The secret realm will be ready soon." Zhang Yang was somewhat astonished, wondering what he meant by the secret realm being ready soon. Nonetheless, he had received confirmation and chose not to dwell on it further. Shortly thereafter, Qinji Yunzi and the others departed. "Senior brother, does our Qingyun sect have a secret realm?" Linji Yunzi looked at Qinji Yunzi with curiosity. Qinji Yunzi grinned. "Isn't it just a secret realm for the golden core stage? I can create one with a little effort. It's a trivial matter, and it won't take long to complete. With 1,000,000 spiritual stones at my disposal, I can finally breathe easy. Since this brat has provided me with 1,000,000 spiritual stones, I must fulfill his wish and conjure a secret realm for him." Linji Yunzi and the others were left speechless. They remarked on how readily Qinji Yunzi agreed, questioning the origin of the secret realm. However, could it be excessive for Qinji Yunzi to conjure a secret realm out of thin air? "Master brother, what level have you truly attained?" Linji Yunzi inquired with intrigue. Qinji Yunzi cast a meaningful glance at the group, saying, "You all ought to strive for excellence." With that, he vanished in an instant. The others exchanged glances before retreating to their respective meditations. "Master brother, what do you intend to do?" Situ Mingyue asked, puzzled by Zhang Yang's intent in keeping her behind. Zhang Yang replied oddly, "It appears you have forgotten the original purpose of our visit to Qingyun, haven't you?" Situ Mingyue paused, quickly recalling that her initial reason for coming to Qingyun was for a business collaboration. Yet, since she joined the Qingyun sect, this matter had been brushed aside, and she had assumed it was no longer relevant. "You've already profited so much. Do you still wish to sell something?" Situ Mingyue gazed at Zhang Yang in confusion. Zhang Yang, casting a disapproving look at her, remarked, "As the heiress of a commercial family, your demeanor leaves much to be desired. Though Qingyun sect has amassed a considerable amount of spirit stones, these resources will inevitably be exhausted if not utilized wisely. We must invest these spirit stones now to generate greater wealth. We have successfully negotiated with the Yunshan Empire to establish a business association within their territory. Additionally, since we can refine our own elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts, Does this not present the finest opportunity for commerce? Furthermore, even a sect must maintain a keen awareness of worldly affairs. Therefore, the establishment of a business association by Qin Yun's sect is imperative. He expressed his dissatisfaction with Qin Yun's sect's past conduct, noting its ignorance of many significant events in the world. Should a major upheaval occur, and Qin Yun's sect remain oblivious, what could even the mightiest Qinjianzi do in the face of such a tide? Situ Mingwei gazed at Zhang Yang in astonishment. Master brother, your foresight seems excessively ambitious. Without foresight, one is bound to face immediate troubles. Zhang Yang stated earnestly, our master and uncles will eventually depart. This Qin Yun sect will soon belong to us. So far, only you and I have reached the golden core stage, while the other disciples have yet to attain even the foundational level. Moreover, many among them harbor issues. Thus, the weight of Qin Yun's sect rests upon our shoulders. Sister, should you not assist me? Or do you merely view Qin Yun's sect as a pastime, intending to return home when the time comes? If that is the case, I would be profoundly disappointed. Situ Mingyue stared blankly at Zhang Yang, and after a long pause, she finally smiled wryly. Sometimes, I realize you are remarkably similar to my father. Ah, I resemble your father so closely? Zhang Yang responded incredulously. Situ Mingyue nodded, then felt something amiss and shot Zhang Yang a fierce glare. I make your temperament. In any case, you wish for my assistance, but I require something in return. I cannot aid you without recompense. What do you desire as recompense? Zhang Yang inquired, looking at Situ Mingyue. I haven't decided yet, but you must promise to assist me with a few matters. I will inform you once I have made up my mind, Situ Mingyue declared. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively and said, no problem, I agree. As the young lady from a prominent business family, Situ Mingyue was indeed the most suitable person to organize the Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, there was a possibility of establishing connections with the Yunting Chamber of Commerce, which would undoubtedly broaden the commercial avenues for the future. Situ Mingyue smiled with satisfaction and inquired, what shall we name the chamber? How about calling it the Mingyue Chamber of Commerce? Zhang Yang shook his head. That would be the Qin Yun Chamber of Commerce, named after you? Situ Mingyue retorted. Or perhaps we could each take a character and simply call it the Qingming Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Yang was at a loss for words, feeling as though the chamber was doomed before its inception. All right, since you are organizing it, you should indeed have the naming rights. Let us call it the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce. Are you satisfied now? Situ Mingyue pondered for a moment and nodded. Qingyue Chamber of Commerce works as well. Will I be responsible for it? You will be responsible, but I will have oversight. Furthermore, you must heed my developmental suggestions when necessary, Zhang Yang replied. Situ Mingyue declared proudly, Senior brother, I hail from a business family. While my cultivation may not match yours, do not interfere with my commercial endeavors. Rest assured, I will ensure that our Qin Yun generates substantial amounts of spiritual stones and various resources. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you truly so proficient in the art of commerce? How long has your Situ family been engaged in business? The Situ family has a history of 200 years. Enough to attest to our capabilities, she asserted. 200 years? Zhang Yang smirked. What if I told you I possess 2,000 years of commercial experience? In matters of business, I shall teach you in due course. For now, return and draft a business plan. I wish to assess your abilities. The principles of commerce have long been thoroughly studied by a certain civilization. It is unlikely there will be many new innovations, he added. Situ Mingyue was left in a state of uncertainty. Could it be that there were individuals well-versed in commerce within the Qin Yun sect's history? A sense of competitiveness ignited within her, and she resolved to observe Zhang Yang's capabilities in due time. Subsequently, she returned to enlist Chuanxiao's assistance in drafting her business plan. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, with 100,000 spiritual stones in hand, retreated into seclusion once more. With his own villa now at his disposal, he no longer needed to visit the Bihua Peak. In his meditation chamber, the 100,000 spiritual stones were spread across the floor as Zhang Yang sat, fervently absorbing the spiritual energy once again. Chapter 41. The return of the third prince. While Zhang Yang was cultivating at the Qin Yun sect, the Zhennan Wang, leading the Feilong army, had already arrived in Anqing City. This round of negotiations yielded unexpectedly favorable terms, with a price lower than anticipated and no territorial concessions required, undoubtedly. This negotiation was a resounding success. However, the repercussions of this incident would significantly impact the Yunsan Empire, necessitating someone to take the blame and bring matters to a close. The emperor would never bear the brunt of the blame, and the third prince could only accept a fraction of it. The remainder would naturally fall upon the city lord of Anqing. Upon arriving in Anqing city, the Zhun Nanwang apprehended the city lord and executed him on the spot. The publicly stated charge was that the city lord had recklessly incited conflict with neighboring powers, a crime unforgivable. There was no doubt that the city lord met his end unjustly, while the Yunsan Empire harbored intentions against the Qingyun sect. It was indeed the city lord's actions that precipitated this conflict. After dealing with the city lord, the Zhun Nanwang sought out the Shao family. Shao Jianxun was exceedingly anxious. After all, the lord of Anqing had been dealt with, and what fate awaited the Shao family? The king of Southern Town seemed to perceive the Shao family's trepidation and consoled them with a smile. Since the Qingyun sect has agreed to collaborate with your family, it is imperative that you engage in this partnership wholeheartedly. However, let it be clear that this partnership must be devoid of ulterior motives. Take the lord of Anqing as a cautionary example, and do not bring calamity upon the Shao family. Rest assured, Your Highness, our family shall certainly not do so, Shao Jianxun assured repeatedly. The king of Southern Town nodded and led the Flying Dragon army back to the imperial capital. Upon their arrival, he instructed Su Bai to properly accommodate the troops while he took the third prince into the palace, where they soon encountered Emperor Li Shiqing in the inner hall. As soon as they met, the emperor pointed at the third prince and reprimanded him. Wretched child, do you see the magnitude of the chaos you have caused? His gaze bore a warning. The third prince, having received training, immediately knelt and bowed his head, saying, Father, I am guilty. Lift your head and look at me. The emperor commanded sternly. Without hesitation, the third prince raised his gaze to meet the emperor's. Noticing the absence of resentment in his eyes, the emperor finally felt reassured and snorted coldly. You have stirred such great trouble this time, and I have yet to determine your punishment. For now, you are confined to your quarters for 6 months. Did he not realize that the third prince was merely taking the blame for him? Nevertheless, some matters required an explanation. A justifiable reason for the significant resources expended by the empire. I accept my punishment, the third prince declared, and then continued, Father, I humbly request your permission for one matter. The emperor's expression shifted to one of heightened vigilance as he slowly inquired, What matter? Through this incident, the third prince had suddenly come to understand that even with command over thousands of soldiers, one remained a mere jest in the presence of formidable cultivators. Henceforth, he held no lingering attachment to the mortal realm. He yearned to pursue the path of cultivation. What? You wish to cultivate? The emperor was taken aback, rising to his feet in surprise. This response was utterly unexpected. The king of Southern Town, standing nearby, observed quietly, saying nothing. He was privy to these discussions due to his involvement in the negotiations, but when it came to matters of the royal family, he dared not speak recklessly. I have made up my mind. I must cultivate, the third prince asserted resolutely. The emperor scrutinized the third prince for a long moment before slowly sitting down and asking, Are you not aware of what cultivation entails? I understand. The third prince replied with a hint of a smile, envisioning the formidable powers of moving mountains and filling seas, along with the prospect of eternal life. In comparison, what could other matters possibly amount to? Implicitly, he was conveying that even the throne was of no consequence to him. The emperor gazed at the third prince in a daze, contemplating the repercussions of having the boy take the blame. He had genuine concerns about the third prince causing an uproar upon his return. In truth, he held the third prince in high regard. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted him with the Flying Dragon army. Yet, the boy wished to cultivate. Suddenly, he wondered if the burden of blame had saddened the third prince, leading him to witness the power of cultivators and develop such aspirations. With this thought, his heart softened, and he gently remarked, I understand. You may return to your residence first. You shall have 3 days to contemplate, and after this period, I shall make arrangements. Father, I have pondered this matter for an extended time. 3 days are unnecessary. I have already identified my master. Who is it? I have long partnered with Commander Su Bai and have witnessed his formidable prowess. Therefore, with your permission, I wish to take Commander Su as my mentor. Furthermore, the formidable power of the Flying Dragon army must be wielded by our own. I am willing to alleviate your burdens, and once I have cultivated my skills, I shall assist you in subduing our foes from all directions. The third prince expressed his sincere intentions before the emperor, fearing the emperor's apprehension. To his surprise, the emperor merely glanced at him and replied, Since you are so resolute, I grant you permission, but do not regret this decision later. I shall never harbor regrets. The emperor regarded the third prince and then turned to ask, Lord Hong, do you think you might offer some guidance to my child? A purple-robed eunuch appeared like a specter, his face adorned with a smile as he addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, my physical form is flawed, and my cultivation methods are rather peculiar. Thus they may not suit the third prince's training. However, I have indeed achieved certain results. And when the third prince embarks on his path of immortality, I would be willing to assist him in specific aspects of his cultivation. The emperor nodded, signaling to the third prince, I grant you permission. Summon Su Bai shortly to instruct you in your cultivation. He harbored concerns that the third prince might feign cultivation to secretly scheme for the throne. Nevertheless, with Lord Hong's assurance, the emperor felt reassured. The third prince achieved his desire and exited the palace with a smile. Once the third prince departed, the emperor turned to Prince Zhun Nan with a pained expression. What is the situation? Prince Zhun Nan seemed to awaken from a slumber, stepping forward to whisper to the emperor, Your Majesty, Qing Zhou has been preserved. The emperor was momentarily taken aback and urgently inquired, Quickly tell me how you negotiated this? He had assumed that Qing Zhou was a lost cause, so he was astonished to learn it had been saved. I mediated with the Qingyun sect for an extended period, steadfast in refusing their excessive demands. After much reasoning, the Qingyun sect finally agreed to make concessions. Aside from the spiritual stones and resources I brought, the remaining portion can be repaid within 10 years. However, the Qingyun sect also stipulated conditions. They wished to sell their talismans and treasures within our Yunshan Empire. I deemed this a beneficial arrangement for our empire. And considering the concessions made by Qingyun, I privately agreed, and I beg your forgiveness, Your Majesty. The emperor chuckled, My loyal minister, you have worked diligently. What guilt could there be? You have handled this matter commendably, and I shall reward you. Prince Zhun Nan smiled wryly. Your Majesty, I have not yet finished my report. The Qingyun sect has maintained decorum. While they wish to sell their goods in our empire, they are willing to pay taxes, only requesting some concessions in return. Furthermore, they have agreed to continue our mining collaboration in their territory. Additionally, they expressed a willingness to nurture any of my family members who possess potential for cultivation. Should they be sent to Qingyun? The emperor smiled even more joyfully, declaring that since it was you who brokered the deal, the matter of cooperation shall remain in your capable hands. Inform the Qingyun sect that I am not a miser. They shall be exempt from all taxes on their sales henceforth. What value do those taxes hold? Besides, if the Qingyun sect is free from taxation, would they dare to take action against them? Take, for instance, the Tianxian sect, which has long evaded taxes. Would they dare to collect from them? Given this, it is wise to be more generous. As for dispatching disciples to cultivate, you may arrange that as you see fit. Upon uttering this, the emperor smirked enigmatically, adding that I also have 2 candidates in mind, who shall be sent to Qingyun in the name of your descendants. Previously, we could only send people discreetly. Now, sending them openly is a pleasure indeed. Subsequently, the king of Southern Town meticulously reported the third prince's conduct at the Qingyun sect to the emperor. Upon learning of the third prince's considerable grievances, the emperor felt a surge of protective affection for him. A prince who has already attained cultivation is certainly a source of reassurance. However, he did not anticipate that this prince had undergone extensive training in political strategy and was now quite different. Chapter 42. Creating a secret realm in the deep of night. Within the heart of the 10,000 great mountains, a towering peak, 100 zhang high, moved swiftly against the inky darkness, presenting a peculiar sight. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that someone was levitating the mountain. The 10,000 great mountains are known to be perilous. Who would dare to act here? As one looked closer, it was unmistakably Qinjianzi. With this mountain as my foundation, the secret realm begins to take shape. Qinjianzi held the mountain as though it were a mere plaything. The majestic laws of heaven and earth enveloped the mountain in his grasp, causing it to gradually shrink until it was reduced to a mere tenth of its original size, transforming into a 10-zhang high hill. He then placed the compressed hill into a scroll he held in his hand. Amidst the rumbling of the laws of heaven and earth, the small hill was forcibly embedded within the scroll, marking the nascent form of the secret realm. Observing the scroll now infused with the mountain, Qinjianzi noted its stark simplicity. He had heard tales of a spiritual lake deep within the Yunming marsh, home to exquisite rainbow fish. He resolved to transport that lake as well. A mountain and a body of water would create a harmonious balance. Indeed, no secret realm would be complete without its fair share of beasts. He must capture some creatures to bring back. With a flicker, Qin Jianzi vanished, reappearing far from the 10,000 great mountains. His journey led him to the southern depths of the Yunming Marsh, where he stood before the spiritual lake. With both hands, he grasped the lake, lifting a body of water spanning 10 miles in circumference, leaving behind a colossal pit. Then, under the pressure of the laws of heaven and earth, the lake gradually diminished until it became a pond, merging into the scroll. Shortly thereafter, the beasts of the Yunming Marsh began to ascend into the air one by one, vanishing into Qin Jianzi's scroll. 2 days later, an old Taoist arrived at the Yunming Marsh. It had been ages since he had tasted rainbow fish, and he yearned for them. Passing through the marsh, he felt compelled to catch a couple for a feast. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the immense pit before him. After a long moment of silence, he exclaimed, "Which fellow Taoist is so bored as to have moved the entire spiritual lake?" The old Taoist, filled with indignation, lamented the outrageousness of the situation. How could one seize that which is naturally endowed by the heavens and earth, without the nurturing essence of the Yunming's laws of nature? The rainbow fish would lose its exquisite flavor. It would be a travesty against nature. "Dear friend," he exclaimed, "your actions are truly excessive." Despite his fervent protests and elaborate reasoning, he garnered no resolution. Ultimately, he could only murmur in frustration as he departed, perplexed by the triviality of someone daring to remove the spiritual lake from such a perilous place as Yunming's. Meanwhile, Qin Jianzi had returned to the Qingyun sect. He unfurled a scroll, akin to a master painter, meticulously sketching upon it. Isn't this simply a secret realm accessible to those of the Golden Core stage? It poses no challenge for me. Qin Jianzi clapped his hands in triumph, studying the scroll for a while before continuing. That brat Zhang is also at the Golden Core stage. He might wish to explore this secret realm as well. The chaotic Golden Core must be infused with a touch of something extraordinary to enhance this secret realm. Old demon, do not blame me for not granting you an opportunity. I shall extract a few of your demonic seeds, allowing you to experience the world outside. Are you bold enough? A vague, ethereal voice resonated from the depths of the earth. Qin Jianzi smiled lightly. Am I not extending an invitation to you? It would be best if your demonic seeds are earnestly bound, ideally infused with your demonic principles. Otherwise, the endeavor would lack significance. With a sinister cackle, several shadowy figures exuding a chilling aura emerged from the ground, only to be absorbed into the scroll by Qin Jianzi. He clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Now, the secret realm is completely established." He proceeded to a gorge on the back mountain of Qingyun and opened the scroll. As the laws of heaven and earth roared, the scroll melded into the earth, vanishing from sight. Returning to the sect, Qin Jianzi approached Zhang, tossing an object into his hands. "This is the secret realm you sought. Here is the key. Use it to unlock the realm." "Master?" Zhang exclaimed, astonished. "Does the Qingyun sect truly possess a secret realm? How could we be in such dire straits?" Qin Jianzi spoke earnestly. "This is all part of Qingyun's foundation, which I had not intended to reveal so soon. However, recent events have shown me your potential, and I trust you with the secret realm." He glanced at Zhang and added, "In the thousands of years of Qingyun, there has never been a blank golden core who became the sect leader. You are my carefully chosen true disciple, destined to become the leader. I hope you will take this seriously. Do not merely concern yourself with these matters, but focus on your cultivation." He deceitfully continued to mislead Zhang about the blank golden core. Zhang nodded. "Master, rest assured, I will cultivate diligently." His aptitude had already been validated. There were no concerns. Yet, the resources required for the golden core were considerable. He merely needed to earn more, continuously nourish his advancement, and he would surely reach the nascent soul stage. Qin Jianzi shook his head with a sense of nostalgia. "I am a Hunyuan golden core, and your uncles are all. None of us have experience with a blank golden core. Nevertheless, we have cultivated for many years, and should you require assistance in your training, we shall do our utmost to help you." He was indeed unaware of how to cultivate the chaotic golden core, fearing that when Zhang posed questions, he would be unable to provide answers. Zhang chuckled and said, "During this period, I have absorbed a substantial amount of spiritual stones, finally thickening my golden core's shell. I believe that if I continue to fill it, I will undoubtedly be able to completely saturate the core." Hu Yingzi pondered thoughtfully. Why not attempt to infuse it with other Tao powers? After all, your golden core is devoid of anything. Perhaps introducing some Tao energy could enrich it. He proposed this possibility based on the characteristics of the chaotic golden core. "Shall we give it a try?" Zhang Yang observed a glimmer of intrigue in Q Yingzi's demeanor. Master, please lend me some of your Tao energy. Q Yingzi nodded vigorously. I will give you a small amount. Just see how it goes. Rest assured, I will regulate my Tao energy. He then directed his Tao energy towards Zhang Yang's golden core. Allowing another's Tao power to penetrate one's own core was akin to placing one's life in another's hands, an exceedingly perilous endeavor. However, Zhang Yang was confident that Q Yingzi would not jeopardize himself. Thus, he calmly permitted his core to absorb Q Yingzi's Tao energy. Are you ready? I am about to enter, Q Yingzi declared. Master, have no worries. I am fully prepared. Moments later, Zhang Yang inquired in surprise. Master, have you entered? I have long since entered. Q Yingzi replied tersely. Do you not feel anything? Zhang Yang gazed at Q Yingzi in astonishment, who returned the look with equal bewilderment. How could he not sense any Tao power? At that moment, Q Yingzi was equally perplexed. His Tao energy traversed Zhang Yang's golden core, probing its depths, only to suddenly lose connection. A portion of his Tao energy vanished. To him, this loss was trivial. Yet, considering their respective realms, how could there be no reaction whatsoever? This chaotic golden core was indeed an extraordinary entity. Chapter 43. Testing the chaotic golden core. Has there been any change in the golden core? Q Yingzi inquired with curiosity. After consuming a bit of my Tao energy, there should be some response, right? None. Zhang Yang shook his head. Shall we continue? Q Yingzi asked again. He wished to experiment further with the Tao energy, even if it cost him a bit. Uncovering the truth of the chaotic golden core would be worth it. Zhang Yang agreed to this trial. If Q Yingzi's Tao energy could induce a nascent form in his blank golden core, future cultivation would be significantly simplified. It was remarkable that they were experimenting with something so crucial to cultivators, the golden core itself. This time, Q Yingzi decided to be more liberal with his approach. Since a minimal amount of Tao energy yielded no response, what if he increased it slightly, and then a bit more? Meanwhile, Zhang Yang focused intently on his golden core. As he concentrated, he finally sensed the infusion of Q Yingzi's Tao energy into the core. Gradually, he discerned that the shell of his golden core had thickened even further, surpassing the effects of absorbing hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. He was elated. This enhancement was extraordinarily rapid. Suddenly, he felt that the great power transmitted by Qinjianzi had abruptly ceased. Master, please continue. Zhang Yang opened his eyes and gazed at Qinjianzi. Damn, Qinjianzi couldn't help but curse, vanishing instantly. He had just incurred a significant loss of a peak stage Yuanying's great power, which was far from being replenished. Was he expected to continue? Did the great power he painstakingly cultivated come without cost? Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback, having never witnessed Qinjianzi so flustered. After a considerable time, he reflected, compared to spirit stones and elixirs, consuming talent indeed accelerated cultivation the fastest. He had verified that his blank golden elixir could devour great power. Truly, there were no useless golden elixirs, only useless people. Once he achieved mastery in his cultivation, he intended to descend the mountain to vanquish demons and absorb their great power, thus alleviating the arduousness of his training. Zhang Yang was already formulating a plan in his mind. Naturally, he did not dare to confront demons just yet, feeling that his golden elixir realm was too feeble. Descending the mountain would merely provide benefits to the demons. Furthermore, he was at the helm of the Qingyun reforms, having brought 87 talented individuals, some of whom contained internal traitors, to the mountain. These matters awaited his resolution. Until he addressed these issues, it was inappropriate for him to descend. He halted his cultivation and began to manage Qingyun's affairs. Meditative practices held little value for him. Acquiring resources was of genuine importance. He commenced a thorough inspection of Qingyun's sect. After the renovations by 3,000 construction teams, Qingyun's sect had transformed remarkably, with courtyards scattered across its expanse, distributed among the 7 peaks. The number of these courtyards far exceeded the total population of Qingyun's sect. These were meticulously planned by Zhang Yang, as the future Qingyun sect would undoubtedly require numerous disciples, thus necessitating such accommodations. Regarding the arrangements for these disciples, he observed that the current elders showed no interest in accepting true disciples. Hence, it would be more prudent to cultivate them through a grand lecture format. Particularly for the 87 talents, who had yet to fully adjust their mindset, it was unsuitable for them to become true disciples of the elders. While inspecting Qingyun's sect, Zhang Yang also noted the expressions of the many disciples. Following the incident of the Flying Dragon Army's assault, the disciples' demeanors generally fell into two categories. One group was fervently dedicated to cultivation, even exhibiting enthusiasm in mundane sect tasks, represented by Wang Baol. The other group displayed dejection, with heads hung low, lacking spirit in all endeavors, including their cultivation, represented by Chaoying. Zhang Yang understood the reasons for such a transformation, and he did not pressure the disheartened individuals. Until their psychological issues were resolved, they would certainly struggle to focus on their practice. Zhang Yang then checked on the situation of several elders, discovering that they were all in seclusion, so he refrained from disturbing them and turned his attention to Qingyun Market. Shortly after he departed, Situ Mingyue caught up with him. "Elder brother, here are my thoughts on the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce. Please take a look." Zhang Yang observed Situ Mingyue's proud expression, clearly pleased with her ideas. He received several pages of paper and briefly glanced at their contents, which were relatively detailed. This involved a stratification system, designating different floors for the guild and treating individuals based on their access to these levels. The opulent decoration of the guild reflected its might and grandeur. Zhang Yang handed the pages to Situ Mingyue with a smile and inquired, "This must be a tactic of the Yunting Guild, right? One could even say it is the trump card of nearly all guilds. When I last visited Hongqing Tower, wasn't he at the same strategy? What is the issue?" Situ Mingyue replied with confidence, "Everyone does this, so we must certainly do it better." Zhang Yang responded with a smile, "Precisely because everyone does this, we should refrain from following suit. If we were to engage in the same competitive spiral, how many resources would we need to expend initially? And how long would it take to recoup those costs? Business inherently requires investment. If you are unwilling to invest, what is the point of establishing a guild?" Situ Mingyue dismissed his concern, saying, "Don't worry, I know you lack funds. I can lend you some when the time comes." Zhang Yang shook his head. "It is not a matter of investment, but rather one of costs." "Then what do you propose?" Situ Mingyue retorted, her eyes challenging Zhang Yang. He halted, gazing seriously at her. "A guild is fundamentally a people-oriented enterprise. Therefore, we must consider the individuals involved. Let me ask you, who purchases items from the guild more frequently? Minor cultivators or major ones? It is undoubtedly the minor cultivators, correct? Now, suppose you are a minor cultivator entering the guild, only to be told that the items on the upper floors are exorbitantly priced, and that without money, you cannot even take a glance. How would you feel? Stratification is appropriate, and differential treatment is also valid. However, it should not be overtly pronounced. We must provide those minor cultivators with an opportunity to gain insight. The minor cultivators of today may very well become major ones in the future, if they have had the chance to see valuable items beforehand. Will they not be inclined to purchase them when they come into wealth? Another aspect to consider is the psychological aspect of making people feel they can discover bargains within the guild. Therefore, Qingyue Guild should periodically sell certain items at cost price or even below cost. Only in this way can we attract visitors. I have shared two strategies with you. Now I shall impart a third, membership systems. Inform customers that they can pay a certain amount of spirit stones to become our members. Members will have priority in purchasing our goods, and there will be designated membership days during which all items are discounted." Zhang Yang casually imparted a few commonplace business strategies to Situ Mingyue. Observing her astonished expression, he felt quite satisfied. Given her background in a commercial family, she quickly grasped the potential impact of his strategies. She was certain that the Qingyue Guild could not fail to flourish. With wide eyes filled with admiration, she exclaimed, "Senior brother, is there more?" Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. "These three strategies are sufficient for now, but I am confident that other guilds will soon follow suit. At that time, I will teach you new methods. By the way, who do you intend to appoint to lead the Qingyue Guild?" Situ Mingyue appeared deeply troubled. "This is precisely the dilemma that plagues me. There is no one available in Qingyun's sect, and I must also focus on my own cultivation. It is challenging." Zhang Yang smiled faintly, inquiring about Elder Qin. If he did not value Qin Yushu's prowess, why would he seek collaboration with Situ Mingyue? Wasn't he that akin to acquiring labor for free? However, would it be too much to trouble Uncle Qin? Situ Mingyue pondered. It seemed excessive for a master at the nascent soul stage to protect her out of gratitude while also attending to business matters. Zhang Yang continued with a gentle smile. "Thus, we find ourselves entangled in the matter of professional management. We could appoint Elder Qin as the chief steward of the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce, granting him a share of the proceeds. I believe he would likely acquiesce to this arrangement. I concur that he would agree, but we must first consult him. Situ Minghua nodded. Suddenly tilting her head, she regarded Zhang Yang with a peculiar expression. Master brother, it seems rather cunning of you to use my resources and personnel to generate profit for yourself. How did she come to realize that she had been sold out, yet was still being counted upon for funding? Zhang Yang gazed earnestly at Situ Minghua. As second-generation disciples of the Qingyun sect, we are currently the only ones capable of initiating action. As the senior sister among us, shouldn't you contribute to our collective endeavor to develop Qingyun? In due time, when the sect flourishes, you will share in the accolades, and your name will be etched into history for future generations to revere. Situ Mingyuan nodded enthusiastically, feeling a surge of ambition within her. Yet, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered, though she could not quite identify its source. Chapter 44. The terrifying nature of connections. Zhang Yang accompanied Situ Mingyue to the Qingyun marketplace. Situ Mingyue ventured off to discuss matters concerning the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce with Qin Yushu, while Zhang Yang sought out Jiang Zhiqiu. Master brother. Zhang Yang greeted with a smile and a nod. Jiang Shidi, there is something you must prepare for. What is it? Jiang Zhiqiu inquired. After the recent battle involving the Qingyun sect, he felt a profound sense of loyalty toward the sect. It is not a major issue. The Qingyun sect is planning to open a secret realm shortly, accessible to those at the Golden Core stage. As one of the Golden Core disciples, you will also have the opportunity to enter the realm. Therefore, you must arrange matters in the Qingyun marketplace beforehand to prevent chaos in your absence. Jiang Zhiqiu's spirits lifted. I can enter the secret realm? Zhang Yang was quite taken aback. Why wouldn't you, being a Golden Core disciple of the Qingyun sect? Moreover, this opening is not limited to our sect alone. Other sects will be invited to participate. As one of the 3 Golden Cores of Qingyun sect, how could you not attend? Jiang Zhiqiu was momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat awkward. Was it too unimpressive to mention the 3 Golden Cores in the presence of so many nascent soul experts? Yet, he had not anticipated that the Qingyun sect's secret realm would extend invitations to others. Secret realms often involved rare materials and various opportunities, making them crucial for any faction or individual. To enter a realm with an owner, one must obtain the owner's consent. Without familiarity, entry would be impossible. Conversely, if an unclaimed secret realm were discovered, it could lead to chaos, as individuals would fight fiercely over the treasures contained within. Thus, Jiang Zhiqiu felt immense gratitude for the opportunity to enter the secret realm. Rest assured, senior brother, I will meticulously arrange everything and ensure that the affairs of the Qingyun market are not delayed due to our entry into the secret realm, Jiang Zhiqiu asserted firmly. He was acutely aware of the substantial advantages that could be gained from this opportunity and was determined to seize it. Senior brother, when will the secret realm be opened? Jiang Zhiqiu inquired. In 6 months, Zhang Yang replied, explaining that inviting other sects would require time and preparations were necessary, especially for the Qingyun market. It was imperative to be thoroughly prepared. As disciples from various sects would be coming to the Qingyun sect, it would not be feasible to invite them all to the mountain. Therefore, they could only rest at the Qingyun market. We must ensure they are well accommodated, he emphasized. Jiang Zhiqiu hastily said, Senior brother, do not worry. I will begin preparations immediately to guarantee their comfort at the Qingyun market. Observing that Jiang Zhiqiu remained oblivious, Zhang Yang felt compelled to speak earnestly. Jiang Junior brother, who do you think will lead the Golden Core disciples from various sects to Qingyun? Surely it must be someone at the nascent soul stage, perhaps even individuals at the soul formation stage from major sections. Now let me ask you, do you think they possess considerable wealth? Jiang Zhiqiu was taken aback, tentatively asking, do you mean to say that targeting these nascent soul and possibly soul formation individuals would be exceedingly perilous? Zhang Yang was at a loss for words. The naivety of those from a loose cultivation background was indeed remarkable. He shook his head. Forget it. Let us call for junior sister to discuss this together. Meanwhile, Situ Mingyue explained the matters concerning the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce to Qin Yushu, then looked at him with a hint of embarrassment. Uncle Qin, I would like to invite you to serve as the first chief manager of the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce. I wonder if you would be willing? Qin Yushu shook his head with a wry smile. Miss, I have come to realize that our journey to the Yunshan Empire was a mistake. It seems we cannot return. The daughter of a commercial family, misled to the mountains, was not entirely surprising. After all, the Qingyun sect had profound foundations and a master like Qin Jianzi. Being able to join such a sect was undoubtedly fortunate. Now, however, she was being enticed to establish a chamber of commerce. Do you know what your father does? Are you planning to create a business that stands in opposition to him? And now, it seems not only have you been misled onto this ship, but I might be aboard as well. Situ Mingyue smiled bashfully. Before we resolve our troubles, we cannot return. Just tell me what I should do. Qin Yushu sighed in resignation. What else could he do now that she had come to him for assistance? Shifting gears to discuss the Chamber of Commerce, Situ Mingyue became serious. The general plan for the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce is as follows. She then articulated Zhang Yang's ideas according to her understanding. Having spent many years with the Situ family, Qin Yushu had gained some knowledge of commerce. Moreover, being a nascent soul practitioner with centuries of experience, he quickly recognized that Situ Mingyue's plans would undoubtedly yield profit. Miss, I never anticipated your understanding of commerce would surpass that of your father, Qin Yushu remarked with admiration. Situ Mingyue shook her head and said, This is my senior brother's strategy. I now realize that he is far more formidable than I previously perceived, possessing an extensive understanding of commerce. I am confident that he will lead Qingyun to prosperity, and I firmly believe that the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce will succeed. As for Uncle Qin's contributions, you will receive a 20% share of the profits from the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce, regardless of how much the chamber earns. That 20% will be yours. Qin Yushu was momentarily taken aback. He initially thought he was merely assisting Situ Mingyue, yet it seemed he was the one benefiting. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, No problem, I agree. Given his respect for Situ Mingyue, he felt reluctant to decline, especially knowing that the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce was bound to thrive, yielding him considerable benefits. Why not agree? However, there was a matter on which he sought Situ Mingyue's assistance. Qin Yushu continued, somewhat hesitantly, I have been at the nascent soul stage for many years, and breaking through has proven challenging. I wish to seek guidance, yet I have no other avenues. Therefore, I would like to ask you to introduce me to your master, so I may pay a visit to the esteemed Qinjianzi and seek enlightenment. Undoubtedly, the person capable of overwhelming Tanxiu Shui was at the harmonization stage or even beyond. However, encountering such individuals is exceedingly difficult, let alone seeking their guidance. Qinjianzi might be the most accessible master of that caliber for Qin Yushu in his lifetime, which is why he wished to seize this opportunity. Situ Mingyue, with a distressed expression, lamented, Uncle Qin, I have only met my master twice. Once during my initiation as his disciple. It's not that I am unwilling to assist you. I cannot even catch a glimpse of my master. She felt quite aggrieved in her role as a disciple. Qin Yushu coughed lightly. Your senior brother might have other means. He, too, had to exert some effort, otherwise it would be nearly impossible to meet such a person. Situ Mingyue quickly grasped the implication and exclaimed, Let us go find him. He must have a solution. She led Qin Yushu to Zhang Yang and got straight to the point. Senior brother, my uncle Qin has agreed to assist us. However, he wishes to meet our master, and you need to arrange it. Uncle Qin is at the nascent soul stage, putting in significant effort for us. Of course, no problem. Zhang Yang readily agreed. It's merely a matter of meeting. What is the issue? Situ Mingyue was momentarily stunned by Zhang Yang's prompt agreement. She had intended to concoct other reasons. Aren't you going to consult our master first before agreeing? She asked, concerned that he might not be able to fulfill the promise, which would be embarrassing. Zhang Yang replied, somewhat exasperated, Master is up on the mountain. He wants to go wandering off. What is wrong with taking a bit of time to meet? Don't worry. Once I arrange everything, we'll take Elder Qin up the mountain with us. Situ Mingyue and Qin Yushu exchanged glances, realizing how casually Zhang Yang treated the presence of a harmonization master. They were now experiencing the benefits of connections, having previously relied on others' networks. But now they depended on Zhang Yang's connections. Chapter 45. Unveiling the finances. Half a year later, the Qingyun secret realm will be opened. After finalizing the affairs of the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Yang began discussions regarding the Qingyun market, which would soon face a surge in activity. Thus, in the coming months, it was imperative to meticulously plan for the Qingyun market's future. Zhang Zhiqiu had already learned of the opening of the secret realm, and now he awaited the answer on how to plan the Qingyun market. Situ Mingyue hurriedly inquired, what cultivation level is required to enter? Those at the golden core stage or below? Does that mean I can enter? Situ Mingyue exclaimed excitedly. Surely there must be a spot for me, right? And what about Chunxiao? Let her in too, master brother. We must have 2 spots, don't you think? She recalled that Chunxiao had been present during the last meeting. Although at that time, Qinjianzi had not even confirmed the existence of the secret realm, so she hadn't paid much attention. Now that it was officially on the agenda, the existence of the secret realm was undeniable. The prospect of entering it thrilled her immensely. Zhang Yang naturally interjected, "We must prioritize our own Qingyun sect first. Not only can we enter, but all disciples who are about to open their spiritual seas will also have access. These benefits are meant for everyone. But what we are discussing now is how to plan the Qingyun market. I intend to allocate some spots for individuals from other factions to visit the secret realm," Zhang Yang stated. Situ Mingwe promptly comprehended the significance of Zhang Yang's plans for the Qingyun market. Those from the various sects would undoubtedly congregate at the Qingyun market. It served as a front for the Qingyun sect and was tied to the sect's reputation. Thus, it was imperative to host these individuals well. This thought led her to recall Zhang Yang's initial invitation for her to join Qingyun. She took a deep breath. Indeed, the wheels of destiny for the Qingyun sect were beginning to turn. "Master brother, what are your thoughts?" Situ Mingwe asked. With a smile, Zhang Yang replied, "Those at the nascent soul stage, and even the soul formation stage, surely possess ample spirit stones and various resources. We must devise a way to extract their wealth." Situ Mingwe found herself at a loss for words. Her master brother seemed exceedingly enthusiastic about money. However, she recognized it as a splendid opportunity for profit. With so many experts who were not short of wealth, the key was to encourage them to spend. We must focus on their needs for food, accommodation, and transportation. Situ Mingwe quickly formulated a plan, thinking that those above the golden core stage had likely already begun fasting. Thus, the food aspect could be disregarded. Since these individuals could fly, transportation was also not an issue. Hence, they needed to concentrate on accommodation. "We must open a high-end inn." Zhang Yang pondered for a moment and said, "Once third Shirshu emerges from seclusion, I will consult with him to research some exquisite teas and wines suitable for those at the nascent soul and even the soul formation stages. Even if they are fasting, they will still be compelled to part with their money. Moreover, we have also invited disciples at the foundation establishment stage, who will require food. We should prepare some spiritual materials to sell to them." Situ Mingwe's eyes sparkled with excitement. These goods should be marketed through the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce. We should establish the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce at the Qingyun market right away. She envisioned the chamber's immediate success. Otherwise, Zhang Yang slowly remarked, "Jiang Shidi, later you will go and examine my estate. Then, based on that model, select a picturesque area on the outskirts of the Qingyun market to construct several dozen residences for me. These residences can be rented or sold. As long as the price is right, we can negotiate." "Understood, master brother," Jiang Ziqiu replied eagerly. He constantly contemplated surreptitious endeavors, and it became evident that his senior brother was indeed more astute. Moving forward, he would merely need to cooperate. Zhang Yang reflected upon his previous profit-making strategies in conjunction with the mindset of a cultivator, pondering potential opportunities. Indulgence and extravagance seemed ill-advised. Basic necessities had already been addressed. Perhaps he could explore the crafting of garments infused with magical properties? He considered seeking out his fifth and sixth masters, envisioning a collaboration where one could design talismans while the other refined materials, potentially yielding a unique collection of attire. Could he provide these formidable cultivators with some form of entertainment? Engaging in mahjong or landlord could be viable options. Ultimately, it was imperative that these nascent soul and primordial spirit cultivators left the Qingyun market having spent a substantial sum, ideally feeling satisfied and reluctant to depart. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziqiu conjured a map of the Qingyun market vicinity, diligently implementing projects according to Zhang Yang's specifications. After extensive deliberation, the projects for the Qingyun market had largely been established. At this juncture, Jiang Ziqiu began to fret, gazing at Zhang Yang with concern. "Senior brother, we are short on manpower, and my financial resources may be insufficient. Given the limited population of the Qingyun market, undertaking such a grand project with a completion timeline of several months indeed felt daunting." Zhang Yang sighed, reminiscing about the 3,000 Flying Dragon Army, an exemplary construction team. He regretted not retaining that group, intending to release them only after the various projects were completed. He resolved to mobilize manpower from the surrounding villages, offering generous compensation without hesitation. "We must not shy away from expenditure," Zhang Yang asserted. As for financial matters, the Qingyun sect's treasury still had reserves. He would allocate 200,000 spirit stones for the endeavor, which should suffice. However, as these were sect projects, the profits could not all be yours. You would only receive a modest share. Jiang Ziqiu smiled and replied, "As a member of the sect, it is my duty to contribute. I would not mind doing so without compensation." Zhang Yang waved his hand. You must accept what is rightfully yours and refrain from claiming what is not. Rest assured, the sect will soon enter a period of rapid development, and as a golden core cultivator, you are aboard a swift vessel. The benefits awaiting you are beyond your imagination. The only caution is to remain grounded and true to your original intentions when you ascend to a high position. Yes, I shall heed your advice, senior brother. Jiang Zhiqiu nodded. Despite being older, he felt that his insights and perspectives paled in comparison to those of his senior brother. Once the matters concerning the Qingyun market were settled, Zhang Yang, accompanied by Situ Mingyue and Qin Yushu, returned to the Qingyun sect with Jiang Zhiqiu. Upon seeing Zhang Yang's expansive villa, Jiang Zhiqiu felt a twinge of peculiarity. It seemed rather extravagant for a cultivator to possess such a grand residence complete with a rockery and swimming pool. He reflected on his former existence as a commoner, especially during his years as a wandering cultivator, which had been a struggle for survival. Refer to this, take the blueprints back, and construct in this style. Our focus is on elegance and sophistication. As for the talismans, we can only simplify them somewhat, as they will not match the quality I possess. Zhang Yang instructed Jiang Zhiqiu casually, exchanging pleasantries with Qin Yushu before proceeding towards the Qingyun sect. In truth, he could have loudly called for his master, summoning Qinjianzi to appear. Yet, would such a summons not render the path to enlightenment far too facile for Qin Yushu? Therefore, he resolved to impart a valuable lesson to Qin Yushu, ensuring that he comprehended the rarity of this opportunity. Chapter 46. Prestige. Zhang Yang arrived at the summit of Qingyun Peak, disregarding whether Qinjianzi was present, and boldly entered his chamber. Qinjianzi sat quietly upon his mat, observing Zhang Yang in silence. In previous years, Zhang Yang had frequently visited this place, but after entering the Jedon stage, his visits had become infrequent. Each time he came, he would rummage about, only to find the room barren of any valuable items, a place so desolate that even a rat would leave in tears. Consequently, Zhang Yang ceased his visits, opting instead to call out whenever he needed something. Now his personal visit raised questions. Was he planning something significant? Although Qinjianzi remained silent, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Master, you are indeed present. Zhang Yang chuckled, seating himself directly before Qinjianzi, casually surveying his surroundings. He sighed inwardly. There was still nothing of substance here. Master, with all the spirit stones you possess, why not adorn this room a bit? It appears rather austere. Zhang Yang lamented. Qinjianzi continued to remain mute, not even fluttering an eyelid. He pondered whether this lad was probing for something. Unfazed by Qinjianzi's lack of response, Zhang Yang continued, Master, in a few days, I shall procure some items to embellish your room. No need, I am accustomed to it. Qinjianzi finally spoke, asserting that the pursuit of the Tao was their ultimate goal, rendering all else mere trappings of the material world. You too must be cautious not to let other matters hinder your cultivation. Adding embellishments would be superfluous, as they would likely be pilfered by Zhang Yang shortly thereafter. What was the point? Zhang Yang smiled in acknowledgement. Your teachings are indeed wise, master. However, the more courteous he became, the more Qinjianzi found himself intrigued. Had something transpired? What is it? Have you encountered any troubles? Qinjianzi inquired. Not at all. Zhang Yang shook his head, assuring that all was well, and his cultivation faced no obstacles. He had merely come to converse with his master and to inquire whether he was busy the following day, as there was someone who wished to meet him. Qinjianzi scoffed inwardly, well aware that this lad never sought his presence without ulterior motives. Was it yet another disciple he intended to take on? Yet, unlike before, where he would act before consulting, this time he sought permission first, a sign of progress. Speak then, who is this new disciple? Qinjianzi asked. In less than a month, he had taken on 2 disciples, an unprecedented occurrence, as the previous century had seen none. It is not a disciple, Zhang Yang shook his head. It is Senior Qin, who has been stuck in the nascent soul stage for many years and wishes to seek your guidance. Master, you must not decline. He could assist our Qingyun sect in generating income and deserves some benefits. Qinjianzi instantly exhaled in relief. Is that the matter? Have him come. I am available at any time. Guiding someone in the nascent soul stage is hardly a significant task. Zhang Yang shook his head again. Master, I anticipated this. You are the esteemed leader of our Qingyun sect. Given the historical stature of our sect, your position ought to be held in the highest regard. Aside from that, Master, you have reached the Tao integration stage, haven't you? Let us consider that I have achieved Tao integration. Qinjianzi replied nonchalantly. Indeed, You are still a prominent figure of Tao integration, one of the few masters in the world. Zhang Yang gazed at Qin Jianzi with solemnity. As a great master, one must possess a certain gravitas. What? Qin Jianzi stared at Zhang Yang in astonishment. What is gravitas? Zhang Yang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How could he explain it? It refers to the demeanor, qualifications, stance, and elegance befitting a great master, succinctly termed gravitas. Zhang Yang proclaimed earnestly, Master, you are such a venerable figure, yet you behave like an old man on the street. When others request guidance, you simply acquiesce. Master, you are aware of brothels, correct? The women there charge for their services. Qin Jianzi's voice turned grave as he inquired, what exactly are you trying to convey? Comparing him to a courtesan was intolerable. Were he not personally his disciple, he would have long since turned to ashes. Zhang Yang, undaunted, lowered his voice and said, I will inform Qin Yushu upon my return, stating that after my persuasion, you have agreed to instruct him. However, when he arrives tomorrow, you must make him wait outside for at least an hour before allowing him to enter. He must understand that your guidance is not readily obtained. He must cultivate a sense of gratitude towards our Qingyun sect. Had Qin Yushu been well acquainted with the Qingyun sect, Zhang Yang would not have resorted to such measures. The issue lies in the fact that Qin Yushu is associated with the Situ family, tasked with protecting Situ Mingyue. However, the specifics of Qin Yushu's allegiance to the Situ family remain ambiguous. After all, Situ Mingyue is now within the Qingyun sect, safe and sound. Moreover, Qin Yushu is expected to take charge of the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce for the foreseeable future, familiarizing himself with its secrets. Should Qin Yushu return to the Situ family with knowledge of the Qingyue Chamber's secrets, it would pose a significant threat to the organization. Even though Situ Mingyue belongs to the Situ family, competition is inevitable within business circles. Hence, Zhang Yang must exercise caution. Qin Jianzi's guidance serves as a favor to Qin Yushu, ensuring he considers the Qingyun sect more thoughtfully in his future decisions. This is also why Zhang Yang approached Qin Jianzi with such solemnity. Despite being able to summon him at will, Qin Jianzi retorted, was it not you who requested my guidance? Other nascent soul practitioners lack the qualifications to meet me. He spoke the truth. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up, exclaiming, yes, master, that is gravitas. You must maintain this demeanor, allowing others to recognize your lofty aspirations, seldom descending into the mundane. By the way, it would be prudent to embellish this room. It should not appear so austere, lest it give the impression that our Qingyun sect is in dire straits. Understood. Qin Jianzi waved his hand impatiently. Go refine your golden elixir. Do I need you to instruct me on such matters? Zhang Yang turned to leave, but before departing, he reminded, Master, gravitas. Qin Jianzi shook his head repeatedly, lamenting the misfortune of having taken on such a disciple. Truly, the Qingyun sect has suffered greatly. However, he reflected that since Zhang Yang's arrival on the mountain, the Qingyun sect had shed its former air of stagnation, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Our Qingyun sect has indeed undergone a significant transformation. After languishing for so many years, it is time for us to lift our heads high. Once this young man matures, the future of the Qingyun sect is bound to be extraordinary. He contemplated the matter of receiving Qin Yushu the next day. Qin Jianzi smiled faintly, in the modest quiet room. The laws of heaven and earth surged violently, and the power of the Tao erupted. What seemed to be a small room transformed into a miniature world. Zhang Yang returned to his villa, found Qin Yushu, and spoke with a serious demeanor. Senior Qin, after my earnest request, Master has agreed to meet you. Tomorrow at dawn, I shall take you to see him. Thank you. Qin Yushu hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Situ Mingyue also quickly added, Thank you, senior brother. Zhang Yang shook his head, filled with emotion. To be honest, Master has been preoccupied lately and was somewhat reluctant to meet. However, I argued my case and mentioned that Senior Qin is assisting us in managing the business association, which is of great importance to us, and thus Master reluctantly agreed. Fortunately, he did not disappoint Senior Qin's trust. Thank you. Qin Yushu expressed his gratitude once more. He had no doubts about Zhang Yang's words. After all, Zhang Yang was a high-ranking figure in the realm of Tao integration, exuding an air of authority. He felt a sense of fortune in his heart, knowing that he would soon receive guidance from a master of Tao integration. Chapter 47. Seeking the Tao. The next morning, Zhang Yang personally accompanied Qin Yushu, with Situ Mingyue in tow, to Qingyun Peak. Given the seriousness of Zhang Yang's previous remarks, It was only fitting that he personally lead the way. Moreover, Qingyun Peak was a sacred ground, not a place where outsiders could freely intrude. Upon arriving at Qingyun Peak and standing before the few rooms belonging to Qinjianzi, Zhang Yang bowed towards the dwelling and softly announced, "Master, your disciple has brought Senior Qin." Seeing Zhang Yang's solemn demeanor, Qin Yushu felt an immense pressure. Despite merely facing a few rooms, Situ Mingwe dared not speak, awaiting respectfully. This was her third encounter with Qinjianzi, and she felt a sense of reverence towards this master of Dao integration. "Come in." Qinjianzi's voice resonated from within the room. Zhang Yang was taken aback. Wasn't it agreed that they would stand for at least an hour? He had intended to accompany Qin Yushu for that duration. Yet this old man seemed unwilling to heed the advice. Nonetheless, since Qinjianzi had spoken, Zhang Yang could only helplessly say to Qin Yushu, "Please, Senior Qin." He planned to have a serious discussion with the old man about this matter later. "Thank you, Senior." Qin Yushu expressed his gratitude before following Zhang Yang into Qinjianzi's residence. As Zhang Yang opened the door, a sense of dismay washed over him, and he exclaimed, "What on earth?" Qinjianzi was no longer the same figure he had seen before. He radiated an aura of ethereal grace, unmistakably a master of profound wisdom. Most importantly, the room was suffused with various powers of the Tao, particularly emanating from Qinjianzi, which was awe-inspiring. With a single glance, it felt as though one could see the cosmos in motion, transforming into tumultuous waves, only to shift again to the cycles of life and death in nature. Zhang Yang could hardly believe it. Was this truly his master? The same old man who could barely summon a few spirit stones? He was deeply shaken, experiencing firsthand the formidable presence of a supreme cultivator. If even Zhang Yang, who was most familiar with Qinjianzi, was so astonished, one could only imagine the reactions of Situ Mingwe and Qin Yushu. Disciple pays respects to master. Situ Mingwe, initially filled with reverence for Qinjianzi, found herself compelled to kneel in awe at the sight before her, offering a respectful bow. Qin Yushu simultaneously bowed deeply. Introducing himself as the junior disciple, Qin Yushu, paying his respects to the venerable leader of Qinyun. At that moment, he comprehended the sheer terror embodied by someone at the Harmony realm. Facing Qinjianzi felt far more daunting than when he had encountered a late-stage nascent soul in his mortal days. Yet, a surge of excitement coursed through him, for the prospect of receiving guidance from such an extraordinary figure promised fruitful gains on his future path. Mingwei rose, and Qinjianzi gestured for her to stand. She found herself unable to lower her head in reverence any further. "Thank you, Master." She expressed her gratitude once more. Qinjianzi replied calmly, "Your talent is quite commendable. Your Dao seed is a rare type, the profound Yin Dao seed. If you devote yourself to training diligently, you will undoubtedly achieve remarkable results. However, the cultivation method you have chosen poses issues. I advise you to select a different cultivation technique. The Qingyun sect possesses the profound Yin technique, a legacy passed down from the profound Yin fairy 2 millennia ago. The fairy created this technique, and, after 3 centuries of practice, could not transcend during her tribulation due to insufficient foundation, ultimately merging with the Qingyun. Therefore, as you continue your cultivation, it is imperative to solidify your Dao foundation. For guidance in this area, consult your senior brother. His foundation is quite profound. If you wish to cultivate the profound Yin technique, I shall have your senior brother accompany you to the scripture pavilion to select an appropriate method." Situ Mingwe hastily responded, "Master, I am eager to cultivate the profound Yin technique." Although the profound Yin fairy did not succeed, did she not learn from her experiences? "Strengthening my foundation should resolve any issues, should it not?" Qinjianzi replied with a hint of patience. "I have not finished speaking. The profound Yin Dao seed, when cultivated to its later stages, carries inherent drawbacks. The journey of the great Dao is such that solitary Yang cannot thrive, nor can solitary Yin endure. The path of the profound Yin Dao is one of extremity. Therefore, should you reach the end of your cultivation without achieving a balance of Yin and Yang, grave problems will arise. This is but one concern. Furthermore, due to the nature of the profound Yin Dao seed, it is susceptible to being targeted by practitioners of pure Yang techniques, who may seek to exploit you as a vessel. Thus, you must exercise caution in the presence of those who practice pure Yang methods." Situ Mingwe, enlightened, quickly interjected, "Master, I have caught the attention of Tan Yaoguang from the Langya sacred land. I have heard he practices pure Yang techniques. It seems he harbors such vile intentions." She had always believed her beauty was the source of her troubles, not realizing it was her Tao seed that attracted danger. Pay him no mind. The Langya sacred land has no authority over my Qingyun sect. I appreciate your guidance, Master. I shall now request my senior brother to assist me in locating the profound yearn technique. Situ Mingyue turned to Zhang Yang. Senior brother, I kindly ask for your assistance. Zhang Yang, taken aback, quickly replied, Master, I did not see the profound yearn technique in the scripture pavilion. He had perused the techniques available at the golden core level and found no trace of it. Qin Jianzi cast a glance at Zhang Yang. You possess the sect leader's token. Why not attempt to enter the scripture pavilion once more? Oh, follow me. Zhang Yang beckoned Situ Mingyue, turning to depart. He had not anticipated the existence of a hidden passage within the scripture pavilion and felt compelled to investigate. However, he quickly regained his composure and, in an effort to maintain the esteemed image of Qin Jianzi, bowed deeply. Master, I shall take my junior sister and depart. Go ahead. Qin Jianzi waved his hand. Once Zhang Yang and Situ Mingyue had left, Qin Jianzi turned his gaze toward Qin Yushu, who had been standing for quite some time, and gestured for a cushion to float over. Please, take a seat. Thank you, senior. Qin Yushu knelt upon the cushion, performing a disciple's salute to show his respect. In truth, the pursuit of the Tao is such that even between master and disciple, without genuine transmission, it is exceedingly difficult to pass down the great principles. Moreover, he was not a member of the Qingyun sect, nor was he a disciple of Qin Jianzi. While he could indeed seek to become Qin Jianzi's disciple, the crucial matter lay in whether Qin Jianzi would accept him. To speak of it without invitation would be to risk offending him. Nevertheless, at that moment, Qin Yushu regarded Qin Jianzi as a master and sought his guidance. The wind attribute Tao seed and the foundation of the golden elixir were relatively stable. Qin Jianzi appraised Qin Yushu and continued, what you are practicing should be the record of wind walking. The technique is rather mediocre, and your talent is likewise unremarkable. Qin Yushu lowered his head. I am ashamed, having squandered a century in the Yuanying stage. The key to breaking through from Yuanying to Yuanshan lies in the concept of transforming the void, Qin Jianzi said slowly. So, how does one refine the void into spirit? He posed a question to Qin Yushu, though he did not expect an answer, for if Qin Yushu knew how to refine the void into spirit, he would have already entered the Yuanshan realm. Look at me. Qin Jianzi commanded Qin Yushu. Hastily, Qin Yushu turned his gaze to Qin Jianzi, who held a mass of swirling mist in his left hand, which upon closer inspection was compressed wind from the heavens and earth. Then, as if performing a magic trick, the mist in Qin Jianzi's left hand vanished into thin air, only to reappear in his right hand. The two mists danced back and forth in Qin Jianzi's hands. He did not engage Qin Yushu in theoretical discourse. Instead, he demonstrated the transformation of the wind attribute Tao through sheer, formidable magical power before Qin Yushu. The aim was to see how much of the essence of transforming the void Qin Yushu could comprehend from this interplay of reality and illusion. This method of imparting the Tao was strikingly direct. Chapter 48. Yearn Technique. Zhang Yang hurriedly led Situ Mingyue to the scripture depository. He was eager to witness another facet of the repository and discover what techniques lay within. Upon entering, he activated the sect leader's token with his spiritual energy. As he infused the token, it emitted a wave of energy, triggering a response from the repository. The scripture depository unveiled its true form, akin to a woman shedding her garments, revealing the concealed intricacies within. Zhang Yang marveled as he ventured into parts of the repository he had never before explored, picking up a jade slip to review its contents. Situ Mingyue, following behind, hesitated momentarily before also stepping into those spaces. However, despite seeing numerous secret texts, she refrained from touching anything. She understood well that, as fellow disciples of the Qingyun sect, she and Zhang Yang were fundamentally different. Undoubtedly, Zhang Yang was being groomed as the next sect leader. The opportunity to peruse these secrets was already a generous concession from Qin Jianzi. Should one rashly delve into the contents within, it would surely displease Qin Yunzi, and the consequences could be dire. Especially after witnessing another facet of Qin Yunzi, she dared not dismiss this seemingly casual master. The techniques concealed within the hidden space vastly outnumbered those formally presented. Zhang Yang perused the jade slips one by one, swiftly locating the desired technique. This is the Yearn art you seek, he declared, passing the jade slip to Situ Mingyue. However, the master had already cautioned her regarding the Yearn art, advising her to ponder it carefully. What is there to contemplate? It merely pertains to foundational cultivation. Situ Mingwei replied dismissively, accepting the slip. The master has instructed you to teach me how to deepen my foundation, so do not take it lightly. Zhang Yang retorted with exasperation. The master warned that cultivating the yearn art to its conclusion could lead to significant troubles. You might end up as someone else's furnace. Bah! Situ Mingwei scoffed. With the master present, who would dare? Zhang Yang shook his head. I can't be bothered with you. Quickly memorize the foundational content. I will seek out the golden core phase. As for how to deepen her foundation, do not rush to break through. Simply absorb spiritual energy diligently. Situ Mingwei hurriedly noted down the foundational content and returned the slip to Zhang Yang. Senior brother, take me to find the golden core phase content. Having already reviewed the foundational techniques, she found them entirely different from her current practice. When she attempted to run the technique, her golden core trembled with excitement, clearly indicating that the yearn art was most compatible with her abilities. At this moment, she eagerly anticipated the golden core techniques. Given her current circumstances, with diligent practice, reaching the nascent soul stage should be a mere formality. Zhang Yang carefully stored the jade slips and led Situ Mingwei to the second floor of the scripture pavilion. He reactivated the sect leader's token, and the second floor expanded, revealing numerous additional spaces and jade slips. The techniques here were indeed far more formidable than those previously encountered. Zhang Yang felt a surge of exhilaration. He must memorize them all and later attempt to cultivate. As a blank slate in the golden core stage, without a fixed embryonic shape of the Tao, he had no issue with cultivating other techniques. Moreover, he surmised that by practicing these powerful techniques, he might even precipitate the emergence of his embryonic Tao shape, marking a significant breakthrough. Before long, he discovered the golden core version of the yearn art, handing the jade slip to Situ Mingwei. After she diligently recorded the contents, they exited the scripture pavilion together. Senior brother, thank you. I must now devote myself to cultivation. Situ Mingwei exclaimed before departing hastily, eager to practice the technique best suited to her. Zhang Yang returned to Qingyun Peak, finding Qin Yushu in a meditative state. Master, what is he? Qin Yunzi nodded with a smile. He is progressing well, beginning to comprehend the Tao. Once he completes this understanding, he should be able to enter the nascent soul realm. If he cannot grasp the mysteries of transformation so plainly revealed, then this lifetime will be all he knows. Master. Zhang Yang glanced at Qin Yushu, but remained silent. Understanding his thoughts, Qin Yunzi gestured, speak freely. He cannot hear anything now. I have set restrictions to prevent any unforeseen circumstances from disturbing his enlightenment. Zhang Yang inquired, what if he benefits from you, but fails to assist us? What if he becomes powerful one day and harbors other intentions towards the Qingyun sect? Qin Yunzi replied with a faint smile, from now on, the higher his realm, the more he shall fear me. As long as I remain in the Qingyun sect, he will dare not entertain any thoughts against it. Zhang Yang felt reassured. Regarding your junior sister, Qin Yunzi began to speak, but paused. Zhang Yang, puzzled, asked, what about my junior sister? Qin Yunzi shook his head and said, this matter does not concern you. Focus on your cultivation. Your realm is of utmost importance. Although he had some unanswered questions, Zhang Yang chose to remain silent. He sensed that Qin Yunzi seemed somewhat unusual today, but thought little of it, and took his leave. There indeed remained many tasks for him to attend to within the Qingyun sect. After meditating for half a day, Qin Yushu finally awakened and respectfully bowed thrice to Qin Yunzi, expressing, thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior. Frankly speaking, he felt that his own master had never imparted teachings with such earnestness. Though his master could not match Qin Yunzi's profound wisdom, this pursuit of enlightenment had brought him immense gains, and he was certain of attaining the Yuanshan realm. Qin Yunzi nodded slightly, accepting Qin Yushu's profound gratitude, and remarked, I have already heard from Zhang Yang about your assistance to them. Henceforth, assist them diligently and with sincerity. Qin Yushu sincerely responded, rest assured, I shall not disappoint your kindness. Qin Yunzi sighed, what I mean is, if you genuinely assist them, you will undoubtedly reap substantial benefits in the future. My chosen successor is not selected haphazardly. His achievements will surely surpass mine. Qin Yushu was taken aback. He never anticipated Qin Yunzi would hold Zhang Yang in such high regard. From their previous discourse, he had gained a direct understanding of Qin Yunzi's strength and revered him like a celestial being. If Qin Yunzi claimed that Zhang Yang would surpass him, just how formidable could Zhang Yang be? Rest assured, I will always remember your teachings and Zhang Yang's recommendations, Qin Yushu affirmed once more. Qin Jianzi waved his hand, signaling him to depart. Qin Yushu bowed again and took his leave. Upon exiting Qingyun Peak, he sought out Zhang Yang and said, I will return to Qingyun City to ponder the mysteries of the Yuanshan realm. However, I shall not enter seclusion. If you need me, feel free to find me. Thank you, esteemed senior, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Qin Yushu returned the smile, saying, I am of the same generation as your master's uncle, and having received your master's guidance, our relationship need not be so formal. Given our age difference, you may call me Uncle Qin if you wish. If not, that is also fine. Zhang Yang responded, Uncle Qin, you flatter me. Sooner or later, you will achieve the Yuanshan realm. If I do not take this opportunity to strengthen our bond, I may not have a chance in the future. Haha. Qin Yushu laughed heartily. Others may aspire to you, but perhaps I am the one who feels honored. He then said, well, I shall return to Qingyun City now. Safe travels, Uncle Qin. Zhang Yang bid farewell as he watched Qin Yushu descend from Qingyun Peak. Chapter 49. On the offense and defense of the Qingyun sect, Zhang Yang once again arrived at the plaza in front of the Qingyun Grand Hall. As another 7-day period came to an end, he distributed food to the foundation-building disciples. Within the entire Qingyun sect, he was essentially the sole individual managing affairs. Since the arrival of Situ Mingyue, she had not taken charge of any matters. Fortunately, she brought along a maid named Chunxiao, who could assist with some tasks. Aware that she was not an official disciple of the Qingyun sect, Chunxiao approached her duties with great initiative. Although she was also at the foundation-building stage, her talents were considerably lacking compared to those of the true prodigies. After all, her role was not as a bodyguard but rather in attending to Situ Mingyue's daily needs. Young Master Zhang, I can handle these matters from now on, Chunxiao said with a smile. You can use this time to focus on your cultivation. Zhang Yang shook his head. It's all right. I am not in a rush to cultivate. His training required substantial resources, and beyond merely distributing food to these foundation-building disciples, it also involved the essential task of ideological education. This responsibility rested solely upon him. Today marked yet another session of ideological instruction. Zhang Yang surveyed the crowd in the plaza. It had been half a month since the Flying Dragon Army had attacked the Qingyun sect. The once agitated group had calmed down, while those who were initially despondent had regained their composure. Today was indeed the right time to provide this group with further ideological guidance. Half a month prior, the Qingyun sect faced a perilous situation. Zhang Yang addressed the assembly. Our conflict with the Yunshan Empire arose from a series of misunderstandings. Although the issue has been resolved through mutual negotiations, what should we do if we encounter such dangers again? Upon hearing Zhang Yang mention the conflict with the Yunshan Empire, those who had infiltrated the sect felt a tightening in their chests, while the loyal members of the Qingyun sect became invigorated. Zhang Yang deliberately paused for a moment before continuing. The Qingyun sect has endured for 5 millennia, and like the previous conflicts, we have certainly faced numerous trials. Indeed, many circumstances were far more perilous than the last. Yet, we stand firm today due to the relentless efforts of generations of Qingyun disciples. Now, the task of revitalizing Qingyun rests upon our shoulders. Likewise, the dangers that may beset the Qingyun sect also fall upon us. This time, our elders assisted us in overcoming peril. Can we rely on them indefinitely? When faced with challenges, shall we step forward and bravely shoulder our responsibilities? Or shall we retreat into the shadows, choosing to be mere spectators or even surrendering? Worse still, will some choose to covertly ally with the enemy, betraying the Qingyun sect? A profound silence enveloped the assembly. The infiltrators among them paled, lowering their heads, unable to meet Zhang Yang's gaze. Senior brother, if we encounter enemies again, we shall fight them to the end, Wang Beol declared loudly. Yes, we will fight them. Zhang Yang shook his head. But if we rely solely on reckless bravery without a proper strategy, what good will it do? For instance, Wang Beol, you are currently at the foundation-building stage. If you were to confront someone at the nascent soul stage, what would your struggle accomplish? Thus, we must devise a plan and engage our intellect. This time, I present a task for everyone. Should the Qingyun sect encounter foes as formidable as before, what measures can we implement to safeguard our sect? I urge you all to ponder this deeply and to come prepared with your thoughts at our next gathering. Each task will accumulate task points, which may seem inconsequential now, yet will prove invaluable in the future. In 6 months, the Qingyun sect will unveil a secret realm, granting a select few the opportunity to enter. Should you all successfully achieve the sea opening stage by that time, those with higher points will be prioritized for entry. Hence, it is imperative to diligently fulfill each task. Reactions among the crowd varied. Some were utterly bewildered, lacking understanding of the secret realm and its significance. However, they recognized the necessity of completing the task. Conversely, others were overjoyed. The expressions of this latter group were keenly noted by Zhang Yang. After the meeting adjourned, everyone hurried back to their respective courtyards, eager to expedite their task completion. Young rascal, what ulterior motives do you have in stirring them up? Walingzi appeared beside Zhang Yang, a smile gracing his face. Zhang Yang, momentarily taken aback, quickly inquired, Uncle Master, have you reached the Yuanshan realm? Several masters had been in seclusion. It would be unusual for them to emerge without a breakthrough. With a chuckle, Walingzi retorted, have I not been in the nascent soul stage for decades? Is it not time for a breakthrough into the Yuanshan realm? You brought back some spiritual herbs, and third senior brother concocted some elixirs. Combined with the aid of spiritual stones, a breakthrough was only to be expected. He withheld one detail. Recently, the members of the Qingyun sect had been quite content, resolving underlying issues, witnessing the future of the sect through Zhang Yang, and, aided by the elixirs, a breakthrough was thus a natural progression. Excellent, Zhang Yang exclaimed, elated. With the addition of several more experts within the Qingyun sect, they would no longer need to fear outsiders. Uncle Master, come. Let us converse at my place. Zhang Yang warmly invited Walingzi, before your seclusion. There were some talismans you had yet to finish. It is the perfect opportunity to complete them now. With your new status in the Yuanshan realm, the potency of your talismans will undoubtedly be enhanced. Old man breaks through, and you, young rascal, do not even offer a congratulatory gift. Yet you expect me to create talismans for you. Walingzi jestingly admonished. Yet he made no objections and proceeded to craft the talismans for Zhang Yang. We will manage the defense of the Qingyun sect. Typically, no one would dare offend us, Walingzi remarked while inscribing the talismans. Thus, your suggestion for those youngsters to devise defenses for the Qingyun sect is ultimately futile. Zhang Yang chuckled, Uncle Master. Encouraging them to consider defensive strategies serves a dual purpose. It fosters their sense of belonging to the Qingyun sect and allows me to gauge their sentiments. They are merely adolescents in their teens. Do you think I am unaware that their proposed defenses may be impractical? However, as they contemplate their strategies, their innermost thoughts will inevitably surface. Zhang Yang paused for a moment before casually stating, through their thoughts, one can roughly discern some of their purposes for coming to Qingyun sect. At the very least, we can ascertain their direction. Oh, Walingzi replied, glancing at Zhang Yang with surprise. Where did you acquire such intricate reasoning? As a scholar who frequently engaged in discussions with Zhang Yang, their relationship was akin to that of brothers, with Walingzi referring to him as his disciple. This camaraderie was precisely why he sought out Zhang Yang immediately upon his return. However, he had not anticipated that Zhang Yang would overthink matters to such an extent. Zhang Yang sighed. Since you all neglect your responsibilities, it falls upon me to ponder these matters. Until we have completely turned the situation around, we must remain vigilant. We cannot allow the past incidents involving my two senior brothers to occur again. If anyone dares to take away those I have painstakingly nurtured, I would certainly be infuriated. Walingzi sighed in response. Do you think we are not angry? However, some matters are not as simple as they seem. Regardless, since the eldest senior brother intends for you to become the next sect leader, you may continue to worry. With a shift in topic, Zhang Yang inquired, Master Uncle, do you possess the ability to create talismans that can preserve images? You know, similar to those that record events, yet continuously document them, even allowing playback of the images later on. Walingzi was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he exclaimed, Are you jesting? How could such a thing be realized? If I could create such talismans, I might as well ascend to immortality. He could only imagine the magnitude of such a talisman if it were indeed possible. What if it were to assist other magical artifacts? Could it be feasible then? Zhang Yang urgently asked. Ask the sixth master uncle about that. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Yang replied, Once sixth master uncle returns, we shall discuss it and see if we can bring it to fruition. He was contemplating the development of a cultivation-themed household appliance. Chapter 50. Are you from the Santong sect? Fifth master uncle, these are some clothing designs I have created. Could you see if you can incorporate some talismans into the garments to enhance their defense? Zhang Yang presented a blueprint before Walingzi. Walingzi gazed at the designs with a peculiar expression and inquired, What kind of clothing is this? Zhang Yang maintained his composure. I noticed some individuals from afar wearing similar attire during my last encounter. I found it quite intriguing, so I took note of it. He had designed a set of leather garments, as leather could be made from animal hides, which were capable of bearing talismans. Other materials, for the time being, could not accommodate talismans, and garments crafted from those premium materials were not suitable for mass production. If merely designed as fashion, they would not fetch a high price. Wailing Z furrowed his brow, contemplating. Creating talismans is certainly feasible. However, to inscribe them onto animal hides, we would likely require beasts of considerable rank, at least demon beasts of the golden core stage, before the garments would hold any significance. His primary concern was defense, not aesthetics. Upon mentioning the beast skins of the golden core stage, Zhang Yang's enthusiasm waned, indicating that pursuing this avenue was currently unfeasible. In the vicinity of Qingyun, golden core beasts were a rare sight. Acquiring their skins would entail exorbitant costs, rendering it unprofitable. He resolved to design garments devoid of defensive capabilities to navigate the upcoming Qingyun sect trade fair. "Senior brother, what occupies your time?" inquired Situ Mingyue as she approached. Without lifting his gaze, Zhang Yang replied, "The design sketches for the Qingyun market. With everyone in seclusion, I am left to manage this alone." Situ Mingyue chuckled. "Having obtained the Xian technique, I must naturally recommence my training. Henceforth, I shall refrain from unnecessary seclusions. Have you perfected your cultivation?" Zhang Yang finally looked up at Situ Mingyue, his attention momentarily captivated. Situ Mingyue, already a stunning beauty, now exuded an enchanting allure. Her previously pale skin now radiating a delicate rosy hue, likely a result of her cultivation. "Is there an issue with my training, senior brother?" Zhang Yang regained his composure and hastily assured her, "No issues, but it would be prudent for you to cover your face. Fortunately, my resolve is strong, otherwise, I might succumb to your charm." Situ Mingyue cast a peculiar glance at Zhang Yang, but chose not to dwell on his remark. She lowered her gaze to the designs he had sketched. "Is this the attire you have designed? Do you believe anyone would appreciate it?" Zhang Yang, curious, responded affirmatively. He had created several designs based on past styles, utilizing ordinary fabric to keep costs minimal. However, given the novelty of these garments, he deemed that selling them for less than 100 spirit stones would be unjust to his artistry. In this world, gold and silver held value for the common folk, with a rough exchange rate suggesting that one spirit stone equated to a tael of gold. Zhang Yang candidly admitted that these items were rather overpriced. Yet they were intended for the affluent, particularly those of the golden core and nascent soul stages, focusing on luxury items aimed squarely at the wealthy. Situ Mingyue examined the designs with curiosity, each piece vividly conjured through Zhang Yang's magical prowess. She nodded in approval. "Surely, there will be those who appreciate them. However, how does one utilize this?" She pointed to a particular item, a piece of women's lingerie. "You use it. Right here." Zhang Yang gestured with his hands at his chest. Situ Mingyue paused, quickly grasping the implication. Her face flushed crimson as she shot Zhang Yang an indignant glare before hastily departing. Zhang Yang, undeterred, returned to his designs. Musing aloud, "Some cultivators are married. I ought to create some playful options that are convenient and easily torn, catering to their strength with straightforward materials." Transforming into a dedicated fashion designer, he immersed himself in his work. Before long, Situ Mingyue reappeared, and upon seeing Zhang Yang still absorbed in his designs, she exclaimed, "The king of Zhennan from the Yunshan Empire has arrived at the mountain gate, seeking an audience with you." "Oh," Zhang Yang snapped back to reality, promptly declaring, "This could be a monetary boon for us. I must go and meet him." He set aside his sketches and swiftly descended the mountain. Situ Mingyue glanced around to ensure no one was watching before stealthily picking up the items crafted by Zhang Yang and gesturing with them. She even cupped her hands in front of her chest, mimicking the design, and in that instant, her demeanor transformed, causing her eyes to sparkle with excitement. As the daughter of a prominent business family, she immediately discerned the market potential of this creation. It was far superior to conventional binding methods. At that moment, she found her senior brother to be quite enigmatic. How could he have conceived such an ingenious invention? At the mountain gate, Duke Xinjun of Southern Town awaited with several guards and 3 children. Upon seeing Zhang Yang approach, Duke Xin greeted him with a hearty laugh. "I pay my respects to Master Zhang." "Acting master." Zhang Yang chuckled in response. "My master is the true leader. You may call me Zhang Yang. We are acquainted, so there is no need for formality." Duke Xin seized the opportunity to foster camaraderie, smiling as he said, I shall take the liberty of calling you Brother Zhang. Of course, Brother Shin, please accompany me up the mountain, Zhang Yang warmly invited. Respect is less important than compliance. Duke Shun replied cheerfully, instructing his guards to remain at the base while he ascended the mountain with the 3 children. I have come to Qingyun seeking a favor from you, Brother Zhang. I have several juniors with considerable potential whom I wish to send to Qingyun sect for cultivation. I wonder what your thoughts are on this. While he spoke openly, he discreetly transmitted a message. Brother Zhang, please understand that only one of them is my grandson. The other 2 were thrust upon me by the emperor, and I have no choice in the matter. I would never deceive you. Should there be any difficulties, we can send them back and discuss it later. No worries. Zhang Yang replied in silence, maintaining a cheerful facade as he said, since Qingyun sect is open to new disciples, we shall certainly welcome those of merit. As they are Brother Shin's juniors and possess potential, we can indeed nurture them. However, they will be disciples of Qingyun sect and must adhere to our regulations. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Duke Shin promptly affirmed that, upon joining Qingyun, they would abide by its rules. By the way, I also wish to discuss the collaboration regarding the mining sites. I have prepared a construction team, and once we sign the contract, we can commence our mining endeavors. Zhang Yang abruptly halted, his curiosity piqued. Have you brought the construction team? How many members are there? Duke Shun was somewhat taken aback by Zhang Yang's eagerness but nodded, saying, Brother Zhang, you mentioned this last time, so we certainly made preparations. They are all here, which is why our journey was slower. There are over 300 of them currently in Qingyun Marketplace. Splendid. Zhang Yang clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, Brother Shun, you truly are my good fortune. You have brought exactly what I needed. May I borrow this construction team for a while? How could Duke Shun refuse? Yet, he felt a touch uneasy, grappling with the notion that he was supplying Qingyun's sect with resources once more. The construction team can indeed be lent to you, my brother, Duke Shun conceded, albeit with some reluctance. However, if they are delayed too long, our collaborative mining efforts may also be postponed. He subtly hinted that mining would yield no results, and losses were inevitable for both of us. Zhang Yang chuckled heartily, assuring him that there would be little delay, at most 2 or 3 months. Moreover, during this period, he would also calculate their wages. That would pose no issue. The Southern King felt reassured and asked if he should send someone to summon them. He suspected that Zhang Yang might be initiating some project within the Qingyun sect, considering that the last task undertaken by the Flying Dragon Army was indeed similar. No need, no need. They may remain in the Qingyun market. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. The place where they were to work was also in the Qingyun market. This time, I plan to construct some lodgings there to accommodate guests, and we are indeed short-handed. Your arrival is quite fortuitous. With a dry chuckle, the Southern King could hardly contain his amusement. Zhang Yang glanced at him and continued with a grin. In 6 months, the Qingyun sect intends to open the secret realm to welcome guests from all directions. Those below the Golden Core stage may enter. I see you are also at the Golden Core stage. I can grant you a spot. What? The Southern King exclaimed in disbelief. He was astonished not only by the revelation of the Qingyun sect opening its secret realm, but also by the prospect of being allowed entry himself. Am I truly able to enter? He pressed eagerly, struggling to believe it, and seeking Zhang Yang's confirmation. Since we are permitting other Golden Core cultivators to enter, and given our familiarity, granting you a spot poses no issue, Zhang Yang replied with a faint smile. However, it is indeed the secret realm of my Qingyun sect, and the treasures within are of considerable value. Thus, an entrance fee of 10,000 spirit stones is required. Of course, all treasures obtained within the realm will belong to the individual. I will pay. The Southern King agreed without hesitation, grasping Zhang Yang's hand earnestly to express his gratitude. Thank you, my brother. I shall never forget your kindness. As the Southern King, he was well aware of the advantages of the secret realm. What was 10,000 spirit stones compared to the opportunity to enter? He would gladly pay even 100,000. Zhang Yang laughed heartily, patting the Southern King's hand. There is no need for such formality. This time, we are opening the secret realm to all factions in the world. Anyone who can afford the 10,000 spirit stones may enter. Our secret realm has limited capacity, so we cannot allow too many entrants. Therefore, each faction is permitted 3 representatives from both the Foundation establishment and Golden Core stages. The Cloud Mountain Empire is also considered a faction. Please inform your sovereign that if he wishes to participate, he may send someone to join us. Naturally, since I have already promised you a spot, it will not count against the quota. It has been a long time since we opened the secret realm. I kindly ask you to help disseminate this news to others, so they are not left unaware. With this, he even had someone to publicize the event. He believed the Southern King had already assisted Qin Yun immensely, and granting one spot was only fitting. The Southern King, flushed with excitement, could envision the happiness this news would bring to the Emperor. For years, the Cloud Mountain Empire had been striving to cultivate its own experts. Alas, though endowed with the resources of an empire, the absence of esteemed mentors renders it impossible to retain true genius. The genuinely talented individuals have been lured away by those esteemed sects, leaving little allure for the Cloud Mountain Empire. Now, with Zhang Yang granting the Cloud Mountain Empire an opportunity to enter the secret realm, a pathway for those prodigies has emerged, potentially enticing them to remain within the empire. In light of such circumstances, how could the emperor possibly refrain from excitement? Moreover, the Prince of the South can readily claim this achievement as his own. Consequently, his standing within the Cloud Mountain Empire will undoubtedly rise. Rest assured, my dear brother, I shall attend to this matter promptly. The construction teams will be entrusted to you, and if they prove insufficient, I shall swiftly allocate an additional 1,000 workers from the empire to you from Anqing City, he assured. The Prince of the South diligently assisted Zhang Yang in devising a plan. Zhang Yang chuckled heartily. I am most grateful, brother. With more construction teams, we can expedite the completion of the guest house, ensuring our preparations are thorough. Having spent only a brief time at the Qingyun sect, the Prince of the South hastily left after introducing the three youths to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang regarded the trio and instructed, from this day forth, you shall act in unison with the senior brothers who have already entered the sect. The accommodations within the sect are ample. You may select 3 rooms for your stay. Once you have completed your body refining, opportunities to choose cultivation methods will be afforded to you. He seamlessly integrated the 3 youths into the group of prodigies, knowing they would find familiar faces among them, possibly leading to unexpected outcomes. His focus shifted to the Qingyun marketplace, where, with the arrival of the construction teams, work could finally commence in earnest. Junior sister, please inform junior brother Jiang to expedite the construction schedule without concern for expenses, Zhang Yang instructed Sidu Mingwe. I have already disseminated the news. Soon, individuals will arrive at the Qingyun marketplace. Additionally, you must arrange matters with the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce post-haste. Situ Mingwe inquired curiously. What about that batch of garments? Do you believe anyone will purchase them? Zhang Yang countered. I cannot guarantee everything, but I am certain about some of them. Situ Mingwe composed herself, while Zhang Yang felt a pang of anxiety. We cannot find workers to produce them. Situ Mingwe smiled and proposed. I have a solution. Let the Yunting Chamber of Commerce handle it. If you agree, I can have Uncle Qin return to the Yunting Empire. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yang decisively replied, if your Sidu family is willing to lend me a group of individuals, we can collaborate. However, those borrowed individuals will not return to the Sidu family for 2 years. He needed to secure substantial profits before affording the opportunity to the Sidu family. Agreed. Situ Mingwen nodded affirmatively, confident in her father's foresight. She then proceeded to the Qingyun marketplace, where she met Qin Yushu and outlined the plan. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yushu hastened towards the Yunting Empire, while Situ Mingwe personally oversaw the construction of the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce's headquarters and, in conjunction with Jiang Zhiqiu, the establishment of the Qingyun guest house. The entire Qingyun marketplace buzzed with industrious energy, especially after the construction team arrived in Anqing City. Along with a portion of the local populace of Qingyun Market, thousands toiled daily, transforming Qingyun Market day by day. Within 2 months, everything must be completed. Zhang Yang inspected Qingyun Market and solemnly issued orders, insisting that no outsiders should witness the disarray upon their arrival. I assure you, in a few months, everyone will possess an abundance of spirit stones. Chapter 52. Building momentum. Only after the Southern King arranged the construction team for Zhang Yang in Anqing City did he return to the imperial city. However, before his return, he disclosed to the Shao family the impending opening of the secret realm in Qingyun. It was only natural to share this information, especially since the Shao family was collaborating with Qingyun. Upon receiving the news, Shao Jianxun was both astonished and elated. For these minor clans, their standing was slightly above that of rogue cultivators. Did they finally have a chance? After contemplating for a considerable time, Shao Jianxun relayed this news to the Qingfeng sect. The Shao family's present success was inextricably linked to the Qingfeng sect. During their previous negotiations with the Qingyun sect, the Qingfeng sect had contributed, and it would be unjust to withhold such beneficial news from them. The Qingfeng sect, upon receiving the news, was somewhat taken aback. Although the Qingfeng sect was a sect, it was still a third-rate one, primarily sustained by its nascent soul cultivators. If there truly existed a secret realm for gold core exploration, they would undoubtedly covet the opportunity. Yet, the Qingyun sect had not taken action for many years. The sudden announcement of an open secret realm seemed rather abrupt. Moreover, they had recently fallen out with the Qingyun sect. Would the Qingyun sect truly extend an opportunity to them? After much contemplation, Liang Feng suggested to Xiao Jianxun, "Since your Xiao family has been collaborating with the Qingyun sect for over a month now and has already mined some copper ore, you could use the pretext of delivering copper ore to the Qingyun sect as a means to probe their intentions. If they are indeed opening the secret realm, we will have ample time to prepare. Given their proximity to the Qingyun sect, a round trip could be completed in a day, making it prudent to ascertain the situation directly." Xiao Jianxun concurred with this strategy, and after making preparations, he set off for the Qingyun sect with the copper ore. Upon arriving at Qingyun Market, he was taken aback by the extensive construction underway. It was evident that the Qingyun sect was undergoing a significant transformation. Upon reaching the mountain gate of the Qingyun sect, he waited for quite some time without encountering anyone to receive him, which left him quite conflicted. After a considerable delay, Zhang Yang hurriedly arrived, alerted by Qinji Yunzi, who could no longer overlook Xiao Jianxun's prolonged wait. "My apologies, Master Xiao. Recently, our Qingyun sect has been exceedingly busy, and we regret the lack of proper reception. Please forgive us," Zhang Yang expressed with genuine embarrassment. He realized that arrangements for reception needed to be prioritized as soon as possible. Though Xiao Jianxun harbored some resentment, witnessing the bustling activity of Qingyun Market tempered his frustration. He merely stated that he had brought a portion of the copper or mined over the last 2 months to present to the Qingyun sect. "Oh, such a trivial matter should not have necessitated a trip from the Xiao family," Zhang Yang remarked. Zhang Yang chuckled and remarked, "Moreover, we can certainly arrange for deliveries every 6 months. It is not an issue." Xiao Jianxun responded with a smile. "After all, this is our first collaboration, and we are unfamiliar with the circumstances. Hence, semi-annual deliveries will suffice." He then inquired, "By the way, Master Zhang, I have heard that the Qingyun sect is going to open its secret realm and allow outsiders to participate?" At this moment, Zhang Yang understood the reason for Xiao Jianxun's visit, and he nodded with a smile. "Indeed, we are planning to open the secret realm. However, for now, participation will be limited to sects or imperial powers, allowing 3 individuals from each faction in the Foundation establishment and Golden Core stages. Only when there are vacancies will we permit loose cultivators to join." Xiao Jianxun felt a surge of joy. There was indeed an opportunity. Their Xiao family shared a good rapport with the Qingfeng sect, so requesting a spot would not be unreasonable, would it? He cautiously asked. "Given the amicable relationship between our Xiao family and the Qingfeng sect, and considering they mediated during our previous conflict with your sect, would it be possible for them to participate?" "Of course, it is absolutely permissible," Zhang Yang readily affirmed. "The entry fee is merely 10,000 spirit stones per person, and as long as it is paid, we welcome any sect or faction to join. After all these years, it is high time for our Qingyun sect to revel in some excitement. Furthermore, the misunderstanding with the Qingfeng sect has long been resolved, and we wholeheartedly welcome them to partake in the secret realm." "Thank you, Master Zhang." Xiao Jianxun hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "I must promptly relay this news to the Qingfeng sect, so they can prepare accordingly." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Jianxun took his leave. Once the Qingfeng sect received confirmation, they immediately began preparations, while also notifying other familiar sections. This news spread with remarkable rapidity. The Qingyun sect was about to unveil its secret realm. Upon hearing this, many sects and powers were initially skeptical. However, as the news circulated with credibility, they dispatched emissaries to Qingyun for verification. It would not take long for a round trip, and with several months remaining, there was ample time for preparations. Numerous sects sent representatives to the Qingyun sect to ascertain the truth of the news. In the imperial capital of the Yunshan Empire, upon receiving the report from the southern town king, Emperor Li Shiqing expressed his astonishment. "Is this true? Your Majesty, the information has been confirmed as genuine." The southern town king quickly replied, "Our Yunshan Empire has 3 slots available for entry." "Splendid," the emperor exclaimed, rising in excitement. "I shall announce this news immediately. This time, we can seize the opportunity to recruit several loose cultivators." After a moment's hesitation, He glanced at the southern town king and added, "My loyal minister, you have worked diligently. You shall certainly receive one of the slots, so there is no need for concern." The southern town king smiled bashfully, "Your Majesty, perhaps the Qingyun sect is considering my collaboration with them, which is why they have granted me a slot to disseminate this news. I thought by doing so, our empire could secure an additional spot." The emperor regarded the southern town king with a meaningful look and laughed heartily. "Having you acquire an extra slot is indeed a boon for our empire. What grounds do I have for reproach? Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will always remain loyal to the Yunshan Empire," the southern town king promptly assured him. "Fear not, for I shall forever place my trust in you." The emperor returned to his seat and remarked, "In that case, let us promptly inform the other sects of this news. We shall also make our preparations, and, when the time is right, proceed to the Qingyun sect." "Yes, Your Majesty." The king of South departed. The emperor gazed at the retreating figure of the king of South, lost in contemplation for a considerable time without uttering a word. At the Tianxian sect, Su Mingyang furrowed his brow. The Qingyun sect has actually opened a secret realm? What could be their intention? "I believe the Qingyun sect is seeking to enhance its influence," Zhao Lu suggested thoughtfully. "Having vanished from public view for so long, they have now drawn attention through the secret realm. It seems the long-dormant Qingyun sect is poised to make a comeback." Su Mingyang sneered coldly. "They must have recruited dozens of prodigies to feel such confidence. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that some of those prodigies are our own." Zhao Lu chuckled. "When the time is ripe, the Qingyun sect will ultimately collapse, never to rise again. This time, we shall collaborate with Qingyun, allowing them to showcase their talents without interference. In just 2 to 3 decades, our people will become the backbone of the Qingyun sect, and great prospects await us. We can afford to wait this short time." Having concluded their discussion, the Tianxian sect willingly supported the Qingyun sect's endeavors, spreading the news far and wide. Chapter 53. Borrowing Power in the Yunteng Empire. Qin Yushu had returned to the Situ family and met with the head of the family, Situ Haonan. "Mr. Qin, what brings you back?" Situ Haonan inquired. Surprise etched on his face. "Has something happened to my daughter?" If Situ Mingyue were unharmed, Qin Yushu would not have left without permission. The eldest young lady no longer need worry about her safety, Qin Yushu replied with a smile. "She has joined the Qingyun sect and become one of its disciples." Situ Haonan's brow furrowed. "With the limited strength of the Qingyun sect, how can they protect my daughter? The threats she faces come from the Langya sacred land. My reluctance to send her there stems from my belief that the young man from Langya is no good, and I did not wish to offend the sacred land, which is why I arranged for her to escape. I never anticipated that Situ Mingyue would join the Qingyun sect." He acknowledged that the Qingyun sect had indeed been powerful 1,000 years ago, but that was no longer the case. In its current state, the Qingyun sect was likely even inferior to a second-rate sect. He expressed his displeasure, saying, "Mr. Qin, when I entrusted you with the task of protecting my daughter, I explicitly stated that you were not to leave her side. The current situation deviates entirely from our initial arrangement." Qin Yushu discerned Situ Haonan's discontent. Understanding that it stemmed from a father's concern for his daughter, he remained undeterred and, with a hint of mystery in his smile, declared, "Head of the family, I have reached the primordial spirit realm." Situ Haonan was taken aback. He knew that Qin Yushu had been stagnating at the nascent soul stage for many years. How could he suddenly ascend to the primordial spirit realm? Furthermore, was the mention of his realm a warning to himself? He regarded Qin Yushu with indifference and replied, "I must congratulate you, Mr. Qin, on finally achieving your long-held aspiration after so many years. Are you not curious why I suddenly attained the primordial spirit realm?" Qin Yushu asked with a smile. "Why?" With patience, Situ Haonan inquired. Qin Yushu, deliberately prolonging the suspense, finally revealed, "This time, due to the young lady's entry into the Qingyun sect, I have also gained the opportunity to meet the esteemed leader of the sect through her connection. Under his guidance, I have entered the realm of Yuan Shan. The young lady's master is, in fact, none other than him." Situ Haonan could not help but take a deep breath. He understood well that anyone capable of guiding one from the Yuanying stage to the Yuan Shan stage must possess a level of mastery that far exceeds Yuan Shan, possibly even higher. The fact that his daughter could become a disciple of such a formidable figure was evidently a tremendous fortune. How could the Qingyun sect, which had fallen into decline for so many years, still possess such power? With a smile, Qin Yushu added, "The young lady's decision to take on a master was not made lightly. Decades ago, an unknown battle occurred within the Qingyun sect, pitting Qinjianzi against the elder Tanxiushui of the Langyus sacred land. The reason this battle remained a secret was that the leader of Qingyun decisively overwhelmed Tanxiushui, even restricting him from entering a 1,000-mile radius of Qingyun. It was precisely for this reason that the young lady chose to join the Qingyun sect. She even sacrificed 100,000 spirit stones for this opportunity. Excellent. Situ Haonan could not restrain himself from rising to his feet, exclaiming in approval. He joyfully paced the hall for a few moments before finally returning to his seat, exclaiming with excitement, to be able to study under such a powerful master. 100,000 spirit stones are but a trifling matter. For the Situ family, that is mere pocket change. At last, I can set aside a lingering concern. I need not worry about her future anymore. He truly had not anticipated that the long-diminished Qingyun sect still harbored such terrifying strength. After all, it was Tanxiushui, overwhelmed to the point where no ripples of battle were even discernible. If this alone could cast doubt on the Qingyun sect's might, the fact that Qin Yushu, who had struggled for years to break through, had achieved the Yuan Shin stage under Qinjianzi's guidance left no room for skepticism. After a considerable time, Situ Haonan finally calmed himself and asked, "Have you met the leader of Qingyun?" Qin Yushu nodded, expressing his astonishment. "I never imagined that in protecting the young lady, I would gain such an opportunity. What is he like?" Situ Haonan inquired with curiosity. "Like an immortal descending to earth," Qin Yushu declared decisively. "Head of the family, although we have never had the chance to meet someone at the Dao integration stage, we have seen them from afar. Yet, the terror of the Qingyun leader surpasses all others of the Dao integration level. Just by receiving his teachings, I felt no inclination to oppose him, let alone consider myself his rival. In his presence, I sensed the very essence of nature shifting, as if witnessing the transformation of mountains and seas, an unimaginable terror." Situ Haonan was momentarily lost in thought, murmuring to himself, "That is indeed terrifying." After a long while, he regained his composure and smiled, saying, "A bit of fear is welcome. After all, he is now my daughter's master, which is a tremendous boon for us. By the way, Mr. Qin has also entered the Yuan Shin stage. We must increase his offerings, elevating the annual spirit stone provision to 200,000. The family shall prioritize providing Mr. Qin with superior cultivation resources. Thank you, head of the family. However, I fear I may not be able to remain in the Situ family for long." Qin Yushu replied with a wry smile. Situ Haonan hurriedly inquired, "Are you leaving?" Qin Yushu sighed, gazing at Situ Haonan with resignation. "Patriarch, your daughter has established a commercial association that she cannot manage. Thus it falls upon me to oversee it. Consequently, I fear I may not be able to return in the future." Situ Haonan chuckled. "Isn't that the same thing? Rest assured, I will send a few individuals from the family to assist in managing the association. That won't suffice." Qin Yushu shook his head. "The association is named Qingyue Chamber of Commerce, with a portion owned by Qingyun sect and another by the eldest young lady. Yet Qingyun sect holds the majority stake." Situ Haonan realized he had been astonished more times in this brief period than throughout his entire life. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Though this girl possesses some understanding of business, she has never truly focused on it. How could she comprehend anything? Does Qingyun sect permit her to act so recklessly? Qin Yushu smiled. "Patriarch, you should be cautious. In a few years, we may very well find ourselves as competitors. By the way, I haven't mentioned that the eldest young lady has a senior brother, who is also a disciple of the Qingyun sect's leader. This young man is quite enigmatic." Situ Haonan chuckled, dismissing the concern entirely. The Yunting Chamber of Commerce had thrived for a century. Who could rival them? He could acknowledge the talents of the Qingyun sect's heirs, but commerce was not merely a matter of strength. "Mr. Qin, is there a specific purpose for your visit this time?" Situ Haonan wished to steer the conversation away from competitors. Qin Yushu clarified his intent. "There are two matters for this visit. The first is a request for personnel. The Qingyue Chamber of Commerce seeks to borrow a group of skilled textile craftsmen from the Situ family for 2 years, with a fee of 10,000 spirit stones per craftsman as compensation." Situ Haonan waved his hand dismissively. "I can send a few craftsmen over, let the payment go. The Situ family is not lacking in funds." Qin Yushu replied earnestly, "Though our relationship is amicable, it is essential to keep accounts clear, even among brothers. The payment must be made. We require 30 craftsmen. It cannot be fewer." 30? That amounts to 300,000 spirit stones. Situ Haonan's generosity waned. It was not that he was short of the sum, but rather that the essence of commerce required proper accounting. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "I can provide a few more craftsmen, but we must formalize a contract ensuring their safe return in 2 years." Agreed. Qin Yushu produced a prepared contract, Patriarch. You may review it. However, the payment cannot be made now. It must wait until 6 months later. Sidu Haonan was left speechless. Yet, he refrained from imposing strict demands, considering his daughter's involvement. After signing the contract, the Sidu family agreed to lend 40 craftsmen, with the Qingyun sect to pay 400,000 spirit stones in 2 years. What is the second matter? Sidu Haonan inquired. Qin Yushu stated with gravity. The Qingyun sect plans to open a secret realm, allowing entry for those at the Golden Core stage and below. We invite any force from the world to enter, though each force may send a maximum of 3 individuals per realm, and they must pay an entrance fee of 10,000 spirit stones. Sidu Haonan understood. No wonder the payment is delayed for 6 months. It seems the Qingyun sect stands to gain significantly from entrance fees. Can we also participate? Sidu Haonan asked. Certainly. Qin Yushu nodded, and it was possible to inform the Yuntung royal family, as well as any other factions willing to participate. Very well, I shall disseminate this news. In 6 months, our Yunting Chamber of Commerce will also send representatives. Sidu Haonan replied, intending to personally visit the Qingyun sect to ascertain their activities. Chapter 54. A surge of crowds 3,000 miles west of the Yunting Empire lies Langya Mountain, the sacred abode of Langya. Standing several dozen miles away, one could already sense the majestic aura emanating from Langya Mountain, truly deserving of its status as one of the foremost sections. As a prominent sect in this realm, the Langya sanctuary commands immense prestige and has garnered the adoration of the masses. The news of the Qingyun sect's secret realm opening spread far and wide, naturally reaching the Langya sanctuary. The lower disciples of the Langya sanctuary were merely astonished. Could it be true that the Qingyun sect had a secret realm to unveil? Meanwhile, the upper echelon hurriedly convened in the grand hall to deliberate on the matter. Had the Qingyun sect lost their senses? What secret realm could they possibly possess? Was it merely that one secret realm? But could that realm truly be opened? What on earth was the Qingyun sect attempting? While the notion of opening a secret realm in itself posed no issue, should something untoward be released, chaos would surely ensue. Did the Qingyun sect truly lack such basic understanding? The assembly buzzed with discussions, all casting aspersions on the Qingyun sect's actions. Observing the discordant voices in the grand hall, the Saint Master of the Langya sanctuary furrowed his brow, equally perplexed by the Qingyun sect's maneuvers. At that moment, the murmurs in the hall finally subsided as the crowd noticed the Saint Master's expression and turned their gaze toward him. Saint Master, should we not confer with the Qingyun sect regarding this matter? An elder inquired. The Langya Saint Master replied slowly. The crux of the issue lies in our uncertainty about whether the Qingyun sect is indeed opening that specific secret realm. If it is not, then we have no basis for objection. A heavy silence fell upon the gathering. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Did not the Qingyun sect proclaim that all in the realm may participate? If so, we should send our people to join. If it is that secret realm, we can negotiate with them afterwards. If it is not, our disciples may still enter to seek opportunities, achieving twofold benefits. Every secret realm is worthy of exploration, and providing opportunities to our Golden Core disciples is something we wholeheartedly support. An elder, brimming with indignation, interjected, the Qingyun sect has remained dormant for so long. This deliberate unveiling of a secret realm must be an attempt to elevate their prestige. If our people enter their secret realm, would that not serve to bolster them? I firmly believe that the Qingyun sect would not dare to actually open that secret realm. This is merely a ploy on their part, aimed at seizing discourse power. They have long fallen from the ranks of top sects, and reclaiming such power will not come easily. As the assembly reflected on these words, many began to entertain the thought that perhaps this was indeed a calculated ruse by the Qingyun sect. They remained oblivious to the fact that this was merely Zhang Yang's endeavor to generate profit, misconstruing the seriousness of the Qingyun sect's announcement regarding the secret realm. In the absence of clarity regarding the Qingyun sect's intentions, the members of the Langya sanctuary found themselves troubled. Elder Tan's words bore a semblance of truth. Another elder stepped forward, yet who truly understands the intentions of the Qingyun sect. Therefore, it is imperative that we send representatives to investigate the outcomes of this secret realm's opening. What I propose is that we do not participate under the banner of the Langya sacred ground, but rather under the guise of another sect. After all, With so many sects subordinate to the Langy's sacred ground, it would be trivial to select one and assume their identity. This plan is feasible. The Langya sage nodded in agreement, and arrangements were made accordingly. With numerous Golden Core disciples at our disposal, selecting a few and appointing a nascent soul realm expert to lead the expedition should suffice. Thus, the Langya sacred ground began its preparations. At this moment, across the realm, many esteemed sects faced dilemmas akin to that of the Langya sacred ground. These sects, much like the Qingyun sect, have rich histories and are well aware of its intricacies, leaving them perplexed by Qingyun's actions. However, many sects remained confident that the Qingyun sect would not act recklessly, while others, like the Langya sacred ground, opted to first observe the situation. Some lesser-informed sects schemed to exploit Qingyun's movements and made their way to the sect. Meanwhile, lower-tier sects viewed this as a golden opportunity and eagerly participated in the secret realm's opening, with an entrance fee of 10,000 spirit stones. Even a sect sending 6 disciples would only require 60,000 spirit stones. This sum is manageable even for the most modest sections. Yet, should they retrieve a rare treasure from the secret realm, the returns would surely exceed their initial investment. Under these circumstances, countless individuals, led by their sect elders, journeyed towards the Qingyun sect. The closer they approached, the more palpable the influx of people became. Anqing City, situated not far from the Qingyun sect, was already aware of the commotion stirred by the sect's recent actions, especially the influential families within Anqing who had received news. With the Qingyun sect's impending secret realm opening, these families lamented their lack of opportunity. However, many soon realized that although they could not enter the secret realm, they could still profit from the Qingyun sect. Previously, few regarded the Qingyun market with esteem. Only those families who could not secure any gains in Anqing would venture to such a marketplace. Yet now, with the realm's tumultuous atmosphere, who could deny the vast opportunities presented by the Qingyun market? Consequently, numerous family factions equipped with funds hastened to the Qingyun market, eager to seize a lucrative venture. At this juncture, the Qingyun market was bustling with activity. The news of the Qingyun sect's secret realm opening had circulated for over a month. During this time, the entire Qingyun market had focused solely on one endeavor: construction. Tirelessly they worked. Everyone must act swiftly. Once this period concludes, you may finally rest. I assure you, the rewards earned during this time will likely suffice for a lifetime of labor. Understand this. Once the project concludes, compensation will be settled in spirit stones, not in gold or silver. Every worker will ultimately possess no fewer than 100 spirit stones, convertible into gold, amounting to a substantial sum of 100 taels of gold. For you, this fortune could suffice not just for half a lifetime, but perhaps for an entire existence. Jiang Zhiqiu, the mayor of Qingyun town and a cultivator at the golden elixir stage, personally oversees the construction. He finds himself in a predicament. In order to ensure the project's completion, Zhang Yang has issued a strict order, placing the heavy burden squarely on Jiang Zhiqiu's shoulders. Consequently, Jiang Zhiqiu has no choice but to exert pressure on the construction teams, employing the tactic of offering high prices. He even dispenses some medicinal pills, diluted in water as a beverage, to help the workers regain their strength. There is no alternative. Without this approach, the task cannot be accomplished. At the very heart of Qingyun City, a building has already risen 3 stories high, with construction progressing at a feverish pace. This edifice serves as the headquarters of the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce. Qiu Yushu, a formidable cultivator at the nascent soul stage, is also supervising the operation personally. His mission is to ensure the completion of the chamber's headquarters within 2 months. As he urges the workers on, he cannot help but smile wryly within. After all, he is a nascent soul cultivator. Why is he here, overseeing the work of ordinary people instead of focusing on his own cultivation? What has become of this world? Chapter 55. The Initial Shock. Master Uncle, how many pills have you refined? Zhang Yang hurried to Qingmu Peak to find Dan Shenzi. Dan Shenzi, looking haggard and troubled, replied, Zhang Yang, refining pills requires immense energy. Otherwise, the elixirs cannot be produced. I haven't slept for 10 days. You must allow me some rest. Previously, he worried about the lack of spiritual herbs for pill making, but now he finds himself overwhelmed with work. Master Uncle, just hold on a little longer. Once we get through this period, it will be over, Zhang Yang encouraged him. This is our opportunity. If we miss it, who knows when another will arise. Please endure a bit more. I promise you, once this is over, you can rest, and I will provide you with an endless supply of spirit stones and herbs. This endeavor is crucial for the reform of the Qingyun sect. We cannot afford to be complacent. Dan Qinzi chuckled bitterly, realizing the situation was repeating itself. The number of pills he had produced recently, ranging from low to high grade, must be in the thousands. Was that not enough? However, seeing the redness in Zhang Yang's eyes, he understood that Zhang Yang had also been neglecting his rest. Thus, he replied, "Rest assured, leave it to me. Thank you for your help, Master Uncle. I must take my leave." Zhang Yang said his farewells and headed towards Refining Peak. At Refining Peak, Huolingzi was igniting flames with both hands, diligently smelting materials. Upon Zhang Yang's arrival, Huolingzi, with a stoic expression, stated, "No need to worry, I am busy." During this time, Huolingzi had been crafting various peculiar items as per Zhang Yang's requests. He remained unaware of their purpose and had decided to focus solely on fulfilling Zhang Yang's specifications. He was curious to see what Zhang Yang would ultimately produce. "You are overthinking it, Master Uncle. I merely came to take a look and will leave shortly." Zhang Yang greeted him with a smile and turned to depart. He knew that if he did not supervise these elders, they would inevitably become lax in their work. Certain matters can only be addressed by these two individuals. His oversight is indispensable. Upon arriving at Bihua Peak, Huolingzi was engrossed in inscribing runes with her spirit brush, completely disregarding Zhang Yang. After a brief glance, Zhang Yang chose not to intervene and proceeded to Biyun Peak, the domain of Bailinzi, where the female cultivators of Qingyun sect were currently congregating. Additionally, a group of craftsmen borrowed from the Sidhu family had also been stationed at Biyun Peak. These artisans were diligently crafting various innovative garments according to Zhang Yang's specifications while simultaneously serving as models. At that moment, Biyun Peak was enveloped by an array of formations set up by Bailinzi, prohibiting any men from approaching. Zhang Yang stood before the formation, waiting for a while until Situ Mingyue emerged, smiling as she said, "Eldest senior brother, you cannot enter right now. They are trying on the garments you designed." Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he inquired, "How is it? What do you think?" He felt fortunate that Situ Mingyue hailed from a business family, possessing a keen sense for commerce. Although she had never seen many of his designs, she could grasp Zhang Yang's intentions. Otherwise, he would have faced considerable difficulties amidst a throng of women. Situ Mingyue, equally exhilarated, affirmed, "No problem. We produced several sets in various styles. There will surely be demand." Zhang Yang nodded vigorously before asking, "Are you certain that those powerful cultivators also have partners, and some even have multiple?" He was somewhat uncertain, given that Qingyun sect seemed to be populated by solitary figures. "Rest assured, even the sacred masters of Langya Holy Land have partners and children, so your concerns are unfounded." Situ Mingyue confirmed with a nod. "Then I can relax," Zhang Yang replied. "Junior sister, urge them to expedite the process. We must not delay." The entire Qingyun sect was bustling with activity, a state that persisted for 3 months. At this juncture, there remained merely a month until Zhang Yang announced the opening of the Qingyun sect's secret realm. The construction team in Qingyun town was finally relieved of overtime, and the weary workers, nearly exhausted, beamed with joy as they received 200 spirit stones each. Though fatigued, their faces radiated happiness. These spirit stones could be exchanged for gold and silver, sufficient for a blissful life. They could also utilize the spirit stones to seek a fateful encounter for their children. A very worthwhile investment. The construction team departed from Qingyun town. At Qingyun sect, Dan Qinzi, Huolingzi, and Huolingzi were invited to Zhang Yang's villa. The 3 venerable cultivators, exhausted after months of relentless toil, reclined on lounge chairs beside the swimming pool, leisurely enjoying the breeze and snacks, feeling that life was truly delightful. "I must say, Zhang Yang's residence is remarkably comfortable," Huolingzi exclaimed. Huolingzi echoed her sentiments. "These runes were indeed drawn by me. Ordinarily, I wouldn't notice. But after such fatigue, lying here feels extraordinarily soothing." Dan Qinzi shared their sentiments and curiously inquired, "How many spirit stones do you think Zhang Yang will earn from this venture?" This question was also on the minds of Huolingzi and Huolingzi. "The young man has mobilized such tremendous manpower and resources this time. It surely surpasses the spiritual stones earned previously," remarked Huolingzi with a smile. "Could it be that several million spiritual stones are incoming?" Fire Lingzi expressed his astonishment. Although several million spiritual stones were earned earlier, the majority was from the ransom paid by the Flying Dragon Army, a rare occurrence indeed. As for the 1 million spiritual stones donated by Situ Mingyue, it would be rather inappropriate to request another donation from her. Once this opening of the secret realm concludes, we shall discern the outcome, Hua Lingzi concluded. At this moment, Zhang Yang, accompanied by Ling Yunzi, arrived at Qingyun Town and addressed him, Master Uncle, I must trouble you to oversee Qingyun Town. They could only receive others in Qingyun Town, inviting only special guests to Qingyun sect. Ling Yunzi, with a serious demeanor, stated, should Jiang Zhiqiu require assistance, he is to seek me out. He was unable to lend a hand previously. Now it is time for his martial prowess to be showcased. Since reaching the Yuanshan realm, he is yet to engage in combat. Zhang Yang turned to Jiang Zhiqiu beside him, junior brother. Your people must be awaiting you in Qingyun Town, correct? Our Qingyun sect must ensure this reception is executed flawlessly. Rest assured, senior brother, everything is prepared, Jiang Zhiqiu assured him. At that moment, a massive flying vessel gracefully approached from the distance. Upon reaching Qingyun Town, the vessel descended automatically outside the town, and its occupants disembarked on foot. The arrival was none other than Situ Haonan from the Yunting Chamber of Commerce. As Situ Haonan neared Qingyun Town, he noticed a grand banner erected outside, boldly proclaiming, the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce warmly welcomes all esteemed guests to Qingyun Town. The Qingyun Guest House invites you to stay. Bailing Dan, you deserve it. Heavenly talismans, effective upon one use. What woman does not adore lace? Situ Haonan stood aghast. What was Qingyun sect attempting to achieve? Had they stooped so low in their promotional efforts? After years in commerce, he had never witnessed such unabashed self-promotion, nor had he seen a banner this enormous. Chapter 56. The astonishing revelations for Situ Haonan. Situ Haonan arrived early at Qingyun sect for two reasons. Firstly, to reunite with his daughter, whom he had not seen in a long while. Secondly, to discern what qualifications the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce possessed that led Qin Yushu to believe they could compete with the Yunting Chamber of Commerce. However, upon his arrival at Qingyun Town, he received quite the education. Zhang Yang's audacious promotional tactics struck him as somewhat shameless. Yet, even as he deemed it ignoble, the names emblazoned on the banner resonated deeply within him. Qingyue Chamber of Commerce, Qingyun Guest House, Bailing Dan, and what exactly was this lace? A multitude of questions swirled in his mind. With these overwhelming curiosities, he stepped into Qingyun Town. No sooner had he entered than someone approached and inquired, esteemed guests, would you like to stay at our inn? We have premium rooms at the Fulakexuan, guaranteed to satisfy. Situ Haonan's interest peaked as he asked, where's the Qingyun Guest House? Dear guest, the Qingyun Guest House is exorbitantly priced, unaffordable for ordinary folk. It would be unwise to pursue that option. Truly, they are extortionate, the attendant replied. Why not stay at my Fulake Inn? The Tianzi room is merely 100 spiritual stones a day. I hope you don't find it too expensive. The influx of visitors to Qingyun Town has been overwhelming, leaving us with little choice. To be frank, we will be raising the prices in a few days. Just tell me where the Qingyun Guest House is, replied Situ Haonan with a smile. Did he lack funds? Moreover, the Qingyun Guest House appeared to be affiliated with the Qingyun sect. He must certainly experience it for himself. The receptionist at Fulake Inn sighed and pointed towards the west of Qingyun Town. Do you see that area over there? That is the Qingyun Guest House. If you doubt my words, feel free to investigate. Situ Haonan smiled faintly and, accompanied by his attendants, made his way to the Qingyun Guest House. Upon arrival, he was surprised to find that the receptionist was Chun Xiao. He hurriedly inquired, Chun Xiao, where is the young lady? The head of the family? Chun Xiao, upon seeing Situ Haonan, was taken aback and almost knelt, but remembering Zhang Yang's instructions, she could only offer a wry smile. Head of the family, I apologize. I am currently overseeing the reception at Qingyun Guest House. Are you looking to check in? Situ Haonan regarded Chun Xiao with a peculiar expression. Yes, please make the necessary arrangements. I recommend you stay in room 9. It has the best location, though it comes at a higher price of 2,000 spiritual stones per day, Chun Xiao explained apologetically. How much? Situ Haonan was genuinely astonished. 2,000 spiritual stones. How can you justify such a charge? Though he possessed spiritual stones, they did not come easily. Chun Xiao, feeling awkward, replied, it is indeed 2,000 spiritual stones per day. Though it may seem steep, the experience is worth it. The head of the family will understand once you stay. Taking a deep breath, Situ Haonan thought, it's just money. He was eager to discover what warranted such a price. 60,000 spiritual stones. I will stay for a month, he declared, handing the stones to Chun Xiao. Chun Xiao accepted the stones and informed him, Room 9 has 3 bedrooms, accommodating only you and 2 esteemed guests. The other attendants will have to settle for the ordinary rooms outside, which are 100 spiritual stones per day, allowing 2 occupants per room. Situ Haonan gritted his teeth and insisted, just tell me the total cost. With so many people, it will amount to 100,000 spiritual stones for the month, Chun Xiao replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. She truly believed that the guest house set up by Zhang Yang was somewhat of a scam, but she could only speak the truth given her position. Situ Haonan chuckled in disbelief. How impoverished must the Qingyun sect be? He tossed 100,000 spiritual stones to Chun Xiao and instructed the other attendants, you shall stay outside. Having said that, he entered Room 9 with his 2 most important guests. As they walked to Room 9, they noticed that the other courtyards were separated by walls and array restrictions. However, these formations seemed weak enough that even foundation establishment cultivators could breach them. What purpose did such formations serve? Situ Haonan, maintaining his composure, entered Room 9. Upon opening the door, the activated runes announced in a gentle voice, welcome to Qingyun Guest House. We wish you joy during your stay. Is that not Mingyue's voice? Situ Haonan gasped in surprise. Mingyue, where are you? Spring Dawn hastily remarked, Master. The young lady is not here. She merely left a message as a form of welcome. Situ Haonan was taken aback, suddenly erupting in anger. How could they make my daughter do such a thing? The esteemed daughter of the C2 family, regardless of the medium, should not be subjected to this. She volunteered. Spring Dawn replied with a wry smile. Once you meet the young lady, you shall understand. Then summon her for me. C2 Haonan commanded immediately. Spring Dawn shook her head. The young lady is currently occupied with matters pertaining to the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce. She may not be able to come for the time being. However, I shall convey your arrival to her, and she will come when she has the opportunity. C2 Haonan felt a pang of frustration. Although his daughter had indeed come to escape danger, he could not shake the feeling of having lost something precious. His vexation grew as he stormed into the guest room, and upon entering, the runes were activated once more, filling the room with the radiance of Shihi, momentarily startling C2 Haonan. The adjacent guest, a nascent soul stage practitioner, bore a grave expression as he remarked, Master, the mastery of these runes is quite impressive. The level of these talismans suggests a conservative estimate of the nascent soul stage. At that moment, C2 Haonan too discerned the peculiarity. He composed himself and began to scrutinize the room's surroundings. The number 9 courtyard comprised 3 chambers, 1 for himself and 1 each for the 2 guests. Upon entering his own room, C2 Haonan was unexpectedly invigorated. As a practitioner himself, he certainly recognized quality. The concentration rune. He opened the window, and a gentle breeze wafted in, refreshing his face. The wind spirit rune. The room also housed a crystal-clear pool, emanating spiritual energy. The gathering spirit rune. The purification rune. No wonder the cost was 2,000 spirit stones a day. C2 Haonan mused to himself. Being from a commercial family, the C2 family owned an inn, lavishly decorated. Yet, he felt that compared to the Qingyun guest house, his family's inn was utterly inferior. All the inns he had previously stayed at paled in comparison. Our Yunting Chamber of Commerce could also achieve this. C2 Haonan felt a spark of inspiration, soon followed by a rueful chuckle. Did they not desire to do so? It was simply beyond their means. Where could they find a master capable of inscribing such runes? Even if they managed to hire one, the cost of employing the master would likely exceed the expenses of lodging. His heart was no longer burdened with resentment. Under the influence of the concentration rune, he calmed his emotions and began to reflect on the scenes he had witnessed upon entering Qingyun town. He was astonished to discover how extraordinary Qingyun town truly was. Were these feats the handiwork of that so-called senior brother mentioned by Qin Yushu? Through these events, C2 Haonan found himself eager to meet the senior brother of the Qingyun sect. Chapter 57. Such profitable endeavors. The Qingyun guest house had officially opened. Yet the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce remained shuttered. Currently in a state of closure, not only was Qin Yushu personally overseeing operations at the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce, but even Bai Lingzi and Bai Yunzi were diligently engaged within. Naturally, this was also the case for Zhang Yang and C2 Mingyue. Senior brother, is this feasible? C2 Mingyue inquired, her gaze fixed on the unfolding scene, feeling too embarrassed to even look at Zhang Yang. Do not assume it is only C2 Mingyue. Even Bai Lingzi and Bai Yunzi have not deigned to visit Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, engrossed in his tasks, continued to speak animatedly. Why not? They are merely a few sculptures. What is there to be embarrassed about? If I do not personally demonstrate, how will anyone comprehend the usage of these items? We cannot hold a Victoria's Secret show, so we must proceed this way. He was currently dressing several sculptures in intimate apparel, some adorned in black, others in white stockings. Yet, the figures of those sculptures were rather exaggerated. This was only achieved after Zhang Yang had implored Walingzi for quite some time. As Walingzi was convinced that Zhang Yang's intentions with these creations were rather improper and that he could easily find a partner in cultivation, he even suggested that Zhang Yang pursue Situ Mingyue, given their brother-sister relationship. It was only after Zhang Yang's numerous explanations that Walingzi reluctantly sculpted these few figures, ultimately placing them in the mysterious section of the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce. Indeed, it was the mysterious section. This area was fortified with restrictions, making it impossible for even those at the Soul Origin realm to sneak a glimpse of its contents. Even Zhang Yang, in this realm devoid of certain influences, would not dare to audaciously display the items from the mysterious section. He harbored concerns that should he bring shame upon the Qingyun sect, Qinjianzi might take issue with him. After arranging the sculptures, Zhang Yang declared, "Everything inside is nearly prepared. Tomorrow, we shall commence our business." Situ Mingyue felt a surge of excitement. Was the opening truly set for tomorrow? She felt a sense of anticipation. Although the Qingyun sect's secret realm would not open for another month, many sects had already arrived in Qingyun town, thanks to the banner advertisements. The name of the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce was well known, and many had inquired, learning that the chamber had yet to open its doors, patiently awaiting the occasion. After concluding her tasks at the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce, Situ Mingyue and the others went to the Qingyun guest house, where they discovered that Situ Haonan had already arrived. "Father." Situ Mingyue rushed into Courtyard 9. "Why have you come so early? Senior Zhou and Senior Tao are here as well." Situ Haonan, upon seeing his daughter, was filled with joy. However, he expressed his concern. "When I entered Courtyard 9, I heard your voice. How could you engage in such activities?" Senior brother said, "My voice is the most melodious, which is why I was chosen." Situ Mingyue replied gleefully, "I won this opportunity by competing with fourth uncle, seventh uncle, and Chunxiao." Senior brother remarked that my voice exudes warmth and youthful energy, which displeased fourth and seventh uncles. Situ Haonan was rendered speechless. Was that truly what he meant? His heart was a mix of worry, discomfort, and a hint of anger. Had Zhang Yang ensnared his daughter? "I wish to meet your senior brother," Situ Haonan declared sternly. Situ Mingyue shook her head. "That is not possible. Senior brother is currently busy with the preparations for tomorrow's opening of the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce. Once he has finished, I shall introduce you." "Father, you must support the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce tomorrow," Situ Haonan retorted with annoyance. "As the esteemed president of the Yunting Chamber of Commerce and the head of the Situ family, I cannot even meet a single person. And yet you expect me to purchase goods?" Situ Mingyue said with a cheerful smile. "Father, you should definitely go and take a look tomorrow. There are some things that I believe the Qingting Chamber of Commerce could learn from. If Qingting does not learn, it won't be long before our Qingyue Chamber of Commerce surpasses them." Situ Haonan chuckled coldly. "All right, I shall certainly go and see for myself." He was curious to discover what was truly amiss with the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce. If Qin Yushu had said so, it was one thing. But now his daughter echoed the sentiment. After conversing with Situ Haonan for a while and inquiring about her mother's well-being, Situ Mingyue departed from the number 9 courtyard. The following day, Situ Haonan set out early, accompanied by 2 guest elders, heading towards the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce. At the auspicious hour, the grand opening commenced with a flourish. Amidst a cacophony of excitement, the doors of the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce swung open. Curious, the crowd stepped inside, greeted by shelves brimming with various goods, each adorned with descriptions and prices. As the patrons beheld the prices, gasps of astonishment erupted. How could it be so inexpensive? Other chambers sold vitality pills for 200 spirit stones each, yet here they were offered for a mere 180. "Look closely," someone remarked. "There's a member price indicated. What could this membership entail?" Soon, inquiries regarding the member pricing began to circulate among the crowd. Indeed, when Situ Haonan entered the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce, he too was taken aback. For instance, the vitality pill, with a market price of 200 spirit stones, had been standardized across the realm for countless years, making it nearly impossible to suppress the price. Yet, the Qingyue Chamber had introduced a member pricing that undercut it by 20 spirit stones. Various other pills, talismans, and magical artifacts also bore member prices, While the member discount was not immediately apparent on items like the vitality pill, it became startlingly evident with more expensive goods. A sort of treasured quality, normally priced at 300,000 spirit stones, was listed at a member price of 270,000 spirit stones, a remarkable saving of 30,000 spirit stones. In an instant, Sithu Haonan comprehended that the membership scheme devised by the Qinghua Chamber might very well disrupt conventional commerce. He hurried to the counter and inquired, "How does one become a member?" On the inaugural day of the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Yang personally oversaw its operations. With a broad smile, he explained to Sithu Haonan, "Becoming a member is quite simple. You merely need to purchase our identity card for 10,000 spirit stones, and you will be granted membership. As a member, not only will you enjoy a 10% discount, but the 10,000 spirit stones you invest can also be used to offset purchases in our establishment. However, you may only deduct up to 1,000 spirit stones per day, and this benefit is valid for the initial 10 days. After that, it expires. For instance, once you become a member of the Qinghua Chamber, you may claim a free explosive flame talismans worth 1,000 spirit stones today and enjoy a 10% discount on other purchases. Tomorrow, you may continue to collect another explosive flame talismans for free until the membership fee is fully utilized within 10 days. Only Zhang Yang could elucidate the intricacies of this membership system so thoroughly. Sithu Haonan remained oblivious to the identity of the person before him, Zhang Yang. After a moment of contemplation, his expression shifted dramatically. The membership system was indeed formidable. How many individuals must be enticed to make purchases? The mere membership fee alone must amount to a staggering figure. Zhang Yang cast a glance at Sithu Haonan and proclaimed, "Our Qinghua Chamber of Commerce's identity cards bear our unique emblem and dedicated serial numbers, rendering them impossible for others to counterfeit. These identity cards are particularly challenging to produce. Crafted by a master of talismans at the primordial spirit realm, we have prepared only 100 for our grand opening. 100 membership identities, available on a first-come, first-served basis. Those without a membership card will not be privy to the 10% discount." Many, who had previously hesitated, hastily exclaimed upon hearing that only 100 cards were available, "I want one." Spending just 10 days in Qingyun town would recoup the membership fee entirely. Moreover, with a 10% discount on purchases, such an opportunity, if missed at the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce, would likely never return. And with only 100 cards available, who would not rush to secure one? Countless individuals surged towards Zhang Yang, fervently exchanging spirit stones, offering them in increments of 10,000. In a brief span, the 100 membership cards were sold out, netting 1 million spirit stones. Sithu Haonan watched this scene unfold, a chill running down his spine. Was money truly earned in such a manner? Chapter 58. The head of the Sithu family stupefied the head of the 3-century-old commercial family, Sithu Haonan, leader of the Yunting Chamber of Commerce, was utterly astonished by the profit-making methods of the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce. With the capabilities of his own Yunting Chamber, accumulating 1 million spirit stones would not take long. Yet, he had never witnessed a situation where payment was collected before the goods were even delivered. A membership card for 10,000 spirit stones, and the buyers appeared elated, not a hint of complaint among them. Then, an even more astonishing scene unfolded before him. Those who had acquired the membership cards rushed into the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce. Buy, to the crowd. Purchasing from the Qinghua Chamber was the same as buying from anywhere else, but with an additional 10% discount. Why would one not choose to buy from them? Those who had secured their membership cards engaged in a grand shopping spree, while those who had not could only watch Zhang Yang with envy, torn by their predicament. They were reluctant to make a purchase without the membership card. Facing the yearning gazes of the crowd, Zhang Yang expressed regret. "To be honest, we never anticipated that our membership cards would be so well received. We truly did not prepare enough. It is evident that everyone is fond of our membership cards. Is it not?" Those without cards nodded fervently in agreement. Zhang Yang sighed. "Rest assured, I will send word shortly for my 2 masters to forge more membership cards. I promise to expedite their production for delivery tomorrow. For those who trust me, you may pay in advance and collect your cards tomorrow. My only concern is that if we do not produce enough cards by then, you may miss out again. Today, I guarantee that the first 50 who pay will receive their membership cards without fail." I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Yang, a disciple of the esteemed leader of the Qingyun sect, currently managing the affairs of the sect in the capacity of acting leader. The Qinghua Chamber of Commerce has our sect's endorsement, assuring that no issues will arise. Those who were initially hesitant immediately chimed in. Acting leader Zhang, count me in. I too desire a membership card and will pay in advance. Voices rose in a crescendo, and soon Zhang Yang secured 500,000 spirit stones. This scene left Situ Haonan utterly astounded. How could one earn 500,000 spirit stones without selling anything? Is it truly so effortless to acquire spirit stones? Moreover, is this young man truly Zhang Yang? He beckoned one of his guards to step forward, handing over 10,000 spirit stones for a membership card as well. He felt compelled to personally experience the benefits of the card. More importantly, he wished to take this item back with him. If he could replicate the membership card, wouldn't the Yunting Chamber of Commerce also be able to follow suit? Observing the frenzy of individuals clamoring for goods, he felt a twinge of fear. If the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce were to establish itself in the Yunting Empire, their chamber would surely falter in competition. Proactive measures were essential, otherwise, he would be left relying on his daughter for sustenance in his later years. Having successfully reserved a membership card, Situ Haonan began to pay attention to the internal workings of the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce. Various pills, talismans, and magical artifacts were flying off the shelves. A river of spirit stones flowed toward the Qingyun sect. Situ Haonan could easily envision that when the secret realm opened, the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce would likely amass an overwhelming fortune in spirit stones. However, he was somewhat perplexed by the presence of ordinary clothing and goods for common folk among the wares. What is this phonograph? Situ Haonan queried, pointing at a square object on the shelf. Oh, this device can record sound, replied the busy Situ Mingyue, turning to see Situ Haonan, momentarily taken aback. Father, Situ Haonan, upon seeing the unfamiliar face before him, realized that Situ Mingyue had been disguised. He cleared his throat and said, Please, enlighten me. Oh, when you entered Courtyard 9, didn't you hear a sound? The phonograph is akin to that. It merely engraves that rune into the box. When one wishes to use it, they open the box, activate the rune, and it can record sound. Situ Haonan gazed at the price of the phonograph, 10,000 spirit stones. A mere rune and a few scraps of metal sold for 10,000 spirit stones. A few pieces of iron were worth at most a couple of spirit stones. Situ Haonan shot a fierce glare at Situ Mingyue before turning away. He called upon his guards and whispered, Go, procure one of each distinct item. I wish to bring them back to Yunting for further study. He resolved to thoroughly investigate the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce today. As he strolled, Situ Haonan suddenly discovered a mysterious area. This zone was marked with restrictions and specified that entry was permitted only for females, which piqued his curiosity and left him perplexed. What was the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce up to? He lingered outside the mysterious area, eager to discern what was transpiring within. Soon after, a female cultivator emerged from the area, her face flushed, exuding an air of excitement and exhilaration. Situ Haonan's curiosity deepened. What on earth had transpired? Could it be that someone was engaging in nefarious activities within? Just then, the female cultivator who had just departed hurried back. This time not alone but accompanied by a throng of women, rushing into the mysterious zone. Everyone stood in stunned silence. With no sounds to be heard and no sights to behold, who would not be intrigued? Consequently, the female cultivators entered without hesitation. A male cultivator shouted indignantly, How is it that your Qinghua Merchant Association is so unjust? Why is there a place where men are forbidden? Are you plotting something inside? Zhang Yang smiled slightly and pointed at the man, addressing Situ Mingyue. Mingyue, go inside and inform them that he wishes to enter the mysterious zone. Situ Mingyue chuckled and proceeded to relay the message. Almost immediately, a formidable group of women stormed out, shouting, Who is it that wishes to enter? Step forward if you dare. Which sect do you belong to? State your name, and perhaps we shall visit your sect another day. The fierce demeanor of the women suggested that such a visit would not bode well. At that moment, no one dared to voice their desire to enter the mysterious zone any longer. Observant individuals noted that the women were holding peculiar objects woven from white and black silk. Additionally, there were some bowl-shaped items connected together. What could they be? Situ Haonan felt a pang of anxiety as he witnessed the scene unfold. His intuition hinted at a lucrative venture taking place within the mysterious zone, yet he found himself barred from entry. He resolved to have a serious discussion with that Zhang fellow. No, he should be addressed as Master Zhang. Such a talent for profit had elevated him to a masterful status in the eyes of this commercial mogul. After exploring the Qinghua Merchant Association and spending hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, C2 Haonan returned to the Qingyun guest house laden with numerous items and abundant curiosity. Meanwhile, the bustling day at the Qingyue Merchant Association came to a close. Zhang Yang, accompanied by C2 Mingyue and by Lingzi, returned to the Qingyun sect villa, where everyone awaited their return. Everyone was eager to learn the day's earnings. Chapter 59. The Qingyun 7 stunned reclining by the pool, reluctant to move. Dan Xinzi, Hua Lingzi, and Hua Lingzi sat up upon Zhang Yang's arrival, turning their attention to him. Having been led on by Zhang Yang for quite some time, and after several months of overtime work, they were naturally concerned about the outcome. Zhang Yang waved his hand, signaling, "Esteemed uncles, your hard work has not gone unnoticed. Please rest while you listen." Qinji Yunzi retorted grumpily, "They've been lying around all day. You should promptly report the situation." After months of unrest within Qingyun, a conclusion is due. Zhang Yang settled comfortably, directing his gaze at Bai Lingzi. "Fourth uncle, please report on your end." "I have sold 157 items, yielding over 1,300,000 spirit stones." Bai Lingzi replied, a mix of excitement and confusion evident in her tone. While it was understandable that garments made from high-grade materials fetched tens of thousands of spirit stones, why were there buyers willing to pay 300 to 400 spirit stones for those silk-woven socks? The ordinary silk socks, crafted from standard materials and labor, could be priced at a mere 20 spirit stones. Yet, Zhang Yang astonishingly set the price at 399 spirit stones. Even Bai Lingzi found it excessive. Nonetheless, these socks indeed found buyers. She was puzzled by their appeal and the reason behind their popularity. Zhang Yang chuckled. "I surmise that those who purchase these socks surely have companions in the path of cultivation. These items are meant for special occasions, thus a higher price is justified. Just wait. If they have partners accompanying them, they will return to buy more tomorrow. If they tear them apart tonight, they have to come back for replacements." The room was filled with bewildered stares directed at Zhang Yang. Qinji Yunzi and the others were genuinely baffled, while Situ Mingyue grasped part of it. Yet she was at a loss as to why Zhang Yang understood so well. "Mingyue, please report how many talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts have been sold." Zhang Yang turned his gaze towards Situ Mingyue. With a charming smile, she replied, "I have been dealing with items essential for cultivators, and their prices are relatively high. Today, we sold over 500 talismans, more than 500 elixirs, and 23 magical artifacts, culminating in a revenue of 5,300,000 spirit stones." "How much?" Qinji Yunzi exclaimed in shock. Was it possible for Qingyun's sect to amass such wealth? The previously reclining Dan Xinzi, Hua Lingzi, and Hua Lingzi suddenly sat up, visibly excited. Their recent labors were finally worth it. Of course, what they sold today was merely a fraction of their efforts. The thought of selling everything was beyond their imagination. Bai Yunzi was once again dumbfounded, speechless in disbelief. When she managed the accounts, she could hardly scrape together a few spirit stones in a day, yet now, Qingyun sect's wealth was being counted in millions? Zhang Yang waved his hand. "Calm down, everyone. Allow me to provide a brief summary. The membership fees totaled 1,500,000, and the sales of ordinary clothing were negligible, so we need not account for them. Uncle Wu, the innovative items we developed, such as phonographs and flashlights, brought in over 200,000 spirit stones. Therefore, the grand opening of Qingyue Chamber of Commerce has been a resounding success, with total earnings exceeding 8 million spirit stones. However, let us not get overly excited. From this sum, we must deduct costs and allocate 20% to Senior Qin. Additionally, I'll take 20% for my strategic contributions, and my junior sister will receive 10% for her resource integration efforts, leaving Qingyun's sect with a final profit of 4 million spirit stones." Qinji Yunzi glared at Zhang Yang. "You rascal, Qingyun's sect will belong to you in the future. Why do you still need to take 20%? The others looked at Zhang Yang, shaking their heads in resignation. "Master, after all my efforts and personal involvement, is it unreasonable for me to take 20%? Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. "You all know my situation. I need spirit stones. Is it too much to ask for a little more spirit stones for my golden core? Consuming tens of thousands of spirit stones at each meal yields no visible progress. My arduous efforts in earning these stones are solely to accumulate enough for my golden core." The 7 disciples of Qingyun exchanged glances, sensing that perhaps they had concealed matters too deeply, causing this child to feel anxious. However, it was fortunate that their pressure had yielded such substantial funds. It seemed they would need to continue applying that pressure. Qinji Yunzi let out a sigh and said, "All right, your situation is indeed peculiar. In this regard, you are far inferior to Mingwe, so it is only fair that you take a larger share. 2/10 should suffice. Regardless, you are the one managing these funds, and we trust you. However, do exercise caution, for your case is exceptionally rare in the annals of our Qingyun sect. Yes, master, Zhang Yang replied, somewhat speechless. Was it truly necessary to be reminded repeatedly about a mere blank golden elixir? He resolved to hasten his cultivation of the great Tao to avoid further lectures from Qinjianzi and the others. Master, how much of the 4 million spirit stones belonging to the sect do you require? Zhang Yang inquired, knowing that Qinjianzi had certain uses for the spirit stones. Though he never spoke of them, he surmised that they must be of significant import. Thus, when the sect acquired spirit stones, it was imperative to meet Qinjianzi's needs. For he was the greatest support of the Qingyun sect and deserved proper sustenance. Give me as much as you deem necessary. Qinjianzi chuckled nonchalantly. There are already ample spirit stones available, so there is no pressing urgency. I have even ventured away from Qingyun for leisure. Of course, the more spirit stones, the greater my freedom. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow and said, then let us allocate 1 million spirit stones for master, and we can provide more later. Additionally, I will bestow 200,000 spirit stones upon each of my senior uncles, while the remaining 180,000 shall be securely stored in the treasury, to be accessed when needed. He had already divided a portion with Situ Mingwe and could not demand more. In truth, having endured a prolonged period of scarcity, he felt compelled to distribute the wealth as soon as he acquired it. Firstly, everyone required spirit stones, and secondly, it was essential to instill confidence in his senior uncles, enabling them to continuously support his reforms within the Qingyun sect. Moreover, several of them had made significant contributions during this endeavor, and it was imperative to promptly offer them a portion of the spirit stones as a form of reassurance. After the spirit stones were distributed and the 180,000 securely stored, Zhang Yang, accompanied by Situ Mingwe, made his way to visit Qin Yushu that very night. Similarly, he needed to swiftly restore confidence in the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce to ensure Qin Yushu's continued diligence and support. Uncle Qin, splendid news, Zhang Yang declared directly as he entered, a smile gracing his face. On our opening day, we garnered a profit of 8 million spirit stones, and I have brought you a share. Here are 60,000 spirit stones, which rightfully belong to you. Please accept them. Furthermore, I must express my gratitude for your hard work during this past period. Qin Yushu was momentarily taken aback. How many spirit stones had he received during his year of service to the Situ family? And now, on the very first day of their business, he was being presented with 60,000 spirit stones? He was aware of the profits, yet he had never anticipated such a sum. Quickly regaining his composure, he responded, "It is only the first day. There is no need to rush in providing me with this. Besides, my efforts were entirely voluntary. How could he not be willing? With his cultivation progressing, a solid backing established, and wealth acquired, could there be anything better?" Chapter 60, You Will Not Master My Techniques. After Zhang Yang and Situ Mingwe departed from the Qingyun sect, the others turned their gazes toward Qinjianzi. Senior brother, we shall also allocate our spirit stones to you. With this quantity, it should suffice for the time being, Lin Jianzi stated earnestly. There's no need. Qinjianzi waved his hand, acknowledging that the abundance of spiritual stones before them was already considerable. With an additional 1 million spiritual stones acquired this time, the issues at hand seemed trivial. Moreover, as Zhang Yang had mentioned, it was merely the first day of their venture, and more would surely follow. After some contemplation, Lin Jianzi and the others concurred, choosing not to press the matter further. Master brother, shall we proceed now? Dan Shitzi inquired. Qinjianzi nodded, leading the group to Qingyun Peak, where he ushered them into another realm. He produced the 1 million spiritual stones and, harnessing his formidable cultivation, shattered them with ease. Instantly, a tempest of spiritual energy flooded the space. Qinjianzi then summoned the laws of heaven and earth, commencing the refinement of this chaotic energy. Gradually, an intricate pattern materialized before them, expanding swiftly under the onslaught of the volatile spiritual essence. It soon became evident that the image depicted a map encircling the Qingyun sect. Meanwhile, beyond the boundaries of the sect, the skies manifested scaly white clouds, stretching into the distance. Unfortunately, this spectacle occurred under the cover of night, and those fortunate few who glimpsed it merely dismissed it as a fleeting interplay of clouds, paying it no heed. As Qinjianzi completed the refinement of the spiritual energy from the 1 million stones, The scaly clouds enveloped a radius of 1,000 miles around the Qingyun sect. This area included portions of the territories belonging to both the Yunshan Empire and the Yunting Empire. Notably, the region that the Yunshan Empire had previously offered as compensation to the Qingyun sect, known as Qingzhou, lay within this expanse. 10% restored, Qin Jianzi remarked, surveying the pattern before him. That scoundrel Zhang Yang. What was he so eager to reclaim in Qingzhou? Huolingzi chuckled. Is he unaware of the situation? If that lad knew that all of this was our Qingyun sect's domain, he would surely be beside himself. By the way, Master Brother, how long must we keep this from him? Until he possesses sufficient capability, we must maintain our secrecy, Qin Jianzi sighed, reflecting on their fortunes. Thank goodness for Zhang Yang. Without him, we would indeed face considerable difficulties. I have taken on 3 disciples, yet it is this last one who has rekindled my hope. Truly, the universe operates by its own principles. Lindsay interjected, Master Brother, you now have 4 disciples. We have all witnessed Mingyue's recent actions. She has shown herself to be quite commendable. Qin Jianzi laughed softly, nodding. Ah yes, Mingyue. Although I agreed to take Situ Mingyue as a disciple, I have merely offered her guidance once and imparted some techniques. Beyond that, I have not devoted much thought to her. Their prior experiences had made them wary, leading them to be reluctant to trust easily, especially considering that Situ Mingyue was affiliated with the Yunting Merchant Association, making their acceptance of her even more challenging. Nevertheless, with Zhang Yang already in their ranks, their concern for Situ Mingyue had naturally diminished. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Jianzi declared, in a few days, summon Mingyue. I shall gift her several treasures. This gesture would symbolize their formal acceptance of her. Shortly thereafter, the group departed from the other realm, returning to Qingyun Peak. As you are only at the nascent spirit realm, devote your spare time to cultivation, Qin Jianzi advised, glancing at his companions. Zhang Yang had already brought Qingyun's sect back to prominence, and naturally, many destinies would intertwine as a consequence. At that time, he would undoubtedly require your assistance. With your few members at the Yuanshan realm, it remains insufficient. Thus, enhancing your cultivation is of utmost importance. Ling Yunzi and his companions were rendered speechless. Meanwhile, after Zhang Yang and Situ Mingyue delivered money to Qin Yushu, they briefly discussed the arrangements for the upcoming Qinghua Chamber of Commerce before bidding farewell. Senior brother, my father wishes to meet you. I wonder if you have the time? After concluding her urgent matters, Situ Mingyue recalled her father's request. Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Even if I lack the time, I must make an effort to meet Uncle Situ. After all, I have taken his daughter up the mountain and received the crucial early investment of 1,000,000 spirit stones. Moreover, with 2 core members of the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce hailing from the Situ family, a meeting is certainly warranted. Upon returning to the Qingyun Guest House No. 9, Situ Haonan began to delve into an array of items he had procured from the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce. 2 Yuaning guest elders sensed the situation and, with a bitter smile, remarked, Master, I fear we cannot accomplish this. Firstly, the membership card was crafted by a master craftsman, and most importantly, it contains the runes of a talisman master. The cost of imitation would be exorbitant. If we were to reproduce it, the fees for both the craftsman and the talisman master would be far from trivial. Situ Haonan felt a throbbing headache. The expenses associated with such master-level individuals were prohibitively steep. Yet, he could foresee that without such creations, as the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce began to expand, the Yunting Chamber of Commerce would inevitably suffer a significant blow, leading to a drastic decline in their business. The lack of technical expertise was indeed a most vexing predicament. What compounded Situ Haonan's frustration was the realization that the devices produced collaboratively by the craftsman and talisman master, such as phonographs, would not exert a negligible impact on the Yunting Chamber of Commerce. While their utility remained unclear at present, what of the future? And what about the enigmatic items from the mysterious zone? How would the Yunting Chamber of Commerce confront the competition? Just as Situ Haonan was engulfed in despair, Zhang Yang and Situ Mingyue entered. Spotting Zhang Yang, Situ Haonan hurriedly said, You have come at an opportune moment. I have matters to discuss with you. What would you like to discuss, Uncle Situ? Zhang Yang inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Regarding the membership cards, could you sell me some? Situ Haonan spoke directly. We wish to customize membership cards exclusive to the Yunting Chamber of Commerce. How much would that cost? In an instant, Zhang Yang grasped Situ Haonan's intentions. Was he seeking to replicate the membership model of the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce? The concept of the membership card itself was not overly complex to decipher. However, the crux lay in the counterfeiting. This anti-forgery technology was of paramount importance. Yet, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce had not invested much effort into the security of their cards, relying instead on casually inscribed runes. The primary loss associated with the membership card was the 10% discount. Nevertheless, as most items were manufactured by the Qingyun sect, they were inherently lucrative. Even with a 10% discount, they would still reap substantial profits. Thus, Zhang Yang had not prioritized the anti-counterfeiting measures. It seemed that Situ Haonan was intent on profiting from the sale of membership cards. He smiled and said, "Uncle Situ, as you are my junior sister's father, and we are all relatives, I shall speak candidly. Those who emulate me shall thrive, while those who merely imitate me shall perish. If you continue to compete with me over membership cards, the Yuntung Chamber of Commerce will inevitably meet its demise. Of course, I can also forge membership cards for you. Just tell me how many you desire. When the time comes and you suffer losses, do not blame me. He is still selling membership cards, and soon he will be offering discounts for recharges. At that time, he will reap substantial profits." The concept of financial derivatives is likely one that Situ Haonan has never even heard of, yet he dares to engage in this competition over membership cards? Chapter 61. Someone seeks trouble. Situ Haonan looked at Zhang Yang with great displeasure. For many years, he had dominated Yuntung in business and had never been bested. He refused to accept that he was inferior to Zhang Yang, attributing his shortcomings to a lack of technique in crafting membership cards. "Just forge them for me," Situ Haonan insisted. "How about 1,000 spirit stones for each card?" His offer of 1,000 spirit stones was essentially paying for the labor of 2 masters, while the materials were hardly worth anything. "Make it 2,000 spirit stones," Zhang Yang replied without hesitation. "To persuade my 2 masters to forge them will require some effort, and their time is precious. They are both at the primordial spirit level, and a trivial sum like that is beneath their notice. Aside from me, it's unlikely anyone else could summon their assistance." Situ Haonan, who had initially intended to haggle, was momentarily taken aback. "They are actually at the primordial spirit level." He was further astonished that the Qingyun sect possessed such formidable individuals, realizing it was not as weak as he had imagined. However, it was only natural, given that Qin Yushu had also reached the primordial spirit level within the sect. "Fine, I will reserve 1,000 membership cards," Situ Haonan decided. "That amounts to 200,000 spirit stones." Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. "No problem. Once the secret realm is opened, I will forge 1,000 membership cards exclusively for the Yuntung Chamber of Commerce. However, an initial deposit of 100,000 spirit stones is required, with the remaining balance payable upon delivery." Situ Haonan found this arrangement quite reasonable and promptly paid the 100,000 spirit stones. As for the other items from the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce, he lost interest, except for those within the secret area. "If I wish to know about the items in the secret area, what are the conditions?" Situ Haonan inquired tentatively. Zhang Yang chuckled. "No need for conditions. If you want to know, I will tell you. I have some samples to show you." He produced the samples, and Situ Mingyue excused herself from the room. Situ Haonan, imagining them to be women's products, was left stunned when he actually saw the samples. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly grasped the purpose of the lingerie, his eyes widening in astonishment. "What is this?" He glanced at the stockings and tentatively asked, "Are these gloves?" "They are women's stockings, worn on the feet," Zhang Yang replied, somewhat exasperated. "Of course, if you think of them as gloves, that's fine, as long as you don't wear them on your head. That would imply something entirely different." Situ Haonan felt a flush of embarrassment. Having never encountered such items, it was only natural to be confused. "Is this how you are informing me about these products?" he asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Well, we are relatives. If you need designs, I can provide those as well. You can take them back and craft your own." Zhang Yang smiled. "By the way, these items were originally made by your craftsmen. In truth, it is remarkable that such matters could be concealed for long. It is but a matter of time before they become common knowledge. Where interests lie, people flock eagerly. Given this, why not candidly inform Situ Haonan?" Zhang Yang accompanied Situ Haonan in discussing various matters concerning the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce before taking his leave. On the following day, the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce opened its doors as scheduled, with throngs of individuals gathered at its entrance, eagerly awaiting their membership cards to indulge in commerce within. Meanwhile, another group was intent on claiming their 1,000 spirit stones for the day. To forego this would be a waste. However, Once inside the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce, how many could resist the temptation to spend beyond that initial 1,000 spirit stones? Once more, the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce reaped substantial profits. This routine persisted until the opening of the secret realm. Before long, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The people from the Langya Sacred Land had arrived, under the leadership of Jiang Hegui, a Yuanshan realm cultivator. 3 Golden Core and 3 Foundation Establishment disciples disguised as followers of the Shaoyao sect infiltrated the Qingyun market. Among the Golden Core practitioners was Tan Yaoguang. After gathering some information, they chose to stay at the Qingyun guest house. With their backgrounds from the Sacred Land, they typically scorned ordinary inns. Having heard of the bustling Qinghua Chamber of Commerce in Qingyun town, they proceeded there, intent on assessing the realities behind Qingyun. Upon entering the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce, Tan Yaoguang immediately spotted Situ Mingwe and exclaimed, "So, you are here. I have searched for you far and wide, and at last, I have found you. Do not think that I would not recognize you simply because you have changed your appearance. The aura you emanate and that indescribable sensation are unmistakable." Without hesitation, he reached out to seize Situ Mingwe. Situ Mingwe was taken aback, and before she could react, Qin Yushu, who was stationed at the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce, appeared instantaneously, standing protectively before her and commanding, "Stop right there." At that moment, Situ Mingwe recognized her assailant and gasped, "Tan Yaoguang, it is you." "Indeed, it is I." Tan Yaoguang chuckled sinisterly, fixing his gaze on Situ Mingwe. "This time, your Situ family has no excuses left. You must return with me at once, or I shall ensure the annihilation of the Situ family. If the Yunting Empire dares to refuse, they shall pay the price as well." "You dare?" Situ Mingwe exclaimed urgently. "I have already joined the Qingyun sect. I am now one of their own." Tan Yaoguang laughed heartily. "And what of the Qingyun sect? Does it hold sway over my affairs?" All the patrons of the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce stood in stunned silence. Was it not said that the chamber had the backing of the Qingyun sect? Someone was openly challenging the Qingyun sect's authority? Zhang Yang, noticing the unfolding situation, quickly approached and inquired of Situ Mingwe, "What is happening?" "Senior brother, he is from the Langya Sacred Land." Situ Mingwe whispered, lowering her voice amidst the gathering crowd. "It is he who wishes to take me back to the Langya Sacred Land." Seeing the closeness between Situ Mingwe and Zhang Yang, Tan Yaoguang's demeanor turned icy, and he bellowed, "She is already mine. I am taking her now, and who dares to impede me?" His origins from the Sacred Land granted him an air of superiority over all. Zhang Yang smiled, stepping forward to confront Tan Yaoguang, and quietly inquired, "You are from the Langya Sacred Land?" Tan Yaoguang replied with a cold smile, "It is good that you know." With a resounding slap, Zhang Yang struck Tan Yaoguang across the face, inquiring with an air of feigned concern, "Did you just awaken from a dream?" Stunned by the unexpected blow, Tan Yaoguang could hardly comprehend that a person from the Sacred Land would dare to strike him. In disbelief, he retorted, "What are you doing?" Another swift slap landed on Tan Yaoguang's cheek as Zhang Yang continued, "Did you have a nightmare? Are you feeling better now?" Finally snapping back to reality, Tan Yaoguang's anger surged. "How dare you hit me? I will have you killed." As a prodigy of the Langya Sacred Land, with an ancestor like Tan Xiushui backing him, who would dare offend him? He retaliated with lethal intent, unleashing a shuttle-shaped magical artifact imbued with fierce killing intent, hurtling towards Zhang Yang. Yet, as the artifact emerged, Zhang Yang effortlessly unfurled a silver net that ensnared the artifact mid-flight. The shuttle, akin to a fish caught in a net, flailed helplessly, unable to escape the tightening grip of the silken web. In due course, the net constricted around the shuttle, rendering it immobile. Calmly, Zhang Yang retrieved both the net and the captured artifact. The entire encounter, from Tan Yaoguang's murderous intent to Zhang Yang's swift capture, transpired in the blink of an eye. The skirmish ignited with rapid ferocity and concluded just as swiftly. Moments later, the onlookers began to process the scene, their gazes fixated on Zhang Yang. The heavenly net. They gasped in unison, recognizing the illustrious spiritual artifact of the Qingyun sect, famed a millennium ago, now in his possession. A cultivator at the Golden Core stage wielding such a relic sparked intrigue and suspicion among the crowd. In this territory of the Qingyun sect, none dared to act rashly. Meanwhile, Tan Yaoguang finally grasped the gravity of the situation, incredulously staring at Zhang Yang. "You actually captured my Dantian shuttle?" The mention of the Dantian shuttle sent shockwaves through the crowd, as it was renowned as a premier spiritual artifact of the Langya Sacred Land. reputed to possess the ability to pierce through realms. How could such a significant artifact be in the hands of a mere golden core cultivator? Even Zhang Yang was taken aback. The Dantian shuttle was among the few names he had heard from Qinji Yunzi and others. Unable to resist, he brandished the heavenly net, revealing the now captured Dantian shuttle within its confines. Is this it? This is the so-called premier spiritual artifact? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Tan Yawang's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily clarified. This is merely a replica of the Dantian shuttle. The crowd fell silent, incredulous. Even Zhang Yang could only shake his head in disbelief. How brazen to present a counterfeit. Zhang Yang regarded Tan Yawang with disdain, scoffing at the audacity of claiming such a name for a mere imitation. How disgraceful. What do you care? Tan Yawang retorted furiously. Return my Dantian shuttle at once, and then kneel to apologize. Furthermore, I have decided on that woman. No one can stand in my way. Zhang Yang's expression hardened. It seems you are still not fully awake. To have a disgraceful descendant like you representing the Langya sacred land is truly shameful. The revelation of Tan Yawang's affiliation with the Langya sacred land sent shockwaves through the crowd, who quickly connected the name of the Dantian shuttle with his identity. Comprehending the implications therein, it is perplexing to everyone how the individuals from the Langya sacred land could be so discreet, arriving at the Qingyun sect without a sound. Tan Yawang was bewildered. Their visit to the Qingyun sect was meant to be secretive, with ulterior motives. However, upon their entrance into Qingyun town, their identities were unexpectedly revealed. Would their goal of entering the secret realm still be attainable? Tan Yawang's face flushed with embarrassment as he sought to deny his identity. But since Situ Mingyue recognized him and the Dantian shuttle had appeared, concealment was no longer an option. At that moment, a voice echoed in Tan Yawang's ear. Test him. It was the divine consciousness transmission from the Yuan Shun realm of the Langya sacred land. Given that their identities had already been exposed, hiding was no longer feasible. Thus, they decided to probe Zhang Yang's strength. With permission granted, Tan Yawang steadied himself and fixed his gaze on Zhang Yang. Dare to fight me? If you lose, return the Dantian shuttle to me, and this woman must accompany me. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. Since my junior sister has joined the Qingyun sect, no one dares to insult her, not even the Langya sacred land. The moment you proposed a wager involving her, you have already insulted her, and thus, you shall pay the price. Enough chatter. Do you dare to fight me? Tan Yawang shouted loudly. Let us go. Zhang Yang gestured towards the outside of the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce. Tan Yawang wore a smug smile. I know you possess the Tianluo net, but it is merely a spiritual artifact, capable only of passive defense. You cannot wield it. With your meager spiritual power at the Golden Core stage, it would drain you completely in an instant. Without the Tianluo net, what will you use to contend with me? Nonsense. Zhang Yang cast the Tianluo net, which expanded instantly under his spiritual power, enveloping Tan Yawang. How can you manipulate a spiritual artifact? Tan Yawang was taken aback. He had never heard of a Golden Core stage cultivator being capable of such a feat. Had this young man concealed his true realm? In a state of panic, he hurriedly activated his defensive treasure. However, the Tianluo net wrapped around him like a fragile egg, ensnaring him along with his defensive treasure. You are not at the Golden Core stage. Master Uncle, help! Tan Yawang cried out desperately. Stop! Jiang Hegue, a Yuan Shun realm cultivator from the Langya sacred land, bellowed, as the laws of heaven and earth manifested into a colossal hand, reaching for the Tianluo net. Have some decency. A flying sword, imbued with a piercing sword intent, shot toward Jiang Hegue's illusory hand. With a single strike, the hand dissipated. Simultaneously, Ling Yunzi and Jiang Hegue appeared in an instant. Release him. Jiang Hegue glared at Ling Yunzi, his expression filled with anger. Is this how your Qingyun sect treats its guests? Bullying the weak is despicable. Ling Yunzi replied with a cold smile. Are your ears deaf? It was your Langya sacred land that first insulted my Qingyun sect. Do you conduct your visits in such a manner? As for bullying the weak, my nephew is at the Golden Core stage. How can this be considered bullying? Jiang Hegue found it laughable, pointing at Zhang Yang. A mere Golden Core cultivator has managed to manipulate the Tianluo net for 3 breaths of time? Ling Yunzi retorted. What is the purpose of your eyes, if not to see? My nephew possesses profound spiritual power. Is there a problem with that? Jiang Hegue's eyelids twitched. He could indeed discern that Zhang Yang was at the Golden Core stage. However, even as a Golden Core cultivator expending all his strength against a nascent soul-level spirit tool, You can only wield it for a mere few breaths. Can your spiritual energy truly surpass that of a nascent soul stage? At this moment, Zhang Yang was still controlling the celestial net, compressing Tan Yaowang's defensive treasure. Clearly, Tan Yaowang's defensive artifact was no ordinary item. Under the suppression of the celestial net, coupled with his pinnacle golden core strength, he was still resisting fiercely and had yet to be captured. Nevertheless, the celestial net continued to shrink, nearly achieving its goal. After another breath, Tan Yaowang finally succumbed, bound tightly by the celestial net. You rascal, your abundant spiritual energy is rather intimidating. You ought to disguise it a bit. Qin Jianzi's voice echoed in Zhang Yang's ear with a hint of exasperation. He was reluctant for Zhang Yang's chaotic golden core secret to be revealed, as it would undoubtedly attract immense trouble. Receiving the message, Zhang Yang pretended to take out 2 spirit-replenishing pills and consumed them, wiping his forehead, which bore no sweat. And gasping dramatically, he declared, "It won't be that simple to capture you. If it weren't for my prior preparations, you would have escaped." He seized Tan Yaowang, saying, "You have insulted my Qingyun sect and caused me to deplete the spiritual energy I had accumulated over several months, which was sealed by my master. You must compensate for that." He brazenly removed Tan Yaowang's spatial ring, claiming it for himself. "My spatial ring?" Tan Yaowang exclaimed in shock. Inside were his cultivation resources, numerous pills, artifacts, and a wealth of spirit stones. Zhang Hegui's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on Ling Yunzi. "Does your Qingyun sect truly wish to proceed this way? Those who dare to act against my Qingyun disciples near our territory must pay the price. If you are unconvinced, there is an uninhabited area 30 miles west of Qingyun town, where we can settle this." Ling Yunzi gestured. "Your golden core disciple has already lost. Shall we see if your nascent soul realm can fare any better?" Chapter 63. 1,000,000. Zhang Hegui's expression grew exceedingly grim as he realized that the Qingyun sect was nothing like he had previously perceived. A golden core disciple with such profound spiritual energy was utterly unusual. Even if someone had sealed their power, it still felt amiss. Furthermore, Ling Yunzi and the other nascent soul cultivators were filled with fighting spirit. What has become of the Qingyun sect? Where was the low-profile sect that would retreat upon encountering trouble? Taking a deep breath, he said, "My disciple was the instigator and has already faced the consequences of his actions. Release him, and we shall consider this matter resolved." The behavior of the Qingyun sect struck him as unsettling. He needed to investigate their current state. Of course, rescuing Tan Yaowang was imperative. Ling Yunzi remained vigilant towards Zhang Hegui, turning away from Zhang Yang, and instructed, "Release that boy." "No." Zhang Yang shook his head. "They caused trouble first, insulted my junior sister afterward, and lost the challenge. Since he is in my possession, it is only fitting that they pay a ransom." Zhang Hegui could not help but shout, "Did you not seize his spatial ring? Senior, do not mistake the situation. He is my captive, and it is only right that I claim the spoils of war. However, he is of no use to me. As long as the ransom is paid, I shall release him." Zhang Yang remained unyielding. "If you do not comply, I shall publicly display him for sale outside Qingyun town." A surge of murderous intent unexpectedly welled up within Zhang Hegui. He truly did not anticipate that a disciple of the Qingyun sect would dare to treat the Langya sacred land in such a manner. Was it due to grievances from decades past? He endured and hesitated, still unwilling to take action, for the Qingyun sect had its own Qin Jianzi. The upper echelons of the Langya sacred land were certainly aware of the incident decades ago when Tan Xiushui was ruthlessly suppressed. With Qin Jianzi present, how could Zhang Hegui dare to act? He maintained a stern expression and inquired, "How much do you require?" "My sect invested millions of spirit stones to cultivate me to the golden core stage. Given our Qingyun sect's financial constraints, I assume the Langya sacred land has expended even more spirit stones. However, since you are here in person, I shall offer you a discount. 100,000 spirit stones will suffice." The onlookers were both exasperated and astonished as they observed Zhang Yang meticulously calculating. A golden core cultivator audaciously extorting the Langya sacred land's soul transformation expert? Was this audacity born of confidence or sheer ignorance, unafraid of death? Zhang Hegui felt an uncontrollable surge of anger within him. Extorting 100,000 spirit stones while feigning generosity was simply intolerable. Suddenly, Lin Jianzi appeared beside Zhang Yang, seizing Tan Yaowang and tossing him to Zhang Hegui, calmly stating, "All right, here he is." He could no longer bear to watch. Humph. Zhang Hegui turned to leave. Tan Yaowang glared fiercely at Zhang Yang, his eyes aflame with murderous intent. 100,000, what are you looking at? Zhang Yang retorted defiantly, keep staring. And I might just have you brought over as well. Then you'll have to redeem him. Tan Yaowang pivoted and departed, knowing that if he lingered any longer, he might lose control. Yet, he recognized he was no match for them and could only retreat for the time being. Zhang Yang watched Tan Yaowang leave before turning back to complain to Lin Jianzi, Uncle Master, ensure that my 100,000 is put to good use. Lin Jianzi soared away. Sighing deeply, Zhang Yang smiled at the surrounding crowd, saying, everyone, consider this a spectacle and do not take it to heart. The Qingyue Merchant Association has an array of goods. Hurry and select your items. Do not let this opportunity slip by. We did not anticipate such a large turnout, and thus our preparations were somewhat lacking, leading to a severe shortage of stock. Consequently, some items will be gone once sold out. The crowd stared at Zhang Yang in a daze. Over the past few days, many had indeed seen him, but none had paid much attention. A golden core cultivator, appearing quite amiable, who would take notice? Yet this individual had commanded spiritual artifacts, crushed the core disciple of the Langya sacred land, and dared to extort a soul transformation expert. However, in an instant, Zhang Yang resumed selling goods, which challenged their previous impressions of him. Which aspect of him was genuine? The crowd entered the Qingyue Merchant Association with myriad thoughts. Many had genuinely come for the Merchant Association, and given the inventory shortage, they needed to make selections promptly. Big brother, thank you. Situ Mingyue approached Zhang Yang, expressing her gratitude. Although she had joined the Qingyun sect, and Zhang Yang assured her of their protection, doubts lingered in her heart, for she was to face the Langya sacred land. However, upon witnessing Zhang Yang's domineering suppression of Tan Yaowang, Ling Yunzi faced Jiang Hegue directly, her heart completely at ease. From now on, she was undoubtedly a member of the Qingyun sect. Zhang Yang chuckled, if you call me senior brother, I will certainly assist you. Rest assured, there will be no issues within the Qingyun sect. Just focus on your endeavors. With a determined nod, Situ Mingyue turned and entered the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce, resuming her busy tasks. Zhang Yang glanced around the chamber, realizing there was nothing further requiring his assistance, and thus, he departed. The conflict between the Qingyun sect and the Langya sacred land swiftly spread throughout Qingyun town. In the number 9 courtyard of the Qingyun guest house, Situ Haonan, upon hearing the news, could not help but reveal a knowing smile. Excellent, excellent. I no longer need to worry about Mingyue. This time, the Qingyun sect had openly declared its stance. Anyone daring to harm his daughter would have to contend with the sect. Conversely, Jiang Hegue and his companions residing in No. 25 courtyard of the Qingyun guest house wore ashen expressions. They had suffered a significant loss of face this time. Jiang Hegue coldly glared at Tan Yaowang, asking icily, did you not realize we were here incognito? Why did you act? Now that our identities are exposed, the Qingyun sect will undoubtedly be on guard. How shall we proceed to investigate the Qingyun sect's secret realms? Tan Yaowang's expression was one of bitterness. Master Uncle, I did not anticipate that woman had joined the Qingyun sect. That was the Xian Dao seed I had sought for so long, and it would greatly aid my cultivation. Jiang Hegue furrowed his brow, finally understanding why Tan Yaowang had been unable to restrain himself. Tan Yaowang's Dao seed was of the pure yang variety, and cultivating the pure yang path would yield immense benefits if supported by the Xian Dao seed. After pondering for a moment, he replied coolly, she has already joined Qingyun. It is inappropriate to act against her now. Use your wits. The Qingyun sect is not as simple as it appears. Only when the Qingyun sect is on the brink of annihilation can you act without reservation. He then turned to the others, instructing, Tan Yaowang is no longer suited for overt actions. You must covertly gather information. I need to know the recent changes within the Qingyun sect. Also, investigate that young man. I wish to uncover the truth behind his extraordinary performance at the Golden Core stage. This is highly unusual. Understood, Master Uncle. The others nodded in agreement and began to operate discreetly within Qingyun town. Chapter 64. Surging wealth following the conflict with the Langya sacred land. The various sects arriving at the Qingyun sect no longer harbored any disdain towards it. The Qingyun sect had dared to confront the Langya sacred land head-on. The strength of other sects paled in comparison. Yet, beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of Qingyun town, tumultuous currents churned. Ling Yunzi had actually reached the spirit transformation realm? The members of the Tianxian sect were incredulous. They had originally plotted against the Qingyun sect, But now that Ling Yunzi had ascended to the spirit transformation realm, the strength of the Qingyun sect had notably increased. Ling Yunzi had been at the nascent soul stage for many years, so her advancement to the spirit transformation realm was understandable. But what of the others? Su Mingyang furrowed his brow, contemplating that if the other members of the Qiyun sect ascended to the Yuanshan realm, they would need to muster several times their current strength to contend with them. After all, the elusive Qiyunzi was classified as being in the He Dao realm. In such circumstances, confronting the Qiyun sect would not be a trivial endeavor. However, I believe a shift in perspective might be advantageous. Have you all noticed that young Zhang? Last time he showcased the restriction-breaking banner and the binding immortal rope. And now he has unveiled the heavenly net, 3 spirit artifacts in total. If we could capture him, it would be a tremendous windfall. It seems unlikely that the Qiyun sect could handle Zhang, given that under the watchful eyes of the He Dao realm, being discovered would be tantamount to courting death. Why not allow Zhang to participate in the upcoming secret realm? Su Mingyang stated slowly. If our sects unite with our Golden Core disciples, even if he possesses spirit artifacts, subduing him should not pose a significant challenge. We might as well entrust some of our prized possessions to our disciples, coordinating our efforts to share the spirit artifacts among ourselves. Indeed, another individual exclaimed, applauding. While dealing with the Qiyun sect may prove difficult, confronting Zhang should be a piece of cake. It is settled then. We shall provide our disciples with our treasures, allowing them to refine them before heading into the secret realm to confront Zhang. What if Zhang refuses to enter? Someone raised a concern. Su Mingyang pondered briefly and replied, if the Qiyun sect does not participate in their own secret realm, we could suspect they are facing other issues. Therefore, their involvement is essential. Moreover, with only Zhang and Situ Mingyue from the Qiyun sect, they have no choice but to enter. Yes, we shall unite to compel their agreement. Several sects were scheming in secrecy. Meanwhile, several Golden Core and Foundation establishment disciples from the Langya Sacred Land had been investigating Qiyun Town for 2 days and had returned with news from Jiang Hegui. What is the situation? Jiang Hegui inquired. Master Uncle, after our investigation, it appears that Qiyun Town was embroiled in a fierce battle with the Yunshan Empire several months ago. However, the conflict was resolved swiftly, and the specifics remain unclear. According to rumors, the Qiyun sect and the Yunshan Empire have since maintained close ties, suggesting a reconciliation, reported one Golden Core disciple. Another Golden Core disciple quickly added, the recent changes in Qiyun Town began around 4 to 5 months ago. A large influx of people arrived, leading to the establishment of the current Qiyun guest house. Additionally, we received news that half a year ago, the Qiyun sect opened its doors to recruit disciples, and it is said that all were accepted into the sect. Jiang Hegui's brow furrowed deeply. Hadn't the Qiyun sect nearly sealed its gates previously? Especially after the earlier disciples entered the Langya Sacred Land, the Qiyun sect seemed to falter. What could have prompted such a sudden transformation? And what of Jiang? Jiang Hegui inquired. Uncertain. The others shook their heads, only knowing that Zhang had joined the Qiyun sect over a decade ago and frequently visited Qiyun Town. Yet no anomalies were apparent. Jiang Hegui sighed, feeling frustrated at the lack of useful information. How could he have fathomed that the Qiyun sect's transformation had transpired within the last 6 months? All these transformations stemmed merely from one individual's slow cultivation, who sought resources and initiated the Qingyun reform, resulting in the present circumstances. As for other matters, focus on your cultivation. Jiang Hegui ultimately resolved that during this expedition into the secret realm, he would ensure that Zhang received a proper greeting. Tanya Wang, do you not desire Situ Mingyue? That secret realm presents your greatest opportunity. If you accomplish your tasks within, the Qingyun sect will have no choice but to acknowledge it. Master Uncle, must we still enter the secret realm? Tanya Wang inquired anxiously. Jiang Hegui nodded solemnly. Investigating the Qingyun secret realm is of utmost importance. It is a task bestowed by the Holy Master. Everything else pales in significance. Even if it benefits Qingyun sect and enhances their reputation, it is inconsequential. Remember, you have but one objective, to document all the changes within the secret realm. He was uncertain of the specifics awaiting them inside, yet he would comply with the Holy Master's instructions. While various factions plotted, the Qingyun sect busied themselves with distributing resources. With merely half a month remaining until the secret realm's opening, those meant to arrive had largely assembled. Zhang remarked with a smile that this indicated their anticipated profits were nearly secured. No matter how they pressed, there was little more to extract. Thus, subsequent activities in Qingyun town would not be their primary focus. The Qingyue Chamber of Commerce, overseen by Senior Qin, was more than sufficient to manage affairs. After half a month of continuous operation, the Qingyue Chamber could handle the demands effortlessly. The Qingyun guest house's accommodations were nearly complete, and arrangements for the remaining tasks would be delegated to Chunxiao as they prepared to return to the mountain. In the approaching fortnight, preparations for entering the secret realm must commence. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the 7 sons of Qingyun felt reassured. They feared Zhang Yang would become so engrossed in profit that he would neglect cultivation, squandering the precious chaos golden pill. "How much have we earned?" Bai Yunzi inquired curiously, gazing at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang perused the account book in his hands, a proud smile illuminating his face. "Currently, all 55 courtyards of the Qingyun guest house are fully occupied, yielding a total income of 3 million spirit stones. Ordinary rooms contributed around 5 to 600,000 spirit stones, but the majority came from those courtyards. Undoubtedly, the most lucrative venture remained the Qingyue Chamber of Commerce. Beyond the initial 3 days of staggering profits, the following days consistently generated 4 to 500,000 spirit stones, which was quite remarkable. Altogether, they amassed 23 million spirit stones over the fortnight, excluding the 8 million from the first day. The 7 sons of Qingyun were left speechless, astonished at the sheer volume of spirit stones. Situ Mingyue murmured to herself, "The annual revenue of the Yunting Chamber of Commerce is roughly equivalent to this sum." While the Yunting Chamber earned considerably, their costs were significantly higher. Situ Mingyue was well aware of the meager expenses borne by the Qingyun sect. For instance, the cost of those membership cards was virtually negligible. The ease of accumulating such wealth was astounding. She regarded Zhang Yang with a gaze akin to that of reverence for a deity. Zhang Yang chuckled. "There is more." "More?" The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. Zhang Yang nodded and remarked, "The influx of so many visitors to Qingyun town has indeed stimulated the overall economy here. I asked junior brother Jiang to estimate the tax revenue during this period, and it amounts to several million. Clearly, developing the tourism industry is the most effective means to boost consumption. Moreover, let us not forget that those entering the secret realm must pay an entrance fee. With such a large number of attendees, that translates into a substantial sum." He turned to Qinjianzi. "Master, can our secret realm accommodate this? I estimate that over 1,000 people will be entering." The information he disseminated indicated participation from all factions, leading to a far greater turnout than anticipated. Qinjianzi's eyelids twitched slightly, yet he calmly assured, "No problem, we can manage it. I will expand the secret realm shortly." He, too, was eager to enjoy the immense benefits of wealth, determined to handle this matter splendidly. In short, Qingyun sect must seize this golden opportunity. Chapter 65. The controversy of Dao titles. After the Qingyun sect members concluded their discussions on profit-making, the next order of business was, of course, the distribution of earnings. "As for the surplus spirit stones, please allocate 2 million to me. We shall not require them in the short term." Qinjianzi gazed at Zhang Yang with enthusiasm, captivated by the allure of money. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, genuinely perplexed about where Qinjianzi intended to utilize such a vast amount of spirit stones. However, he refrained from probing further, stating, "Very well, Master can take 2 million spirit stones. As for the remainder, I believe no one will be lacking in spirit stones for the time being, so they can be temporarily stored in the treasury. Let us not underestimate the quantity of these spirit stones. Aside from the entrance fees, we may not have another opportunity to accrue such wealth in the near future. Thus, we must manage this prudently." Lin Jianzi and the others nodded in agreement, considering they all possessed hundreds of thousands of spirit stones themselves, which they would not require in the immediate future. "Uncle Lingyun, junior brother Jiang will also accompany us into the secret realm this time. I will need your assistance in managing matters in Qingyun town," Zhang Yang directed towards Lin Jianzi. "No problem," Lin Jianzi replied. Most affairs in Qingyun town were conducted according to established protocols, and he would provide the necessary support. "Tomorrow, we will commence registration for entry into the secret realm and begin collecting entrance fees." Zhang Yang addressed Bai Yunzi. "Uncle Qiyu, you should have no issues overseeing this matter, correct?" He was somewhat concerned about entrusting the management to someone who had previously led the Qingyun sect to bankruptcy. Bai Yunzi, bemused, replied, "Is there any chance of mistakes in collecting fees? Rest assured, everything will be fine." "Good," If there are no further issues, we shall adjourn the meeting and prepare individually. Zhang Yang concluded. However, the other members of the Qingyun Seven remained focused on Qin Jianzi, unwilling to depart. Qin Jianzi's expression was grave as he turned to Situ Mingyue and stated, "You have been with Qingyun sect for nearly half a year now, and we have not interfered with your affairs. It is not due to any ulterior motives. Rather, some matters require our utmost caution. Throughout these 6 months, we have observed your actions, and it is time to share certain information with you. In fact, you have 2 senior brothers. Perhaps you have heard of them. One is named Nangong Qiyu, and the other, Zheng Qianqiu." Indeed, Situ Mingyue was taken aback to learn that Nangong Qiyu of the Langya Sacred Land and Zheng Qianqiu of the Wanling sect were actually our senior brothers. Both the Langya Sacred Land and the Wanling sect are esteemed sects, with Nangong Qiyu and Zheng Qianqiu holding significant positions within these top-tier sects, their reputations echoing throughout the realm. Yet, astonishingly, these 2 individuals hail from the Qingyun sect. "Master, what on earth is happening?" Situ Mingyue inquired urgently. Qin Jianzi sighed deeply and replied, "A century ago, we accepted them as disciples to cultivate for the sect's legacy. To be frank, our investment in their development surpassed even that of Zhang Yang. They proved their worth, rapidly attaining the Yuanying stage within just a few decades, reaching a level that matched your uncle and the others at that time. However, unforeseen circumstances arose, leading them to depart from the Qingyun sect, one joining the Langya Sacred Land and the other the Wanling sect. Their departure was one matter, but they took with them 2 of our sect's most unique techniques and 2 treasured artifacts. It was precisely due to this incident that we ceased accepting disciples. Had it not been for our encounter with Zhang Yang a decade ago, Qingyun sect might still remain without disciples." Situ Mingyue was astonished. She had not anticipated such a convoluted history. "To be honest, when you first joined the Qingyun sect, we did not take it seriously," Qin Jianzi said earnestly while gazing at Situ Mingyue. "Yet, we are not blind to everything. You may have your reasons for joining the Qingyun sect, but we must also uphold our own principles. From this day forth, you shall truly become a disciple of the Qingyun sect, ranked 2nd among the 2nd-generation disciples, and bestowed with the title Minji Weizi." Before Situ Mingyue could respond, Zhang Yang hastily interjected, "Master, let us set aside other matters. Please do not concern yourself with the title. Junior sister, you must quickly think of a title you desire. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets." Observing the titles of several senior uncles, Situ Mingyue understood the caliber of Qin Jianzi's naming skills. Situ Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang with curiosity and suddenly asked, "Master, what title does the senior brother have?" Qin Jianzi glared at Zhang Yang, this rebellious disciple. "I bestowed a title upon him, yet he rejected it and chose one for himself, calling himself Dao Xian, a mere Jindan, lacking any true prowess, daring to call himself Dao Xian. How shameless!" Zhang Yang defiantly retorted. "Have you considered the title you chose? What is it?" Situ Mingyue inquired with intrigue. "Isn't Qin Jianzi a fine title?" Qin Jianzi countered. Situ Mingyue burst into laughter, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth, as she observed Zhang Yang shaking with suppressed laughter. She felt that being called Minji Weizi was already splendid, truly. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes, refraining from further commentary. "Thank you, master, for the bestowed title." Situ Mingyue expressed her gratitude earnestly. "Rebellious disciple, look at your junior sister." Qin Jianzi cast a disapproving glance at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang chuckled lightly, too indifferent to argue back. With a cold snort, Qin Jianzi turned his gaze towards Situ Mingyue, his demeanor softening. "Now that you have formally become a disciple of Qingyun, should you encounter any uncertainties in your cultivation, feel free to seek guidance from me or your several senior uncles. Of course, your senior brother may also assist you. Additionally, since you have cultivated the yearn technique, this spiritual artifact shall be given to you. This is the revered ancestor who once cultivated the yearn technique, and the innate spiritual artifact he forged, known as the yearn jade plate, is remarkably compatible with your yearn Dao seed. The intricacies of this connection are for you to comprehend on your own. Furthermore, I bestow upon you the Xianming robe, which harmonizes beautifully with your yearn practice. With these 2 spiritual artifacts, you shall remain impervious even to those in the nascent soul stage." Situ Mingyue was astounded. She had never imagined receiving such spiritual artifacts directly. She finally grasped why Zhang Yang possessed so many. Qin Yunzi presented the 2 artifacts with a smile, stating, The Qingyun sect boasts a history of 5,000 years, having witnessed the ascension of no fewer than 17 individuals and dozens achieving the tribulation stage, with countless others reaching the harmonization realm. Although our predecessors have passed, the spiritual artifacts they left behind constitute the very foundation of our sect. As he spoke, a mixture of pride and melancholy graced his expression. The once mighty Qingyun sect had dwindled to but a few. Had it not been for Zhang Yang's relentless reforms and the acceptance of numerous disciples, the fate of the sect would have been uncertain. Thank you, Master. C2 Mingyu expressed her gratitude and accepted the two artifacts. Now, focus on your cultivation. I must attend to other matters, Qin Yunzi said before departing. C2 Mingyu carefully stored the artifacts, her excitement bubbling over. Spiritual artifacts, top-tier treasures. She, too, possessed them now. Zhang Yang smirked. Just 2 fifth-tier artifacts. And look at your delight. How many do you have? C2 Mingyu retorted, having only seen 3 herself. Ling Yunzi shook his head, and they gradually dispersed. They wondered how many artifacts Zhang Yang truly possessed. Their residence had once been adorned with numerous spiritual artifacts, particularly in Qin Yunzi's quarters, until Zhang Yang's frequent visits prompted a more modest lifestyle. Chapter 66. Further transformation of the secret realm upon returning to her small courtyard. C2 Mingyu bonded with the Xianyin jade plate and the Xianming robe. Spiritual artifacts are so named for their inherent spirit. Apart from establishing a harmonious relationship with the artifact spirit, one could forcibly eliminate it through overwhelming power, thus allowing for a new spirit to be nurtured. However, this would inevitably reduce the artifact to mere treasure status, significantly diminishing its potency. Therefore, such drastic measures are seldom employed unless absolutely necessary. The Xianyin jade plate and the Xianming robe were granted by Qin Yunzi, and C2 Mingyu, being a Xianyin Dao seed, found the bonding process remarkably smooth. With a flicker of thought, the Xianming robe enveloped her, seamlessly blending with her black gown, rendering it nearly invisible. However, the robe could only provide passive defense. It could not unleash its full potential. Similarly, the Xianyin jade plate was relegated to a mere mirror, lacking sufficient spiritual energy for activation. How vast is the chasm between me and senior brother? C2 Mingyu mused, her tongue clicking in dismay. She expended all her spiritual energy, yet could not awaken the Xianyin jade plate or the Xianming robe. While she had witnessed Zhang Yang wielding the binding immortal rope and the breaking restriction banner in combat, she could not fathom how he had cultivated to such heights. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang returned to his meditation chamber, tossing 100,000 spiritual stones into the room as he commenced his cultivation. He divided the millions of spirit stones, sufficient to sustain his cultivation for a while. The chaotic golden elixir transformed into a black hole, consuming an endless stream of spiritual energy, which nourished the golden elixir. In just one night, 100,000 spirit stones were completely depleted. However, Zhang Yang felt that the enhancement of the golden elixir was becoming increasingly arduous. Could it be that the spirit stones were ineffective? Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, pondering how it seemed that the 100,000 spirit stones yielded less benefit than the great power imparted by his master during their last encounter. Zhang Yang was troubled. If the spirit stones proved to be futile, his future cultivation would likely become complicated, forcing him to pursue the path of devouring great power. Yet, the great power cultivated by others was unlikely to be easily obtained. With a heavy heart, he arrived at the Grand Hall's plaza. Another 7-day period had come, and he still had to attend to distributing rations to these young disciples. Originally 87 geniuses, plus the 3 sent by the king of Southern Town. That made it 90 in total. Among the 90 disciples, many were eager to demonstrate their prowess upon seeing Zhang Yang's arrival, their bodies trembling with anticipation. Zhang Yang observed everything keenly and chuckled. It appears there are quite a few more who have opened their sea of consciousness. Come, raise your hands for me to see. In a swift motion, over half the crowd raised their hands. The portion that did not felt quite disheartened. With the recent uproar surrounding the opening of the secret realm, the disciples who had been diligently cultivating in the mountains were certainly aware of it. However, Zhang Yang had clearly stipulated that only those who had opened their sea of consciousness could enter the secret realm, which meant that those who had not achieved this milestone were unable to participate. The thought of lost opportunities left everyone feeling despondent. Zhang Yang nodded inwardly. Although a 6-month period to open the sea of consciousness was not as commendable as his own past accomplishments, these individuals were considered geniuses in any sect. While some of them were sent by other sects for various reasons, others had stumbled upon this opportunity by chance. They were treasures of the Qingyun sect. Are there any who have successfully cultivated a seed of the Tao? Zhang Yang inquired. The crowd exchanged glances, realizing no one raised their hand, visibly relieved. With a smile, Zhang Yang remarked, "It seems everyone must strive harder. By your age, I had already begun to forge my golden elixir, so do not become complacent. You can afford to relax once you have successfully forged your golden elixir. Furthermore, with only a few days remaining before the secret realm opens, those who have yet to open their sea of consciousness should seize this time. If you manage to break through in these few days, you will still be able to enter with us. And for those who do not succeed, do not lose heart. There will be opportunities in the future. This collaboration with other sects is primarily for your safety. Now, without further ado, here are your rations for the next 7 days. Hurry and take them to cultivate. The sooner you reach the golden elixir stage, the sooner you can begin to refine your essence, so strive diligently." At such a critical juncture, engaging in ideological education would yield little effect, so he refrained from doing so. In truth, Zhang Yang's continuous ideological guidance over the past 6 months had been remarkably effective. Disciples like Wang Baol had developed an almost fervent love for the Qingyun sect. Even those like Chao Ying, who had infiltrated, began to show a shift in their attitudes. After all, the emperor had brazenly sent emissaries to the Qingyun sect. What tasks could they still undertake? Only a few diehards, clinging to their original intentions for joining the sect, persisted in their resolve. Among them, Zhang Yang was still striving for recognition. After all, these individuals were all prodigies. One by one, the crowd stepped forward to collect their provisions before retreating to their cultivation. After distributing the food, Zhang Yang returned to absorb spirit stones for further cultivation. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to deplete the over 1 million spirit stones he possessed. As Zhang Yang and Situ Mingyue prepared to enter the secret realm, Qin Jianzi was busy organizing the realm itself. He stroked his chin, gazing at the domain he had created, murmuring to himself, "A mountain, a lake. And over 1,000 people seems somewhat inadequate. I must gather more resources. I cannot afford to tarnish the reputation of Qingyun." The secret realm, originally integrated into the fabric of the universe, was extracted by him, vanishing with the flicker of a scroll. With several million spirit stones refined in the grand formation, his brief forays outside posed no risk. Qin Jianzi, with the scroll in hand, journeyed quietly across the lands, returning to the back mountain of Qingyun sect after a few days. The entire expedition consumed 5 days of his time. This time, it would certainly suffice. He unfurled the scroll, which now depicted 3 additional mountains, forming a gorge. Alongside a vast forest, an expansive prairie, and a large lake. Amidst the resonating sounds of the laws of the universe, the scroll seamlessly reintegrated into the realm surrounding the back mountain of Qingyun sect. Meanwhile, in several locations across the land, people were cursing vehemently. They had never anticipated that someone would audaciously steal land. Stealing some spirit herbs or materials is one thing. But what does it mean to uproot an entire piece of land? Such audacious actions could only be executed by top-tier powers. Which formidable being could be so frivolous? 7 days later, only 3 days remained until the secret realm's opening date. People from near and far had gathered, including those from the nearby Qingfeng sect, who arrived at Qingyun town to await the unveiling of the realm. The town was bustling with cultivators. With so many practitioners present, conflicts began to spark among previously rival factions and sects, a situation that could not be quelled by Lin Jianzi alone. Aside from Qin Jianzi, who seldom made an appearance, the 6 prominent figures of the Yuanshan realm openly emerged, establishing their presence in Qingyun town. Together with Qin Yushu, who oversaw the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce, the 7 Yuanshan masters finally curbed the escalating tensions. Although the emergence of 6 Yuanshan masters in Qingyun sect was not particularly surprising to many sects, as the name of Qingyun sect resonated through history as one of the foremost ancient sects, those familiar with Qingyun sect were taken aback. Jiang Hegui furrowed his brow. Has Qingyun sect's strength recovered so swiftly? It seems we must exercise greater caution and regard for them in the future. Su Mingyang and the others stood in stunned silence. They are still scheming against the Qingyun sect. Now that the 6 major Yuanshan realms have emerged, how can they still take action against Qingyun? How many Yuanshan realms can they muster? This time, it is imperative to eliminate Zhang Yang, Su Mingyang declared vehemently. asserting that only after the destruction of Zhang could their people ascend within Qingyun. They realized that dealing with the Qingyun sect could only be accomplished through cunning. Chapter 67. The Death Contract. All sects and factions wishing to participate in the secret realm were to report, register, and receive their entry insignia at the Qingyun reception. Ling Yunzi's spiritual sense swept through Qingyun town, disseminating information to all. Upon receiving the news, the crowd immediately rushed to the Qingyun reception. Situ Haonan also received the message and prepared to go register. Before he could leave, a servant from the Qingyun reception arrived at his door, courteously addressing him. Master Situ, you are our most esteemed guest at the Qingyun reception, so there is no need for you to register. We will handle everything for you. May I inquire if anyone from the Situ family intends to enter the secret realm? How many will there be? Situ Haonan was taken aback for a moment and quickly nodded. 6. 3 in the foundation establishment stage and 3 in the golden core stage. Very well. Here are the identity insignia for the 6 members of the Situ family. Please keep them safe. 3 days hence, proceed to the Qingyun sect's mountain gate and await entry into the secret realm. Additionally, we kindly ask Master Situ to submit the entry fees for all 6 participants. Situ Haonan accepted the 6 insignia and handed over 60,000 spirit stones. He then contemplatively watched as the servant departed. He noted that upon entering the Qingyun reception, the facilities were first-rate, the layout exquisite, and the service unparalleled. In comparison, what countenance did the servants and managers of other inns display? He deemed his stay at the Qingyun reception exceedingly worthwhile and resolved to return should the opportunity arise. In truth, this sentiment resonated with other guests at the Qingyun reception. As cultivators, their status was transcendent, and enjoying such esteem had become commonplace. Yet, the reverence offered by the Qingyun reception was neither obsequious nor merely an admiration for cultivators. Rather, it was a comfort that enveloped them. Meanwhile, Jiang Hegui was also approached by a servant. Although Jiang Hegui hailed from the Langya sacred ground, the identity registered upon their arrival was not that of Langya. The servant made no mention of sect affiliations, nor did he allude to the recent conflict between the Qingyun sect and Langya. Simply inquiring whether Jiang Hegui intended to send anyone into the secret realm, how many would register, and to settle the fees. This left Jiang Hegui in a quandary regarding the identity they would use for entry. Moreover, how could the Qingyun sect so readily allow members of the Langya sacred ground to enter the secret realm? Was there truly no issue with the secret realm? As the number of registrants surged, the income of the Qingyun sect also escalated. However, an unexpected turn of events arose while registering the Tianxin sect and others. During the registration, the Golden Core cultivator Su Wei from the Tianxin sect questioned Bai Yunzi, who was handling the registration. Will your Qingyun sect members participate? Bai Yunzi cast a glance at Su Wei and remarked with a hint of disdain, do you truly believe that this secret realm is merely a boon for you? Why should the members of the Qingyun sect be excluded from participating in our own secret realm? She had initially assumed that these sects were reluctant to allow the Qingyun sect's members to join, displaying an unwelcoming attitude. Let me clarify. Not only will the 3 gold core disciples from the Qingyun sect be participating, but also 50 successful foundation establishment disciples who have already opened their seas. Su Wei was taken aback, having anticipated that Bai Yunzi would announce their withdrawal, thus rallying others to pressure the Qingyun sect for participation. To his astonishment, the Qingyun sect had such a considerable number of participants. With the Qingyun sect involved, we can rest assured, Su Wei hastily replied. Our concern was about potential issues within the Qingyun sect's secret realm, possibly endangering the rest of us. By the way, I have another question for you. Esteemed elder, will the Qingyun sect be responsible for our safety within this secret realm, or will we bear the consequences ourselves? Bai Yunzi furrowed her brow, genuinely unsure how to address this matter. Zhang Yang had merely instructed her to register the number of individuals entering the secret realm and collect fees. Other details were not disclosed. The matter of over 1,000 lives was indeed grave. She quickly sent a mental message to Zhang Yang, inquiring about his decision. The affairs of the secret realm were under Zhang Yang's jurisdiction, and given the significant changes he had brought to the Qingyun sect, Bai Yunzi and the others trusted his judgment. Master, please inquire whether they wish for the Qingyun sect to be accountable for their lives, or if they prefer to assume that responsibility themselves, Bai Yunzi conveyed to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, after responding to Bai Yunzi, shouted, Master, is the secret realm dangerous? Can you control it? His inquiries to his master were typically brief and straightforward. The secret realm lies right before my eyes, Bai Yunzi answered nonchalantly. It was crafted by him, after all. Zhang Yang took note of this, now awaiting Bai Yunzi's response. After relaying the same question to the crowd, Su Wei and the others exchanged glances and smiled, saying, with so many participants in the secret realm, it may be challenging to expect the Qingyun sect to ensure everyone's safety, especially when encountering rare treasures that could lead to conflicts. Under such circumstances, the Qingyun sect might struggle to manage. Therefore, I propose that once we enter the secret realm, each individual assumes responsibility for their own life. One of the allied sects from Tianxian sect quickly concurred. Indeed, if we cannot restrain ourselves and casualties occur, we cannot blame anyone else. Bai Yunzi communicated the situation to Zhang Yang, who smiled and promptly conveyed the answer back to her. Bai Yunzi raised an eyebrow and replied calmly, our Qingyun sect's secret realm has not been opened for many years, and we cannot ascertain the dangers that lie within. Thus, while we initially aim to ensure the safety of every participant, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we ask for your understanding. However, if a portion of the participants is willing to assume their fates, we can then focus our efforts on protecting the remaining individuals, which should be beneficial for all. However, those who enter the secret realm at the risk of their own lives, please have your elders from the sect, as well as yourselves, come forth to sign a life and death agreement. It is imperative that we all witness this. You are voluntarily relinquishing the protection of the Qingyun sect, and should any misfortune occur, it cannot be attributed to us. Su Wei and the others were taken aback. Would they sign? Su Mingyang stepped forward and inquired of Bai Yunzi. Will your Qingyun sect members be signing? Bai Yunzi responded with an odd smile. The foundation-building disciples are too weak. They represent the future of our Qingyun sect, and we must ensure their safety. As for those in the golden core stage, they have already achieved a level of mastery, and we have confidence in our golden core disciples. Thus, whether they choose to sign or not is of no concern to us. In fact, our golden core disciples enter the secret realm with a mission. It has been many years since the secret realm was last opened. These three must thoroughly explore it to pave a path for the foundation-building disciples that follow. They are fully aware of the potential dangers and have long since cast aside concerns for their lives. Furthermore, this secret realm will be open for a month, and I assure you that our sect's disciples will be the last to emerge. Since the disciples of Qingyun sect are ready to face danger, there is nothing for us to fear. Let's sign. Su Mingyang and the others voiced in unison. Consequently, they joined Su Wei and the others in signing the agreement. With all present as witnesses, Bai Yunzi observed the signing individuals with a peculiar expression. She had already communicated with Zhang Yang and understood that these individuals might harbor ulterior motives. However, did they truly intend to target the disciples of Qingyun sect? Had they miscalculated their approach? Chapter 68. Entering the secret realm. 3 days swiftly passed. All individuals entering the secret realm gathered at the Qingyun sect's mountain gate as instructed. Awaiting entry. At the mountain gate, Zhang Yang, Situ Mingyue, Jiang Zhiqiu, and Chun Xiao were waiting alongside a large group of successful foundation-building disciples. Meanwhile, those foundation-building disciples who had not succeeded in their sea-parting were watching with envious eyes. Upon witnessing such a substantial number of participants from Qingyun sect, some felt reassured, believing that the sect would not endanger its own disciples. Conversely, others observed Zhang Yang and the others with peculiar expressions, and some were seen transmitting messages to the foundation-building disciples of Qingyun sect. Zhang Yang, looking at the arriving crowd, whispered, Master, since you are so familiar with the secret realm, I must ask you to keep a close watch on everyone entering. Take note of who is contacting our disciples, and also observe the behavior of those from other sects once they enter. Although he had not seen Bai Yunzi, he was aware that she could hear him. His decade of experience in Qingyun sect taught him that Bai Yunzi was virtually omnipresent on their territory. It would be best to record all images for our own review, keeping them hidden from others. Zhang Yang emphasized in conclusion. Just focus on your own cultivation. Bai Yunzi retorted with annoyance. This secret realm is akin to a tapestry woven from the essence of artistry, where every action is enshrined within its folds, accessible at any moment. Naturally, it is precisely because it embodies a painting that he can assure the safety of all. Bai Lingzi observed the arrival of the crowd and declared, Everyone, prepare. She activated the array she had meticulously arranged, transporting all participants of the secret realm to the secluded mountainside. Upon entering the realm, they were randomly dispersed across its vast expanse. Zhang Yang felt a sudden shift in space as he landed beside a magnificent lake. As he surveyed his surroundings, a crimson shadow surged towards him from the lake's surface. Swiftly, he cast the Tianluo net to capture the approaching figure. However, just as the net materialized, the red shadow deftly veered and plunged into the water, vanishing from sight, like a fish. Zhang Yang was taken aback. In his perception, the power of that fleeting red figure rivaled that of a golden core practitioner, a demonic beast, or perhaps a spirit fish. Excitement bubbled within him. If he could ensnare this fish, might he not absorb the profound essence of its being? He patiently lingered by the lake, awaiting the creature's reappearance. Yet, the water remained undisturbed, devoid of even the slightest sign of life. Zhang Yang continued his watch, unhurried to explore the secret realm, knowing he could enter at any time. Meanwhile, the throng of over 1,000 individuals within the realm had begun to coalesce into various factions. I must secure her, Tan Yaoguang declared vehemently to the 2 golden core disciples at his side. Our Langya sacred land cannot suffer disgrace. Once I capture Situ Mingwe, we shall achieve dual cultivation here. Then, even the Qingyun sect will have no choice but to release her. But Brother Tan, we must also investigate the secret realm. We cannot overlook this, the other 2 golden core practitioners cautioned. We have a month. There is ample time to explore, Tan Yaoguang replied confidently. Although Zhang Yang had pilfered his possessions, in order to enter the secret realm to complete his mission, Zhang Hegui had provided Tan Yaoguang with additional magical artifacts. These were on par with, if not superior to, his original treasures. Thus, Tan Yaoguang brimmed with confidence. Yet, the secret realm was vast. Who could say where Situ Mingwe might be? Brother Tan, does that not resemble the everlasting fruit used in the concoction of the Wanshou Dan? A golden core practitioner suddenly pointed to a distant verdant fruit in astonishment. Upon closer inspection, Tan Yaoguang's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, it is the everlasting fruit. We must bring it back. It holds the key to prolonging the lives of some elders in our sect. Having spoken, the trio raced toward the everlasting fruit. Just as they approached, a figure clad in yellow had already plucked the fruit from its bough. Put that down. It belongs to us. Tan Yaoguang bellowed in fury. The yellow-clad individual turned, casting a slight smile at Tan Yaoguang and his companions. Ah, the people of Langya sacred land? The everlasting fruit is now mine. Tan Yaoguang replied icily. Since you are aware of our Langya sacred land, relinquish the everlasting fruit, or we shall not show you mercy. Even should you manage to take the fruit, your sect will be compelled to deliver it to us. The individual clad in yellow clothing exhibited a peculiar smile, revealing a mark. Are you certain? The trio of Tan Yaoguang stood speechless upon witnessing the emblem. We may need to collaborate later, the figure in yellow remarked before departing. Tan Yaoguang and his companions watched him leave, subsequently expressing their astonishment. The people of the Wanling sect have also arrived. They are remarkably discreet, concealing their identities. The other 2, both at the golden core stage, cast a glance at Tan Yaoguang. Had it not been for his troublesome antics at the Qingyun Merchant Association, who would have known their identities? Tan Yaoguang furrowed his brow, sensing the unease among these elite sects regarding the impending secret realm of the Qingyun sect. What secrets lay within this Qingyun secret realm? Upon discovering the existence of the longevity fruit within the realm, their reverence for the treasures hidden therein intensified. While still in search of Situ Mingwe, they were also on the lookout for celestial materials and earthly treasures. Within the secret realm, chaos erupted as individuals vied for these precious resources, leading to violent confrontations. Meanwhile, a group waiting outside the Qingyun sect's gate was taken aback when, barely a day into their entry, a bloodied figure appeared before them. Clearly, a life-or-death incident had transpired, and the Qingyun sect had intervened to rescue them. These individuals had not signed any life-and-death agreements, thus receiving such fortunate treatment. Upon witnessing the heir of their sect emerge, a Yuanying stage practitioner hurried forward. A mixture of urgency and regret etched on his face, inquiring, "How did you come out? What transpired?" "Master, I obtained the 9 rebirth grass," he exclaimed. "Many sought to seize it. I vowed to protect it, and in that critical moment, a sudden force pulled me away." The Yuanying stage practitioner was momentarily taken aback before erupting in excitement. Their expedition to the Qingyun sect for the secret realm had cost them a considerable amount of spirit stones. Yet, acquiring a single 9 rebirth grass far surpassed all their expenditures. This was a premier alchemical herb, essential for concocting the 9 rebirth pill, and held immense value. whether traded or offered to the upper echelons of their sect. It promised substantial returns. The surrounding crowd had overheard this exchange, their expressions turning grave. The Qingyun sect had indeed been generous. The openness of the secret realm was astonishing, even housing high-grade herbs like the nine-rebirth grass. Anticipation began to blossom for what other treasures the realm might hold. However, mere moments later, another bloodied figure emerged at the mountain gate, crying out for help. The onlookers exchanged glances, aghast at the sight of the person nearly eviscerated. What calamity had unfolded? The secret realm was proving to be far more perilous than anticipated. Chapter 69. The carnage of the secret realm. Together, we must unite to vanquish it. Individually, none of us can contend with that beast. In a dense thicket, a colossal tiger-shaped demon beast relentlessly pursued the multitude that had entered the secret realm. It was deemed a tiger-shaped demon due to its sheer magnitude, measuring 6 to 7 meters in length, towering 4 to 5 meters high, reeking of demonic energy. Adorned with a grotesque horn atop its head, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Foundation establishment practitioners were left maimed upon encounter, while Golden Core practitioners could barely withstand a few blows before retreating. At this moment, the tiger-shaped demon beast seethed with fury. Entirely oblivious to the reason for its sudden arrival in this unfamiliar realm, a stark contrast to the places it once knew. The alien environment, compounded by the presence of numerous cultivators, instilled a sense of threat within it, unleashing its ferocity as it resorted to indiscriminate slaughter. What infuriated it further was the inexplicable vanishing of those cultivators just as it was poised to strike them down. This bewildering phenomenon only deepened its terror and intensified its rage. In desperation, many cultivators banded together to fend off the beast. Ultimately, the demon beast grew increasingly ferocious, overwhelming their defenses, forcing them to scatter in flight. Discovering itself alone, it could only unleash a deafening roar towards the heavens. Such scenes unfolded throughout the secret realm. For those at the Golden Core stage, there was some measure of resistance. However, for those at the Foundation establishment stage, it was a veritable calamity. Fortunately, as long as individuals had not signed a life and death contract, they would mysteriously be whisked away from imminent peril and reappear at the entrance of the Qingyun sect. This assurance brought great comfort to all sects participating in the secret realm, particularly the smaller sects, who harbored immense gratitude towards Qingyun sect. Zhang Yang awaited by the lake, hoping to capture the lake's fish demon, but instead of the anticipated aquatic stirrings, he was met by several individuals. Found it! With a resounding cry, 3 or 4 Golden Core cultivators suddenly struck, wielding treasures of the highest order, accompanied by spells that enveloped Zhang Yang. The unexpected assault momentarily stunned him. He had yet to discover any rare materials, and already, he faced aggression. Clearly, his spiritual artifacts had incited considerable avarice among them. He refrained from retaliating. Before he could act, a dazzling silver armor radiated brilliant light, effortlessly blocking the onslaught of treasures and spells from the 4 Golden Core cultivators. Damn! A defensive armor of spiritual artifact grade. One of them cursed involuntarily, even without Zhang Yang's intervention. The innate defense of such armor was beyond what the 4 Golden Core cultivators could contend with, let alone a nascent soul cultivator, who would also struggle to overcome it in a short span. Retreat. Realizing the dire situation, the 4 Golden Core cultivators turned to flee. Observing their retreat, Zhang Yang flung the binding immortal rope towards them, declaring, "I remember you 4. You are not exempt from Qingyun sect's responsibility for life and death. Since you've taken action against me, do not think of escaping." Another spiritual artifact. The surrounding Golden Core cultivators gasped in astonishment, their excitement tinged with fear. They were exhilarated by the prospect of seizing Zhang Yang and sharing the 4 spiritual artifacts, yet terrified by the very artifact now pursuing them. With all his might, Zhang Yang urged the binding immortal rope to elongate, transforming it into a large loop aimed at ensnaring the 4 Golden Core cultivators. "Fly upwards," he shouted, even as he dashed downward, hoping the rope would ensnare others while he made his escape. Although the other 3 discerned the unfolding situation, 2 chose to ascend while 1 plummeted to the ground. Regardless, they were determined that at least one of them would escape. As long as the news is reported to others, making them aware that Zhang Yang possesses 4 magical artifacts, the numerous Golden Core cultivators will undoubtedly join forces against him. However, just as the 2 individuals took to the skies, the heavenly net descended from above, while on the ground, the The constricting ropes began to tighten their grip. The 4 golden core cultivators, their faces pale, realized that escape was impossible under the encirclement of 2 magical artifacts. They could only hope that Zhang Yang would soon exhaust his spiritual energy. For a golden core cultivator, wielding even 1 magical artifact was already excessive. Managing 2 was simply unsustainable. The heavenly net automatically constricted, ensnaring the 2 golden core cultivators along with their treasures, who continued to resist valiantly. Simultaneously, the 2 trapped by the constricting ropes struggled fiercely. Stop struggling. It is futile. Zhang Yang approached, brandishing a sword that suddenly shattered the defenses of the 2 ensnared by the ropes, binding them securely. He repeated the process, capturing the 2 within the heavenly net. The 4 golden core cultivators were already rendered speechless with fear. Good heavens, another magical artifact. Zhang Yang sheathed his sword and sensed the condition of his golden core, which still radiated with golden light, indicating that his spiritual energy had not waned. He felt satisfied, a testament to his years of cultivation and the millions of spiritual stones he had recently consumed. He then sealed the dantions of the 4 captives and stowed away the heavenly net and the constricting ropes. Your names are not of great importance. Simply tell me which sect you hail from, Zhang Yang said, gazing at the 4. What do you want? One of the golden core cultivators asked nervously. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. What do I want? Were you not the ones who ambushed me? While questioning them, he deftly removed the spatial rings from their hands. The 4 changed their expressions, hastily saying, We only intended to confront you because of your magical artifacts. We realize our mistake. Please let us go. A mistake? Zhang Yang smiled lightly. You only recognize your error now that you've been captured, and you expect me to simply release you? That would be far too lenient. He looked at the 4 with a peculiar smile. I will allow you to leave, but you must remain by the lake for 30 days without moving. Only then will I set you free. The 4 were taken aback. They had not anticipated such leniency. They quickly nodded, expressing their willingness to comply, as their dantions had already been sealed, leaving them with no choice but to hope that someone would come to rescue them. Zhang Yang brought them to the lakeside, where the heavenly net quietly enveloped them. He then concealed himself nearby, observing. The captured golden core cultivators initially believed Zhang Yang would truly let them go. In their relief, they began to mock Zhang Yang in their hearts for his apparent foolishness. As they noticed Zhang Yang's absence, they speculated quietly, we were too hasty. We should have waited for others to arrive. 5 magical artifacts. This brat is truly enviable. Once our people arrive, he is doomed. We must not give the Qingyun sect any opportunities this time. For individuals were engaged in a brazen discussion, their audacity only heightened by the absence of any movement from Zhang Yang. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light illuminated the lake's surface, and a red shadow surged towards them with alarming speed. The 4 were ensnared by Zhang Yang's powers, rendered immobile, and could only scream in terror as they witnessed the approaching shadow. Just as the red figure was poised to reach one of the golden core practitioners and devour him, a massive silver net sprang forth from the ground, swiftly ensnaring the crimson entity. After waiting for you so long, I see you could no longer contain yourself. If you had lingered a bit longer, my spiritual energy would have been depleted, forcing me to retreat. But now, I have finally caught you. Zhang Yang strolled forward, observing the creature thrashing within the celestial net, and could not help but exclaim, a koi. Chapter 70. The rainbow fish. Zhang Yang, having exerted all his effort, had at last captured the red shadow from the lake. He gazed at the creature thrashing within the celestial net, over 3 feet long, adorned in hues of 7 colors, resembling the koi he had once seen, albeit on a much grander scale. Is this creature edible? Is it delicious? Zhang Yang pondered as he scrutinized the bizarre fish within the net. At this moment, the 4 golden core practitioners, now thoroughly petrified, finally grasped the situation. Their expressions turned to horror as they realized Zhang Yang had used them as bait. Just moments ago, they had believed they were about to perish beneath the shadow's grasp. The dread of impending death had deeply shattered their spirits. As they beheld the creature within the celestial net, they recognized it to be a fish adorned with a rainbow. A rainbow fish. One of the golden core practitioners shrieked, his demeanor exaggerated as he pointed at the marvelous creature caught by Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang turned to the practitioner and inquired, Do you recognize it? Do you not know? The golden core practitioner retorted, astonished. This is the renowned rainbow fish of the entire cultivation realm. It is a rare treasure. Just one of these fish can yield unimaginable benefits, and there are scarcely any to be found in the world. Oh, Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he pressed. What benefits? Do enlighten me, and I shall grant you your freedom. Really? The golden core practitioner appeared skeptical. Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly, if you choose to remain silent, I shall ensnare you in the celestial net and cast you into the lake. I suspect there are more rainbow fish within. Perhaps I could catch another. Recalling the earlier scene, the golden core practitioner shivered and hurriedly disclosed. According to legend, the rainbow fish harbors a mystical substance that aids in breakthroughs. It is particularly beneficial for those of higher realms, said to nourish the soul. Moreover, the taste is said to be exquisite. This is merely what I have heard. This is my first encounter. So, you cannot be certain it is indeed a rainbow fish? Zhang Yang observed the golden core practitioner, 3 feet in length, adorned in 7 colors, residing in the lake, and known for its ferocity. These characteristics align perfectly with the description of a rainbow fish, the practitioner said. Gazing enviously at the vibrant creature, Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, producing an ancient bronze cauldron, and with a warm smile, remarked, Little cauldron, how about you assist me in cooking this fish? Be a good one and don't get angry. This fish is none other than the illustrious rainbow fish, reputed to possess remarkable benefits. Surely, it would not be beneath you to cook such a specimen, would it? I understand that asking you to prepare this fish may be a slight inconvenience, so I shall endeavor to catch something more formidable for you in the future, if that is agreeable. The 4 golden elixir cultivators beside him gazed at Zhang Yang as if he were deranged. What could he possibly be muttering to a cauldron? Zhang Yang probed the bronze cauldron, discovering it remained inert, before pouring in some lake water and tossing the rainbow fish inside, sealing the lid. He then, with grave determination, urged the cauldron to respond. Yet, the bronze cauldron remained unyielding. Oh, come now, do not be so obstinate. As the next generation's leader of the Qingyun sect, and you being a senior of the sect, is it not incumbent upon you to care for your juniors? Before us lies a miraculous rainbow fish. If you refuse to assist me, how will you honor the ancestors of the Qingyun sect? What of your former master? In a fit of exasperation, Zhang Yang unleashed his frustrations upon the bronze cauldron. The cauldron, reminiscent of a decrepit elder, stirred slightly. The 4 golden elixir cultivators suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of heat envelop them. They sensed a disquieting vibration in the air, causing their very bloodlines to momentarily still. Could it be another artifact of spiritual prowess? And one of formidable might at that. The 4 cultivators stared at Zhang Yang, their previous judgment of him as insane now feeling misguided. They were the true jesters. Seeing the cauldron acquiesce, Zhang Yang swiftly channeled his spiritual energy into it. The rainbow fish, previously thrashing violently within, transformed into a fragrant fish soup, its rich aroma wafting through the air, enticing the 5 onlookers to salivate. Zhang Yang, suppressing his urge, hesitated before finally lifting the lid. Whether it was the aroma that had dissipated or not, the scent was no longer detectable, leaving only a pot of 7-colored broth. Gazing at the vibrant soup, doubts crept into Zhang Yang's mind. Could it truly be edible? Was it genuinely the rainbow fish? His previous understanding of culinary principles dictated that the stranger the appearance, the swifter the demise upon consumption. His eyes shifted to the 4 cultivators, and he smiled. You have all contributed. Allow me to share this with you. The 4 golden elixir cultivators looked at Zhang Yang in disbelief. Such a delicacy, and he would share it with them? Do not be shy. Come, come. I shall serve each of you a bowl. Zhang Yang kindly prepared a portion for each, urging them to partake. The one familiar with the rainbow fish wasted no time, downing his bowl in one go. The others soon followed suit. With a spoon in one hand and a bowl in the other, Zhang Yang observed their reactions intently. Suddenly, the 4 felt an explosive surge of energy. Their previously sealed dantians burst open, and an inexplicable aura enveloped them. Having been liberated from restraint, the 4 golden elixir cultivators had no thought of fleeing. Their gazes were fixated on the bronze cauldron. They sensed their golden elixirs had grown increasingly perfect, on the verge of a breakthrough. One more sip would surely propel them over the threshold. In times past, they would have fought for such a treasure. However, all the magical artifacts have been confiscated by Zhang Yang, and with so many spiritual tools at his disposal, they dare not act recklessly. Noticing that there was nothing amiss with the fish soup, Zhang Yang took a bowl for himself and drank it in one go. Immediately, he felt a surge of invigorating power rushing towards his golden core. After a prolonged period of stagnation, he sensed that the shell of his golden core had thickened slightly beneath the influence of a single bowl of fish soup. Excellent. Zhang Yang exhaled contentedly and poured himself another bowl, then a third. The 4 golden core cultivators beside him gazed at him with envious eyes, silently pleading for a taste. After consuming 3 bowls, Zhang Yang finally felt a bit full and refrained from drinking more. The soup contained not only substances beneficial to the golden core, but also a vast amount of spiritual energy swirling within his meridians, which required refining. At that moment, he turned to the 4 individuals and cheerfully inquired, "Would you like some more?" The 4 golden core cultivators nodded eagerly, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Zhang Daoyu." With a serene demeanor, Zhang Yang posed a question. "If your elders were to discover that you were enjoying rainbow fish soup with me, how do you think they would react? Would they not feel that you have betrayed your sect?" The expressions of the 4 golden core cultivators changed drastically as they realized that their relationship with Zhang Yang was not one of camaraderie, but rather one of antagonism. Having partaken of the rainbow fish soup, could they honestly claim they had not betrayed their sect? Even they found it hard to believe. Zhang Yang smiled mischievously at the 4, saying, "I can keep this information confidential for you, but you must exchange it for a secret from your sect. Those who divulge their secrets may continue to enjoy the fish soup, and I shall even allow you to return. Those who remain silent will not only lose the soup, but will also find themselves cast into the lake for fishing." The 4 stared at Zhang Yang in shock, as if he were not a man, but a demon. Chapter 71. Betrayal. Come now, let us share this fish soup. We shall be good brothers. Zhang Yang poured another small bowl of fish soup for each of the 4. The golden core cultivators were left speechless. Who would consider tossing their good brothers into the lake for fishing? Yet, they had no other options. Before indulging in the soup, they were obliged to share their secrets. "By the way, you have yet to tell me your names and sects," Zhang Yang remarked, holding the fish soup while observing the golden core cultivators. He then produced a peculiar object before them, gesturing for them to begin. "I am Li Qi, from the Tianxian sect. What is that object in your hand?" Li Qi inquired of Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang chuckled, showcasing the strange item to Li Qi, which displayed an image, his very own shadow. "I am Li Qi, from the Tianxian sect. What is that object in your hand?" This remarkable device was a product of Zhang Yang's imagination, brought to fruition through the collaboration of the fire spirit and the painting spirit, alongside Zhang Yang's creative vision. However, this contraption had already reached the level of a treasured artifact upon its creation, rendering it impossible to mass-produce. Zhang Yang, unwilling to part with it, chose to keep it for his own use. On its inaugural use, its effects were extraordinary. As Li Qi beheld the scene unfolding, his expression shifted dramatically, mirrored by the other 3 golden core cultivators who were equally filled with dread. "Don't run away. I have recorded the moment when you drank my fish soup. Escaping is futile. Speak swiftly. Li Qi, it is your turn. Start with why you 4 intend to kill me." Zhang Yang gestured. Li Qi, rendered speechless, eventually replied in a daze. "The Qingyun sect's strength has waned, yet it possesses numerous treasures, hence we conspired to seize it. However, the sect's protective formation is formidable. Rendering our entry impossible, we must resort to alternative methods." He then divulged all he knew, including plans to send talented disciples from their sect to infiltrate the Qingyun sect and coordinate efforts to eliminate Zhang Yang. "I am quite satisfied." Zhang Yang nodded. "Now it is your turn to reveal the secrets of the Tianxian sect. Worry not about the 3 others. The secrets shall remain undisclosed. Shortly, you will substantiate each other's claims. Should anyone speak falsehoods, I shall promptly cast them into the depths." Under Zhang Yang's coercion, the 4 recorded brief videos. "You all performed admirably. Now, you may enjoy the fish soup." Zhang Yang served them the promised fish soup. However, the 4 felt perplexed as the once delectable soup tasted unexpectedly sour. Once they drank the soup, Zhang Yang produced their spatial rings, indicating, "I have not tampered with your rings, yet you must surrender half of their contents to me. As for the treasures you used to attack me, those shall not be returned." The 4, now blank-faced, complied obediently. Under Zhang Yang's influence, their psychological defenses had crumbled. They would follow any command he issued. "Very well. You may leave now." Zhang Yang waved them off, instructing them to inform others to come and kill me. "I shall await your return. If you succeed in eliminating me, your secrets shall remain concealed, will they not? However, I must caution you, aside from the Tianluo net, do not divulge the existence of my other artifacts." The eyes of the 4 finally gleamed with determination. Indeed, they could seek others to aid in Zhang Yang's demise. Motivated, they swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang gleefully collected their secrets, along with a trove of spirit stones and medicinal herbs. Among these, he notably discovered items procured from the Qinghua Chamber of Commerce, which he planned to resell there later. Zhang Yang stowed the bronze cauldron and sat by the lake, refining the spiritual energy within the fish soup while attempting to fish, hoping to catch another rainbow fish. Yet, the lake lay tranquil, devoid of rainbow fish. I refuse to believe there is only one. I shall try a different direction. Zhang Yang shifted his position. Within the secret realm, the battles grew increasingly fierce. At the sight of rare treasures, anyone present would engage without hesitation. The abundance of precious materials within this secret realm far exceeded expectations. In truth, each element within the realm had been collected by Qinjianzi from perilous locations, places inaccessible to the average person. Naturally, these treasures commanded great attention from all. At this moment, Jiang Zhiqiu was fleeing for his life. Fortune smiled upon him as he picked a few brilliant red fruits atop a mountain. But his good luck was short-lived when 3 golden core cultivators spotted him, initiating a relentless pursuit. "Drop the blood spirit fruits, and we shall spare your life," the 3 golden core cultivators shouted. Jiang Zhiqiu scoffed. He harbored no belief in their words. Though he had joined the Qingyun sect, he was merely a nominal disciple and doubted the sect would intervene on his behalf. Thus, his only recourse was to escape. Having emerged from a background of solitary cultivation, he was no stranger to a life of evasion, even finding a long-lost thrill in it. The 3 golden core cultivators gritted their teeth as they chased Jiang Zhiqiu to the lakeside. Upon reaching the water's edge, a red shadow darted across the lake, vanishing in an instant. Zhang Yang waited for 2 days before finally hooking a rainbow fish, only for it to be frightened away. He rose in anger, shouting, "What do you intend to do, Jiang Shidi? Why are you here?" "Senior brother." Jiang Zhiqiu halted, an unnatural expression crossing his face. Having just acquired a precious treasure, he felt a twinge of wariness towards Zhang Yang, especially since he feared these treasures might be reported to the sect. At that moment, Zhang Yang discerned the situation clearly and acted without hesitation, employing the binding immortal rope and heavenly net to swiftly subdue the 3 golden core pursuers. "Having scared off my fish, you shall serve as bait," Zhang Yang declared, binding 1 golden core cultivator and tossing him into the lake. The other 2 were similarly ensnared and thrown into the water. "These 3 cannot be killed. They must remain alive," a voice echoed in Zhang Yang's ear. He understood that these individuals had not signed a death pact. However, those who dared to pursue a disciple of Qingyun would not be permitted to leave with their spatial rings and treasures intact. "Jiang Shidi, come and enjoy some fish soup," Zhang Yang said with a smile. "Rainbow fish soup is a rare delicacy. I went to great lengths to procure it. Just moments ago, I nearly caught one, but you lot scared it off." He knew Jiang Zhiqiu had been hunted for his precious finds, but since Jiang Zhiqiu chose not to disclose the details, Zhang Yang decided to remain uninformed about the treasures he had acquired. Jiang Zhiqiu relaxed, accepting the fish soup from Zhang Yang's hands. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. "Senior brother, I found a few red fruits. They should be blood spirit fruits, which have the ability to cleanse marrow and transform one's physique." "Oh," Zhang Yang nodded slightly. "You can seek out Third Master Uncle when you return and ask him to assist you in refining a pill for marrow cleansing when he has the time." He glanced at Jiang Zhiqiu, saying meaningfully, "Jiang Shidi, the Qingyun sect is not as complicated as you might think. Although you are a nominal disciple, you are still considered one of us. We truly cherish our own." "Indeed." Jiang Zhiqiu nodded, silently sipping the fish soup. Chapter 72. Encirclement. The 3 golden core cultivators struggled madly in the lake, ensnared by the binding immortal rope and heavenly net. Under normal circumstances, they would have been impossible to catch while fishing. However, the rainbow fish is no ordinary creature. It is a fiercely malevolent entity, with 3 tantalizing morsels before it. The rainbow fish could no longer contain its hunger, and a crimson shadow darted toward the trio of golden elixir practitioners. Just as the red blur was about to strike, the 3 golden elixir cultivators miraculously broke free from the restraints of the celestial net and the binding ropes, vanishing from sight as they were expelled from the secret realm by the Qingyun sect. This unexpected turn of events left Zhang Yang momentarily stunned, muttering, "I had no intention of slaying them. My fish." The celestial net, in conjunction with the binding ropes, successfully ensnared yet another rainbow fish. Beside him, Jiang Zhiqiu finally glimpsed the true nature of the rainbow fish. He had observed closely how its ambush speed was beyond the capability of an ordinary person to counter. Moreover, despite being caught in the celestial net, The fish struggled fiercely, demonstrating that it surpassed even the pinnacle of the golden elixir stage in strength. Haha. Zhang Yang chuckled with pride. This fish was larger and would yield more fish soup. Little ding. Let us stew this one as well and take it back for our master and the others to savor. He activated the bronze cauldron, combining the second rainbow fish into the mix. As he surveyed the cauldron brimming with fish soup, Zhang Yang filled it using the water bucket he had previously employed, contentedly stowing away the bronze cauldron. Having captured 2 in quick succession, he surmised that capturing another rainbow fish would be a formidable challenge. Seizing the opportunity, he suggested, "Jiang Shidi, shall you venture forth alone or accompany me?" Jiang Zhiqiu replied with a wry smile, "I think I shall stick with you, De Shi Xiao. Those 3 golden elixir practitioners are already giving me trouble, and you can contain them. It seems safer to follow you." After walking for a short while, they soon encountered a foundation establishment cultivator being pursued by a golden elixir practitioner. This secret realm had not separated the golden elixir from the foundation establishment stages, but rather intermingled them. However, with Qinjianzi ensuring the safety of the participants, it was not overly concerning, unless, of course, one had signed a death contract like those from the Tianxian sect, in which case they would be left to their own devices. Yet, it was indeed outrageous for a golden elixir practitioner to shamelessly pursue a foundation establishment cultivator. Upon recognizing Zhang Yang and Jiang Zhiqiu, the golden elixir practitioner chasing the foundation establishment fled, exclaiming, "Zhang Yang is here." This sudden occurrence bewildered not only Zhang Yang and Jiang Zhiqiu, but also the young foundation establishment cultivator. What was happening? Before Zhang Yang could regain his composure, a dozen golden elixir practitioners surrounded them from all directions. Even before their arrival, various spells and magical artifacts were already hurtling toward them. The foundation establishment cultivator turned pale. Having thought he was saved, he now found himself in a dire situation. Before he could react, he was involuntarily thrust before the gates of the Qingyun sect. De Shixiang. Jiang Zhiqiu's expression was one of utter despair. He had believed that following Zhang Yang would ensure his safety, only to find himself ensnared within a circle of over a dozen golden elixir practitioners. Zhang Yang, too, was taken aback by the sheer number of golden elixir cultivators drawn to eliminate him. "Do not move," he cautioned, swiftly enclosing Jiang Zhiqiu within a bamboo basket that emanated a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Simultaneously, the radiant armor adorning Zhang Yang activated. A barrage of over a dozen spells and magical artifacts struck against the luminous barrier of the armor. Though the barrier trembled under the relentless assault of the golden core practitioners, it ultimately remained unbroken. Among the crowd, one golden core cultivator bellowed, "The radiant armor of the Qingyun sect. The Dragon King Basin. That totals 6 magical artifacts. Everyone, act swiftly to eliminate him, and we shall divide the spoils." The excitement among the golden core practitioners was palpable. They were astonished to discover that Zhang Yang possessed additional magical artifacts. Behind them, Li Qi and his companions wore expressions of complex apprehension. Where are the 6 artifacts? What about that cauldron? They pondered. Did they truly believe a mere dozen golden core practitioners could breach the defenses of 6 magical artifacts and capture Zhang Yang? They held on to the hope of success. For if they succeeded, their betrayal of the sect would remain concealed. In their fervor, the golden core practitioners continued their vigorous assault on the radiant armor in the Dragon King Basin. Zhang Yang refrained from activating his magical artifacts, instead relying solely on their inherent power to maintain his defenses. A weighty concern settled in his heart. Dealing with the Qingyun sect's members proved more challenging than he had anticipated. Moreover, it was outrageous for them to openly ambush their own within the sect's secret realm. With a cold smile, he resolved not to hold back any longer. He retrieved a piece of beast hide, adorned with vivid crimson patterns, an item purchased during his last visit to Anqing City, accompanied by a vial of beast's blood, which he had transformed into a powerful talisman. Zhang Yang had refrained from selling this talisman, keeping it close for a moment such as this. Now was the time to unleash its potential. Channeling his full energy into the talisman, he cast the beast hide forth. Simultaneously, he activated the radiant armor, enveloping the Dragon King Basin. Under the influence of spiritual energy, the crimson patterns on the hide ignited to life, seemingly detaching from the hide and swirling through the air. These vibrant red patterns swiftly morphed into fiery chains, intertwining in the air and encasing a space of several dozen meters. The chains coiled and twisted, mercilessly strangling everything within their reach. Over half of the Golden Core practitioners found themselves ensnared within this deadly zone. Amidst the terrified screams of their comrades, many were brutally constricted by the fiery chains, some torn to shreds and reduced to ashes, while others were left in mangled pieces, their survival no longer feasible. Those at the periphery shrieked in terror, fleeing with desperate haste. "Jiang, collect their spatial rings. I shall pursue them," Zhang Yang commanded, reclaiming the Dragon King Basin as he set off after the fleeing Golden Core practitioners. For daring to strike him, he would ensure that these individuals would never entertain such thoughts again. Emerging from the Dragon King Basin, Jiang Ziqiu surveyed the devastation with speechless horror. He had initially feared for his own safety, only to find that it was the opposing Golden Core cultivators who now faced peril. Was his seemingly unassuming senior brother truly only at the Golden Core stage? In truth, due to the treasure being snatched by Zhang Yang and the lack of formidable strength to engage in battle, Li Qi and others could only cast spells from the periphery. Utterly stunned, they initially believed that this time they might succeed in eliminating Zhang Yang, yet the outcome was far from their expectations. Doubts began to creep into their minds regarding the mental acuity of the elders in their sect. How could a mere Golden Core cultivator possess such formidable backing? What then of the Yuanshan cultivators from the Qinyan sect? Faced with such overwhelming resources from the Qinyan sect, what could they possibly do? For the first time, they began to question the wisdom of their sect's elders. Chapter 73. Pursuit. The 5 Golden Core cultivators, frantically fleeing, felt an escalating terror as Zhang Yang drew ever closer. "Split up," one of them shouted. "Spread the word that Zhang Yang possesses 6 magical artifacts. Let everyone join forces to eliminate him. I refuse to believe that no one would be tempted by 6 artifacts. With so many working together, even if he has 6 artifacts, it will be futile." In an instant, the 5 Golden Core cultivators scattered in 5 different directions. Faced with such a scenario, Zhang Yang felt helpless and could only capture the nearest Golden Core cultivator. Realizing escape was futile, the captured cultivator gazed defiantly at Zhang Yang. "You are doomed. Once news of your magical artifacts spreads, you will never dare to leave Qinyan sect. Not only the Yuanian cultivators will seek your demise, but the Yuanshan and He-Dao realms will also yearn for your blood. As the most powerful treasures in the cultivation world, the allure of magical artifacts would undoubtedly tempt those of the Yuanshan and He-Dao realms," which was precisely why the 5 Golden Core cultivators felt compelled to disseminate the information. If a single sky net was typically regarded with caution due to the might of the Qinyan sect, possessing 6 magical artifacts would likely incite even the top sects to act covertly against him. Zhang Yang smirked lightly. "Let us see who meets their end first. You have all signed a life and death contract. Your lives are not the responsibility of Qinyan sect, correct? If so, then prepare to die." Without hesitation, he dispatched the Golden Core cultivator, seizing his spatial ring and treasures. Following the death of the Golden Core cultivator, the mark on the spatial ring vanished, allowing Zhang Yang to claim it for himself, transferring the spirit stones, elixirs, and other items into his own ring. He then set off to find Jiang Ziqiu. Just as Zhang Yang departed, a shadow rose from the ground, burrowing into the corpse of the Golden Core cultivator. In an instant, the body withered away, leaving only a human skin lying on the ground. The shadow then vanished once more. "Eldest brother, did they capture him?" Jiang Ziqiu inquired as Zhang Yang returned. "For escaped. One was killed." Zhang Yang tossed the spatial ring into Jiang Ziqiu's hands. "Keep these items. There are still many disciples in the sect without spatial rings. The artifacts can be saved for them. As for the spirit stones and elixirs, retain a portion, while the rest should be added to the sect's inventory." "Understood." Jiang Ziqiu nodded, realizing that this eldest brother was far more formidable than he initially appeared, instilling a sense of reverence within him. Zhang Yang's gaze turned cold as he surveyed his surroundings, deep in thought. His original intention had been to leverage the news of the secret realm's opening for a significant financial gain. It was evident that he had succeeded, amassing several million spirit stones for the Qinyan sect. However, he did not anticipate that this group of individuals harbored ulterior motives. Would it not suffice to generously offer a few spirit stones? Must they insist on presenting treasures, spatial rings, and resources to the Qinyan sect? "We could certainly accept such lavish gifts with some reluctance." Zhang Yang snorted coldly, gesturing for Jiang Ziqiu to follow. "First, we shall locate our junior sister, and then we will act together to graciously accept their generous offerings." Meanwhile, Tin Yaoguang, accompanied by his entourage, cornered Situ Mingyue within a secluded valley. Upon revealing his affiliation with the Langya sacred ground, numerous Golden Core practitioners from various sects chose to align themselves with Tan Yaoguang. This allegiance equated to a significant endorsement of the sacred ground, and for many smaller sects, this was an opportunity they could hardly refuse. Not only minor sects, but even second-tier sects felt compelled to show deference to the Langya sacred ground. To offend the sacred ground would yield dire consequences. As for the Qingyun sect, despite its ancient prestige, it had fallen into decline. In light of this, Tan Yaoguang amassed over 20 Golden Core practitioners, resolutely determined to capture Situ Mingyue. Confronted by such a formidable force, Situ Mingyue found herself unable to retaliate, fleeing into the valley where she was ultimately trapped. At the moment of crisis, the Xianming robe instinctively shielded her, preventing others from approaching. The Xianming robe, a 5th-grade defensive spirit artifact from the Qingyun sect, elicited a grave expression from Zhang Huan of the Langya sacred ground as he regarded Tan Yaoguang. This indicated that the Qingyun sect had formally recognized Situ Mingyue as a true disciple. Under these circumstances, any harm inflicted upon her would likely have severe repercussions. If Situ Mingyue were merely an ordinary disciple, the Langya sacred ground could act without concern. However, the status of a true disciple was entirely different. Tan Yaoguang's eyes widened as he gazed upon the Xianming robe, contemplating for a moment before decisively proclaiming, "Ignore everything else. Seize her at once. Once I successfully cultivate with her, I shall return to request our ancestors' intervention to marry her. At that time, having the Xianming robe as a bridal gift would be exceedingly advantageous for our Langya sacred ground. Everyone, engage and exhaust the power of the Xianming robe." Under Tan Yaoguang's command, the 20-odd Golden Core practitioners launched their assault. Although the Xianming robe was a formidable 5th-grade defensive spirit artifact, Situ Mingyue, unlike Zhang Yang, could not supply the required spiritual energy. How long could the Xianming robe withstand the onslaught based solely on its inherent power? Zhang Yang, accompanied by Jiang Zhiqiu, scoured the secret realm in search of Situ Mingyue. He approached anyone he encountered to inquire. Some Golden Core practitioners displayed peculiar expressions upon seeing Zhang Yang, as they had heard tales of his possession of several spirit artifacts. No one was immune to the allure of spirit artifacts. However, most dared not provoke Zhang Yang. Others simply shook their heads, claiming ignorance. Zhang Yang encountered another Golden Core practitioner and asked, "Have you seen our Qingyun sect Situ Mingyue?" A female Golden Core practitioner. The practitioner's expression shifted. "I did see members of the Langya sacred ground besieging a female Golden Core practitioner. I cannot say for certain if she is your Situ Mingyue. Thank you, my friend. Once I have resolved my matters, I shall return the favor." Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude and turned to Jiang Zhiqiu. "Follow me." He soared towards the direction of the Golden Core stage, and along the way, he pulled out a stack of talismans, handing them to Jiang Zhiqiu. "When we encounter them, just throw them casually. Do not hold back. To hell with any so-called sacred ground. Fear not the consequences. Let all blame rest upon me." From a distance, he observed over 20 Golden Core practitioners besieging Situ Mingyue, who was now on the brink of collapse, her Xianming robe dimming, clearly struggling to hold her ground. "A pack of scoundrels daring to harm my junior sister," Zhang Yang bellowed, producing a bronze cauldron. "Senior, though you have yet to acknowledge me as your master, I implore you to assist me in rescuing her. For the disciples of Qingyun sect are in peril." He channeled his spiritual energy into the cauldron. In an instant, the bond between him and the bronze cauldron intensified remarkably. The cauldron accepted him as its master. Zhang Yang was overjoyed. He had spent 9 arduous years acquiring this cauldron, which had resisted acknowledging him thus far. They had been at a stalemate for years, and he never anticipated that it would accept him at this moment. Following the acknowledgement of mastery, their connection deepened. And under Zhang Yang's guidance, the cauldron's might became even more formidable. The cauldron, originally over a foot tall, grew to more than 10 feet, exuding an awe-inspiring presence as it descended upon the 20-plus Golden Core practitioners below. Those besieging Situ Mingyue suddenly sensed an anomaly in the air. Looking up, Zhang Huan shouted, "Quickly disperse. It's the refining immortal cauldron of Qingyun sect, renowned for its ability to refine true immortals. It is not to be trifled with." In truth, there was no need for Zhang Huan's warning. The Golden Core practitioners scattered in haste. Tan Yaoguang's eyes burned with resentment as he fled, glancing back at Zhang Yang. "So close. Just a moment more. You wretched fool. Why did you have to come? And how can you command the refining immortal cauldron? Is there no justice left?" He gazed longingly at the nearly captured Situ Mingyue, but had no choice but to retreat. For if he lingered any longer, he would be crushed by the cauldron. Chapter 74. Junior sister, the green tea senior brother, you have finally arrived. Situ Mingyue looked at Zhang Yang, who descended from the sky, a bitter smile gracing her lips before she slumped unconscious. It was no easy feat for her to endure such an onslaught from over 20 golden core practitioners for this long. Although she relied on the Xianming robe and the Xian jade plate, the toll on her mind and spiritual energy was immense. She understood well what fate awaited her in Tan Yaoguang's hands. Would Qingyun's sect truly dare to eliminate Tan Yaoguang if something went awry? At the last moment, seeing Zhang Yang hastening to her aid, she felt a wave of relief. Zhang Yang observed the unconscious Situ Mingyue and the Xianming robe still struggling to maintain its form, and said, "No need to hold on any longer. With me here, she will be fine." Undoubtedly, the Xianming robe had expended a significant amount of energy. While the power of spiritual artifacts was formidable, without sufficient force to unleash their potential, they merely drained their essence. The relentless assault from over 20 golden core practitioners surpassed that of the nascent soul stage, suggesting that the Xianming robe would require considerable time to recover. The spiritual artifact possesses a consciousness of its own. Upon sensing the familiar spiritual implements on Zhang Yang, the Xianming robe retreated back into Situ Mingyue's body. At that very moment, a shadowy figure ascended from the ground and entered Situ Mingyue's form. Zhang Yang, oblivious to the apparition, bent down and lifted Situ Mingyue, carrying her out of the valley. Jiang Zhiqiu hurriedly approached. He had just been pursuing a group of golden core cultivators with the stack of spiritual talismans Zhang Yang had entrusted to him, but fearing for his safety, he had chosen to return. Seeing Situ Mingyue's condition, he anxiously inquired, "Senior brother, how is junior sister?" Zhang Yang furrowed his brow slightly. She must be exhausted. After a good rest, she should be fine. By the way, give her some rainbow fish soup. This soup is a treasure, rich in spiritual energy. It may aid Situ Mingyue. He poured a small bowl of the soup and administered it to her, perhaps due to the infusion of spiritual energy from the soup. Situ Mingyue awoke. She cast a flirtatious glance at Zhang Yang and inquired, "What have you fed me?" As she spoke, her tongue playfully swirled around her lips. Having never witnessed this side of Situ Mingyue before, Zhang Yang felt his heart race, captivated by her sudden allure. Were it not for his composure, he might have succumbed to a fit of passion. He chuckled and presented the pot of soup. "I caught a few fish over several days to make this rainbow fish soup. Do you still want some?" Rainbow fish. Situ Mingyue's eyes widened in astonishment. There are actually rainbow fish in our secret realm? It is said that they only exist in the depths of Yunming's. The last one auctioned fetched over 5 million spirit stones. Zhang Yang let out an exclamation, staring incredulously at the pot of soup. Then this pot must be worth over 10 million spirit stones. He sighed, "But it's already been made into soup. What good are spirit stones now? In your condition, you should manage 2 more bowls. If you refine it well, you'll likely recover," he said somewhat glumly, offering the soup to Situ Mingyue. "Hurry and regain your strength. Then we shall seek vengeance upon those who harmed you. Those who dare confront disciples of the Qingyun sect within its secret realm shall not be spared." This time, he intended to unleash a massacre. Even those sect members with life-preserving privileges would only be granted their lives. Situ Mingyue did not take the soup. Instead, she opened her mouth and reached out to Zhang Yang. "Ah, what are you doing?" he asked, bewildered. "Senior brother, feed me," she said with an innocent gaze. Zhang Yang stared at her in a daze, then suddenly retracted the soup and said nonchalantly, "If you won't eat, then so be it." He couldn't help but feel that Situ Mingyue had suddenly turned into a scheming vixen. As a man pursuing immortality, he ought to remain vigilant around women, let alone try to curry favor with them. Hey, you scoundrel." Situ Mingyue's eyes sparkled with mischief, her expression a mix of surprise and playfulness. "You bully me. I will tell master." "All right then, don't go. I'll drink it," she teased, revealing her playful nature. However, Zhang Yang perceived that Situ Mingyue, a mere green tea, could only be considered a novice among the women he had encountered, unworthy of the esteemed title of Supreme Green Tea. The Supreme Green Tea represents the pinnacle of excellence. Zhang Yang turned to Jiang Zhiqiu, his expression grave, and declared, "Among these golden core practitioners entering our secret realm, there are too many with ulterior motives. From now on, anyone who has previously attacked us shall be met with a death warrant. Eliminate them on the spot." For those without a death warrant, seize their treasures and spatial rings, and drive them towards the spirit lake. If fortune favors us, we might even catch a rainbow fish. Yes, master brother. Zhang Ziqiu nodded vigorously. He was in profound admiration of Zhang Yang, both for his prowess and his unwavering composure. Just moments ago, he had been shaken by Situ Mingyue's subtle maneuvers. Yet their master brother had exhibited no reaction whatsoever. By the way, the junior sister is indeed stunning. Meanwhile, deep within Situ Mingyue's consciousness, a shadowy figure was communicating with her awareness. Little girl, you possess a splendid physique, but lack the skill to wield it. If you learn to conquer men, you will dominate the world. If you heed my counsel, the world shall be yours. Situ Mingyue scoffed. With those feeble tricks of yours, you cannot even handle my master brother, yet you aspire to subjugate others? Though she was unable to control her own body, she had witnessed everything that had transpired. The recollection of her body's actions under the shadow's influence made her blush, yet she found it peculiar that she felt no attraction to her master brother whatsoever. The shadow emitted a disdainful huff. That was merely a warm-up. My true prowess has yet to be revealed. If you fully cooperate and surrender your body to me, I guarantee you will witness my genuine abilities. Otherwise, I will have to suppress you, leading to unforeseen complications. Situ Mingyue regarded the shadow warily. Though I know not what you are, you will not deceive me. The shadow retorted, you foolish girl. Were it not for my search for a successor, would I even deign to notice you? Cease your resistance. I will deal with that boy first, so you may witness my methods. Master brother, my spiritual energy has yet to recover, and you expect me to fight. Situ Mingyue lamented as she gazed at Zhang Yang. I still wish to savor the rainbow fish soup. Do share some with me. I promise, I shall drink it myself this time. Drink it if you wish. Zhang Yang scoffed. Despite his words, he extended a bowl of fish soup towards her. Accompanying a revitalized Situ Mingyue was preferable to bearing a burden. Yet, when he beheld her sipping the soup delicately while occasionally casting flirtatious glances, he felt a pang of discomfort. He mused, has Situ Mingyue been bewitched? How has she transformed so drastically? Chapter 75. The junior sister's bewitchment. Deep within Qingyun's sect, Qinjianzi bore a serious expression, meticulously observing everything within the secret realm scroll. To him, several concealed shadows were fully revealed. These demonic embryos had been deliberately introduced by him, primarily to assess the outcome of the demonic embryos on Zhang Yang's chaotic golden core. Unexpectedly, he had not anticipated that these several demon embryos would emerge within the secret realm. One of the demon embryos had actually ensnared Situ Mingyue. They had officially recognized Situ Mingyue as a true disciple, and now that the demon embryo had latched onto her, he was compelled to take it seriously. Ah! Qinjianzi exclaimed in surprise, realizing that a new development had occurred. On the other side of the secret realm, the more than 20 golden core cultivators, who had just besieged Situ Mingyue under Tan Yaowang's leadership, had gathered once again. Damn it! Our Qingyun sect is truly cursed. Tan Yaowang cursed vehemently. How could they entrust precious spiritual artifacts to golden core cultivators? The minds of the Qingyun sect members must have been deranged. Frustrated, he had initially thought capturing Situ Mingyue would be effortless. After achieving dual cultivation with her, his own realm would ascend rapidly. In that case, he could leverage their successful dual cultivation to marry Situ Mingyue. Yet, unexpectedly, Situ Mingyue was equipped with 2 spiritual artifacts. However, she could only adopt a defensive stance. As they launched their assault, victory seemed within reach, but Zhang Yang unexpectedly arrived with a spiritual artifact in hand. Zhang Yang was capable of wielding spiritual artifacts, forcing them to retreat and regroup for further strategies. Seeing Situ Mingyue, who was almost within his grasp, slip away like this left him feeling deeply aggrieved. Spiritual artifacts are critical treasures for any sect. How could they be entrusted to golden core cultivators? For instance, within their Langia's sacred ground, numerous spiritual artifacts existed. Yet they were all held by those at the nascent soul stage or even the Dao integration stage. Only under exceptional circumstances could a nascent soul cultivator be granted a spiritual artifact, and even then, it would be a singular artifact, a grand favor indeed. Yet, how many spiritual artifacts did Zhang Yang possess? It was even more absurd that the Qingyun sect had entrusted a significant treasure like the alchemy cauldron to Zhang Yang. Such an item would likely be a sect-protecting treasure among first-rate sects. Consequently, Tan Yaowang was not only enraged by Zhang Yang's interference, but also envious of the multitude of treasures Zhang Yang had acquired. In truth, the other golden core cultivators, while envious and resentful, were also left speechless. Did the Qingyun sect not fear that their golden core members would perish outside, losing all those spiritual artifacts? While Tan Yaoguang was cursing incessantly, a shadow suddenly emerged from the ground and entered his body without anyone noticing. As Tan Yaoguang continued his tirade, his body suddenly froze. And he bellowed, "I will not rest until I bring down the Qingyun sect. This time, we must eliminate them. If we join forces again, we can surely overpower them." With so many spiritual artifacts in Zhang Yang's possession, after eliminating him, our sect could each claim one. I only desire Situ Mingwe. I will not contest anything else with you. Will you join me for another charge? Let me tell you, anyone who dares to resist will be my enemy. When I return to the Langya sacred ground, I will ensure that our ancestor seeks trouble with your sect. My ancestor is at the Dao integration stage. Elder Tan Xiushui of Langya sacred ground. Think carefully about the consequences for your sect before you respond. The other sect's golden core cultivators exchanged glances, unsure of how to reply. Two cultivators at the golden core stage from the Langya sacred land frowned as they observed Tan Yaoguang. They suspected that he had perhaps lost his sanity, but given that he had been provoked by the Qingyun sect on 2 consecutive occasions, a psychological breakdown seemed rather plausible. Their thoughts drifted to the spiritual artifacts possessed by Zhang Yang and Situ Mingwe. If they could indeed acquire those artifacts, excitement bubbled within them. Thus, they chose not to obstruct Tan Yaoguang. Under Tan Yaoguang's fierce threats, over 20 golden core cultivators once again united, this time. Driven by the allure of the spiritual artifacts, they revealed a ruthless determination. Apart from their own efforts, they planned to ally with other sects and reach out to more individuals to orchestrate a decisive strike against their adversaries. They split into groups, declaring that all consequences would be borne solely by the Langya sacred land, and following their lead would yield significant benefits. With a ferocious expression, Tan Yaoguang proclaimed that he would personally approach the major sects, including the Bailing sect, to rally them to their cause. He was resolute in his belief that such a multitude of allies could easily subdue the relatively insignificant Qingyun sect. Observing Tan Yaoguang's fierce demeanor, the crowd felt a flicker of excitement. Indeed, if they could gather such a force, they had little to fear from the Qingyun sect. Did this not imply a potential share in the spiritual artifacts? Meanwhile, amidst Zhang Yang's discomfort and Jiang Zhiqiu's envy as he witnessed the affectionate display between Situ Mingwe and Zhang Yang, Situ Mingwe finally finished her bowl of fish soup. It was a small bowl, yet it took her several minutes to consume it. Upon finishing, she playfully stuck out her tongue at Zhang Yang, exclaiming, "I'm done." Jiang Zhiqiu gazed skyward, contemplating whether he should excuse himself for a while. He genuinely could not discern whether there was any genuine affection between the senior brother and junior sister, but witnessing such antics before him felt rather excessive. He resolved to keep his distance whenever they were together, lest he intrude upon their interaction. Zhang Yang's lips twitched. He truly wished to inquire what Situ Mingwe was doing. Yes, he had indeed saved her, but her demeanor suggested an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. Was it really necessary? He felt utterly helpless. "Senior brother, your fish soup is delicious," Situ Mingwe chirped, reaching out to tug at Zhang Yang's sleeve. "Now that I've finished the soup, I feel invigorated." Zhang Yang shrugged off her grasp, coldly retorting, "Let us go? Are you planning to seek vengeance for me? Hearing that makes me quite happy." Situ Mingwe dashed after him, adding, "Senior brother, your silent demeanor is so cool." Zhang Yang was on the verge of breaking down. Was this the behavior of a rational person? How had he not realized that his junior sister possessed such a cunningly charming nature? Had he known, he would have gladly relinquished that 100,000 spirit stones rather than bring Situ Mingwe to the mountain. Suddenly, he caught sight of Li Qi sneaking about, prompting a swift change in his demeanor as he bellowed, "Stop right there." Upon noticing Zhang Yang, Li Qi instinctively wanted to flee. However, the potential consequences of such an action dawned on him, and he could only stand there with a rueful expression. "Your last attempt at distraction was remarkably successful. I have yet to commend you." Zhang Yang's mood lightened considerably. "Now, whom have you contacted this time? Speak the truth, or I may lose my temper. I'm not concerned about how many people you've reached out to. I only care whether you're being honest with me." Li Qi felt a wave of exasperation. He was indeed in communication with others, seeking to conspire against Zhang Yang. How had he been caught in the act? At present, Zhang Yang holds the key evidence in his grasp. What can he do? The moment he releases that evidence, even if he contacts others to assault him, the leaked information would seal his fate. Contemplating this, he had no choice but to recount the entire sequence of events in detail. Goodness! Zhang Yang exclaimed, his eyes widening. You actually have such grand plans, with several sanctuaries and numerous sects joining forces. This is quite an overestimation of my significance. I assent it. Jiang Zhiqiu's expression turned grave as he replied, Senior brother, we may need to momentarily retreat. With so many adversaries, even armed with spiritual artifacts, we are no match for them. The sheer number gathered here is daunting. Situ Mingyue tilted her head, observing Zhang Yang without mischief. Even the demonic offspring was eager to witness how he would navigate the current predicament. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before calmly declaring, Let us bide our time and await their arrival. He turned to Li Qi and instructed, Go inform them that I am here. Let them come and encircle me. Li Qi left with a perplexed expression. Once he had disappeared, Jiang Zhiqiu urged, Senior brother, we must flee. By the time they arrive, we will have already relocated. Zhang Yang chuckled coldly, Flee? We shall dig a pit right here to bury them. Chapter 76. A bloodbath. While Li Qi returned to deliver the message, we hastened to prepare. Zhang Yang directed Jiang Zhiqiu, I possess spiritual artifacts and spirit stones. We can set up a simple formation here. Junior brother Jiang, follow my instructions and bury all the talismans. During his 10 years at the Qingyun sect, he had learned a great deal about formations under Bai Lingzi's tutelage. Although he could not match Bai Lingzi's prowess, using spiritual artifacts as the foundation for the formation, supplemented with ample spirit stones and dozens of talismans capable of delivering a single blow at the Golden Core stage, would surely suffice to take down quite a few Golden Core practitioners. Moreover, while they had spiritual artifacts for protection, those at the Golden Core stage did not. This wave might very well claim numerous lives. The two worked diligently, while Situ Mingyue's eyes flickered with intrigue. Though the demonic offspring appreciated Situ Mingyue's profound path, it felt that Zhang Yang's temperament resonated more with its own desires. If it could capture Zhang Yang, it would be better positioned to conceal its true nature. After much contemplation, the demonic offspring resolved to shift its focus, seeking an opportunity without acting rashly. Meanwhile, Li Qi, shrouded in mystery, approached the others, declaring that Zhang Yang's location had been uncovered. Situ Mingyue likely sustained injuries during the recent ambush. They remain in that canyon. Now, we should all go together to eradicate them, ensuring we seize the spiritual artifacts first. Who wouldn't want such treasures? However, upon seeing a few individuals in the distance engaged in discussion, they hesitated to act impulsively. Such formidable forces belong to several top sects. Should they offend these esteemed factions, their lives would be in grave peril, even upon returning to their own sections. What are you hesitating for? Tan Yawang said impatiently. I have already stated that Zhang Yang possesses the alchemy cauldron, along with the heavenly net and the radiant armor, not to mention other spiritual artifacts. Even if he had no additional artifacts, Situ Mingyue still possesses two. This time, I only desire Situ Mingyue. The rest are of no consequence. Given the reputation of your Wanling sect, you could easily seize the alchemy cauldron. Its significance is beyond question, is it not? Zhou Hao of the Wanling sect, in the Golden Core stage, furrowed his brow. Their primary objective in this venture was to ascertain the conditions of the secret realm, not to confront the Qingyun sect. They had been investigating for several days, acquiring numerous rare treasures, yet the anomalies of the secret realm remained elusive. After all, which secret realm does not harbor rare materials? Senior brother, I believe we should take action, suggested a Golden Core member of the Wanling sect. With so many of us, we can act collectively. Even if we do not reveal our identities, the Qingyun sect would not dare trouble us. Furthermore, if we could secure even one of those spiritual artifacts, it would greatly enhance our sect's foundation. Tan Yawang cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Hao. So you fear exposure? Rest assured, aside from myself, no one here knows your identities as members of the Wanling sect. Conceal your identities. We, the Langya Holy Land, will take the lead. After much persuasion, Zhou Hao finally acquiesced. Very well, our Wanling sect shall partake in this operation, and upon success, the alchemy cauldron shall be ours. Zhou Hao declared earnestly, emphasizing the need to keep their identities concealed. Not a problem. Tan Yawang agreed, leading Zhou Hao and the others into the fray. The others displayed signs of impatience. Uncertain why Tan Yawang sought the involvement of this group, and some even disapproved of Zhou Hao's hesitance. Zhou Hao smiled faintly. During this expedition into the Qingyun sect's secret realm, I have brought a third-tier defensive treasure. Aside from the Qingyun sect members, there should be no one with artifacts of greater rank than mine, correct? At his words, the crowd fell silent. Tan Yaoguang, unfazed, commanded, since we have reached an agreement, let us set forth together to eliminate the Qingyun sect members. With dozens of golden core practitioners under Tan Yaoguang's leadership, they surged towards the valley with formidable resolve. The sheer might of their numbers instilled boundless confidence among them, believing they could overpower Zhang Yang and his companions, even if the Qingyun disciples bore protective artifacts. Stay vigilant. Once we strike, unleash your full strength and afford them no opportunity, Tan Yaoguang commanded. As they drew nearer to the canyon, the group heightened their alertness. They assumed that even if Zhang Yang had defenses, he would be within the valley. Little did they expect that Zhang Yang's formation was set at the valley's entrance. Moreover, Zhang Yang had not previously exhibited any aptitude for formations, leading them to underestimate his capabilities. As the majority of individuals ventured into the realm enveloped by the formation, Zhang Yang, concealed within the gorge, promptly activated the array. The alchemy cauldron trembled violently, absorbing a substantial quantity of spiritual stones contained within, and subsequently transmitting the amassed spiritual energy along the array's intricate patterns. This surge also catalyzed several other spiritual artifacts. Within the entire area of the formation, the spiritual energy escalated dramatically, causing the various artifacts to emanate an imposing aura. At this moment, Tan Yaoguang and his companions discerned the grave situation and urgently shouted, "There's an ambush. Defend yourselves." All present, be they equipped with magical or treasured artifacts, hastily summoned their defensive treasures. This trivial formation is nothing to fear. Charge forth and annihilate them, Tan Yaoguang commanded, pointing towards Zhang Yang. At that precise moment, the talismans concealed within the formation space were activated under the ample spiritual energy. Dozens of talismans unleashed their powers: explosive fire talismans, lightning talismans, and swift wind talismans, all intertwining in chaotic synergy, disrupting the laws of heaven and earth. When the laws of nature were thrown into disarray, it triggered a violent upheaval within the formation space, sending shockwaves throughout a vast area. Amidst a cacophony of thunderous booms, the forces of the torn laws surged towards the dozens of golden core cultivators. Some of these cultivators were silently obliterated within the tempest of laws. Others found themselves reduced to mere halves, their other portions violently propelled away, disintegrated by the force of the laws. Only a scant few, like Zhou Hao who bore protective treasures, remained akin to solitary boats amidst a tumultuous sea, uncertain of when they might be consumed by the storm of laws. Qinjianzi, who had been intently observing the scroll, couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He hastily channeled immense magical power to stabilize the realms depicted in the scroll, preventing it from being torn apart by the laws of nature. Simultaneously, he took on the responsibility of rescuing those who had not signed life and death contracts. Of course, he could only guarantee that the rescued would be alive. As for those left in half forms, he had no obligation to intervene. Given the multitude of individuals conspiring against the Qingyun sect, his restraint in not intervening was already quite gracious. Outside the Qingyun sect, spatial fluctuations continued to emanate. Before the gathered crowd, numerous mutilated and barely living figures, alongside others who, while intact, were drenched in blood, appeared. The elders of the various sects waiting outside were all taken aback, rising in shock. What had transpired to result in such a horrific scene? Chapter 77. The invasion of the demon fetus Qingyun sect's leader. Will you not provide an explanation? Jiang Hegue exclaimed. Upon witnessing the two golden core disciples of the Langya Holy Land missing a hand and a foot, while Tan Yaoguang was reduced to a mere half, he bellowed in fury, "If you Qingyun sect do not offer a satisfactory account, do not blame us, the Langya Holy Land." Many members from various sects glared angrily at the Qingyun sect. Their disciples had entered the secret realm to explore, not to meet their demise. Yet now, an unparalleled calamity had befallen them. Setting aside the matter of rare treasures, the loss of their painstakingly cultivated golden core disciples was a devastating blow. Walingzi stepped forward. Casting a peculiar glance at Jiang Hegue, senior brother asks, "Are you certain that the Langya Holy Land requires an explanation?" Jiang Hegue gazed intently at Walingzi and coldly remarked, "Our sect's disciples have suffered grievously. Should you not provide an explanation? There are so many juniors from various sects who have also been injured to such an extent that their future cultivation may be irrevocably hindered." Did not your Qingyun sect promise to ensure the safety of our disciples? Now, seeing them in such a deplorable state, you owe us all an account. Are you certain? Walingzi continued to inquire. I remind you once more, are you truly in need of an explanation? Should we not first awaken them and ascertain what transpired? He turned to the other sects waiting for clarification and curiously asked, do you also seek answers? As the crowd observed Walingzi's enigmatic demeanor, some grew displeased, feeling that he was leveraging his power to coerce them into submission. However, Jiang Hegui's expression shifted. He sensed an anomaly lurking within Walingzi's words. Yet, what could have caused such a drastic change? Walingzi slowly articulated, reflect carefully on why some emerged unscathed with treasures while these individuals lie in such ruin. If you desire an explanation, I can provide one immediately. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Hegui finally spoke. I firmly believe that, regardless of any issues our disciples may have faced, it is undoubtedly due to your Qingyun sect's negligence that such a situation has arisen. Therefore, you must take responsibility. Walingzi let out a cold laugh. How audacious! If you wish to uncover the truth, then I shall grant you an explanation. With a mere gesture, an image materialized before them, revealing the scene of Tan Yaoguang leading an assault on Situ Mingwe. Subsequently, Zhang Yang appeared and repelled the attackers. The crowd then conspired once more, intent on eliminating Zhang Yang and his companions, ultimately resulting in the current predicament under the array's ambush. Those who had been blaming the Qingyun sect now directed their gazes towards Jiang Hegui. The disciples of the Langya sacred ground actually coerced their sect's disciples to unite against the Qingyun sect. Especially striking was the brazen demeanor of Tan Yaoguang in the footage, which caught everyone's attention. Unbeknownst to them, Tan Yaoguang was under the control of a demonic fetus. They only perceived him as using his Langya sacred ground status to threaten their disciples. The Langya sacred ground is indeed formidable. It lives up to its reputation. A peculiar voice echoed, yet the speaker remained unknown. Clearly, some were hesitant to openly offend the Langya sacred ground. Heh! A cultivator at the nascent soul stage scoffed a few times, stepping forward to awaken his disciple. As soon as he revived his disciple, he delivered a resounding slap across the face. Fool! You were used, and yet remained oblivious. Jiang Hegui felt as though that slap had struck him directly, leaving a burning sensation. He could hardly believe that Tan Yaoguang would commit such an act. The Langya sacred ground's reputation was being dragged through the mud. His anger surged. He had explicitly instructed Tan Yaoguang to prioritize investigating the secret realm and to only deal with Situ Mingwe when the opportunity arose. Why had he disobeyed? Another shocking revelation struck him. Qingyun sect had entrusted so many spirit artifacts to their disciples. Did they truly not fear a repetition of events from decades past? His face was ashen, and he reached out to retrieve the 3 disciples from the Langya sacred ground. Although he was seething with anger, he knew he had to act swiftly to save them. He did not doubt that the Qingyun sect had provided false imagery, for there were still many alive at the Golden Core stage. A simple inquiry would reveal the truth. What he could not fathom was how such a situation had arisen. The cold words of Walingzi pierced the air. The fact that we can rescue them signifies that our Qingyun sect adheres to decorum. Await our visit after this matter is resolved. Does so many targeting the disciples of Qingyun sect truly believe us to be easy prey? The faces of many sects shifted, particularly those of the second and third tier sects, who were gripped by fear. Offending the Qingyun sect now posed a grave concern. Their highest cultivation level was merely at the nascent soul stage, the very strength that remained to guard their sect. How could they withstand the wrath of the Qingyun sect? They cursed those disciples in their hearts, ruminating on countermeasures. At that moment, Jiang Hegui, who was attending to Tan Yaoguang, suddenly felt a vibration from an object on his person, his countenance turning pale. This object had been specifically entrusted to him by the Saint Master, and its tremor indicated a calamitous event had transpired, necessitating an immediate return to the sect. Without delay, he summoned his flying vessel, hurriedly loading the disciples aboard and racing back to the Langya sacred ground. Onlookers presumed that Jiang Hegui fled out of embarrassment, scoffing at him. What a farce! Claiming to be a sacred ground. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, numerous golden core cultivators stood in stunned silence, gazing at the blood-soaked ground and the mangled corpses, their faces ashen. They had never anticipated that the combined might of dozens of golden core practitioners would culminate in such a grim fate. Moreover, the current generation of the Qingyun sect displayed a brutal ferocity in their retaliation. Particularly, Li Qi cast a fearful glance at Zhang Yang. He had initially believed they could vanquish Zhang Yang this time, only to find themselves thwarted once again. Fear had taken root in his heart. He no longer dared to oppose Zhang Yang. The others, too, bore expressions of terror. Those spirit tools were formidable. They required lives to wield. In a concealed corner, a shadow roared towards the heavens. This shadow was the demonic embryo hidden within Tan Yaoguang. When Tan Yaoguang was expelled from the secret realm, the demonic embryo had thought it could escape, only to be forcibly extracted from his consciousness by Qin Jianzi as Tan Yaoguang was cast out. Enraged, the demonic embryo could only roar in fury at Qin Jianzi, powerless to retaliate. In the valley, Zhang Yang, who had just unleashed the full force of his spirit tool to activate the formation, surveyed the outcome with satisfaction. Those who dared to attempt his life must be prepared for the consequences. However, that previous strike had drained a considerable amount of his spiritual energy. He took out some fish soup to replenish his energy, just as a warm body embraced him from behind. "Master brother, you are so impressive." The voice of Situ Mingwe echoed behind him. Zhang Yang, startled by the sudden embrace, stiffened. In that instant, a shadowy figure seized the opportunity to enter his body through Situ Mingwe. Chapter 78. The warmth of the demon embryo in the Qingyun sect, Qingyunzi's expression was exceptionally grave. His entire focus captivated by Zhang Yang. Although the demon embryo had been placed in the secret realm to test Zhang Yang's chaotic golden core, he fervently wished for no mishap to befall him. After painstakingly acquiring such a commendable disciple, particularly one with a chaotic golden core, how could he allow any troubles to arise? Even with his confidence in Zhang Yang's chaotic golden core, he could not afford to be complacent. Should anything go amiss, he would act immediately. Junior sister. Zhang Yang was both astonished and speechless. He wondered if Situ Mingwe had suddenly come alive with the arrival of spring. Initially, she merely spoke, but now she had begun to take action. Suddenly, he felt a violent tremor coursing through his body. Something was directly targeting his golden core. Alarmed, he momentarily disregarded Situ Mingwe, his mind solely concentrated on his golden core. He could expose his golden core to Qingyunzi because he trusted his master implicitly. But what was this thing that dared to assault his golden core? The demon embryo surged into Zhang Yang's body, immediately seeking to imprison his golden core. Having observed Zhang Yang for a considerable time, it recognized the extraordinary depth of his spiritual power. If it did not seize the opportunity to constrain Zhang Yang's golden core while he was still weakened, it would face significant challenges when he regained his strength. In that case, it would have to resort to methods akin to those employed against Situ Mingwe, targeting his sea of consciousness instead. However, from the demon embryo's skirmishes with Situ Mingwe and Zhang Yang, it was evident that Zhang Yang possessed an unwavering resolve, making him a far more formidable opponent than Situ Mingwe. The only feasible approach was to first subdue Zhang Yang's golden core, then devise a means to contend with his physical form, subsequently addressing his sea of consciousness. The demon embryo surged into Zhang Yang's dantians, its demonic soul force aimed at imprisoning his golden core. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, peering within, had already discerned the shadow of the demon embryo. What was this bizarre, shadow-like entity? Moreover, how could it dare to challenge his golden core? He exerted all his strength to operate his golden core, resisting the demon embryo's soul force. However, it appeared that his golden core was not up to the task, offering no resistance and seemingly welcoming the invasion. At that moment, Qingyunzi was equally torn. He had witnessed the demon embryo's attack on Zhang Yang's golden core, yet he was conflicted about whether to capture the demon embryo. He had personally experimented and confirmed that Zhang Yang's chaotic golden core could absorb the power of the Tao. But could this demon embryo's force be consumed? It was rumored that the chaotic golden core was impervious to the power of the Tao, a claim he had validated. Yet a golden core was a cultivator's most vital asset, and even the slightest anomaly could lead to boundless repercussions. While Qingyunzi hesitated, a momentous change unfolded within Zhang Yang's golden core. In response to his resistance, the chaotic golden core could only feebly reciprocate the demon embryo's soul force. Nevertheless, the demon embryo's soul force ultimately invaded the golden core. In its perception, as its soul force penetrated Zhang Yang's golden core, it had yet to imprison Zhang Yang's Tao seed when its soul force abruptly vanished. The magic embryo was perplexed by the situation. For Zhang Yang, as the power of the magic soul entered his golden core, he felt as though his golden core had consumed a potent elixir, not only enlarging slightly, but also achieving a newfound completeness. It was as if he had been waiting for this critical juncture, finally witnessing the transcendence of his golden core. For a moment, Zhang Yang was taken aback. He had initially believed that this strange entity in his dantian was meant to harm him, only to discover it was there to offer warmth instead. In light of this revelation, he decided to cease his resistance. After all, when someone extends warmth, it is impolite to refuse. Upon his acquiescence, the magic soul's power surged swiftly into Zhang Yang's golden core. He felt an overwhelming sensation of comfort, exclaiming, "Ah, this feels fantastic." Under the influence of the magic embryo, Situ Mingyue embraced Zhang Yang tightly. Once the magic embryo vanished, she regained control of her body. Realizing she was holding Zhang Yang, her first instinct was to retreat quickly while explaining, "Senior brother, it wasn't me." However, Zhang Yang's exclamation of pleasure left Situ Mingyue utterly stunned. Her face flushed crimson as she covered her face and fled in embarrassment, unable to face this moment with her senior brother. Nearby, Jiang Zhiqiu observed the entire scene and shook his head in secret, lamenting the impulsiveness of youth, unable to restrain their emotions. He turned away to avoid witnessing what he deemed inappropriate. Meanwhile, Qin Jianzi, who understood the truth, was caught between laughter and tears. When he realized that despite the continuous invasion of the magic soul's power, Zhang Yang showed no discomfort but rather exclaimed in delight, he decided to relinquish concern. It became evident that the chaotic golden core was indeed an extraordinary entity, allowing him to confidently entrust certain matters to Zhang Yang. Within Zhang Yang's dantian, the magic soul's power continuously dissipated into his golden core, and rather than feeling any fear, he grinned with satisfaction. "My golden core has been tainted by my magic soul's power and can no longer function. Now, it is time for me to control his body." In the realm of cultivation, once a golden core is tainted by magic soul power, it becomes incapable of utilizing any spiritual energy, and in severe cases, the cultivator may be rendered a mere shell of their former self, or even descend into the demonic path. This is common knowledge in the cultivation world, and thus the magic embryo felt reassured. Although its magic soul power had diminished significantly, Zhang Yang was now immobile, leaving it unafraid. However, when the magic embryo attempted to leave Zhang Yang's dantian and seize control of his body, it found that Zhang Yang's golden core radiated brilliantly, enveloping the entire dantian. Having come this far, there was no turning back. Zhang Yang had realized the immense benefits this strange entity brought to his golden core. How could he possibly let go? He summoned all his strength to absorb the entity. The magic embryo was astonished. Wasn't the golden core supposed to be tainted? How could it still possess power? To its horror, the golden core began actively devouring its magic soul power, prompting a panicked cry. "What kind of golden core is this? How can you absorb magic soul power? What sort of monster are you?" In a state of sheer terror, the entire magic embryo was consumed by Zhang Yang's golden core. At this moment, deep within the Qingyun sect, a thunderous roar echoed. "My demon embryo has vanished. Little ghost, did you not promise to release my demon embryo? How dare you take action against it? You have no integrity." Accompanying this colossal roar was an immense shadow, shaking the very heavens and earth, as if attempting to overturn everything in its path. Yet, it was akin to a grasshopper trapped in a bottle. No matter how it struggled, it achieved nothing. Above the Qingyun sect, a few white clouds inexplicably appeared. However, the sect remained serene, with gentle breezes blowing, failing to raise any alarms among the onlookers. Qin Jianzi smiled faintly, allowing the enormous demonic shadow to writhe. At this moment, he felt immense joy. Indeed, the Qingyun sect was on the verge of liberation. He too would soon be free. Chapter 79. The beginning of revenge. The demon embryo was composed of the power of the demonic soul, augmented by a thread of consciousness from its original form. The power of the demonic soul was a manifestation of the great Tao, and now, it had been infused into Zhang Yang's golden core, restoring all the spiritual energy he had previously expended in activating the formation. He opened his eyes to find only Jiang Zhiqiu before him and inquired, "Where's my junior sister?" Jiang Zhiqiu was somewhat at a loss for words and responded meaningfully, "Senior brother, sometimes, one should not be too straightforward. When someone is embracing you, is it appropriate to exclaim how enjoyable it is?" Zhang Yang was perplexed. He had merely asked about his junior sister. How was that too direct? Just moments ago, all his thoughts were consumed with the demon embryo, leaving him oblivious to his surroundings and unaware of the situation. Without engaging in further banter, he stated, "Where has she gone?" We must find her and seek our revenge. Jiang Ziqiu gestured towards the direction in which Situ Mingyue had departed, indicating that Zhang Yang should pursue her, while he remained behind, silently waiting. In such a moment, he deemed it prudent not to spoil the atmosphere. In truth, Situ Mingyue had not ventured far. She simply felt too embarrassed to face anyone. During the time the demon embryo had taken control of her, although her actions had been awkward, merely casting flirtatious glances and speaking strangely, when the demon embryo had made physical contact, Zhang Yang had appeared quite satisfied, which had left her feeling utterly mortified. Upon seeing Zhang Yang approach, Situ Mingyue's face flushed crimson, and she turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. Not recovered yet? Zhang Yang asked in surprise. It has been quite some time, and you've even had fish soup. How could recovery be so slow? I have recovered. Situ Mingyue replied sullenly. Then what are we waiting for? Zhang Yang said irritably. Let us seek revenge upon those who signed the death warrant. Spare none but a few. For those who have attacked us but did not sign, seize their spatial rings and magical artifacts, then send them off to fish. Situ Mingyue was speechless. Was this truly her concern at present? Gathering her courage, she looked at Zhang Yang and said, Senior brother, it was not me before, nor did I wish to embrace you. Zhang Yang chuckled. I had suspected as much. There was a strange entity controlling you. That entity even attempted to control me, but I dealt with it. He reassured her. My dear junior sister would never suddenly turn into a green tea. With all misunderstandings resolved, he felt at ease. Situ Mingyue turned to Zhang Yang, questioning if this matter was truly settled. Zhang Yang retorted, Is there still an issue? It was merely an embrace. What significance does it hold? No. Situ Mingyue shook her head, feeling a tinge of discontent. Why did it seem that the matter she deemed important held no weight for her senior brother? Did he truly perceive her actions as frivolous? Let us go seek revenge. Follow me, Zhang Yang urged once more. Oh, Situ Mingyue rose to her feet, momentarily suppressing her unease. Upon locating Jiang Ziqiu, the trio set forth to search the secret realm for all those within. Stop, Zhang Yang shouted as he spotted a fleeing golden core cultivator. However, at the sound of his voice, the individual hastened their escape. Enlightened by this, Zhang Yang unleashed the binding immortal rope, sending it soaring towards the fleeing cultivator, ensnaring him tightly. Upon bringing the individual closer, Zhang Yang queried with irritation. Aren't you Chang Yuan, who partook of my fish soup? Why are you running? It was you who instructed us to ambush you. You cannot hold us accountable. Chang Yuan lamented, his face drawn in despair, fearing Zhang Yang might renege on his promise. So many had perished, some even in a dismembered state. Had they not sensed the anomaly, they might have charged forth and shared the same fate within the formation. Faced with such circumstances, how could they not be terrified? Rest easy. Since I have vowed to let you go, you shall remain unharmed, Zhang Yang assured earnestly. However, the others are doomed. Inform me of their whereabouts. I know a few have fled to the other side of the mountain. They dare not provoke you further and are preparing to hide until the secret realm reopens. Chang Yuan divulged. Zhang Yang waved his hand. All right, you may depart. Continue to gather intelligence for me. We shall spare no one who has taken action against us. You four are perhaps the only fortunate ones this time. After releasing Chang Yuan, Zhang Yang and the others hastened towards the mountain within the secret realm. The peak towered over 100 zhang, adorned with jagged rocks and numerous caves, making the search for hidden individuals exceedingly challenging. For 2 days, the trio scoured the area without a trace. Zhang Yang, growing increasingly exasperated, inquired, Master, where have these individuals concealed themselves? Qin Jianzi fell silent. As a prominent cultivator, personally seeking out individuals was rather unbecoming, was it not? Master, we have been wronged at our very doorstep, and yet you remain silent? Zhang Yang expressed his frustration. Were it not for our capabilities, my junior sister might have already faced ruin, and even you, my most cherished disciple, could have been slain by a coalition of golden core cultivators. All sects across the realm perceive our Qingyun sect as easy prey. If we do not retaliate with sufficient force, they will continue to audaciously overstep their bounds. This time, I must ensure they remember not to provoke me lightly. If they do, I will undoubtedly topple them. Quickly, reveal to me where they are hiding. Rest assured, those who have not signed their death warrants shall not be harmed. I guarantee their safe passage, he added. Beside him, Situ Mingyue scoffed. What do you mean by nearly facing ruin? After a brief pause, Qin Jianzi decisively disclosed the locations of those within the secret realm who had targeted the disciples of Qingyun sect. In recent years, he found himself ensnared within the confines of the Qingyun sect, rendered immobile. Coupled with the inherent issues of the sect, many individuals indeed regarded it with disdain. This time, the audacity of numerous sects uniting to eliminate the disciples of the Qingyun sect within its own secret realm incensed him. Furthermore, the chaos golden fruit possessed by Zhang Yang could indeed resolve the troubles plaguing the Qingyun sect. What reservations could he possibly harbor? It was time for the Qingyun sect to demonstrate to the world what a grand ancient sect truly embodied. With Qin Jianzi's intelligence, Zhang Yang felt a newfound confidence. He approached the entrance of a concealed cave, expertly disguised, where one would scarcely discern its presence without diligent examination. Do not presume that hiding here will shield you from my grasp. Come forth, Zhang Yang bellowed at the cave entrance. If you do not emerge, I shall obliterate this entire cavern. Inside the cave, members of the Wanling sect, led by Zhou Hao, were taken aback. How could their impeccable hiding place be discovered? During the battle in the valley, they had narrowly escaped thanks to their third-grade treasure's protection. Yet they were acutely aware that failing to eliminate the Qingyun sect's members would inevitably invite retaliation. Thus, they had set aside their exploration of the secret realm to find a cave and concealed themselves with secretive spells. Yet, despite their efforts, they were found. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Hao finally stepped forward, his demeanor stern as he addressed Zhang Yang. You cannot afford to offend us. It would be wise to refrain from any hostilities. Since we have suffered no losses, why not simply let this matter rest? How dare you? Zhang Yang retorted. His fury ignited. He brandished the alchemy cauldron, declaring, surrender all your spatial rings and treasures, and seal your golden pills. Otherwise, while we of the Qingyun sect may promise you a path of escape, any deficiencies in your compliance could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 80. I am Zhang. The arrogant Zhang. Zhang Yang seethed with anger. This group had inexplicably conspired to ambush him, and now, upon being countered, they sought to dismiss the matter? He activated the alchemy cauldron, intent on exerting overwhelming dominance. Zhou Hao and the others were visibly shaken. They had not anticipated such brazen and uncouth behavior from Zhang Yang. Fear surged through them as Zhou Hao shouted, "We are members of the Wanling sect. You have already offended the Langya sacred land. Should you further provoke us, the Qingyun sect may well face annihilation." Wanling sect? Zhang Yang turned to C2 Mingyue. His knowledge of the world had been woefully inadequate over the years. Gleaned sporadically from Qin Jianzi and others, he had never heard of the Wanling sect before. C2 Mingyue's expression shifted gravely as she stated, "The Wanling sect is also a premier sect, its strength rivaling that of the Langya sacred land." Zhou Hao retorted with a scoff. "Our Wanling sect surpasses the Langya sacred land, for we possess ancestors in the late tribulation stage, some of the strongest experts in the realm. You Qingyun sect are limited to the harmonization realm, whereas we have numerous practitioners at that level. Should you dare to act against us, we could easily subdue the Qingyun sect with just a few of our harmonization realm members. Thus, I advise you to tread carefully. Brother, we must indeed exercise caution." Jiang Zhiqiu interjected, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Zhang Yang furrowed his brows, gazing at Zhou Hao. "Your Wanling sect is so formidable, yet you shamelessly come to participate in our secret realm?" Zhou Hao, filled with indignation, retorted loudly, "Do you think I want to be here? If it were not for the orders of our ancestral master to investigate your secret realm, I wouldn't bother coming to such a destitute place." He felt wronged. They had entered without discovering anything, and had even been beaten. Zhang Yang paused, pondering whether there was indeed something amiss in the Qingyun sect's secret realm. What were they investigating? He acknowledged the strength of the Wanling sect, which currently overshadowed the Qingyun sect. However, it was not in his nature to simply let things go after being attacked. Coldly, he declared, "I shall say this once more, surrender your spatial rings. Leave all your magical artifacts behind, and seal your golden cores. If I am forced to act, I cannot guarantee your physical integrity. I will count to 3. If you do not comply with my instructions, I shall take action. 1. Are you truly courting disaster, Qingyun sect?" Zhou Hao could hardly believe it. 2. You are utterly unreasonable and extremely foolish. When calamity strikes, you will regret it. 3. Do not resist, we surrender. As the refining immortal cauldron loomed larger with a terrifying pressure, the group dared not persist. One by one, they reluctantly relinquished their spatial rings and magical artifacts, sealing their dantians and surrendering. "You have been given a chance, yet you remain unrepentant." Zhang Yang scoffed, reinforcing the restrictions on their dantians. I hold no grievance against you. Yet you encircle and attempt to slay me, threatening me with your sect. I am curious to see just how shameless your Wanling sect can be. How could the Wanling sect dispatch such formidable beings for a mere matter involving a few disciples? He doubted their audacity. After subduing Zhou Hao and his companions, Zhang Yang turned to Jiang Zhiqiu and instructed, "Take these individuals to the edge of the spirit lake and wait for me, but do not draw too close. Remain there to guard them until I have captured everyone, and then we shall deal with them together." A shiver ran down Jiang Zhiqiu's spine as he realized the elder brother intended to use these people as bait. He had thought himself ruthless enough as a rogue cultivator. But his elder brother appeared even more fearsome. Remembering the taste of rainbow fish, he eagerly escorted Zhou Hao and the others to the lakeside. Once Zhang Yang watched Jiang Zhiqiu depart, he instructed Situ Mingwei, "Collect these spatial rings. We shall proceed to locate the next batch." It was the first time Situ Mingwei had witnessed this side of Zhang Yang, and she was somewhat astonished. She had initially thought the establishment of the Qingwei Chamber of Commerce and the Qingyuan revealed his true nature, only to discover this decisively ruthless aspect. In the days that followed, Zhang Yang captured all 12 individuals who had besieged them, including several who had allied with the Langya Sacred Land to attack Situ Mingwei. Among these 12, 8 had not signed a life-and-death contract. "You are fortunate. Your lives have been spared," Zhang Yang remarked coolly regarding Zhou Hao and the other 8. "I hope you remember me from this day forth. My name is Zhang Yang, boastful Zhang, soaring and unrestrained Yang. In the future, when opposing me, be sure to contemplate carefully." After finishing his words, he decisively cast the 4 golden elixir practitioners who had signed their death warrants directly into the lake. The golden elixir practitioners, whose dantians had been sealed, were reduced to the status of ordinary individuals. The 4 of them floundered momentarily in the spiritual lake before sinking beneath the surface. Zhou Hao and the others turned pale, utterly astonished that practitioners at the golden elixir stage could be drowned so ruthlessly. In that instant, Zhang Yang had ascended to the level of a demonic lord in their minds. Their fear intensified when, before the 4 golden elixir practitioners could even reach the bottom, several massive creatures surged forth from the depths and devoured them. They could no longer maintain their previous arrogance. "You 8, sit by the lake obediently. No one is allowed to move," Zhang Yang commanded the 4 golden elixir practitioners. Subsequently, he, along with Jiang Zhiqiu and Situ Mingwei, concealed themselves. Having never witnessed such a scene, Situ Mingwei inquired, "Elder brother, why are we hiding?" "Fishing," Zhang Yang replied, his gaze fixed intently on the lake's surface, where rainbow fish resided, fond of consuming practitioners. "I have managed to catch 2. Let's see if I can catch another." Situ Mingwei's eyes widened in astonishment at Zhang Yang's audacity. However, recalling how this group had collaborated with Tan Yaoguang to encircle and attack her, she felt that using Tan Yaoguang as bait would be most fitting. Observing Zhang Yang's every move, Qin Jianzi shook his head continuously. "No wonder I took this brat as my disciple. He truly possesses a temperament akin to mine. My Qingyuan sect should have a disciple like him to maintain order." His gaze shifted toward the mountains, a chill in his eyes. The Wanling sect and the Langya Holy Land had not only abducted disciples from Qingyuan sect, but were now investigating their secret realm as well. Once this secret realm was opened and matters within Qingyuan sect were arranged, he would venture out and make his presence known. He would ensure the world recognized that although Qingyuan sect had few disciples, it was formidable nonetheless. In the depths of the spiritual lake, crimson shadows darted about, their fierce gazes fixated on the delectable group by the shore. They had already lost 2 brothers and could not afford to be deceived again. Yet, they found themselves unable to resist the temptation. Especially upon seeing the 8 individuals sitting motionless, their hearts swelled with rage and envy. It was as if they were being openly baited. The crimson shadows writhed restlessly, yet they refrained from taking action. As Zhang Yang noted the impending closure of the secret realm, he too felt a twinge of frustration. These rainbow fish did not seem particularly dull. Why were they not biting? Suddenly, the spiritual lake erupted in waves, and a flurry of crimson shadows surged amid the tumultuous waters, the waves growing increasingly ferocious. The rainbow fish had appeared. However, this time, it was not just 1 or 2 but dozens. Leading the charge was a vibrant, dolphin-like fish, its eyes gleaming with malice, accompanied by a swarm of rainbow fish, crashing toward the group on the shore. "Wow!" Zhang Yang exclaimed in astonishment. He had intended to fish. But now there were so many. Elder brother, hurry. They're coming. So many. C2 Mingwei excitedly pointed at the lake's surface. Foolish girl, run. Zhang Yang, rendered speechless, seized C2 Mingwei and turned to flee. A mere ordinary rainbow fish could confront the golden core stage, with so many rainbow fish and of such size. Staying behind was tantamount to courting death. Chapter 81. Face stomping and friction. C2 Mingwei was somewhat bewildered. She thought they had already caught the rainbow fish. So why flee? She had only heard tales of the rainbow fish and had no true understanding of their terror. It wasn't until Zhang Yang dragged her far away that she regained her senses. Let go of me. C2 Mingwei glared at Zhang Yang, her mind racing with thoughts. Zhang Yang released her, equally astonished by the unexpected catch of such a multitude of fish, which had caused a chaotic disturbance. Moreover, he doubted the credibility of Li Qi's claims about the rainbow fish being merely 3 feet long. The largest among them was certainly much longer. These rainbow fish did not seem so naive, and it would likely prove challenging to catch them in the future. Zhang Yang shook his head. He had initially intended to catch one more, but realizing the opportunity was lost, he decided to prepare for their departure from the secret realm. The time for the secret realm's opening was coming to an end, and others had nearly all exited. Their Qingyun sect had adhered to their promise, with 3 golden cores being the last to leave. Amidst the shifting space, Zhang Yang, C2 Mingwei, and Jiang Zhiqiu materialized before the gates of the Qingyun sect. At that moment, Zhang Yang noticed Zhou Hao and the others. Their faces were ashen. Upon seeing Zhang Yang and his companions emerge, they were filled with both rage and fear. They had been unaware of Zhang Yang's intentions at the lake until the last moment. Realizing they had been utilized as bait for fishing, they were disciples of the Wanling sect, true prodigies, yet reduced to mere fishing tools. In that instant, they regarded Zhang Yang as a demon disguised in human skin. Meeting the gazes of Zhou Hao and the others, Zhang Yang offered a cold smile. He intended for everyone to understand that those who dared to act against him would face his relentless retaliation. For this purpose, he was untroubled by the infamy he might incur. Ling Yunzi announced, the opening of the Qingyun sect's secret realm has concluded. Should there be another opportunity in the future, we will notify everyone. What? Su Mingyang exclaimed. The secret realm has closed? Why has only one of our sect's golden cores emerged? Where are the others? Several members from various sects echoed similar cries, as they too had not seen their disciples return. In truth, they understood well what had transpired. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, they realized their defeat. Even from the outcomes of a few individuals from the Langya sacred land, they recognized their schemes had failed. Their outcry was a deliberate attempt to leverage the collective power of many sects present, hoping to trouble the Qingyun sect. Ling Yunzi sneered. Before entering the secret realm, I warned you that it had not opened for many years, and it was fraught with peril. Our Qingyun sect had initially intended to ensure the safety of your disciples, but you willingly signed a waiver relinquishing that responsibility. Thus, their fates rest solely upon you. If you are truly that foolish, let me be blunt. Your disciples are either dead or trapped within the secret realm. Do you understand? Su Mingyang was consumed by fury as he bellowed. Numerous disciples from our sects have perished at the hands of your Qingyun sect. You must provide us with an explanation, otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Our talented disciples have met their demise merely to enter your sect's secret realm, and you are obligated to compensate us. The other allied sects echoed his demands for reparations. Meanwhile, those sects uninvolved in the fray stood by, observing with peculiar expressions. Their disciples having emerged unscathed from the secret realm, which yielded a plethora of rare resources. Such treasures are of immense value to any sect. As Tianxian sect and others united against Qingyun sect, the onlookers were keenly aware that should an opportunity arise to benefit from the chaos, they would not let it slip by. Thus, they remained, watching the unfolding drama. Ling Yunzi regarded Su Mingyang and the others with a cold gaze, inquiring, what sort of compensation do you seek? Su Mingyang flashed a grin, revealing his white teeth. Does your Qingyun sect not possess an abundance of spirit artifacts? Our sect has lost 2 gifted disciples. 2 spirit artifacts would suffice as compensation. No sooner had he spoken than he was propelled into the air. With a sharp crack, Qinjianzi, clad in a blue robe, planted one foot upon Su Mingyang's face, grinding it mercilessly into the ground. Leaning down to scrutinize Su Mingyang, he asked indifferently, compensation? What compensation do you desire? The last time you visited Qingyun sect, I was tempted to strike you, and now you dare to re-emerge. believing my temper to be limitless? The onlookers were utterly astounded. Su Mingyang was undeniably at the Yuanshan realm, yet here he was, not only struck, but also trampled underfoot. The significance of being so easily subdued by a figure of the He Dao realm was not lost on anyone present. Who would dare to act defiantly in the presence of such power? Zhang Yang stepped forward, pointing at the most vociferous claimants. Master, it is they who demanded compensation. They were the loudest just now. The faces of the Yuanying and Yuanshan realm disciples from various sects drained of color as they fervently shook their heads, exclaiming, "It wasn't us. We said no such thing. Please, do not misrepresent us." Zhang Yang's sudden outburst left Qin Jianzi speechless. He intended to intimidate a Yuanshan realm disciple, not to annihilate all present. Lowering his gaze to the subdued Su Mingyang, he coldly remarked, "Do not presume that I am unaware of your underhanded schemes. I simply find it beneath me to engage with you. Should I choose to retaliate, you would not endure the consequences." Su Mingyang, silenced beneath Qin Jianzi's foot, did not respond. Not out of true fortitude, for as a Yuanshan realm cultivator, he possessed the courage to resist. However, he lamentably discovered that he was utterly immobilized, unable to summon even a fraction of his spiritual power, akin to an ant pinned beneath a finger, his fate resting entirely in another's hands. He deeply felt the immense disparity between himself and Qin Jianzi, which filled his heart with an overwhelming sense of desolation. They were still contemplating schemes against the Qingyun sect. How could they possibly contend with that? Return at once and summon the Tianxian Taoist to the Qingyun sect for an explanation. Otherwise, there would be no reason for your Tianxian sect to remain on this continent. Qin Jianzi cast a detached glance at Su Mingyang before finally releasing his foot. Finally liberated, Su Mingyang was unable to utter even a courteous remark and instantly took flight, too embarrassed to remain. Moreover, he sensed from Qin Jianzi's words that they were acquainted with the founder of the Tianxian sect. The Tianxian sect was indeed established by the Tianxian Taoist. Qin Jianzi snorted coldly before addressing the troublesome sects, stating calmly, "You would do well to reflect on your actions." Then, he abruptly vanished from sight. Those sects singled out by Qin Jianzi broke into a cold sweat, hastily nodding and bowing before fleeing in panic. Meanwhile, those who had refrained from intervening secretly rejoiced, grateful that they had not exposed themselves. Otherwise, they too would have faced humiliation. One by one, they expressed their gratitude to the Qingyun sect before turning to leave. In truth, although these sects had paid to participate in the Qingyun sect's secret realm, the treasures they acquired from it were well worth the cost. Logically, their thanks were warranted. However, in the absence of Qin Jianzi, this matter had been altogether forgotten. Upon seeing Qin Jianzi, many began to reconsider their affiliations with the Qingyun sect. With the departure of others, Situ Haonan also came to bid farewell. He no longer harbored concerns for his daughter's safety. His thoughts were now solely on the membership card. After paying the final installment and obtaining 1,000 membership cards, Situ Haonan eagerly returned to the Yunting Empire to promote the membership card model. Chapter 82. The summary report of the practitioners at the entrance of the Qingyun sect. The members were exhilarated to witness Qin Jianzi take action personally, effortlessly overpowering a figure at the Yuanshan realm, which elicited boundless excitement among them. In fact, even Lin Jianzi and others felt a surge of enthusiasm. Their senior brother had not made a move in decades, and his skills had grown increasingly profound. Bai Yunzi could hardly contain her laughter. Bai Linzi glanced at Bai Yunzi, her eyes reflecting admiration. After all, he was their esteemed senior brother. His charisma remained undiminished. "Master is truly formidable," Situ Mingwei exclaimed to Zhang Yang. The last time Qin Jianzi had intervened from a distance, he had faced the Filong army, which, despite its numbers, consisted solely of Foundation establishment practitioners. This time, however, he was up against a Yuanshan realm opponent. A figure at the Yuanshan realm was already a master-level individual of a second-rate sect. Yet he was so easily subdued by her master without so much as a sound. Even Zhang Yang was delighted, having not anticipated that this seemingly youthful elder could strike with such decisiveness. When would he ever possess such strength to trample a Yuanshan realm expert? In contrast, the Foundation establishment disciples remained largely unfazed, as they had little experience with the Yuanshan realm and thus did not feel the shock of the situation. Certainly, they remained exhilarated, having witnessed their master effortlessly overpowering the experts from rival sections. "Very well, let us return to the mountain," Lin Jianzi remarked with a smile. Signaling the conclusion of the secret realm's events, and the commencement of earnest cultivation for all. Wait a moment, Zhang Yang called out, seizing the opportunity to address the crowd. The members, poised to depart, halted in their tracks. It is unnecessary for the few senior uncles, but every other disciple must take a moment to reflect on our recent endeavor, Zhang Yang stated gravely. All of you who entered the secret realm are required to compose a summary report detailing your observations from this experience. The process of ideological education must continue. Do we also need to write? Situ Mingyue and Jiang Zhiqiu exchanged glances, bewildered by the notion of writing a report in the pursuit of immortality. Indeed, Zhang Yang insisted with seriousness. Jiang, as the mayor of Qingyun Town, you have additional responsibilities. You witnessed firsthand the various sects converging upon Qingyun Town and the subsequent pursuit within the secret realm. Thus, I trust you have much to reflect upon. And Mingyue, were you not affected by the siege at the hands of the myriad practitioners from the Langya sacred land? Shouldn't we diligently summarize such experiences? Moreover, other foundational disciples, are you not aware of how the other sects have treated us? Even if you did not enter the secret realm, you observed the bullying we endured, did you not? Why did they fall silent after our master intervened? Shouldn't these events provide you with some profound insights? Therefore, each of you must write. Submit your reports to me in 7 days. Those who fulfill this task will receive merit points within the sect, and future benefits will be promptly awarded to you. Conversely, failure to complete this assignment will result in deductions. Those with low scores should refrain from complaining about missed opportunities, for it is your own lack of diligence that has led to this predicament. Now, quickly return to the mountain and complete your tasks. The foundational disciples began their ascent. Having been under Zhang Yang's guidance for over 6 months, they had grown accustomed to his sudden imposition of tasks. Situ Mingyue and Jiang Zhiqiu, however, found themselves somewhat unsettled. Fortunately, Mingyue had written a report once before, granting her a modicum of experience, while Jiang Zhiqiu had yet to undertake such an endeavor and felt quite lost. Nevertheless, this journey into the secret realm had unveiled a different facet of their senior brother, fostering a newfound admiration within them. With the assignments delegated, Zhang Yang was about to share fish soup with a few senior uncles when Qinjianzi's voice rang out. You rascal, come here. Master, I am coming. Zhang Yang responded eagerly. Approaching Qinjianzi. Upon arrival, he promptly presented a bowl of rainbow fish soup. Here, master, have some. I saved portions for the other senior uncles as well. Alas, I regret not catching more. Qinjianzi chuckled. You are quite filial. After all, he had sealed the spiritual lake within the secret realm. How could he not be aware of the rainbow fish? However, he was no longer a person who craved mere indulgences. These matters were meant for the younger generation of the Qingyun sect. What pleased him was that Zhang Yang had benefited and still reserved some for them. This disciple was indeed considerate. He couldn't help but reflect on his previous 2 disciples, sighing inwardly at the stark differences among individuals. Master, you flatter me. It is only right that I respect those who treat me well. Zhang Yang chuckled, having been nurtured by the cultural influences of another realm. He held great filial piety towards several elders. Naturally, the elders treated him well in return. The unneeding Qinjianzi accepted the fish soup that Zhang Yang offered, and after savoring it, inquired, Have you finally recognized the alchemy cauldron as your own? Zhang Yang grinned, though this esteemed elder can be quite stubborn. He looked after me when I faced danger, which led to his acknowledgement. You. Qinjianzi shook his head in exasperation. They had lost many spiritual artifacts to Zhang Yang. Yet these artifacts possessed their own spirits, requiring the spirit's acceptance for ownership. Given Zhang Yang's limited strength, it was impossible for him to command such spirits. However, this lad had taken an unconventional path, tirelessly engaging with those spirits, persistently communicating with them day after day. Qinjianzi and the others observed this determination. Initially believing that Zhang Yang would soon give up, to their astonishment, he persevered for over a decade. After 10 years of relentless effort, he truly managed to persuade many spirits to accept him as their master. Such endurance and unwavering resolve left Qinjianzi and his companions in awe. Upon reflection, who else could engage a lifeless object in conversation for a decade without weariness? This steadfastness of Zhang Yang's heart earned him the recognition of Qinjianzi and the others, which was also why they overlooked his appropriating the spiritual artifacts. The alchemy cauldron was the life-bound artifact of a patriarch from 1700 years ago, who had nearly ascended to the celestial realm. Qinjianzi reminded Zhang Yang that this patriarch had grand aspirations to evolve the artifact into a celestial instrument, yet ultimately failed. Over the past millennium, very few had managed to claim the cauldron as their own. Its acceptance of Zhang Yang as its master was, on one hand, a sign of affection, and on the other, a testament to its regard for him. He must not disappoint it. Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled as he laughed heartily. Rest assured, Master, I will not let it down. In the future, I will evolve it into a celestial artifact, giving it the honor it deserves as the true alchemy cauldron. The alchemy cauldron, sensing Zhang Yang's intentions, trembled slightly before returning to tranquility. Qin Jianzi nodded slightly, and after a moment, asked, "What impressions do you have from this expedition into the secret realm?" Zhang Yang was taken aback. He was still asking others for summary reports, and to his surprise, he too was to submit one. Truly, what a turn of fate. Chapter 83. The indomitable will to annihilate me. This expedition into the secret realm has revealed to me the relentless ambitions of various sections. With a serious expression, Zhang Yang delivered his oral report to Qin Jianzi, noting how the decline of the Qingyun sect had sparked hope in many smaller sects, all of whom sought to carve a share of the Qingyun sect for themselves. Moreover, the formidable sects such as the Langya Sacred Land and the Wailing sect have inexplicably become involved, compelling us to remain vigilant. Qin Yunzi's expression was somewhat peculiar. His inquiries did not pertain to these matters, yet since Zhang Yang had broached the topic, he decided to listen. Zhang Yang recounted his experiences and observations within the secret realm, intertwining them with his insights, discussing the reforms needed for the Qingyun sect from various perspectives. Ultimately, he remarked, "This expedition into the secret realm has laid bare some of the Qingyun sect's shortcomings before the eyes of the world. Had it not been for Master S' timely intervention, we would have faced significant disputes by now. However, Master S' intervention also has its drawbacks, as it has allowed other sects to thoroughly ascertain our strength. Should Master S' cultivation not advance in the near future, or if several of our elders fail to break through, we could find ourselves in grave peril when these sects attack again. Therefore, the pressing priority is for Master and the elders to enhance their cultivation. I propose that we allocate the resources we have obtained to fully support your breakthroughs, regardless of the expenses involved." Qin Yunzi scrutinized Zhang Yang and shook his head, declaring, "You are far more suited to be the sect leader than I am. Do not concern yourself with the sect's issues for the time being. However, your point regarding the need for your elders to advance is indeed valid. They have dawdled for far too long and must now exert effort to make progress. What I truly wish to inquire about is the peculiar entity you encountered in the secret realm. What are your thoughts on it? How has it affected you?" "It's marvelous." Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Qin Yunzi gazed intently at Zhang Yang. "Marvelous, you say?" With enthusiasm, Zhang Yang responded, "Master, you cannot fathom the extent of its assistance to me. Upon entering my body, it sought to control my golden core. Unfortunately, I possess a blank golden core devoid of any embryonic form of the great Tao, rendering it incapable of exerting influence. Subsequently, this strange entity was devoured by my golden core. After this consumption, I sensed that the power of my golden core had increased by at least 10%. If I were to acquire a few more of such entities, my golden core might well cultivate an embryonic form of the great Tao, enabling me to harness the power of the Tao." Qin Yunzi felt somewhat speechless. He had been concerned that Zhang Yang might harbor other intentions regarding the demonic embryo, only to discover that his sole desire was to consume it. He recalled how Zhang Yang had previously used golden core cultivators as bait for fishing and could not help but smile bitterly, pondering how this lad operates beyond conventional reasoning. "That is a demonic embryo," Qin Yunzi said slowly. "It is a creation formed by the power of demonic souls wielded by formidable practitioners of the demonic path. It can ensnare the minds of cultivators, corrupt their physiques, and even usurp the bodies of ordinary individuals." Zhang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "I wondered why my junior sister seemed so peculiar. I thought it was merely the arrival of spring, but it turns out she was under the control of a demonic embryo. This is dire. The fact that the demonic embryo lingered on her body means it could have tainted her physique. Moreover, why have I not sensed any signs of contamination in my own body? Master, could you perhaps investigate?" Qin Jianzi casually remarked, "You have not even formed the embryonic shape of the great Tao. If he wishes to corrupt you, there is nothing you can do about it." Zhang Yang clapped his hands and exclaimed joyfully, "I always said there are no utterly useless golden pills. From certain perspectives, I believe that a blank golden pill is even more useful than a Taoist golden pill." Qin Jianzi coughed twice and nodded, saying, "Indeed, you are correct. As for your junior sister, there is no need for concern. her body has not been tainted by the demonic fetus. After all, the purpose of that demonic fetus was not to corrupt her body. Moreover, the Xianyin Dao seed is not easily corrupted. Then I can rest assured. Zhang Yang said curiously, Master, why is there a demonic fetus in our secret realm? Its origins must be quite extraordinary, right? Qin Jianzi fell silent for a moment, not directly answering Zhang Yang's question, but instead inquired, Zhang Yang, do you think our Qingyun sect is impoverished? Zhang Yang chuckled and replied, Master, if we consider wealth in terms of spirit stones and other riches, I believe no sect in the world is poorer than the Qingyun sect. However, in terms of spiritual artifacts and assets, few can rival our wealth. Of course, I refer to the past. After my reforms, the Qingyun sect will become increasingly affluent in terms of finances. Qin Jianzi smiled and continued, for a sect that has inherited for 5,000 years. Do you not find it astonishing that it is so impoverished? I find your management capabilities quite perplexing. Zhang Yang said candidly. You little rascal. Qin Jianzi laughed, pointing at himself and asking, how old do you think I am? Zhang Yang scrutinized Qin Jianzi for a few moments before hesitantly responding. Based on the history of the Qingyun sect, Master, you must be at least 300 years old. However, there is not a trace of age visible on you. So I cannot guess how old you truly are. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he hurriedly asked, Master, have you encountered some misfortune? Is your lifespan nearing its end? He felt as though Qin Jianzi was preparing to impart his final wishes. Qin Jianzi's expression darkened in an instant, and he retorted with irritation, if you do not cultivate diligently, even if you perish, I will not. What nonsense are you thinking about all day? Among all my disciples, you are the most exasperating. I do not even know why I took you as my apprentice. You constantly disturb my Tao heart, and if this continues, I might lose a few years off my life. Zhang Yang quickly said, Master, please do not be angry. Your realm is high, and your lifespan is long. Losing a few years is no concern. But I feel something is amiss in your words today. What exactly do you wish to convey? Qin Jianzi shot a few glances at Zhang Yang and shook his head helplessly. I have lived for over 900 years. 300 years ago, I accepted your uncle and a few others as disciples into the sect. A century ago, I took in 2 more disciples. You little brat, do you think someone who has lived for so long truly cannot manage a sect? Even if I am not as adept at making money as you, I should not be reduced to the point of having only 100 spirit stones left, right? Why is that? Zhang Yang inquired, genuinely puzzled. He was certain that these elders were incompetent in management, but he felt that anyone capable of reaching the nascent soul stage and the Tao realm should possess sufficient intelligence. Qin Jianzi slowly replied, because we are all too occupied. Each of us has a significant duty to fulfill, leaving little room for distraction in the pursuit of wealth. Particularly for me, leaving the Qingyun sect is not a trivial matter. This very circumstance has led to the current state of the Qingyun sect. Zhang Yang, taken aback, hurriedly inquired, what exactly has transpired within the Qingyun sect? He suddenly recalled that Lin Jianzi had mentioned a monumental upheaval a millennium ago, and promptly asked, is it related to that event from 1,000 years past? What truly occurred? Chapter 84. The true Qingyun sect. The decline of the Qingyun sect from a premier sect to its present state is intricately linked to the cataclysmic event that transpired a millennium ago. Zhang Yang had heard of this from Lin Jianzi, yet he remained oblivious to the specifics of the upheaval. However, it was evident that an event capable of precipitating the downfall of a top-tier sect was no trivial matter. Upon mentioning the great upheaval from 1,000 years ago, Qin Jianzi's expression grew melancholic. He glanced at Zhang Yang and said, that cataclysm led to the decline of the Qingyun sect, and even now, the repercussions remain unresolved. Your 2 senior brothers fled the sect upon learning of this matter. What was the upheaval? Zhang Yang inquired, his curiosity piqued. Nevertheless, he could not help but think that his 2 senior brothers were unworthy, having reaped the benefits yet fled when faced with adversity. Qin Jianzi remained silent, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yang. Master, what is the situation? Please enlighten me, Zhang Yang urged. He understood that since Qin Jianzi had broached the subject, there must be something significant he needed to convey. Yet, at this critical moment, why had he ceased speaking? Observing Qin Jianzi, a realization struck him. Master, you are not worried that I might flee upon learning this news, are you? Ha. Master, since you've brought it up, if you don't disclose it, it must indicate that the danger is immense. I might as well leave the sect tomorrow. You. Qin Jianzi shook his head in exasperation. Having known Zhang Yang for a decade, he was well aware of his character. This irreverent demeanor was uniquely Zhang Yang's. Yet this familiarity was something others could not replicate. Since you wish to learn about the upheaval from a millennium ago, I shall take you to witness it. Just do not be overly alarmed. Qin Jianzi spoke calmly. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. Master, there are very few things that can truly frighten me. After all, I have died once. What more is there to fear? Let us proceed. At Qin Jianzi's command, Zhang Yang felt a fleeting sensation and found himself in an entirely different realm. The surroundings were shrouded in a gray haze, reminiscent of dawn's light, yet to fully emerge. As he surveyed the scene, he beheld ruins scattered about, filled with an array of inexplicable energies. This is the true visage of the Qingyun sect. Qin Jianzi gestured towards the desolation before them. This is the Qingyun sect? Zhang Yang gasped in disbelief. Qin Jianzi sighed. The ground we stand upon is the original Qingyun sect, and the remnants surrounding us are what remains of Qingyun city from a millennium ago. It was an immense city, home to millions of beings. After the upheaval, nearly all of those beings perished. The once great Qingyun city now exists only in these fragments. Zhang Yang gazed at the seemingly endless ruins of the city before him, marveling at the vastness of this desolate place. Master, what truly transpired a millennium ago? Zhang Yang inquired. Qin Jianzi sighed deeply. 1,000 years ago, the Qingyun sect was a prominent force, attracting the homage of countless sects, standing among the foremost in the realm. However, suddenly, a group of formidable beings, wielding an extraordinary form of power, emerged from the unknown. Their powers were entirely distinct from ours, capable of tainting not only our foundational essence, but also our bodies and souls. We referred to them as the Demon Clan. With their arrival, conflict was inevitable. The Qingyun sect and the formidable beings remaining in Qingyun city launched a desperate battle against these demon warriors. Yet, their powers countered ours, inflicting severe casualties upon us, and even threatening to spiral out of control. To combat this, the founder, on the verge of ascension, alongside several esteemed elders and numerous disciples of the Qingyun sect, along with valiant warriors resisting the Demon Clan, established the celestial azure extreme cloud formation, encompassing the entire continent using 7 celestial artifacts as the core, supported by countless spiritual tools. These 7 celestial artifacts are the very peaks of the Qingyun sect today. Zhang Yang inhaled sharply, realizing the immense strength of the Qingyun sect a millennium ago, far beyond his expectations. Celestial artifacts, 7 in total. And one of the current 7 peaks of Qingyun is indeed a manifestation of those celestial artifacts. It turns out I have been resting upon a celestial artifact. Master, what happened thereafter? Zhang Yang pressed on. Qin Jianzi, his gaze fixed on the horizon, reflected, to prevent the demonic energy from leaking and escaping to other continents. The founders of the Qingyun sect enveloped the entire continent with the formation. They then harnessed its power to purify all the demonic energy present. As the celestial azure extreme cloud formation purified the demonic energy, its strength contracted towards the center, ultimately condensing to a radius of 300 miles, exhausting the power of many elders. This 300-mile expanse is now the territory of the Qingyun sect. Thus, you now comprehend why the Qingyun sect possesses a domain of 300 miles. This territory is the final remnant of the celestial azure extreme cloud formation. Within this space, many demon warriors remain suppressed, along with a plethora of unpurified demonic energy. For millennia, generations of disciples from the Qingyun sect have tirelessly endeavored to resolve this matter. Many disciples have sacrificed their lives, leaving their remains within this secret realm, while others vanished without a trace. As for myself, I formally assumed leadership of the Qingyun sect 300 years ago and took on the responsibility of this endeavor. Subsequently, I began to accept disciples, including your several masters. The 7 peaks of the Qingyun sect are each transformed from celestial artifacts, which not only serve as sanctuaries for cultivation, but also assist in purifying demonic energy during the training of the other 6 peaks. Similarly, spiritual stones provide the necessary power to enhance the celestial artifacts' abilities in this purification process. Qin Jianzi turned to Zhang Yang and remarked, "You rascal. When I took over the Qingyun sect 300 years ago, there were hardly any members left. In desperation, I had no choice but to expend a considerable amount of spiritual stones to cleanse the demonic energy. This has been the reason for the sect's poverty over the years. How long can the current supply of spiritual stones sustain the Qingyun sect?" Zhang Yang inquired with seriousness. Contemplating the millions of spiritual stones he had managed to procure for the sect, which he believed would suffice for a while. Qin Jianzi felt a sense of gratification. This impudent boy, upon learning of such grave matters, was not astonished nor did he shy away, but rather focused on the issue of spiritual stones. With a smile, he continued, "The last time I requested a substantial amount of spiritual stones, it was for the purpose of purifying the demonic energy. With those million spiritual stones, we should be fine for a year or two, not to mention the considerable reserves we have now. Zhang Yang, I have not left the confines of the Qingyun sect for hundreds of years. Thankfully, you are here. Otherwise, I would not have been able to move at all. As the highest cultivator, he was bound to remain within the sect. However, he could now move freely for a short period." Qin Jianzi chuckled, acknowledging that, in a strict sense, he was a pitiable prisoner. Zhang Yang gazed at Qin Jianzi and asked, "Master, what would you have me do?" Bound for life to the Qingyun sect and destined to be its next leader, he felt compelled to consider solutions to their problems. Escape was not an option for him, especially after using the disciples of the Langya Holy Land and the Wanling sect for his own purposes. Chapter 85. The crisis of Qingyun. Upon realizing the grave situation facing the Qingyun sect, Zhang Yang's expression turned somber. As the future leader, he understood that any trouble befalling the sect would inevitably affect him. Thus, he was determined to alter their circumstances. Qin Jianzi observed Zhang Yang and smiled. "In truth, you have already performed admirably. The fact that you have not succumbed to fear upon learning of the Qingyun sect's predicament is commendable. Furthermore, the substantial spiritual stones you have secured for us have liberated us significantly, offering immense aid to the sect." Contemplating deeply, Zhang Yang suddenly inquired, "Master, could the visit from the Wanling sect and the Langya Holy Land to our secret realm be connected to this situation?" He recalled hearing Zhou Hao mention their intent to investigate the secret realm, which initially perplexed him. He could not fathom what was so intriguing about the Qingyun sect's secret realm. Now, he began to grasp that these two sects were likely probing into the underground relics of the Qingyun sect. Qin Jianzi nodded slightly. While the other sects may be unaware of the changes within the Qingyun sect, the Langya Holy Land and the Wanling sect are certainly informed. During the Great Battle, they too dispatched powerful individuals to assist. After all, if those demonic beings were to escape, it would pose a significant threat to them as well. Thus, their involvement was inevitable. A millennium has passed, and they, too, are concerned about whether these demonic entities may have become problematic. So it is only natural for them to send representatives to investigate. However, their concern is not for our well-being, but rather for their own safety. "Master, I fear the situation is not as simple as it appears." Zhang raised his brows in worry. "If we, the Qingyun sect, were to perish, the Langya Holy Land and the Wanling sect would likely rejoice. I have heard from Uncle Lingyun that one of the two disciples you took in was abducted by the Langya Holy Land. In fact, by luring away two of our senior brothers, they are effectively severing our means of retreat." Qin Jianzi nodded, acknowledging, "Of course, they would wish for our demise." With a sigh, he gestured around. "Here lie 7 celestial artifacts. As cultivators, who does not yearn for such treasures? Thus, it is not only the Langya Holy Land and the Wanling sect that desire our downfall. Other sects aware of the Qingyun sect's vulnerabilities surely wish for our ruin as well. However, until the demon clan's formidable forces are fully dealt with, they dare not act recklessly. Should our destruction lead to the breach of the celestial azure cloud formation, allowing those demon clan warriors to escape, it would pose a grave threat to them as well. In truth, the mere entrance of a single demon clan warrior into their realm would be a source of tremendous distress. This explains why, despite their evident superiority in strength, they refrain from carelessly attacking the Qingyun sect." He paused, continuing, "While they may not dare to strike overtly, they have resorted to covert schemes. Decades ago, the Langya Holy Land and the Wanling sect reached out to your two senior brothers, likely to inform them of the dangers facing the Qingyun sect. Consequently, those two renegades departed from our midst, joining the Langya Holy Land and the Wanling sect respectively. I comprehend their intent, aiming to exhaust the Qingyun sect through underhanded means, allowing them to seize control once we are rendered extinct, even if the demon clan's menace remains unresolved. Alas, fate has its own designs. A decade ago, I took you, this mischievous lad, as my disciple, which has brought about a transformation in the Qingyun sect." At this point, Qin Jianzi was filled with a sense of awe at the grandeur of destiny. Zhang fell silent, inwardly astonished. For 10 years, he had appeared suddenly near the Qingyun sect. as if awakening from a slumber in another realm, finding himself in a new body at the foot of the Qingyun mountain, ascending to seek a master and joining the Qingyun sect. To this day, he remains perplexed about the circumstances of his past demise and the mystery of his arrival. He lacks even the memories of this body from a decade prior. Yet, these secrets he has buried deep within, seldom allowing them to surface in thought. Master, is the demonic fetus within this secret realm a result of the leakage of demonic energy from those demon clan warriors? Zhang inquired. Qin Jianzi shook his head. No. Those demonic fetuses are entirely under my control. They are merely subjects I introduced to test the resilience of your chaotic golden core, and I am quite pleased with the outcome. However, he chose to withhold the details of the chaotic golden core from Zhang, continuing to guide him in his cultivation. Qin Jianzi pondered for a moment and said, those demonic embryos that came into contact with the people of the Langya Holy Land, those few youngsters ultimately survived. If the higher-ups of the Langya Holy Land were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly deduce that the secret realm has undergone some changes. At that point, it is possible that the Langya Holy Land would intervene. As he spoke, he turned to Zhang Yang and added, let us depart. You have already witnessed this place and uncovered the greatest secret of the Qingyun sect. However, do not disclose this information to your junior sister. She may not be able to bear it. We must deliberate on our course of action should the Langya Holy Land decide to intervene. Zhang Yang silently nodded, following Qin Jianzi as they returned to Qingyun Peak. Moments later, the other members of the 7 sons of Qingyun gathered at Qingyun Peak, uniting in assembly. Qin Jianzi summarized the situation before addressing the crowd. Do any of you foresee a chance to break through to the harmonization realm in the near future? If Lin Jianzi and his 5 companions managed to ascend to the harmonization realm, the Qingyun sect could categorically refuse the interference of other sects. Any attempt to intervene would require their consent. Upon seeing Lin Jianzi and the others shake their heads in unison, Qin Jianzi could not help but smile wryly. Over the years, Lin Jianzi and his companions had lingered too long, having only just broken through to the Yuan spirit realm. Making further progress would undeniably pose significant challenges. This predicament was troubling indeed. Qin Jianzi furrowed his brow, almost certain that the Langya Holy Land and the 10,000 Spirits sect would intervene in our sect's affairs just as they had 300 years prior. They would use the pretext of safeguarding the common people to assert their presence in Qingyun, claiming to assist us in suppressing the forces of the demon clan. He had endured this ordeal 3 centuries ago. Back then, the elders of the Qingyun sect had resolutely refused, sacrificing themselves to alleviate such circumstances. Now, 300 years later, the crisis looms once more. Master, please reveal the locations of the various sects to me, Zhang Yang suddenly interjected. Qin Jianzi conjured several vast continents, pointing to a central landmass. This is the continent of Qingyun, home to our Qingyun sect. A millennium ago, this entire expanse was under the dominion of our sect, strictly speaking. It is indeed our territory. It encompasses the Cloud Mountain Empire, the Cloud Soaring Empire, and other nations, as well as the Tianxian sect and others. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in realization. No wonder you advised me against the Cloud Mountain Empire's Qingzhou last time. That was originally our Qingyun sect's domain. Qin Jianzi nodded, then began to extend the map to other regions. This area belongs to the Langya Holy Land, while the other side is the domain of the 10,000 Spirits sect. These 2 top-tier sects are currently the closest to us. Other elite sects also have their respective territories, but they are situated further away from us. As Zhang Yang gazed at the vast expanse of the world map, he suddenly smiled and remarked, Master, while the matter of those demon clan experts is indeed troublesome, it is not insurmountable. Oh, how so? Walingzi inquired curiously. They have yet to devise a solution, and this young man seems to have found one. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes and asserted, the Qingyun sect has already made sufficient sacrifices for the sake of the common people. For an entire millennium, our esteemed Qingyun sect has transitioned from a grand and flourishing institution to a mere handful of practitioners. We have dutifully fulfilled our responsibilities. Therefore, we can now proclaim to the world that the task of guarding against the demonic realm has concluded. What? The 7 sons of Qingyun stared wide-eyed at Zhang Yang. With utmost seriousness, Zhang Yang declared, we must inform the Langya Holy Land, the Wanling sect, and other paramount sects to prepare for the impending onslaught of the demons. We must also convey to them that we have expended countless spiritual stones and resources over these years. Yet we are unable to resolve the threat posed by the formidable beings of the demonic realm. Our sect's resources have been entirely depleted, and we can no longer endure this burden. Thus, we are preparing to relocate. This monumental responsibility is beyond our capacity now, and it is time for the other major sects to take charge. Pausing momentarily, Zhang Yang continued in an unusual tone. Of course, when we depart, we shall ensure to take with us the celestial azure extreme cloud formation of our Qingyun sect. Other sects must bolster their defenses. Otherwise, the demons will assail them, wreaking havoc upon their communities. Should they fail to prepare adequately, they must bear the consequences. Chapter 86. Retreat. As advanced Zhang Yang's words left the 7 sons of Qingyun in a state of astonishment. After a prolonged silence, Lin Jianzi finally regained his composure and questioned, "You cannot be serious. If so many powerful demons are truly unleashed, chaos will ensue. Who knows what the world will become?" Zhang Yang replied gravely, "Master, esteemed uncles, have we not been morally shackled? Have you not noticed? Our Qingyun sect nearly faced annihilation due to these demons. We have acted responsibly in guarding against them. Yet how have the other sects treated us? They take it for granted that this is our obligation. They even claim to assist us while plotting against us. However, upon reflection, how much does this truly concern us? We are, in fact, the victims. We have shielded them from the demons, granting them a millennium of peace. Yet, these scoundrels show no gratitude and dare to turn against us. In that case, let us cease our guardianship. Our Qingyun sect is down to a mere few, and we possess only a territory of 300 miles. Where we wish to go is entirely our choice. With 7 celestial artifacts and your formidable strengths, we could easily establish a new Qingyun sect wherever we choose. Thus, we are ready to retreat at any moment. We shall inform the other sects that if they desire us to continue our guardianship, they must replenish the resources we have expended over a millennium. Otherwise, we will withdraw with our celestial artifacts. I am eager to see how they will respond." The 7 sons of Qingyun exchanged glances, astonished that matters could be approached in this manner. Qin Jianzi cautiously inquired, "What if they refuse? Master has mentioned that the demonic embryos have already infiltrated the bodies of the disciples of Langya Holy Land. They must have sensed it." Zhang Yang's expression turned serious as he replied, "They will undoubtedly believe that it is a flaw in the celestial azure extreme cloud formation that has allowed the demonic embryos to manifest. In that case, let us act decisively and adopt an unwavering stance. If they truly dare to threaten our Qingyun sect, then we must indeed adopt a posture of retreat." At this juncture, Zhang Yang spoke with a sinister edge, saying, "Master, esteemed uncles, I speak candidly. When it is time to be ruthless, we must embrace that ruthlessness. Should you yield once more, we would be utterly devoured. Regardless, our Qingyun sect has dwindled to a mere shadow of its former self. The barefoot need not fear the one in shoes. It is the other major sects that should be concerned. I am earnest in my words. Should you be bullied to the brink of destruction, and I find myself the last standing, I shall truly wash my hands of it. At that point, I would care not for upheaval. Retreat would be inevitable. Moral coercion? As long as I possess no morals, none shall bind me." The 7 sons of Qingyun gazed at Zhang Yang with astonishment and bewilderment. They had not anticipated such ferocity from him. The 7 exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, Qin Jianzi inquired, "What if the other sects still refuse to comply?" Zhang Yang retorted, "Master, do you believe the other sects are prepared to face the onslaught of the demonic powers? Certainly not." Qin Jianzi shook his head, for the emergence of these demonic beings had been contained by the Qingyun sect and had not impacted the other sects in the slightest. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. For those major sects, if even the Qingyun sect of yesteryears met its demise, what are the chances they would also fall should these powers assault them unprepared? If merely sacrificing a batch of resources could maintain the current status quo, do you think these major sects would not acquiesce? While Lingzi shook his head, they may feign agreement, then begin preparations for defense. Once ready, would they not continue to threaten our Qingyun sect? Zhang Yang smiled lightly. If they wish to prepare, it would take them several years, would it not? During those years, we shall utilize the resources they provide to fully develop our Qingyun sect. We possess dozens of prodigious disciples, and with Master S' formidable cultivation supporting us, several uncles may also have the opportunity to break through to the harmonization realm. In a few years, our Qingyun sect's strength will have undergone a transformative resurgence. At that point, should the other sects wish to intervene, they would need to think twice. With power, Our words shall carry weight. The strength of our Qingyun sect is ever advancing, with ample might. Why should we fear them? All fear stems from insufficient firepower. With sufficient firepower, what is there to dread? The 7 sons of Qingyun fell into silence once more. After deep contemplation, Qin Jianzi decisively declared, "Second brother, you shall journey to the Langya sacred land and convey our stance as Zhang Yang has articulated." "Are we truly going?" Lin Jianzi exclaimed, astonished. He had not expected the eldest brother to join Zhang Yang in this audacity. Qin Jianzi turned to Zhang Yang, stating gravely, "From this day forth, I shall personally assist you in your cultivation. Within 3 years, I expect you to reach the nascent soul realm, or even the primordial spirit realm. Do you possess the confidence for this? Only you can truly resolve the issues plaguing our Qingyun sect. Once our concerns are alleviated, we shall have no fear of them. The chaotic golden core is the fundamental solution to the demonic powers. Hence, I have made this decision. 3 years should suffice." Zhang Yang nodded emphatically, declaring, "I shall certainly attain the Yuanying realm within 3 years." Ling Yunzi glanced at the others and, with a resolute nod, proclaimed, "Very well. I shall make my way to the Langya Holy Land immediately." He departed on his sword. Qin Jianzi turned to the others, speaking with gravitas. "Now, you must all focus on your cultivation. Breaking through is of utmost importance." The other 5 nodded in agreement. "Come with me." Qin Jianzi beckoned Zhang Yang. "Master, I can assist you in your cultivation, but I must attend to the affairs of the sect," Zhang Yang hurriedly replied. "My ideological education must not cease. Otherwise, we will encounter significant troubles. We already face external threats, and any internal strife would be utterly insurmountable." Qin Jianzi hesitated briefly before nodding. "Very well. Continue to manage your matters." He reasoned that Zhang Yang's tasks would not consume too much time. "Now come with me." He led Zhang Yang deeper into the Qingyun sect and selected a location dense with demonic energy. "You shall cultivate here." While others feared contamination from the demonic aura in this place, he brought along a chaos golden core to actively absorb the energy. Zhang Yang nodded and settled into a meditative posture. In his perception, this locale possessed a completely different essence and spiritual energy, yet the aura was overwhelmingly abundant, surpassing even the energy he typically arranged using spirit stones. He then activated his chaos golden core to begin absorbing the demonic energy. "Ha ha ha. Who is this foolish lad, daring to consume our essence? Truly seeking his own demise. Does he truly believe he is one of our kin? Heh, they are nearing their limit. This method of depleting our essence will soon liberate us." Countless thoughts reverberated throughout the space, yet Zhang Yang remained oblivious, all isolated by Qin Jianzi. At this moment, Qin Jianzi exuded a terrifying aura, suppressing the space and vigilantly monitoring the movements of the demonic entities. He observed the tide of demonic energy surging toward Zhang Yang, and though he understood the lad was unafraid of the aura, an undercurrent of concern lingered as he closely watched Zhang Yang's transformation. Chapter 87. A visit from Tianxian. At Tianxian sect, Su Mingyang had returned to the sect. As a being of the Yuanshan realm, he had been publicly humiliated by Qin Jianzi, who had stepped on his face, nearly causing his Yuanshan to disintegrate from rage. Yet, at that moment, Qin Jianzi had rendered him incapable of even moving, instilling in him a profound sense of fear. His master, the Tianxian Taoist, was also of the harmonious Tao realm. Even in his presence, he had never felt such impotence. After much contemplation, he decided to pay a visit to the reclusive Tianxian Taoist. Although Qin Jianzi's words suggested familiarity with the Tianxian Taoist after hundreds of years of mentorship, and now that he had reached the Yuanshan realm, he believed his master would provide a satisfactory explanation. If his master could intervene, they could rally a cadre of Yuanshan beings to utterly annihilate the Qingyun sect. After listening to Su Mingyang's words, the Taoist of Tianxian reprimanded him with evident displeasure. "You are truly foolish, and I scarcely know how to respond. The Qingyun sect has a lineage spanning 5 millennia. Even in its decline, if it were so easily vanquished, it would have perished long ago. Why wait until now?" At this moment, he felt both exasperated and helpless. How could his disciples be so thoughtless? After merely a brief retreat, such a significant incident had occurred within the Tianxian sect. The Taoist pointed to the ground beneath them and asked Su Mingyang, "Do you know the name of this continent?" "Qingyun continent." Su Mingyang understood his master's implication and hastily replied, "Master, although the Qingyun sect is formidable, that strength is a relic of a millennium past. Not long ago, Tong Lu and I ventured to the Qingyun sect to probe their strength. Although we did not encounter Qinjianzi, we found that Linjianzi and the others are merely at the nascent soul stage. To speak frankly, the Qingyun sect has declined to its utmost limit. During our visit, we discovered that Linjianzi and his cohorts have surprisingly ascended to the spirit transformation stage. This sufficiently validates my earlier assessment. Thus, if we are to confront the Qingyun sect, now is the moment, for it will only grow more challenging with time. Should we successfully subdue the Qingyun sect, our Tianxian sect possesses ample foundation to ascend to a premier sect status. I truly regret not acting sooner. Otherwise, we would have already subdued the Qingyun sect. The Taoist of Tianxian shook his head with a bitter smile. What do Linjianzi and his companions amount to? You foolish ones perceive only the surface of matters. As long as Qinjianzi remains, the Qingyun sect cannot fall. Do not presume that you young ones are the only ones at fault. Even I must address him as senior. Moreover, he has been at the harmonization stage for 3 centuries, not just now. Even I have benefited from his guidance. I cannot fathom from where you derive such audacity to scheme against the Qingyun sect. How is that even conceivable? Su Qingyang looked at the Taoist in disbelief. If Qinjianzi has been at the harmonization stage for 3 centuries, why does the Qingyun sect find itself in such dire straits? The Taoist sighed. The Qingyun sect underwent a tremendous upheaval a millennium ago. The specifics of that event elude me, as I arrived 2 centuries later. What I do know is that the existence of our continent is entirely due to the Qingyun sect. To speak frankly, all beings on this continent owe their existence to them. And you, instead, seek to plot against them. I feel somewhat embarrassed to face Qinjianzi. However, since you have stirred up trouble, if I do not intervene, the situation will only worsen. I must personally visit the Qingyun sect. This declaration caused Su Qingyang's face to flush with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Yet, he could not shake the image of being trampled beneath Qinjianzi's feet in front of countless cultivators. The resentment in his heart lingered, refusing to dissipate. Nevertheless, he buried this grievance deep within, for what could he do in light of his master's words? Even if he yearned for revenge, he lacked the strength to pursue it. The Taoist of Tianxian regarded Su Qingyang with a sigh and, after careful contemplation, instructed him, "Go summon Zian for me." "Yes, master." Su Qingyang finally found an excuse to take his leave. Zian, his most esteemed disciple, possessed remarkable talent that had even caught the attention of the esteemed Tianxian Taoist upon her entrance into the sect. Consequently, Tianxian sect dedicated its resources to nurturing Zian as a core disciple, and within a few short years, she ascended to the nascent soul stage. Moments later, a stunning woman clad in a purple gown approached the Tianxian Taoist. "Master Ancestor, you called for me." Tianxian Taoist smiled and nodded. "I intend to pay a visit to the esteemed elder of Qingyun sect, and I would like you to accompany me to broaden your horizons." "Thank you, Master Ancestor." Zian eagerly nodded. She had not anticipated that her master would take her along, especially to visit an elder. However, she felt perplexed. Wasn't Qingyun sect on the brink of extinction? Were there still any elders to be found? Tianxian Taoist took Zian along and selected several treasures as gifts before heading to Qingyun sect. Though both sects resided on the same continent, they were separated by a distance of several thousand miles, which was not too far. Upon arriving at the entrance of Qingyun sect, Tianxian Taoist called out when he saw no one to receive them. Tianxian brings his disciple to pay respects to Elder Qinjianzi. We humbly request an audience. Baiyunzi appeared gracefully and smiled, saying, "It is an honor for us at Qingyun sect to have Elder Tianxian visit. However, our master brother is currently occupied with an urgent matter. Please, accompany me to Qingyun Peak for a brief respite. Master brother will join us shortly." Tianxian Taoist promptly returned the gesture. "We apologize for the disturbance. Please lead the way." Baiyunzi guided Tianxian Taoist and Zian to Qingyun Peak, directly taking them to Zhang Yang's villa. They soon realized that Zhang Yang's residence was the only suitable place for receiving guests within the entire Qingyun sect. In comparison, their own accommodations seemed like mere wooden shanties. While they could host ordinary visitors elsewhere, the simplicity of their quarters was inadequate for esteemed guests. Of course, for formal meetings with others, they could opt for the Grand Qingyun Hall, though that would feel rather impersonal. Upon seeing Zhang Yang's quaint villa and sensing the intricate talismans engraved within, Tianxian Taoist could not help but praise, "Truly, this residence is befitting of an elder. It is indeed exquisite." Baiyunzi, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, The other members of Qingyun sect do not place much importance on their living quarters. Only my master brother's disciples invest considerable time and effort in this regard. Knowing that an esteemed elder seldom visits us, we feared to neglect your comfort. Hence the invitation to this place. Tianxian Daoist chuckled heartily, masking any awkwardness and nodding with a smile. This lad is rather intriguing. Bai Yunzi maintained a cordial demeanor as he accompanied Tianxian Daoist. Meanwhile, the busy Qinji Yunzi awaited Zhang Yang's completion of his cultivation. Upon seeing Zhang Yang finally finish absorbing the demonic energy, he hastily inquired, "How did it go?" "Master, I found it even more pleasurable than absorbing spiritual energy." Zhang Yang exclaimed excitedly, "Let me rest for a few days before I return. I am a bit concerned about what to do once I finish absorbing this demonic energy." Qinji Yunzi cast a glance at Zhang Yang, pondering the extraordinary nature of the chaos golden elixir. "Let us proceed. Guests are arriving," he said, leading Zhang Yang to the summit of Qingyun Peak. Chapter 88. Do you desire a Dao partner? Qinji Yunzi brought Zhang Yang to his villa. "Master brother," Bai Yunzi exclaimed, rising hastily. "Senior Tianxian has been waiting for quite some time. You have finally arrived." Tianxian Daoran and Xian also stood up promptly. Tianxian, bowing respectfully, greeted Qinji Yunzi, expressing with a hint of nostalgia, "It has been many years since I last beheld you, senior. You remain unchanged, while I find myself aging considerably. Your profound Tao is indeed beyond my reach." He was genuinely astonished. After several centuries, Qinji Yunzi appeared just as he had before. What level of attainment had he achieved? Had he undergone the tribulation? Surely, such an event would not go unnoticed. Qinji Yunzi glanced at Tianxian Daoran and remarked, "You have made significant progress. When we last met, you were merely at the nascent soul stage, yet now you have advanced to the mid-stage of the harmonization realm. As for appearances, why cling to superficiality?" Zhang Yang, standing nearby, couldn't help but scoff internally. "You are young and carefree, yet others have aged significantly. How can you advise them to disregard appearances? It is akin to someone proclaiming indifference to wealth." As the guests settled, Tianxian Daoran wasted no time and spoke candidly. "I have come to pay my respects, senior. As a few of my disciples have acted shamefully, they allowed their desires to cloud their judgment, committing acts that offended you. I am grateful for your magnanimity in sparing them." Qinji Yunzi replied without reservation, "They are indeed fortunate to have encountered me in my current state. Had they crossed paths with me 3 centuries ago, you might have had to recruit new disciples." Tianxian Daoran chuckled ruefully. "These unruly wretches, unaware of your esteemed reputation, have committed a grave error. I have disciplined them thoroughly. They should not dare to offend you again." Although Qinji Yunzi's words were blunt, Tianxian Daoran was well acquainted with Qinji Yunzi's character from their dealings centuries prior. From Su Mingyang and others, Tianxian had gleaned insights into Zhang Yang's temperament. Yet, the Qinji Yunzi of centuries past had been even more formidable than Zhang Yang, possessing greater power and a more ruthless approach. With a sigh, Qinji Yunzi remarked, "The path of imparting teachings is fraught with challenges. Establishing a foundation is no small feat, and it is even more difficult to preserve it. It is commendable that you have built a legacy in Tianxian sect, yet maintaining it is far more arduous. Your disciples indeed require diligent guidance." In that moment, Tianxian Daoran represented the entrepreneur, while Qinji Yunzi embodied the guardian of tradition. Tianxian Daoran reflected deeply, well aware of the struggles he faced in founding the Tianxian sect. "You speak truly, senior." He nodded. "These misguided souls are unaccustomed to the ways of the world. Although you have shown them mercy, I must convey my sincere gratitude. A mere token of appreciation, not deserving of such esteem, yet I implore you, esteemed elder, do not decline." As he spoke, he presented several jade boxes, placing them upon the table. Qinji Yunzi shook his head, responding, "There is no need. I am fully aware that this matter was undertaken solely by your disciples. Since you have come in person, let this incident be resolved. While the elder may let it go, it would be remiss of me not to express my sentiments." Tianxian Daoist insisted. He paused, smiled, and gestured towards his disciple Xian, addressing Qinji Yunzi. "This is my grand disciple Xian. What are your thoughts on her talents?" Qinji Yunzi appraised Xian, nodding in approval, "An exceptional choice." "Thank you, esteemed elder." Xian expressed her gratitude. Tianxian Daoist continued with a smile. "Xian has been cultivating for 7 or 8 years and has already attained the nascent soul stage. Our sect holds her in high regard. The misunderstandings between our two sects stem primarily from our unfamiliarity with one another. Should our relationships deepen, such issues would not arise. My intention in bringing her to meet you is to foster a closer bond between our sections. Qin Jianzi turned to Tianxian Taoist. Zhang Yang observed Tianxian Taoist with a sense of foreboding, suspecting that the old fellow had heard of an elder's disciple and was intent on pairing her with this young man. I see this young man possesses extraordinary potential. I propose we consider uniting Zian with him to strengthen our ties. What are your thoughts, esteemed elder? Tianxian Taoist glanced at Zhang Yang, then returned his gaze to Qin Jianzi. Zhang Yang felt at a loss. Having sensed Tianxian Taoist's intentions, he had anticipated this outcome. Qin Jianzi's expression was peculiar as he turned to Zhang Yang, inquiring, "What do you think?" Bai Yunzi looked on with a smile, eager to hear Zhang Yang's response. Zhang Yang turned to Zian, noticing her stunned expression. She had never imagined that her master would bring her to visit an elder, only to find herself being offered in marriage. As Zhang Yang looked her way, Zian's face flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. To refuse? That seemed inappropriate. To accept? She felt hesitant, especially given her outstanding talents. Marrying someone at the Golden Core stage. Zhang Yang chuckled softly and addressed Tianxian Taoist, "Esteemed elder, while it is indeed vital for our sects to strengthen their relations, a marriage alliance is not a requisite. If both parties share aligned interests and objectives, collaboration is entirely feasible without such unions. Conversely, if our interests diverge and our goals are not unified, what purpose would a marriage serve? Are you unwilling?" Tianxian Taoist queried. Zhang Yang, with a serious demeanor, replied, "This is not a matter of willingness. It pertains to the relationship between our sections. If our connection relies solely on marriage, then it is mere folly. Moreover, I believe that even elders should respect the wishes of their juniors. My master exemplifies this principle well. I hold great respect for my master, and in turn, he honors my opinions, fostering effective communication and healthy development within our sect. In contrast, esteemed elder, to propose a marriage without the disciple's consent would yield counterproductive results." Tianxian Taoist turned to Zian. "Zian, do you wish for this?" Zian's complexion flushed deeper, a dignified nascent soul cultivator too bashful to meet anyone's gaze. With her head lowered, she murmured, "Everything is at the discretion of my esteemed master." "Look, she is willing." The Taoist Tianxian turned to Zhang Yang, inquiring, "What say you?" Zhang Yang, rendered speechless, could only nod and reply, "Very well, I am unwilling." Now a blank slate golden core cultivator, he felt the pressing need to dedicate more time to his cultivation. Otherwise, he would risk becoming obsolete. Who has the luxury of indulging in romantic pursuits? This response left everyone perplexed. Even Zian cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Yang. Her shyness mingled with confusion and ire. "Here I am, a nascent soul cultivator of exceptional talent, willing to marry you, a golden core cultivator, and yet you refuse? How ungrateful." "Why?" the Taoist Tianxian inquired with curiosity. Even Qin Jianzi and Bai Yunzi regarded Zhang Yang with intrigue. Zhang Yang spoke plainly, "I am but a blank slate golden core, preoccupied with my cultivation." Qin Jianzi and Bai Yunzi fell silent, especially Bai Yunzi, who shot a reproachful look at Qin Jianzi. Had it not been for Qin Jianzi's coaxing about the blank slate golden core, Zhang Yang likely would not be so anxious about his cultivation. This answer took the Taoist Tianxian by surprise. He had never anticipated that Qin Jianzi would take on a blank slate golden core disciple. He slowly remarked, "If you are indeed a blank slate golden core, you should be even more inclined to accept the offer. I have a general understanding of the situation at Qingyun sect and its circumstances. In due time, I shall provide a portion of Tianxian sect's cultivation resources as a dowry for Zian, thus facilitating your cultivation." Why does this old man persist in unrelentingly offering his female disciple in marriage? He is not lacking in spirit stones, but rather in genuine heavenly treasures, which Tianxian sect would certainly not provide. Moreover, the demonic energy has been yielding favorable results for him. Why would he seek anything else? Zhang Yang, feeling quite helpless, gazed at the Taoist Tianxian and said, "Senior, I have yet to mention another matter. Soon, our Qingyun sect will undergo a significant upheaval, possibly inciting the ire of many top-tier sections. Therefore, it is truly unnecessary for us to draw so close. It would not bode well for Tianxian sect." Qin Jianzi was taken aback by Zhang Yang's forthrightness, his expression somewhat peculiar. The Taoist Tianxuan's demeanor shifted gravely. Chapter 89. The matter of wealth. As the founder of Tianxian sect and a harmonization realm cultivator, the actions of the Taoist Tianxian were not without complexity. He had extended a generous offer, even presenting the most talented female disciple of the sect for a marriage alliance. Thus, his intentions were far from altruistic. Observing the recent changes within Qingyun's sect, he surmised that it might be gaining momentum, especially with Qinjianzi still in existence, prompting him to seek an alliance with Qingyun's sect. However, he never anticipated that Qingyun's sect would be facing a significant upheaval. "Senior, what has transpired?" The Taoist Tianxian inquired gravely, casting a serious look at Qinjianzi. Qinjianzi furrowed his brow, hesitating. "Master, at this juncture, there is nothing that cannot be disclosed." Zhang Yang, emboldened, continued. "Our Qingyun sect has shielded everyone from calamities for a millennium. Rather than being grateful, people have conspired against our sect. This matter should have been made known long ago. Moreover, even if we refrain from speaking, it is likely that the arrival of several major sects will soon unveil the situation. Therefore, informing the esteemed Tianxian in advance poses no significant issue." In Zhang Yang's perspective, wasn't Tianxian's sect seeking to court Qingyun's sect? Thus, they might as well disclose the crisis of Qingyun's sect to ascertain the true trustworthiness of Tianxian's sect. Furthermore, Qingyun's sect has silently borne its burdens for a millennium. It is high time the world became aware of it. Qinjianzi reflected on the fact that the sacred land of Langya was already cognizant of the existence of the demonic progeny. He sighed and turned to Tianxian, stating, "This all traces back 1,000 years." He recounted the entire sequence of events in brief. Of course, he only mentioned that Qingyun's sect had suppressed the powerful demons, refraining from elaborating further. "So it is." Tianxian Taoist finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. His heart grew heavy upon realizing that such a colossal threat existed on this continent. All the demons had been subdued by Qingyun's sect. Beside him, Xian turned pale, astonished to learn such a profound secret during her visit to Qingyun's sect. "Esteemed elder, is there any way we may assist you?" Tianxian Taoist inquired of Qinjianzi. Just as Qinjianzi was about to shake his head, Zhang Yang interjected eagerly. "What we most desperately lack at present are various cultivation resources. Firstly, the heavenly azure extreme cloud formation requires vast resources to truly unleash its potential. Secondly, our disciples also need resources to enhance their cultivation. Only when the cultivation levels of my esteemed uncles and the younger generation's disciples are elevated can we thoroughly suppress those formidable demon entities. Over the years, our resources at Qingyun's sect have been depleted in the effort to suppress the demon powers, resulting in our current impoverished state. To admit it without fear of your laughter, not long ago, Qingyun's sect was left with merely over 100 spirit stones. I had long informed my master that this matter transcends our sect. It concerns the entirety of Qingyun continent and should have been disclosed to all. My master, valuing his pride, found it difficult to voice this, leaving me no choice but to seek ways to generate income. It was during this pursuit that conflicts arose with you." His words rendered everyone awkward. Qinjianzi inwardly chastised Zhang Yang, thinking this was tantamount to publicly begging for funds. Was there no consideration for their dignity? However, with Zhang Yang's words already spoken, Qinjianzi could only strive to maintain his composure. Tianxian Taoist also felt a sense of embarrassment, recognizing that they had enjoyed years of stability on Qingyun continent. Indebted to Qingyun's sect, it was one thing to refrain from offering assistance in critical times, but to ultimately impose upon Qingyun's sect was truly outrageous. How could a prestigious sect with a legacy spanning 5,000 years be reduced to possessing only 100 spirit stones? It was unfathomable. He did not doubt Zhang Yang's words, for it was evident that such a confession stemmed from a place of desperation. Who would willingly disclose such vulnerabilities if not driven by necessity? Tianxian Taoist hastily responded, "Esteemed elder, although our Tianxian sect is not affluent, we do have some reserves. Upon my return, I will immediately instruct Xian to deliver resources to you. Indeed, such a significant matter should not rest solely upon the shoulders of the Qingyun sect. We ought to rally everyone together to contribute and resolve this collectively. What are your thoughts, esteemed elder?" After a moment of silence, Qinjianzi replied with a measured tone, "Our entire focus is directed towards suppressing those demonic entities. I have long entrusted the affairs of the Qingyun sect to Zhang Yang, allowing him to manage various matters. Zhang Yang, you shall take the lead on this issue." "Understood, master." Zhang Yang nodded. Turning to the Tianxian Taoist with a serious expression, he stated, "The Tianqing Jiun array is an absolute secret of our Qingyun sect. Hence, we shall not permit any interference regarding it. This is our bottom line. and no negotiation with other sects will be entertained. Should anyone dare to meddle in our internal affairs, they should not blame us for being unyielding. To speak frankly, we have suppressed the demonic race for many years, and we have afforded everyone a period of stability. We have fulfilled our obligations. Therefore, if we are pushed to the brink, we could take the Tianqing Jiyun array and depart from the Qingyun continent. The expression of the Tianqian Taoist changed dramatically. He had not anticipated Zhang Yang to propose such a stance. With a stern demeanor, Zhang Yang continued, "Our sect has a heritage of 5,000 years, bequeathing numerous spiritual artifacts. These artifacts are the foundation of our existence. While we diligently suppress the strong among the demonic race, we do not squander our ancestral legacy. For nearly a millennium, even in our impoverished state, the Qingyun sect has never sold spiritual artifacts, let alone gifted them. Assistance is welcome, but should there be any ulterior motives regarding our artifacts, do not expect us to be amenable. Frankly speaking, even without assistance, have we not managed to endure through the millennium? Thus, help is appreciated, provided that two fundamental lines are adhered to. If not, it would be unwise to provoke trouble." After a brief pause, Zhang Yang, with an apologetic tone, addressed the Tianqian Taoist, "My words are not directed towards you, esteemed elder, but rather to state our terms explicitly. I hope you will not take offense." Of course," replied the Tianqian Taoist. Not only others, but even he had contemplated a plan. If the Qingyun sect could not withstand the pressure, why not join forces with them to guard the sect? With so many spiritual artifacts that the Qingyun sect cannot fully utilize, wouldn't it be more beneficial for them to be in their hands? He did not expect Zhang Yang to set forth two non-negotiable conditions right away. "Elder, I shall return to deliver resources to you." The Tianqian Taoist rose, suggesting that once the resources arrive, they could contemplate subsequent matters. "What do you think, esteemed elder?" Qin Jianzi felt awkward, unsure how to respond. Zhang Yang, maintaining his composure, remarked, "Thank you, esteemed elder. We shall take our leave now." The Tianqian Taoist and Ziyuan bid farewell and departed. After the two left, Qin Jianzi turned to Zhang Yang, exclaiming in frustration, "We have amassed such a wealth of spirit stones. We are certainly not lacking in the short term. Your demand for money in such a manner is quite embarrassing." With a serious countenance, Zhang Yang inquired, "Master, would an increase in spirit stones enhance the potency of the Tianqing Jiyun array?" "Absolutely. Then what is the cost of sacrificing pride?" Zhang Yang replied with a smile. "Rest assured, you need not involve yourselves any further. I shall handle it all. Even if I were to cast aside all semblance of shame, I must retrieve billions of spirit stones